Your dad found you a fiancée who's 8 months pregnant, and he threatened to cut ties with you if you don't marry her. Right at this moment, you've activated the system of disowning the wealthiest. You'll earn 1 billion for each day you cut ties. Just as you're unsure what to do, Fiancée Lu Ruyan mocks, I'm already pregnant. The child belongs to my idol. I won't abort the child, I'll raise it. Your grandfather, for social climbing, says to you, Xiaochen, I'm doing this for your own good. This is a stroke of luck, you must cherish it. Hearing your grandfather, anger rises, voluntarily becoming a cuckold to marry into wealth. At this moment, your relatives chime in, awaiting Miss Lu. Once the child's born, it'll take your surname. Just treat the child as your own, it's no big deal. Before relatives finish, Lu Ruyan nearby sneers, arrogantly adding, my idol's child. He should take my idol's surname. After we're engaged, he'll change his. Even engaged, you can't touch me. I'll see my idol in Beijing twice a month. You can't object. And your grandfather said coldly to Chen Chen, if you still acknowledge yourself as a member of our Chen family, you must agree to this marriage. Hearing this, you coldly sneered, do you still consider me a member of the Chen family? This is like pushing me into a fire pit. In that case, I won't consider myself a member of the Chen family. From now on, I sever all ties with your Chen family. Then, without looking back, I left the house. At this moment, a mechanical voice sounded, congratulations to the host for awakening the ultimate richest man system. On the first day of severing ties, a reward of 10 billion. Immediately after, the phone vibrated, and upon seeing the message of 10 billion deposited, you widened your eyes in disbelief. It really is 10 billion. In an instant, you went from being a college student with just over 300 yuan to becoming a billionaire with 10 billion in assets. Meanwhile, inside the Chen family villa, everyone was mocking that it wouldn't last even 3 days. Once he spends all his money, he will come back crying. I bet he won't even last 2 days. When he's penniless, he will definitely come back begging grandpa for forgiveness. Without our Chen family, he will live even worse and poorer than an ordinary person. Amidst the sarcastic chatter of the Chen family, a notification sounded in your mind. Task released, buy a luxury car within 3 hours and receive a top-tier villa in Jiangzhou as a reward. Upon hearing this, you headed straight to the 4S store. Upon entering the Lamborghini 4S store, a group of beautiful saleswomen immediately surrounded you. That is the most expensive car in your store. I want to buy it now. After all, the system only gave me 3 hours for the task. We must buy the car as soon as possible. The beautiful saleswoman, upon hearing you, immediately said, we do have a few cars available right now. But if you want to buy, you'll have to pay extra. Money is not a problem when you speak, what I lack is time. Seeing you say that, the beautiful saleswoman immediately smiled and said, this is the top-level Lamborghini in our store, sir. Aventer, also known as the Lamborghini Big Bull in people's mouths. The total price of this Lamborghini is around 12 million. After the beautiful saleswoman finished speaking, you immediately, without any hesitation, said, no need for introductions, it's this one. Afterward, both parties signed the contract, and you paid 12 million on the spot to buy this top-of-the-line Lamborghini. Then the system's voice came with a ding, indicating that the luxury car purchase task was completed. Reward, a set of Villa No. 8 in the Royal View Villa. Total value is about 800 million yuan. Upon hearing this, you instantly widened your eyes. The Royal View Villa is the most luxurious and top-notch villa area in the entire Jiangzhou, and Villa No. 8 is also the largest in the entire Royal View Villa, with the most luxurious decoration, truly the #1 luxury house in Jiangzhou. Even Ma Ruyun and Lu Dongshan couldn't secure this set of villas. Thinking of this, you couldn't help but sigh. Cutting off ties with the Chen family was the right move. In just a few hours, you not only got a top-notch luxury car but also a mansion. There's still 1 billion in cash. Later, amidst the admiring gazes of countless people at the 4S shop, you drive straight to Jiangzhou University to tell your girlfriend Song Manyu about this. But as soon as you meet, Song Manyu proposes breaking up, leaving you utterly astonished. Last year, he pursued you actively, always gentle and considerate. Now, he seems like a completely different person. Chen Chen, I just want to ask you, can you bow to your grandfather and return to the Chen family? If you're willing to return, we can still be together. If you don't intend to return to the Chen family, then we'll break up immediately. Upon learning that Chen Chen has cut ties with his family, she prepares herself for a breakup. Since childhood, Song Manyu's dream has been to marry into a wealthy family. However, with her ordinary background, she couldn't reach that level until she met Chen Chen. Only then did he begin his fervent pursuit and eventually succeed. Throughout their year together, he diligently played the role of a gentle, caring boyfriend, disguising a personality entirely unlike his own. It's really exhausting. Now Chen Chen voluntarily severs ties with the Chun family, prompting Song Manyu to drop all pretense. She screams at you, without the Chen family. You're nothing, Chen Chen. You're just a useless person destined to be a poor nobody. Hearing this, you finally understand, when you pursued me initially, it's because I am a member of the Chen family. Things have come to this, Song Manyu is no longer pretending. I must have been blind to pursue you actively. I should have chosen Xian Lingxiu instead of choosing you, this useless person. Shen Yan, you sneered and asked, do you really think that without the Chen family, I would be a failure? Today, I was originally planning to take Song Manyu and move into the top villa of my Royal View Mountain Villa. Fortunately, I didn't speak up earlier, or else. I really can't see through Song Manyu's true face. It turns out that he was only with me to join the wealthy family, and has nothing to do with me as a person. Without the Chen family, you are nothing. You will definitely regret cutting ties with the Chen family. After speaking, Song Manyu turned around and left angrily. Just then, a system prompt sounded, sever the relationship. The next day, reward, ownership of the Jiangzhou Financial Center, total value of 1.3 billion. Then, a stranger called, is this Mr. Chen Chen? I am Sun Junfa, the original owner of the financial center. I have received your money. When do you have time to come over? Let's sign the contract. Oh, Mr. Sun, I have time this afternoon. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, after a brief chat with Sun Junfa, you signed the contract, just as you were about to visit your own financial center. This financial center of my own. A tall figure walked in, tall in stature, delicate features, and a truly perfect appearance. There isn't a single flaw to be found. Right now, the beautiful woman is dressed in professional attire, complemented by black stockings. She exudes a unique charm. Seeing this, Sun Jun stood up and introduced, Mr. Xia has arrived. Let me introduce you. This is Miss Xia Ruoshui, the young president of Xia Group, managing a company worth billions. And this is Mr. Chen Chen, the new owner of the financial tower. He has leased the entire building to Xia Group. We've arranged this meeting today to facilitate introductions between both parties. In the future, Mr. Xia's rent will be handled by Mr. Chen, and contact information has been exchanged with Xia Ruoshui. They then drove back to the Chen family villa on the other side of the school. Cousin Chen Haoyu exclaimed in disbelief, it's the second day, and that jerk Chen Chen still hasn't come back to beg for our forgiveness. With probably only $300 or $400 left in his bank account, he can manage for 3 or 4 days. It's only been 2 days, it's reasonable. That scoundrel dares to cut ties with us. Without our Chen family, he's nothing but a waste, a piece of trash. When he's penniless and begging on the streets, he'll know the value of our Chen family. We must thoroughly humiliate him then. Meanwhile, old Master Chen couldn't help but feel stunned. He had promised Lu Ruyan that within 2 months, he would make Chen Chen willingly marry her. So, time is of the essence. We need to step up the pace. You're also at Jiangzhou University. Tomorrow, go find Chen Chen. Chen Haoyu paused for a moment, then suddenly realized, Grandpa, I will definitely take good care of Chen Chen tomorrow. The next day at noon, you were waiting in the school cafeteria when suddenly a voice came, Chen Chen. We have already broken up. To seek my forgiveness, you are actually standing in front of the cafeteria door blocking me. What childish behavior, it's really ridiculous. Unless you return to the Chen family, or become a billionaire yourself, otherwise even if the sky falls, we can't get back together. Song Manyu's words immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding students, while at this moment, you could only shake your head helplessly. Why is he so confident? Let me correct you, I'm here waiting for someone else, not waiting for you, and definitely not to seek your forgiveness. Stop lying to yourself. Besides waiting for me, who else can you wait for? Before Song Manyu's words even finished, a clear voice came, Senior Chen. You were waiting for me. The next second, a stunning figure walked over. When Song Manyu turned her head to see clearly the girl who was walking over, she was instantly stunned in place. After the others at the scene saw the girl walking over, they were all dumbfounded. The person who came was none other than the famous school beauty of Jiangzhou University, Xia Luoshui. Senior Chen, sorry for keeping you waiting. Let's go eat together. Seeing this scene, everyone was even more shocked. Xia Luoshui, how can she be with a seemingly ordinary guy? Arranging to eat together, this is unbelievable. The most shocked person at the scene was Song Manyu. At this moment, he finally believed that what Chen Chen said just now was true. Compared to Xiao Luoshui, he was nothing. A deep sense of jealousy surged from the depths of Song Manyu's heart. I must find a way to make Chen Luoshui see clearly the true face of Chen Chen, this waste. After dinner, both sides agreed to meet at the school gate. You go to the parking lot and drive first. At this time, the sound of the system came through. Severing the relationship, on the third day, rewarded the Tingfei Group with 12% of the shares, becoming the third largest shareholder of the Tingfei Group. 1 yen, your eyes lit up immediately. I didn't expect that in just 3 days, I went from being abandoned by the wealthy family to becoming the third largest shareholder of a billion-dollar group. This reward is really timely. I am currently lacking in industry. At this moment, a voice came, and Chen Shen didn't expect to meet Chen Haoyu here. Looking at me with a sly smile on his face. Brothers, this is my former cousin, now Chen Chen, who has voluntarily severed ties with our Chen family. He has no relationship with me at all. 1 yen and everyone looked shocked. What? He actually took the initiative to sever ties with the Chen family? Is he crazy? Does this kid have a screw loose? At this point, Chen Haoyu asked Chen Chen with a smug look, severing ties with our Chen family, it should be the third day now, right? Regret it? Chen Chen smiled and replied, severing ties with your Chen family is the most correct choice I've made in my life. In these few days, my net worth has surged by over 30 billion, and this is only the third day. In the future, my own net worth will increase. Don't be fooled by Chen Haoyu's current arrogance. In the future, when the Chen family divides the assets, I won't receive more than 1 billion. Chen, you're just talking tough, claiming it's the right choice. It's ridiculous. I bet you can't even produce $500 right now. Then, pointing to the brand new sports car beside him, he boasted, thanks to your grandpa for drawing this new car for me. Look at my new Maserati Rent RISM. It cost over 2 million when it landed. Envious, right? You glanced at Chen Haoyu's Maserati, didn't say anything, and walked deep into the parking lot. Chen Haoyu thought you were backing down after you left, so he loudly asked his henchman, do you think Chen cutting ties with our Chen family is stupid? In this lifetime, forget about a 2 million luxury car. You probably can't even drive a 500,000 junk car. Of course, this is not an ordinary fool, someone who got beaten up like this. You won't find anyone like this in the whole world. However, the next moment, you sat in the Lamborghini worth over 10 million and started the car. Seeing this, Chen Haoyu was completely shocked. This is a Lamborghini, a top luxury car worth over 10 million. Compared to that, my Maserati is nothing. Following Chen Haoyu's astonished gaze, you slowly drove the Lamborghini worth over 10 million. You passed by him in the Lamborghini elegantly. How could this happen? Chen Haoyu was completely stunned. In his imagination, he had cut off ties with the Chen family. Chen Chen's situation should have been getting worse and worse, and he should have been penniless and destitute. How come Chen Chen is now driving a Lamborghini, a luxury car worth millions? Even the most outstanding cousin of the younger generation of the Chen family doesn't have such a luxury car. How could Chen Chen thrive after leaving the Chen family? This doesn't make sense. Especially when he remembered how he was showing off his Maserati in front of Chen Chen just now. He suddenly felt his face burning. Now he had really lost face. Just then, the system's voice came. Ding! The system has reached the upgrade standard. Do you want to activate the upgrade mode? Once the upgrade mode is activated, the daily rewards of the system will increase several times, even tenfold. After hearing the system's words, your breathing became somewhat rapid. You should know that after cutting ties with the Chen family, the system's daily rewards have already reached around 1 billion. If the system could be upgraded, wouldn't the daily rewards become tens of billions, or even more? This is too terrifying. Activate the upgrade mode for me immediately. System upgrade mode activated. Currently, the system level 1 requires 1,500 experience points. Can be upgraded to level 2. At this point, you were overjoyed. With daily rewards of tens of billions, stepping on anyone, including the famous Lingjia, was insignificant. It is estimated that in a few months, you could ascend to the position of the world's richest person. Become the richest man in the world. On the other side, Chen Haoyu hurried back home, and the core members of the Chen family were all there in the villa. Seeing Chen Haoyu return, Grandpa Chen casually asked Haoyu, how did it go? That little beast Chen, is he living poorly after leaving our Chen family? The people of the Chen family all echoed in agreement. Definitely, after leaving our Chen family, that little brat Chen will definitely become more destitute with each passing day. Hearing this, Chen Haoyu's face turned pale. His voice slightly trembling, he said, Grandpa, I have not completed your task. Grandpa Chen frowned, can't Chen Haoyu even handle such a small matter? Grandpa, Chen, who left, is not only not destitute, but is actually living better. I saw it with my own eyes. He's driving a Lamborghini worth over 10 million. It drove past me. Hearing this, the people of the Chen family instantly widened their eyes. What, you're not joking, are you? Chen Chen is driving a car worth over 10 million? Chen Haoyu nodded. I saw it with my own eyes. In an instant, the entire Chen family fell into a deathly silence. The development of events was completely different from what they had imagined. Logically, after cutting ties with the Chen family, Chen Chen was supposed to become increasingly destitute. How is it possible that he's now driving a car worth over 10 million? The people of the Chen family were full of confusion and doubt on their faces. The expression on old Master Chen's face at the scene was the most embarrassing. He was unwilling to believe what Chen Haoyu just said about Chen Chen, that little beast. How could he possibly be doing better and better? There must be something fishy about this. In old Master Chen's heart, Chen Chen is the most ordinary and mediocre among the younger generation of the Chen family, destined to have no achievements in the future. He is the worst one in their Chen family. Therefore, old Master Chen was willing to sacrifice Chen Chen without hesitation to marry Lu Ruyan. But now, he is being told that Chen Chen has driven a luxury car worth tens of millions by himself. Doesn't this indicate that his judgment is poor? Absolutely not. He wouldn't misjudge Chen Chen. He still firmly believes that Chen Chen is destined to be mediocre, will not have any achievements. Chen Haoyu suddenly spoke up, adding, "By the way, Grandpa, when I was coming back, I heard something about Chen Chen." "Oh, what happened?" curiously asked Grandpa Chen. "Grandpa, I heard that Chen Chen had lunch together with Xia Mengmeng, the school belle of our Jiangzhou University, at the restaurant." Chen Haoyu replied. "What?" Grandpa Chen frowned. "I see." While the members of the Chen family were still in a daze because Chen Chen had driven a multi-million-dollar car, Grandpa Chen suddenly spoke up. "What's wrong, father?" Chen Yuzhen asked. "I understand why that little brat Chen Chen can drive a multi-million-dollar car." Grandpa Chen looked as if he had seen through Chen Chen's little trick. This sentence instantly aroused the curiosity of the Chen family members present, and they all looked at Grandpa Chen. "It's simple, Haoyu, the school belle you mentioned, her surname is Xia, right?" Grandpa Chen looked at Chen Haoyu. "Yes. If everything goes as expected, this school belle should be the young lady of the Xia group." Grandpa Chen spoke. He had heard before that the owner of the Xia group had two daughters. The elder daughter had taken over the company, and the younger daughter seemed to have just started university, and she was local to Jiangzhou. What? The daughter of the Xia group? The people were amazed. Although the Chen family's status as a prestigious family was not inferior to that of the Xia group's daughter, strictly speaking, their worth was far lower than that of the Xia group's daughter. The owner of the Xia group had two daughters, and the future of the Xia group would definitely be in their hands. But the Chen family was different. They were a large family, and when the old master passed away, with so many people in their family, each person would not receive much money. "Grandpa, there are rumors in school that Xia Mengmeng is the younger daughter of the owner of the Xia group." Chen Haoyu indirectly confirmed Grandpa Chen's guess. "I guess that multi-million-dollar luxury car should belong to the Xia group's daughter." Chen Chen somehow got to know the Xia group's daughter, borrowed this car from her, and deliberately showed off in front of you. Chen Chen wants to prove that after cutting ties with our Chen family, his life is better. Grandpa Chen sneered. But the more Chen Chen does this, the more it shows that after cutting ties with our Chen family, his life is worse, and he can only rely on others' charity in disguise to prove himself. "Haoyu, Yuzhen, come here, I'll teach you how to deal with Chen Chen." Grandpa Chen had an idea. Chen Haoyu and Chen Yuzhen's eyes immediately lit up. They couldn't stand seeing Chen Chen living better than them. The worse Chen Chen's life was, the better, ideally to the point of being homeless and destitute. Only then would they be happy. Now that Grandpa had a plan against Chen Chen, they naturally agreed wholeheartedly. So the two quickly went over to listen to Grandpa's instructions. On the other side, Chen Chen and Xia Mengmeng also arrived at the Xia group and went to Xia Ruoshui's office. In the office, Xia Ruoshui was meticulously handling matters. At that moment, Chen Chen and Xia Mengmeng arrived. "Sister." Upon entering, Xia Mengmeng immediately gave Xia Ruoshui a big hug. "Oh, Mr. Chen Mengmeng, why are you here?" "Sister, I had nothing to do this afternoon, so I came to see you, and Senior Chen wanted to visit the company." Xia Mengmeng explained. "Mr. Xia, I just bought this building not long ago, so I came to visit when I had time." Chen Chen nodded. Of course, the more important reason for Chen Chen was to complete the system task, get the limited edition Patek Philippe watch, and gain experience points from the system. "I see, then I'll show Mr. Chen around." Xia Ruoshui stood up. Just as Xia Ruoshui was about to personally show Chen Chen around, a senior executive from the Xia group rushed in frantically, shouting, "Xia, something terrible has happened." "What's wrong?" Xia Ruoshui furrowed her delicate brows and inquired. The company executive was about to report when he suddenly noticed Chen Chen and Xia Mengmeng in the room, hesitating to speak. "It's nothing, please step out, Xia, and I'll talk to you," he said. Seeing this, Chen Chen spoke up, "Since you're busy, Xia, I'll explore on my own for now." It was understandable that the executive didn't want to discuss sensitive matters in Xia's presence. Besides, completing the system's task and visiting his financial skyscraper were more pressing. "Alright then, Meng Meng, please show Mr. Chen around the skyscraper for me. I'll join you once I'm done here," Xia Ruoshui instructed, letting Xia Mengmeng stand in for her temporarily. Okay. Xia Mengmeng felt overwhelmed whenever company matters were mentioned and was eager to leave, so she nodded in agreement. Subsequently, under Xia Mengmeng's guidance, Chen Chen began his tour of the financial skyscraper. After Chen Chen left, the executive finally spoke up. "Xia, our raw material supplier, Nanmao Company, has suddenly announced the termination of our partnership." "What?" Xia Ruoshui looked a bit flustered. Nanmao Group was a crucial raw material supplier for them, and terminating the partnership abruptly would lead to significant losses for their group. Nanmao Company has been cooperating with us smoothly for a long time. Why would they suddenly end our partnership? Xia Ruoshui questioned in confusion. Suddenly, Xia Ruoshui's eyes narrowed as she speculated, could it be the work of Baisheng Group? Lately, the conflict between their Xia Group and the long-established Baisheng Group in Jiangzhou had been escalating. Baisheng Group, as a prominent local enterprise, had formidable strength surpassing that of Xia Group. If Xia Group aimed to continue growing, confronting Baisheng Group was inevitable. Xia Ruoshui had been preparing for the impending showdown with Baisheng Group. Since Xia Group was actively gearing up, Baisheng Group would undoubtedly not back down easily. It's highly likely that Baisheng Group is behind this. The executive nodded. Faced with the Nanmao Company issue, Xia Ruoshui grew anxious. This matter needed to be resolved promptly as delaying it would be detrimental to Xia Group. Immediately contact Tingfei Group, Guifeng Company, and Xianlin Group to inquire if they are willing to collaborate with us. We need to find new partners quickly. Xia Ruoshui swiftly began to organize. Yes. The executive nodded and went into action. Meanwhile, after touring the skyscraper for a while, a voice from the system sounded. "Ding, agreed to accompany Xia Mengmeng to Xia Group. Visit the financial skyscraper, task completed. Congratulations on receiving one of the 7 limited edition Patek Philippe Grandmaster Chime Master String Sound wristwatches globally. The watch has been placed in your villa's study. Please check. Congratulations on gaining 53 experience points. With the task completed, Chen Chen was quite satisfied to have obtained the top-notch Patek Philippe wristwatch, one of the 7 limited editions, and 53 experience points. He now only needed 1447 more experience points for the system to upgrade. After a brief further tour, Chen Chen and Xia Mengmeng returned to Xia Ruoshui's office. At that moment, Xia Ruoshui was earnestly dealing with the issue. "Sister, what exactly happened?" Xia Mengmeng couldn't help but ask. Xia Ruoshui didn't hide anything and explained directly. This matter was not too secret, and Xia Ruoshui also trusted Chen Chen's character, so there was no hesitation. Baisheng Group? Hearing this name, Chen Chen's gaze turned slightly cold. The chairman of Baisheng Group, Kong Baisheng, had a very good relationship with old Master Chen, and Baisheng Group and the Chen family were considered allies. Chen Chen was surprised to find Baisheng Group competing here as well. Chen Chen sighed inwardly. At this moment, Chen Chen remembered an important matter. A few hours ago, he had acquired shares in Tingfei Group and became the 3rd largest shareholder of Tingfei Group. Just then, the system's voice came again. "Ding, temporary task issued. Help Xia Ruoshui resolve this crisis and indirectly strike against Baisheng Group. Task time, within 48 hours. Task reward, 1 skill selection card. You can freely choose a skill. After using the card to select a skill, you will completely master this skill. Task reward, 58 experience points." While Chen Chen was studying this system task, the senior executive who had just barged in earlier appeared in a panic. At this moment, he was extremely flustered and no longer cared about Chen Chen's presence. Speaking directly, "President Xia, following your instructions, I contacted several others, but they all seem to have unanimously refused. I suspect that Baisheng Group had contacted them in advance, bribed them, and prevented them from cooperating with us, completely blocking our way forward." Upon hearing this worse news, Xia Ruoshui's expression grew even more serious. Damn Baisheng Group. For a moment, she felt somewhat helpless. "President Xia, what raw materials does Nanmao Company mainly provide to you? In what areas do you cooperate with Nanmao Company?" At this moment, Chen Chen spoke up, asking Xia Ruoshui several specific questions about the cooperation between Xia's group and Nanmao Company. Although Xia Ruoshui didn't know why Chen Chen was asking this, she still detailed the information to him. After listening, Chen Chen smiled mysteriously and said lightly, "President Xia, perhaps I can help you with this. The extraordinary relationship between Baisheng Group and the Chen family meant that if one day he were to confront the Chen family, Baisheng Group would undoubtedly stand by the Chen family without hesitation. By stepping forward now, he could not only complete the task, receive a generous reward, and help Xia Ruoshui, but also suppress Baisheng Group. It was truly hitting three birds with one stone. President Chen has a solution? Xia Ruoshui's eyes lit up instantly, looking at Chen Chen with great excitement. Yes, I have some connections within Tingfei Group. Chen Chen nodded. Are you sure, President Chen, that you can persuade Tingfei Group? I just contacted a vice president of Tingfei Group, and he clearly refused me. The senior executive of Xia's group expressed deep skepticism about Chen Chen's words. Even if this President Chen had connections within Tingfei Group, could he be more powerful than that vice president of Tingfei Group? I am sure. Chen Chen nodded. As the third largest shareholder of Tingfei Group, he was confident in handling this matter. Give me half a day, and I will settle it for President Xia. The senior executive wanted to say more but was stopped by Xia Ruoshui. Thank you for your hard work, President Chen. Xia Ruoshui looked at Chen Chen, her eyes filled with gratitude. It's nothing. Chen Chen calmly replied, then took out his phone and called the president of Tingfei Group, Zhang Xingde, inviting him to dinner tonight. Dinner tonight, is that okay? Zhang Xingde immediately agreed. Let's meet at Wangjiang at 6 tonight. Chen Chen nodded. Wangjiang Pavilion, the most top-notch high-end restaurant in Zhangzhou, without a doubt. Alright, both parties agreed. Time flew by, and in the early evening at 6 o'clock, Chen Chen arrived at Wangjiang Pavilion. Looking at the vast and ancient Wangjiang Pavilion, Chen Chen felt a bit emotional. Even though he was once the legitimate heir of the prestigious Chen family, he had never dined at Wangjiang Pavilion. It wasn't until he severed ties with the Chen family that he came to Wangjiang Pavilion for the first time. As the top restaurant in Zhangzhou, Wangjiang Pavilion's average cost per person, excluding alcohol, could reach tens of thousands. With drinks included, a meal could cost up to 100,000 or even several hundred thousand. Even ordinary tycoons couldn't afford it. Just as Chen Chen sat down, Zhang Xingde hurriedly arrived with two vice presidents from Tingfei Group. Upon seeing Chen Chen, Zhang Xingde and his companions were extremely surprised. They never expected Chen Chen to be so young. After a brief moment of astonishment, they warmly shook hands and greeted Chen Chen. Mr. Chen, hello. Mr. Chen is young and promising. After the dishes were served and some small talk, Chen Chen got straight to the point. Cooperate with the Xia Group? Hearing Chen Chen's words, Zhang Xingde was a bit surprised but nodded with a smile. No problem. Cooperating with the Xia Group is also a good thing for us. I am here too. The strength of the Xia Group in Jiangzhou was well known, and cooperating with them was a good thing for Tingfei Group. There was no reason for him to refuse. Just as Zhang Xingde was about to agree, the vice president on his left, Zhu Yunjie, immediately whispered to him, President, you must not agree. Zhu Yunjie was the vice president of Tingfei Group who had previously rejected the senior executive of the Xia Group. Why? Zhang Xingde asked in confusion. Why couldn't they agree to such a good opportunity? Not cooperating with the Xia Group was specifically instructed by President Feng. Zhu Yunjie explained. President Feng, the second largest shareholder of Tingfei Group, held a higher position in the group than Chen Chen. What? Zhang Xingde narrowed his eyes. How could both the second and third largest shareholders of the company be involved in this matter? For a moment, Zhang Xingde was in a dilemma. If he agreed, he would offend President Feng, but if he refused, he would offend Mr. Chen. Is there something, Vice President, that you can't say in front of everyone? Chen Chen spoke up, feeling a sense of unease. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, the group cannot agree to your proposal. Zhu Yunjie directly confronted Chen Chen. Zhu Yunjie was President Feng's confidant and was not afraid of Chen Chen, the third largest shareholder. The group's decision to agree or not is not something you, as a vice president, can decide, right? Chen Chen coldly responded. Zhang Xingde wanted to mediate, but Zhu Yunjie spoke up with a hint of threat. President, don't forget, President Feng's shares are almost the same as the first largest shareholder, Mr. Jiang. If President Feng acquires a few more shares one day, he could become the new largest shareholder. In comparison, Mr. Chen. Zhang Xingde sighed softly. Zhu Yunjie made a valid point. There was no way around it, he could only offend Mr. Chen. Seeing this, a smug smile flashed across Zhu Yunjie's face. However, before Zhang Xingde could speak, a sudden exclamation rang out. Mr. Chen, you're here too. In the next moment, a slightly chubby middle-aged man quickly approached, then greeted Chen Chen with a flattering handshake. When Zhang Xingde, Zhu Yunjie, and the others saw the appearance of this slightly chubby middle-aged man, their expressions changed. Zhao Linyong? Why is he here? The slightly chubby middle-aged man was the same arrogant man Chen Chen and Xiao Ruoshui encountered while walking at the Yujing Mountain Villa. After confirming Zhao Linyong's identity, Zhang Xingde and the others quickly stood up and respectfully greeted Zhao Linyong, Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao, hello. However, Zhao Linyong seemed to ignore them completely and continued to chat with Chen Chen in a somewhat flattering manner. Despite Zhao Linyong's rudeness, Zhang Xingde and the others dared not utter a word of complaint. Not to mention that Zhao Linyong was the nephew of their Jiangzhou big shot son Yongtai, just Zhao Linyong himself was not someone they could afford to offend. Zhang Xingde, Zhu Yunjie, and the others looked at Zhao Linyong, who was constantly trying to please Chen Chen, feeling somewhat bewildered. Did they see it wrong? The Zhao Linyong, who was known for his arrogance in Jiangzhou, was now behaving meekly like a little lamb in front of Chen Chen, even trying to please him. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. In their shock, they thought of a terrifying thing. If Zhao Linyong, who was so formidable, was like this, how powerful must Chen Chen's identity be? The more they thought about it, the more terrified they felt. Mr. Chen, I have agreed to cooperate with the Xia group. No matter who comes today, they cannot stop it. Zhang Xingde immediately declared, then glanced meaningfully at Zhu Yunjie. Seeing Zhao Linyong's behavior and thinking about how this young Chen Chen had acquired shares worth over 1 billion from their group, Zhang Xingde became more convinced that Chen Chen was extraordinary, so he made a decision immediately. In an instant, Zhu Yunjie was at a loss, feeling uneasy. Vice President Zhu, the performance of our branch office in another city has not been good recently. Why don't you go there to guide them? To show sincerity and stance, Zhang Xingde demoted Zhu Yunjie to the branch office in another city. Compared to Mr. Chen, the second largest shareholder, Mr. Feng, was nothing. Even if Mr. Feng came, he would have to be extremely respectful in front of Zhao Linyong. Gulp. Zhu Yunjie slumped in his chair, his career was completely finished. Mr. Zheng is decisive. Seeing this, Chen Chen nodded in satisfaction. The matter was settled. With that said, Chen Chen took out his phone, sent a message to Xiao Ruoshui, asking her to send someone immediately to sign a contract with Zhang Xingde. On the other side, Xiao Ruoshui was anxiously waiting in the office. Ms. Xia, don't get your hopes up too high. The probability of cooperating with the Tingfei group is probably impossible. A senior executive spoke earlier. This matter was caused by the prestigious Baisheng group, and it was definitely impossible for the young Mr. Chen to easily resolve it. The chance of Mr. Chen persuading the Tingfei group to cooperate with us is less than 1%. Is that so? Xiao Ruoshui retorted. Unlike the senior executive, she believed in Chen Chen. Before Xiao Ruoshui could finish speaking, a message from Chen Chen arrived. Xiao Ruoshui looked at her phone and a faint smile appeared on her face, instantly captivating. Seeing this scene, even the female senior executive in the office was a bit dazed. This was the first time she had seen Ms. Xia smile, and it was so beautiful. Director Zhou, what did you just say? Xiao Ruoshui looked at the company executive. Me? The company executive thought for a moment before answering in confusion. I said the likelihood of Mr. Chen persuading the Tingfei group to cooperate with us is less than 1%. What's wrong, Ms. Xia? Director Zhou, your prediction was wrong. That 1% just happened. Xiao Ruoshui spoke slowly. Mr. Chen really did it. What? Ms. Xia, are you saying that Mr. Chen convinced the Tingfei group to cooperate with us? Director Zhou was completely shocked, his jaw dropping in disbelief. Yes, and General Chen just messaged me, asking me to send someone over, and we can sign the contract right away, Xiao Ruoshui added. Sign the contract right away? Director Zhou was dumbfounded. This was something she hadn't expected at all. General Chen was really amazing. In just a few hours, he had settled the matter with Tingfei Group and effortlessly resolved the conspiracy of Baisheng Group. Impressive. Xia, why don't I go over to sign the contract, and also apologize to General Chen? It was my misjudgment to underestimate him, Director Zhou volunteered. I'll go myself, and if you want to come along, you're welcome, Xiao Ruoshui decided. Since General Chen had personally helped them with this matter, she naturally had to go in person to express her gratitude to him. With that, Xiao Ruoshui and Director Zhou set off for the Wangjiang restaurant. On the other side, in the restaurant, Chen Chen was chatting with Zhao Linyong, and as they chatted, they ended up discussing Wangjiang. The owner of Wangjiang is really making a fortune. Wangjiang is practically a money-making machine, Zhao Linyong remarked, eyeing Wangjiang with envy. Oh, is Wangjiang that impressive? Chen Chen asked in surprise. Actually, it's not just about making money at Wangjiang. The most important thing is that Wangjiang is the top restaurant in our Jiangzhou. For important business banquets and such, the wealthy and big shots of Jiangzhou like to come here. Over time, many big shots and wealthy individuals in Jiangzhou have become members of Wangjiang. Over the years, Wangjiang has built up a very extensive network of contacts, Zhao Linyang explained. It was this network of contacts that he truly coveted. After hearing Zhao Linyang's words, Chen Shen's eyes lit up, and he started considering Wangjiang as well. Now that he had the system, his assets were growing rapidly every day, but unfortunately, he lacked a matching network of contacts, which was Chen Shen's weak point. If he could have a matching network of contacts, Chen Shen would be in his element. If only he could acquire Wangjiang restaurant. Just as Chen Shen and Zhao Linyang were chatting, Xiao Ruoshui and Director Zhou arrived. Chen Shen introduced both parties, and in the presence of Chen Shen and Zhao Linyang, Xiao Ruoshui officially reached a long-term cooperation agreement with Tengfei Group, resolving Xiao Ruoshui's troubles effortlessly and thwarting the conspiracy of Baisheng Group. At that moment, the voice of the system sounded. Ding, help Xiao Ruoshui solve this difficulty, and incidentally strike a blow against Baisheng Group. Task completed. Congratulations on obtaining 1 skill selection card. You can freely choose a skill and master it completely, becoming a master level. Congratulations on obtaining 58 experience points. Task completed. Skill selection card obtained. Initially, when Chen Shen saw the reward for this task, he was somewhat surprised, but it was also good news. It indirectly indicated that the system not only rewarded specific assets but also skills. A master-level skill was something that money couldn't buy, especially for some very powerful skills that could play a crucial role in special situations. Now that the task was completed, Chen Shen could freely choose a skill he liked, and the value of this reward was no less than that of a Patek Philippe watch. As for what skill to learn, Chen Shen had to think carefully. After signing the contract, Zheng Xingde and Zhao Linyang left. In the same place, only Chen Shen, Xiao Ruoshui, and Director Zhou remained. General Chen, I apologize for what happened before. Director Zhou sincerely spoke up. General Chen, there's something I'm not sure if I should ask or not. After hesitating for a moment, Director Zhou couldn't help but speak up. Oh, what is it? General Chen, how did you manage to get Tengfei Group to cooperate with us, all in just a short 3 or 4 hours? Upon hearing this question, even Xiao Ruoshui couldn't help but look at Chen Shen. She was also very curious. So, the reason is simple, because I am the 3rd largest shareholder of Tengfei Group, Chen Shen replied casually. A shareholder of Tengfei Group, Mr. Chen is actually a shareholder of Tengfei Group? Director Zhou's expression was full of astonishment, his face showing disbelief. Mr. Chen is impressive. It was getting late. Just when Director Zhou was planning to send Xiao Ruoshui back, she refused. No need, Director Zhou, you can go first. I'll take Mr. Chen's car back. Ha! Upon hearing Xiao Ruoshui's words, Director Zhou was immediately stunned. What, she didn't mishear. Miss Xia actively wanted to take Mr. Chen's car back. Oh my, this is interesting. Director Zhou looked at Chen Shen and Xiao Ruoshui again, his face filled with the word gossip. In Jiangzhou, Miss Xia is known for being aloof, not just towards men, but also towards women, but now, Miss Xia actually wants to take Mr. Chen's car back. This is not Miss Xia's usual style. No, there is definitely something going on between these two. Their relationship is probably not ordinary. Could it be that Miss Xia has already been won over by Mr. Chen? Damn, if this news gets out, I don't know how many young talents in Jiangzhou would want to strangle Mr. Chen. Since that's the case, Director Zhou tactfully left. Chen Shen and Xiao Ruoshui left the restaurant. Chen Shen was about to go back, but Xiao Ruoshui suggested taking a walk by the river. Wangjiang Pavilion is located by the river. Mr. Chen, I really don't know how to thank you, Xiao Ruoshui spoke. If it weren't for Mr. Chen, she would have faced a huge trouble, and at this critical moment, the consequences would have been unimaginable. I owe Mr. Chen a favor, so in the future, if Mr. Chen needs anything, he can come to me, and I will never refuse. Xiao Ruoshui made a promise to Chen Shen. Chen Shen was taken aback by Xiao Ruoshui's words, even he hadn't expected this. The promise of the top female CEO in Jiangzhou, the owner of the Xia Group valued at hundreds of billions, carries extraordinary weight. The two continued walking by the river. Xiao Ruoshui and Chen Shen chatted a lot, and unconsciously, their relationship took a step closer. Later, Xiao Ruoshui took Chen Shen's car back. Back at the villa, Chen Shen eagerly walked into the study, where he kept the limited edition Patek Philippe watch he had just received today. Upon entering the study, Chen Shen noticed a mysterious wooden box on the desk. When Chen Shen went to open it, an incredibly exquisite watch caught his eye. It was the Patek Philippe Grandmaster Chime Master String Sound Watch awarded by the system. Chen Chen put it on and was very satisfied with the Patek Philippe watch. A watch of this caliber, not to mention in Jiangzhou, is one of the best in the entire country. On the third day of cutting ties, I rewarded myself with a generous stake in Tengfei Group. I wonder what reward awaits on the fourth day tomorrow. Chen Chen was quite looking forward to tomorrow's reward, hoping this system wouldn't disappoint him. In another luxurious villa in Jiangzhou, two elderly men in their 60s and 70s were chatting. One of them was Mr. Chen Shanhai from the Chen family, and the other was the current chairman of Baisheng Group, Mr. Kong Baisheng. Old Chen, I heard that someone from your family has become a black sheep and publicly cut ties with your Chen family? Kong Baisheng looked like he was enjoying the show. Humph, that brat will regret it, Mr. Chen said with a dark expression. If you're not able to handle it yourself, do you want me to help teach this unruly grandson a lesson? Kong Baisheng asked proactively. No need, if I can't handle such a small matter, what kind of Chen family head would I be? Mr. Chen directly refused. He estimated that in a week at most, Chen Chen would come back crying and begging to him. Unfortunately, if it weren't for that troublemaking young lady from the Xia family group, it would have only taken 3 days. Tomorrow, Chen Chen's relationship with that school beauty will break, and that little beast Chen Chen will be in even deeper trouble. Thinking about his previous plans and instructions to Chen Haoyu, Old Master Chen was very confident. Seeing Old Master Chen speak like this, Kong Baisheng did not continue speaking. He was just teasing and had no intention of actually getting involved. After all, young ones like Chen Chen were not worthy of his intervention. Is it not good to sever ties with the prestigious family? I really don't know if your grandson's head is filled with water or if he's been kicked by a donkey. Kong Baisheng expressed his disdain. If he had such a grandson, he would definitely break his legs. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his phone suddenly rang. Kong Baisheng answered the call in surprise. Chairman, the plan against the Xia family group has been foiled, they have found a new supplier. The manager of Baisheng Group urgently reported. What? How is this possible? Kong Baisheng looked as if he had seen a ghost, no longer as composed as before. He had guessed that the Xia family group would solve the problem. After all, it was just a supplier issue, not a major trouble. The problem was, he had just secured the cooperation with the Xia family group's partner, Nanmao Company, a few hours ago, and now the Xia family group had already resolved the issue. What a joke! He had speculated earlier that the Xia family group would take about 10 days, or a week at least, to bleed a bit to resolve it, but they had solved it in less than 7 hours. Didn't you inform other companies beforehand not to cooperate with the Xia family group? Kong Baisheng questioned. We did inform them, but that Tengfei group surprisingly didn't listen to us. The manager was also helpless. Daring not to listen to us, we need to teach this Tengfei group a lesson, let them know the consequences of defying the will of our Baisheng group. Kong Baisheng ordered. At this moment, Kong Baisheng's face turned pale with anger. With the failure of the plan against the Xia family group, he had to come up with a new plan. What's wrong, Lao Kong? It seems like you're having some trouble too. Do you need my help? This time, it was Old Master Chen who spoke. No need, I refuse to believe that I can't handle the Xia family group. Kong Baisheng said darkly, ready to get tough. Seriously, if you need help, just ask. I'm also not pleased with this Xia family group. Old Master Chen agreed. After all, they were allies, sharing both glory and loss. After that, Kong Baisheng went to make arrangements for the next steps, and Old Master Chen left. Time flew by. The next day at noon, just after class, the system's voice sounded. Ding, 4th day of severed ties, reward, 100% ownership of the most upscale restaurant in Jiangzhou, Wangjiang Pavilion, becoming the new owner of Wangjiang Pavilion, with a total value of approximately 11 billion, huh? Seeing the system's reward this time, Chen Chen was immediately stunned. Oh my, is this a joke? He had just set his sights on Wangjiang Pavilion yesterday, and today the system had given him full ownership of it. Instantly, a huge sense of joy surged through Chen Chen's heart. Fantastic! The system is amazing. With Wangjiang Pavilion in his possession, his net worth would increase by another 10 billion, now surpassing 46 billion. If he added his luxury car, mansion, and limited edition Patek Philippe watch, he estimated it would reach 47 to 48 billion. Just a couple more billion, and his net worth would break the 50 billion mark. And more importantly, as Zhao Linyong had said, the most valuable aspect of Wangjiang Pavilion restaurant was its extensive network of connections. Now Chen Chen has become the new owner of Wangjiang Pavilion, inheriting this vast network of connections, which happens to complement his own shortcomings and make him feel right at home. Today's system reward is really great. Chen Chen walked out of the teaching building with a smile, only to unexpectedly run into Xia Mengmeng downstairs. Senior Chen, are you looking for me? Xia Mengmeng approached him proactively. Ha! Chen Shen was puzzled. He hadn't been looking for Xia Mengmeng. No, Chen Shen shook his head. No, didn't you ask someone to inform me that you needed to see me, so I came to this building to find you? Xia Mengmeng was equally confused. Just as the two were at a loss, Chen Haoyu approached with his entourage. Xia Mengmeng was lured here by his false message, aiming to expose Chen Shen's heartless and unscrupulous true colors in front of Xia Mengmeng. Xia, you've been deceived by Chen Shen. Just arriving, Chen Haoyu said with a theatrical expression. Ha? Xia Mengmeng was puzzled. Chen Shen is a scumbag who deceived your feelings. He's not a good man. Chen Haoyu continued. Xia Mengmeng was even more confused, looking at Chen Shen as if to say, where did this crazy guy come from? Let him perform, just treat it as watching a clown. Chen Shen whispered to Xia Mengmeng. He was curious to see what Chen Haoyu could come up with. You say I'm heartless and unscrupulous, then tell me, how am I heartless and unscrupulous? Chen Shen retorted. Chen Haoyu was about to follow his own script, but since Chen Shen asked like that, he immediately answered without hesitation. For your own benefit, you didn't hesitate to push our Chen family into a dangerous situation, disregarding any familial ties. If that's not heartless and unscrupulous, then what is? He was speaking the truth. If Chen Shen didn't marry into the Su family, once the Su family turned their anger towards them, the Chen family would be the first to suffer. The wrath of the Jinling Su family was not something a small noble family in Jiangzhou could withstand. So, Chen Haoyu shifted all the blame onto Chen Shen. Miss Xia, do you still think Chen Shen isn't heartless and unscrupulous? Chen Haoyu looked at Xia Mengmeng. What do you mean for my benefit? Clearly, it's for your benefit, sacrificing my life for your family's so-called interests. For the sake of your family's interests, you want me to marry a pregnant woman. Ha, if you're so selfless, why don't you marry her? If you're so noble, if you marry her, wouldn't the crisis of the Chen family be resolved? Chen Shen retorted. In an instant, Chen Haoyu was speechless. He wasn't stupid. How could he marry a despicable woman like Su Junyao? Hearing Chen Shen's words, Xia Mengmeng also understood, especially when she heard the word marriage. Her emotions were stirred even more, and she directly retorted, is this what you call heartless and unscrupulous? If I were Senior Chen, not only would I cut ties with your Chen family, I might just burn the whole Chen family down. Xia Mengmeng retorted at Chen Haoyu several times in a row. Chen Haoyu was completely stunned. What's this? Why is Xia Mengmeng so agitated? This is not quite what he expected. Senior Chen, your decision to cut ties with the Chen family is indeed the right one. With that, Xia Mengmeng took Chen Shen's hand and left. In place, Chen Haoyu was dumbfounded. What's going on? He came to break up Chen Shen and Xia Mengmeng, but now it seems like he not only failed to achieve his goal but also improved their relationship a bit. He ended up helping Chen Shen instead. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Chen Haoyu roared angrily in his heart. On the other side, Chen Shen was already driving, taking Xia Mengmeng to Wangjiang Pavilion. Today at noon, he's treating. After all, dining at Wangjiang Pavilion as a guest and dining there as the boss are two completely different experiences. On the way, Xia Mengmeng's mood was a bit low. Chen Shuizhang, it would be so nice if you and my sister were already together, Xia Mengmeng suddenly spoke. Ha! Even Chen Shen, who was driving, was stunned to hear this. Chen Shuizhang, actually I can understand you. The situation in our Xia family is even more complicated than in your Chen family. Xia Mengmeng said softly. Just now, why was she so emotional? It was because most of them, these daughters of wealthy families, could not escape the fate of arranged marriages. She was still young, so it was not a big deal for her, but her sister was different. Despite being known as the top beauty CEO in Jiangzhou, her sister was nothing in front of the vast Xia family. Strictly speaking, the Xia group in Jiangzhou was just a branch. Their main headquarters was not here. Unless her sister made the Xia group progress further, she wouldn't have a say in her own marriage in the future. During the last holiday, she vaguely heard that the elders at home were preparing for her sister's arranged marriage. The other party seemed to be an even more powerful big family. If the elders of the two big families made a decision, her sister would be in danger. That's why Xia Mengmeng had just said it would be good if Chen Shen and Xia Ruoshui were already together. 10 minutes later, Chen Shen and Xia Mengmeng arrived at the front of Wangjiang Pavilion. Just as they parked, Chen Yuzhen arrived with a few friends. Chen Jia, we came suddenly. Will there be a table available at Wangjiang Pavilion? A companion asked. Wangjiang Pavilion was a very popular restaurant. Hee, even if Wangjiang Pavilion is full, there must be a table for me. Chen Yuzhen boasted immensely. I am a senior member of Wangjiang Pavilion. I spend millions at Wangjiang Pavilion every year. Just as Chen Yuzhen was showing off in front of the restaurant, Chen Shen and Xia Mengmeng also approached. Seeing Chen Shen from afar, Chen Yuzhen was first stunned, then with a sarcastic tone, she said, Oh, Can a poor guy like you come to a high-class restaurant like Wangjong Pavilion? Even when Chen Chen was still associated with the Chen family, he couldn't afford a restaurant like Wangjong Pavilion. Seeing Chen Chen in front of Wangjong Pavilion now, Chen Yuzhen felt a huge sense of irony. Chen Chen gave a cold smile and said, "This place is not somewhere I can come, is it somewhere you can come?" Hearing Chen Chen's words, Chen Yuzhen's face showed a smug smile and boasted, "Of course, I come to Wangjong Pavilion at least 5 times a month. Do you think this is a place I can't come to? Maybe you could before, but today, you can't enter the gates of Wangjong Pavilion," Chen Chen said slowly. With that, Chen Chen casually sent a text message. "Today I can't enter the gates of Wangjong Pavilion. What a joke, who do you think you are, making me laugh, ha ha ha." Chen Yuzhen seemed to have heard the funniest joke ever and burst into laughter. Exactly, how dare he say that Chen Jia can't enter Wangjong Pavilion, impossible. Is this kid still half asleep? In Jianzhou, is there a place where our sister Yuzhen can't go? Chen Yuzhen's companions couldn't help but mock Chen Chen. Chen Yuzhen stood tall, looking at Chen Chen solemnly. "Chen Chen, now I'll show you how I can openly enter Wangjong Pavilion. As for a poor wretch like you, you're only worthy of sniffing around the Wangjong Pavilion, you'll never get in your whole life, you're only fit to eat at those roadside stalls that not even dogs would touch. Let's go." With that, Chen Yuzhen raised her head high, chest puffed out, and strode towards the Wangjong Pavilion. Before Chen Yuzhen could enter, the reception staff standing in front of the Wangjong Pavilion gate stepped forward. "Sorry, madam, we're fully booked for lunch today, there's no available seating. If you'd like to come next time, you can make a reservation in advance," the receptionist apologized. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuzhen's companions were instantly embarrassed. On the contrary, Chen Yuzhen remained calm, as if everything was expected. "Don't worry." Chen Yuzhen glanced at her companions, then confidently pulled out a special card from her bag. "Take a good look. I am a premium member of your Wangjong Pavilion, Chen Yuzhen, entitled to privileges like skipping the line and no reservations." Chen Yuzhen assertively tossed her Wangjong Pavilion premium membership card to the staff. "Premium member?" Upon hearing these words, the receptionist's expression changed instantly. "So, can I go in now or not?" Chen Yuzhen asked. "Of course, you can, as a premium member, you naturally have this privilege. I was blind not to recognize you earlier, please." The staff politely bowed, gesturing for her to enter. Seeing this scene, Chen Yuzhen's smile brightened even more. Chen Yuzhen turned her head, triumphantly telling Chen Chen, "Little brat, see that? I'm going in to dine at the Wangjong Pavilion now, while you can only watch from outside, never able to come in your whole life." With that, Chen Yuzhen took a big step, intending to enter the Wangjong Pavilion. Unfortunately, before her foot could touch the ground, a man in his 30s in a suit came out and directly blocked Chen Yuzhen. "Ha, Manager Zhao, what are you doing?" After seeing the man's face clearly, Chen Yuzhen asked in surprise. This man in a suit was none other than the lobby manager of the Wangjong Pavilion. "Madam Chen, what are you doing?" Manager Zhao countered. "Me? I'm naturally going in to eat, what else would I do?" "Manager Zhao, don't block the way here, it's getting late." With that, Chen Yuzhen tried to go in again, but Manager Zhao stopped her once more. Then, under Chen Yuzhen's questioning gaze, Manager Zhao coldly announced, "Madam Chen Yuzhen, I regret to inform you that you cannot enter today." "What? What did you say?" Chen Yuzhen was furious. In front of that little brat Chen Chen and her companions, this Manager Zhao actually wouldn't let her in. Why? Why, there's no why, you just can't go in. If you must have an answer, you can understand it as there's no place for you inside. Manager Zhao shrugged arrogantly in response. At that moment, Chen Chen and Xia Mengmeng also approached. "What, I told you, you can't go in today, do you believe it now?" Chen Chen said lightly. In an instant, Chen Yuzhen's face flushed red, feeling extremely embarrassed. Chen Chen stepped forward, whispered a few words to Manager Zhao. After hearing Chen Chen's words clearly, the arrogant Manager Zhao immediately showed a fawning smile. Please come in quickly." Manager Zhao respectfully invited Chen Chen and Xia Mengmeng inside. "Chen Yuzhen, we're going in, while you can only watch from outside." Chen Chen repeated Chen Yuzhen's words verbatim back to her. Chen Yuzhen was instantly furious. In the next moment, with a frustrated look on Chen Yuzhen's face, Chen Chen and Xia Mengmeng leisurely stepped into Wangjong Pavilion to have a meal. Chen Yuzhen and her group were still being held outside. "You said there was no available seat inside, how come he can go in? He suddenly has a seat, why don't I?" Chen Yuzhen pointed at Manager Zhao, cursing loudly. Manager Zhao couldn't help but chuckle at Chen Yuzhen's words. "Who do you think you are to compare yourself with Mr. Chen? And who are you?" Manager Zhao retorted without hesitation. "I am Chen Yuzhen, a senior member of your Wangjong Pavilion," Chen Yuzhen replied. "Oh, right. Reminded by Chin Yuzhen, manager Zhao remembered. Subsequently, he took Chin Yuzhen's VIP card from the receptionist and then pulled out a pair of scissors prepared in advance from his pocket. In front of Chin Yuzhen and everyone present, manager Zhao decisively cut Chin Yuzhen's VIP card in half. Following that, manager Zhao loudly declared, "From now on, you, Chen Yuzhen, are no longer a senior member of our Wangjiang Pavilion. And, from now on, you are blacklisted at our Wangjiang Pavilion, never to dine here again." Manager Zhao's words struck Chen Yuzhen like thunder, leaving her frozen in place. What's going on? Being blacklisted by Wangjiang Pavilion, we better stay away from her. Several guests who had just finished dining at Wangjiang Pavilion came out and started discussing upon hearing manager Zhao's words. Being blacklisted by Wangjiang Pavilion would undoubtedly become a huge joke in the upper-class society of Jiangzhou. Chen Yuzhen's reputation was completely ruined. Why? Chen Yuzhen roared. Why could Chen Shen go in while she couldn't? Her Wangjiang Pavilion membership card cancelled, and even blacklisted by Wangjiang Pavilion. Chen Yuzhen was furious to the extreme. Today, she truly lost all face. Especially in front of Chen Shen, whom she despised the most. How could she continue to stay in Jiangzhou in the future? After venting for a while, Chen Yuzhen calmed down slightly. At this moment, recalling the events just now, Chen Yuzhen suddenly understood why. She had focused all her attention on Chen Shen, completely ignoring the pretty girl beside him. If nothing unexpected happened, this pretty girl of similar age to Chen Shen should be the campus belle Xia Mengmeng mentioned by Hao Yu. The reason Chen Shen could go in just now, and she was stopped, had her VIP card cancelled, and even blacklisted by Wangjiang Pavilion, was definitely all instigated by Chen Shen to get Xia Mengmeng to do it. Xia Mengmeng should be a more powerful diamond member of Wangjiang Pavilion. Chen Yuzhen attributed everything that had just happened to Xia Mengmeng. As for Chen Shen entering Wangjiang Pavilion on his own, Chen Yuzhen never even considered it. What was Chen Shen? A wastrel who had severed ties with their Chen family, a useless person. How could he possibly enter Wangjiang Pavilion on his own? He might as well wait for his next life. That damn Xia Mengmeng, that damn Xia Corporation. Chen Yuzhen gritted her teeth. Chen Shen, this freeloader, without Xia Mengmeng as his support, you are just trash. And, what's Hao Yu up to? Wasn't he ordered by the old man to break up Chen Shen and Xia Mengmeng? How come now they are dining together at Wangjiang Pavilion? Chen Yuzhen grumbled discontentedly. Her nephew, Chen Haoyu, was also a useless person. At this moment, Chen Yuzhen had lost her appetite, so she immediately drove back to the Chen family. Upon arriving, she found that the old man was not at home, but Chen Haoyu and another girl were. Chen Yuzhen started scolding Chen Haoyu angrily. Just scolded by Xia Mengmeng at school, she returned home only to be scolded by her aunt Chen Yuzhen, leaving Chen Haoyu feeling extremely frustrated and angry. What are you up to? The old man arranged everything so well, why didn't you follow his orders? You. Chen Yuzhen vented all her dissatisfaction and anger towards Chen Shen onto Chen Haoyu. Aunt, I'm also helpless. Chen Haoyu tried to explain. Chen Shen and Xia Mengmeng are not following the normal path at all. I didn't even have a chance to follow Grandpa's orders before Xia Mengmeng scolded me, and it seems like their relationship has gotten even better. What are you up to? Chen Yuzhen scolded angrily. Alright, Aunt, Hao Yu is limited in his abilities. Let me handle the matter of teaching Chen Shen. At that moment, another girl in her 20s in the living room spoke up. Her name was Chen Itsue, a junior at another university in Jiangzhou, and Chen Haoyu's elder sister, also Chen Shen's cousin. In the Chen family, Chen Itsue was more outstanding than Chen Haoyu. While Chen Haoyu became the president of a student union in the department through the family's reputation and connections, Chen Itsue established her own personal studio with the capital provided by the family, currently earning millions annually. Alright, Itsue, if you step in, you can definitely teach that brat Chen Shen a lesson. You are the hope of our Chen family. Chen Yuzhen nodded, showing confidence in Chen Itsue's methods. I didn't expect such a thing to happen at home after being away for a week. Chen Itsue sneered. Chen Shen actually severed ties with our Chen family, who does he think he is? Previously, Chen Itsue had no regard for Chen Shen, her cousin, and they had never even exchanged a few words. Unexpectedly, Chen Shen now had the audacity to cut ties with their family. Heartless scoundrel. He's just attached to a mere heiress of the Xia group, not the likes of Xia Ruoxue, the #1 beauty CEO in Jiangzhou. Does he think he's invincible? Chen Itsue didn't even consider Chen Shen worthy. If Chen Shen had attached himself to Xia Ruoxue, she would have left without a word. As the CEO of the Xia group, only the old man could confront them, their status was not enough. If Chen Shen could attach himself to Xia Ruoxue, he might really be able to compete with their Chen family. Unfortunately, Chen Shen only attached himself to Xia Ruoxue's sister, who had just started her freshman year and had some money. Chen Chen's attempt to challenge their Chen family with Xia Mengming's influence was laughable, truly laughable. How you, this afternoon, I'll go to your school with you. Chen Itsue spoke. Okay, sister, I'm counting on you to help me, to help our Chen family regain face. Chen Haoyu said excitedly. Chen Haoyu knew his sister's methods well. With her intervention this time, Chen Chen was definitely doomed. On the other side, Chen Chen and Xia Mengming were having a meal at the Wangjiang Pavilion restaurant. As they ate and chatted, Chen Chen got a general idea of the Xia family's situation. He didn't expect the Xia family to be so influential. According to Xia Mengming, the Xia family was probably not inferior to the Su family. Look, they are all daughters of prominent families. There's Xia Ruoxue, Xia Zong, and Xia Mengming, then there's Su Junyao. What a difference! Today at noon, Xia Mengming stood up to Chen Haoyu for herself, and previously she stood up to Song Manyu, which Chen Chen greatly appreciated. In Jiangzhou, if there's anything, you and Xia Zong can also come to me, Chen Chen spoke up. If they helped her, Chen Chen wouldn't just stand by if Xia Zong and the others needed help. Well, thank you, Senior Chen, Xia Mengming nodded. Initially, Xia Mengming didn't have much in mind, but suddenly, as she looked at Chen Chen and thought of her sister's situation, a bold plan formed in her mind. The more she thought about it, the more feasible the plan seemed to her. Of course, for now, it was just Xia Mengming's idea, specifics would depend on the situation later. After eating, Chen Chen and Xia Mengming left Wangjiang Pavilion and returned to school. At noon, following Kong Baisheng's orders, Baisheng Group had already started planning a dreadful retaliation against Tingfei Group. Anyone who dared to oppose Baisheng Group would have a terrible fate. Time flew by. In the afternoon, Chen Itsue confidently arrived at Jiangzhou University with her brother Chen Haoyu, ready to take action against Chen Chen. As soon as Chen Itsue and Chen Haoyu got out of the car, Chen Haoyu's younger brother who had been waiting in the parking lot immediately approached. Brother Yu, I found out that this afternoon, Chen Chen's class, along with other sophomores, are going to attend a lecture, the younger brother reported to Chen Haoyu. Very good. Chen Haoyu nodded in satisfaction. Haoyu, have you prepared as I asked you to? Chen Itsue inquired with a meaningful tone. At noon today, Chen Itsue had inquired about Chen Chen's recent situation from Chen Haoyu. Upon learning something about Chen Chen from her brother, Chen Itsue immediately devised a plan. Don't worry, sister, I've made the arrangements. The person will be here soon. Chen Haoyu replied bluntly. This time, Chen Chen won't escape. Without Xia Mengming by his side to support him, let's see how Chen Chen handles this. Chen Haoyu sneered. It was indeed well thought out by his sister. To be safe, they chose to strike when Xia Mengming wasn't with Chen Chen. This way, their plan was foolproof. Today, I will make Chen Chen lose face in front of all his classmates, in front of countless students at Jiangzhou University, and become the laughingstock of many. Chen Itsue was very satisfied with her plan. Beside her, Chen Haoyu clenched his fists, eager to try. Having been defeated twice by Chen Chen in a row, this time, with his sister's help, Chen Chen, get ready to become the joke of the entire Jiangzhou University. On the other side, due to the school's arrangement, Chen Chen and many other sophomores arrived at a super large classroom that could accommodate hundreds of people to attend a lecture. Not long after they entered, Chen Haoyu, Chen Itsue, and a man in his 30s carrying a black briefcase entered through the back door. Chen Itsue gave her brother a look, and Chen Haoyu immediately understood, walking towards Chen Chen in the front. The action began. Isn't this Chen Chen? Didn't expect to run into you here. Chen Haoyu pretended to be surprised. Chen Chen glanced at Chen Haoyu and chose not to respond. But the more Chen Chen ignored him, the closer Chen Haoyu got. Oh, Chen Chen, you're wearing a watch worth tens of thousands, a Patek Philippe, so wealthy. Suddenly, Chen Haoyu exclaimed loudly. The mention of a watch worth tens of thousands immediately caught the attention of everyone present. In an instant, the gazes of countless people in the room converged on Chen Chen and Chen Haoyu. The crowd on the scene were all sophomores, and 10,000 yuan was a huge sum for them, let alone hundreds of thousands, which was definitely an astronomical figure. Now, it was said that someone was wearing a watch worth tens of thousands, impossible to go unnoticed. Damn, wearing a watch worth tens of thousands, impressive. Who is this brother, so amazing? Who is he? He is from the wealthy Chen family. It's reasonable for him to wear a watch worth tens of thousands. The crowd whispered quietly. But Chen Chen, you have cut ties with our Chen family, even left with nothing. Where did you get the money to buy a Patek Philippe worth tens of thousands? Are you trying to show off by wearing a fake watch? Chen Haoyu said sarcastically. Fake watch? Chen Chen sneered. The Patek Philippe he was wearing was one of the 7 limited edition top watches awarded by the system. How could it be fake? The system easily rewards itself with things worth tens of billions, so how could a mere watch be fake? What, Chen Chen has cut ties with the Chen family, is not part of the wealthy, Where did he get the money to buy this level of watch? It must be fake. Yes, it must be a fake watch, fake watch. This kid is trying to show off in front of us, actually buying a fake watch, how disgusting. Exactly, he has cut ties with the Chun family, still trying to act like a rich handsome guy, wearing a fake watch, what a joke. Chen Haoyu's henchmen, who had been arranged in advance, shouted loudly in the crowd, deliberately setting the tone. Upon hearing that Chen Chen was wearing a fake watch to show off, many people at the scene were also incited by Chen Haoyu and began to criticize Chen Chen. Sorry to disappoint you, but my Patek Philippe is genuine, Chen Chen said slowly. Genuine, not necessarily. Chen Haoyu shook his head. We can't tell if this level of watch is real or fake. Some say it's real, some say it's fake. But how can we tell the truth from the lie? We are not appraisers. It's hard to say who is telling the truth and who is lying. People whispered among themselves. In the back of the classroom, upon hearing these voices, Shinichue glanced at the man in a suit, signaling that it was his turn to step in. The man in the suit immediately took action, walking to the front and loudly declared, "Everyone, don't worry, I am a professional watch appraiser. I can now determine whether this Patek Philippe is real or fake." Shinichue stood at a distance, arms crossed, looking coldly at Chen Chen in front of her, with an undisguised sense of satisfaction in her eyes. This was her plan. At noon today, she learned from her younger brother that Chen Chen seemed to be wearing a Patek Philippe, so Shinichue immediately guessed that Chen Chen's watch must be fake. After all, how could the Chen family member who had cut ties with them afford it? So, targeting Chen Chen's fake watch, Shinichue set up this trap. For this reason, she even had her brother find this professional watch appraiser, all to publicly humiliate Chen Chen in front of his classmates and countless students at Jiangzhou University, making him, a poor man who insisted on showing off without money, a laughingstock at Jiangzhou University. The situation seemed to be developing towards her goal. Dealing with Chen Chen was too easy. Her younger brother and even her elder aunt had actually lost to Chen Chen. It was unbelievable. How could this happen? Chen Itsue's heart was filled with a sense of unease. Having a professional appraisal certificate is great. Let's have it appraised. The crowd was in an uproar. So, Chen Chen, you said your watch is real, do you dare to have it appraised? Chen Haoyu provocatively asked. Just then, the system's voice sounded. Ding, temporary task issued, agree to appraise your own watch. Let Chen Haoyu know what a global limited edition Patek Philippe is. Task reward, top-notch culinary skills. Task reward, 37 experience points. Huh? A task? Nothing to fear. Chen Chen casually took off the Patek Philippe. The appraiser took out the professional equipment from the box he carried and began a meticulous appraisal. A few minutes later, the appraisal book set aside the equipment, stood up solemnly, as if there was a result. In an instant, everyone present held their breath and looked at the appraiser in unison. Is Chen Chen's Patek Philippe real or fake? Chen Haoyu and Chen Itsue were both confident that Chen Chen's Patek Philippe must be fake, otherwise they wouldn't have gone to such lengths to set up this scheme. Now, they were just waiting for the appraiser. They had paid a hefty sum to announce the results, and then they would fan the flames and spread the news throughout Jiangzhou University, making Chen Chen a laughingstock, losing face, and ultimately not daring to return to Jiangzhou University. This way, not only could they deal with Chen Chen, but they could also keep Chen Chen away from Xia Mengmeng, which was Chen Itsue's two birds with one stone plan. This Patek Philippe is real, and among all Patek Philippe watches, it is a top-quality piece. However, the next moment, the words of the professional appraiser left Chen Itsue and his brother dumbfounded. Really? Chen Chen's Patek Philippe watch is real? Are you kidding me? How could this be happening? The others at the scene were equally shocked to learn that Chen Chen's Patek Philippe was genuine. To be honest, most of them had thought Chen Chen's watch was fake. After all, it cost tens of thousands. Impressive. Wearing a watch worth tens of thousands in just the second year, that's amazing. People were discussing one after another, admiring Chen Chen endlessly. Are you sure you didn't appraise it wrong? Is this watch really genuine? Chen Haoyu questioned the appraiser. This Patek Philippe is absolutely genuine. I can guarantee it 100%. It's just that. The appraiser hesitated. In the end, he gritted his teeth and politely looked at Chen Chen. Sir, may I ask which model of Patek Philippe this is? He had been appraising all kinds of luxury watches for 7 or 8 years, from tens of thousands to millions, but he had never encountered this one before. Forgive his ignorance. This is the Patek Philippe Grandmaster Chime. Chen Chen replied casually. Oh, it's the Patek Philippe Grandmaster Chime. Wait, what did you say? The appraiser didn't think much at first, but when he realized, his face changed instantly. He couldn't believe his ears. Was this the Patek Philippe Grandmaster Chime, a global limited edition of 7 commemorative watches? Is this the legendary, global limited edition 7-piece Patek Philippe commemorative watch? The appraiser asked with a trembling voice. This level of watch, not to mention him, even his master was not qualified to see, so it was normal for him not to recognize it. Yes. Chen Chen nodded calmly. Wow. The appraiser took a sharp breath, deeply shocked. What? Chen Chen's Patek Philippe is not just an ordinary model. A global limited edition 7-piece watch. Chen Chen is really amazing. This level of watch is probably worth more than just tens of thousands. I estimate it's at least $1 million. As for Chen Itsue and her brother, they were equally shocked. Appraiser, how much is this watch worth? Someone curiously asked loudly. For a watch of this caliber, it's hard to estimate the price. It might only be known at an auction, but conservatively speaking, it would probably be at least 8 figures. The appraiser thought for a moment and cautiously replied. 8 figures? 1, 10, 100, 1,000, million. 8 figures would mean tens of millions. And the appraiser hadn't even mentioned what the starting digit of this 8-figure number was. My goodness, Chen Chen's watch would cost at least 10 million. Damn, damn, damn. This is like wearing a top-notch villa on your wrist. Instantly, the scene boiled over. Boss, you are my idol. Chen, do you need a little brother? I can be your little brother. Chen, do you have time tonight? I'll treat you to a movie. I'm a 34D, you know. Countless people rushed over, admiringly looking at Chen Chen. Chen Chen's reputation instantly reached its peak. Knowing the value of Chen Chen's watch, Chen Itsue and her sister were as if struck by lightning, completely shocked. An 8-figure watch, this was too terrifying. A watch of this caliber was something even they were not qualified to own. Why did Chen Chen have such a watch? Especially seeing that now, Chen Chen not only did not lose face but became famous, becoming a prominent figure in the school, which made Chen Itsue and her brother resentful to the core. They had unwittingly paved the way for Chen Chen. Ding, agree to identify your own watch and let Chen Hao you know what a global limited edition watch is. Task completed. Congratulations on obtaining top-notch culinary skills. Congratulations on obtaining 37 experience points. At this moment, the system's voice sounded. Immediately after, a vast array of synonyms entered Chen Chen's mind. In an instant, Chen Chen possessed master-level culinary skills. A few minutes later, the lecturer for the seminar arrived, and Chen Itsue and the others reluctantly left. After the seminar, countless people once again surrounded Chen Chen, and even some bolder girls sent flirtatious glances his way. It was not easy for Chen Chen to break free from the crowd. With no more classes, Chen Chen drove directly back to the Royal View Villa. Around 5 or 6 in the afternoon, a knock on the door was heard. Chen Chen opened the villa door and saw Xiao Ruoxue. At this moment, although Xiao Ruoxue was dressed very casually, her stunning beauty was still hard to conceal. Looking at Xiao Ruoxue's sudden visit, Chen Chen was somewhat surprised. General Chen, I would like to invite you to dinner at my place. Xiao Ruoxue nervously extended the invitation. This was her first time taking the initiative to invite a boy, and to her own home, so she couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. To express her gratitude for Chen Chen resolving the raw material supplier crisis for her yesterday, Xiao Ruoxue wanted to cook dinner herself tonight and invite Chen Chen over. Chen Chen happened to be free, so he agreed. Half an hour later, Chen Chen took a bottle of fine red wine from the villa's private wine cellar and arrived at Xiao Ruoxue's villa. Upon hearing the knock on the door, Xiao Ruoxue, wearing an apron, came to open it. General Chen, please have a seat. The dishes will take a while longer. Okay. Chen Chen sat down, while Xiao Ruoxue went to the kitchen. Not long after, the kitchen was filled with the sound of clinking and clattering. Out of curiosity, Chen Chen went to the kitchen and saw Xiao Ruoxue, a bit flustered and busy. Seeing this, Xiao Ruoxue felt a bit embarrassed and said, "It's been a few years since I last cooked, so I'm a bit out of practice. I happen to have some free time, so let me help you," Chen Chen offered. Having just acquired top-notch culinary skills today, Chen Chen wanted to test them out and see how effective the skills rewarded by the system were and what his level was. Chen Chen noticed that Xiao Ruoxue had bought a large Australian lobster and thought of the wind-avoiding lobsters he had eaten at Wangjiang Pavilion before, so he had an idea. Chen Chen started preparing the lobster in the kitchen. A few minutes later, Xiao Ruoxue's vinegar-glazed shredded potatoes were ready. "Chen, have a taste," Xiao Ruoxue handed Chen Chen chopsticks. This was the first dish she had cooked, and she was looking forward to Chen Chen's evaluation. Unfortunately, Chen Chen's hands were still busy with the large lobster and he couldn't spare a hand. "It's not convenient right now, let's eat it later," Chen Chen shrugged helplessly. Seeing this, Xiao Ruoxue hesitated for a moment, then picked up a chopstick and gently fed Chen Chen. Chen Chen was about to open his mouth when a cry came out. "Sister, Senior Chen, I almost fell for your trick. You two said you were just ordinary friends, but I found out." Xia Mengmeng stood in front of the kitchen door, staring wide-eyed with a smug expression. She had just returned to the villa and heard some commotion in the kitchen, so she came to check it out. She didn't expect to see her sister Xia Ruoshui using her chopsticks to feed Chen Chen as soon as she arrived. Xia Mengmeng knew her sister very well. With her sister's personality, if they were just ordinary friends without any feelings, she would never do such a thing. Chen's hands are busy with the lobster, so I fed him. Xia Ruoshui coughed and explained. Sister, you don't need to explain, I understand. Xia Mengmeng smiled mysteriously and then left on her own, giving the two some privacy. How does it taste? Watching Chen Chen taste the first dish she had made, Xia Ruoshui asked eagerly. It's alright. It's been a while since I last cooked, so making a dish like this for the first time is pretty good. Chen Chen suppressed the urge to criticize as he looked at Xia Ruoshui's hopeful expression. Really? Xia Ruoshui was instantly thrilled, so she quickly started preparing the second dish. Chen Chen had almost finished preparing the lobster, and the wind-avoiding lobster could officially be started. Half an hour later, Chen Chen and Xia Ruoshui each came out of the kitchen with 2 dishes. Wow! Xia Mengmeng was eager to try. Mengmeng, guess which 2 dishes I made and which 2 dishes Chen made? Xia Ruoshui asked. Okay. Xia Mengmeng picked up her chopsticks, tasted a few dishes, and immediately made a judgment, guessing correctly. Mengmeng, how did you guess so accurately? Xia Ruoshui asked in confusion. Sister, out of these 4 dishes, 2 of them taste average, similar to mine, and the other 2 are simply the best wind-avoiding lobster and cola chicken wings I've ever had, Xia Mengmeng explained, making it easy to distinguish. Oh, is the difference that big? Xia Ruoshui was surprised, picked up her chopsticks, and tasted them. She tried her 2 dishes first. Not great, just edible. But when she tasted a bite of Chen Chen's wind-avoiding lobster, her expression instantly froze. Chen, is your cooking skill this good? Xia Ruoshui looked at Chen Chen with amazement. It's passable, Chen Chen modestly replied. Just now in the kitchen, he had already tasted it and indeed, the top-notch skill rewarded by the system was impressive, even surpassing the most skilled chef at Wangjiang Pavilion. Mr. Chen, you're so amazing, Xia Ruoshui admired Chen Chen greatly. Chen, despite his young age, possessed astonishing culinary skills. Whoever marries Chen in the future will be truly fortunate. Unconsciously, Chen Chen's position in Xia Ruoshui's heart rose once again. After having dinner at Xia Ruoshui's house and staying for a while, Chen Chen left. The next morning, the system's voice came through. Ding, day 5 of relationship cutoff, reward, 100% ownership of Yangjia Shopping Center, huh? Yangjia Shopping Center? Today's system reward was unexpected for Chen Chen. Yangjia Shopping Center was one of the top shopping centers in Jiangzhou, renowned for its collection of international luxury brands. Unexpectedly, the system had granted him full ownership of the entire shopping center. The value of Yangjia Shopping Center should be around 14 to 15 billion. In an instant, Chen Chen's net worth not only exceeded 5 billion but also surpassed an astonishing 6 billion. In just 5 days, his net worth had exceeded 6 billion at an incredible speed. Chen Chen's face showed a satisfied smile. If this speed continued, in at most 4 days, his net worth would surpass 10 billion, making him a billionaire. By then, he would join the ranks of the top figures in Jiangzhou, becoming the youngest billionaire in Jiangzhou. Thinking about this, Chen Chen couldn't help but feel excited. According to Chen Chen's estimation, the total assets of the Chen family should be around 40 to 50 billion. If his net worth continued to increase at the current rate, in just over a month, his net worth alone could surpass the entire Chen family. If the system could upgrade within this month, even before a month passed, his net worth could surpass the Chen family. In less than 2 months, Chen Chen could become the new richest person in Jiangzhou. By then, who would regret it? Just as Chen Chen was planning, a stranger suddenly called. Is this Mr. Chen Chen? I am the former owner of Yangjia Shopping Center. I have received the money. When would you have time to sign the transfer contract? The former owner of Yangjia Shopping Center inquired. Is around 4:30 this afternoon okay? Chen Chen replied. 4:30 this afternoon, no problem. Both parties agreed to meet at Yangjia Shopping Center at 4:30 in the afternoon to sign the transfer contract. On the other hand, news of the change in ownership of Wangjiang Pavilion also spread, surprising many big shots and wealthy individuals in Jiangzhou. As for who the new owner of Wangjiang Pavilion was, no one knew. At around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a man in a black suit, wearing sunglasses and looking like a bodyguard, entered Wangjiang Pavilion. I want to see your boss. The man with sunglasses got straight to the point. What? See our boss? Our boss is not here. May I ask what this is about? I am the manager of Wangjiang Pavilion, Manager Zhao asked in surprise. Here. In the puzzled look of Manager Zhao, The man with sunglasses took out an invitation and handed it to him with great formality. Manager Zhao took the invitation, opened it, and suddenly felt as if even his heartbeat had stopped. At that moment, he could hardly believe the name on the invitation. My goodness, this invitation was sent by that big shot, unbelievable, too unbelievable. Please hand it to your boss, the man with sunglasses said before leaving, while Manager Zhao prepared to call the boss and inform him about the invitation. However, as he was about to take out his phone, a waiter hurriedly ran over. Manager Zhao, something happened in private room 7, the waiter reported anxiously. What? What happened? Manager Zhao hurriedly inquired. The guests in private room 7 said our dishes today are not tasty, asking if we are deliberately targeting them, with a threatening attitude as if they were about to smash things, the waiter replied. What? Manager Zhao frowned. Manager Zhao, I don't think these two are here to dine, but rather to cause trouble on purpose, the waiter whispered. Cause trouble on purpose? Let's go check it out. Led by the waiter, Manager Zhao arrived at private room 7. Inside, 2 slender middle-aged men were seated, accompanied by 4 or 5 burly men who seemed to be their bodyguards. May I ask what's the matter, sirs? Manager Zhao asked with a forced smile upon entering. Your dishes are not as good as the last time someone treated us. Do you think we are easy to bully, deliberately making the food taste so bad? The 2 middle-aged men threatened. Exactly, call your boss here to explain, or else we will smash the place. Ha! Manager Zhao was puzzled by their words. Their meals had never been an issue before, and today's chef was the same as before. Gentlemen, today we were not attentive enough in our service. How about this? Your meal today is on the house. Is that acceptable? Manager Zhao proposed a solution. No, are we short of this little money? Exactly, your boss must come, if not, we will smash the store today. The 2 men shouted. Fine. Manager Zhao left helplessly. At that moment, he was more convinced that these 2 middle-aged men were definitely here to cause trouble, and their goal was to meet their boss. Manager Zhao called and reported the situation of the 2 men causing trouble to Chen Chen. Causing trouble? Chen Chen raised an eyebrow. Just then, the system's voice came in. Ding, mission released, go to Wangjiang Pavilion and see what these 2 middle-aged men are up to. Mission reward, a customized Rolls-Royce Phantom. Mission reward, 47 experience points. Huh? Looking at the mission sent by the system, Chen Chen was both surprised and delighted. Chen Chen had been planning to buy another luxury business car. After all, his spacious garage currently only housed a Lamborghini, which was too empty. Moreover, the Lamborghini could only accommodate 2 people, and if there were more people, there would be no space. Unexpectedly, this time the system mission reward was a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and it was a customized version, which was far more expensive than the ordinary Rolls-Royce Phantom. And sometimes, a customized Rolls-Royce Phantom was not something that money alone could buy. Alright, I'll go take a look. Just after class, Chen Chen was about to leave for Yangjia Shopping Center. He could take a detour now and first handle things at Wangjiang Pavilion. Half an hour later, Chen Chen arrived at the restaurant. Anticipating trouble, as soon as Chen Chen arrived, he summoned over 20 security personnel of Wangjiang Pavilion. A few minutes later, with a group of security personnel, Chen Chen arrived in front of private room 7. Before entering, he heard the arrogant voices from inside. Why hasn't your boss come yet? Exactly, I'll smash your store if he doesn't show up. The 2 middle-aged men shouted. The 4 or 5 bodyguards were also eager, ready to smash the store. But before they could say more, a domineering voice rang out. Want to smash my store? Let's see who dares. The next moment, to the astonishment of the 2 middle-aged men, Chen Chen walked in with over 20 security personnel in a grand manner. Upon seeing this, the middle-aged man's several bodyguards immediately lowered their heads. Despite their imposing stature, facing 4 or 5 times as many enemies, they could only back down obediently. Who are you? Me? I am the owner of Wangjiang Pavilion, Chen Chen spoke slowly. You are the owner of Wangjiang Pavilion? Are you kidding? The 2 middle-aged men were stunned, not believing Chen Chen's words at all. How could this kid in front of them, probably not even 20 years old, be the owner of Wangjiang Pavilion? This is our boss, Manager Chen. Zhao stepped forward to introduce again. This time, the 2 middle-aged men were completely dumbfounded, staring at Chen Chen in disbelief. He really was the new owner of Wangjiang Pavilion. Wow, he's so young. So what if you are the owner of Wangjiang Pavilion? If we are not satisfied with our meal today and you don't give us an explanation, you will regret it. One tall middle-aged man threatened. Yes, if you don't give us a satisfactory answer, after we leave, we will make sure to spread the word about Wangjiang Pavilion and make a name for you, another middle-aged man insinuated. Reputation is crucial for a restaurant. The tall middle-aged man wanted to continue threatening Chen Chen, but before he could speak, Manager Zhao rushed in. Sorry, boss, I just found out that you have arrived. Here is the invitation letter that was sent to you earlier. Zhao spoke up. Invitation letter? Who sent it? Chen Chen asked. It's from Wei Jingxiong, the big shot. Zhao replied. Wei Jingxiong? Upon hearing this name, the tall middle-aged man who was about to make a scene instantly paled. Wei Jingxiong, one of the big shots in Jiangzhou, owns a large security company and has stakes in many entertainment venues in Jiangzhou. Wei Jingxiong is the kind of ruthless figure that can make the ground tremble with a stomp of his foot. He is someone they dare not offend. Oh, Wei Jingxiong, what did he invite me for? Chen Chen was even more surprised. Chen Chen had heard of Wei Jingxiong's name before, but they didn't know each other. The big shot invites you to have tea at his place tomorrow, Zhao replied. What? Wei Jingxiong invited this kid in front of him to have tea at his place. Damn. The two troublemakers were scared white by manager Zhao's words. Who is Wei Jingxiong? He is one of the big shots in Jiangzhou. The guest he personally invites must have a significant status. Even if the guest's status is not as impressive as Wei Jingxiong's, it must be close, or else why would Wei Jingxiong invite him? The more they thought about it, the more frightened the two middle-aged men became as they looked at Chen Chen. For a moment, their legs went weak. Alright, I understand, Chen Chen nodded. Chen Chen took the invitation letter and looked at the two middle-aged men. In an instant, the two middle-aged men knelt down and revealed the mastermind behind their actions. Mr. Chen, we were wrong. Mr. Chen, we'll tell you the truth. It was the owner of Zuexian Luo Zhixin, who paid us to cause trouble for you. Yes, Mr. Chen, we were just following orders for money. Please don't compare us to scum like that. The two middle-aged men did not hide anything and explained the reasons to Chen Chen directly. Zuexian Luo is the second-ranked restaurant in Jiangzhou, just behind Wangjiang Pavilion. When Luo Zhixin, the owner of Zuexian Luo, saw that Wangjiang Pavilion had a new owner, he saw it as a turbulent period. So he thought to take advantage of this opportunity to tarnish Wangjiang Pavilion's reputation, surpass it, and become the number one in Jiangzhou. If possible, after tarnishing Wangjiang Pavilion, he could buy it at a low price. It was Luo Zhixin, the owner of Zuexian Luo, who sent you here. This response was within Chen Chen's expectations. Well, he's brought trouble upon himself. Chen Chen sneered. This time, he picked the wrong person. Manager Zhao, take them directly to the police station, Chen Chen ordered. Please, Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, we were wrong. Hearing Chen Chen's words, the two middle-aged men immediately panicked. In the end, these people were taken away by the security personnel of Wangjiang Pavilion. Chen Chen then opened the invitation and saw that it was indeed from the big shot in Jiangzhou, Wei Jingxiong, and it seemed to be handwritten. Tomorrow? Chen Chen muttered softly, tomorrow is the weekend, we'll see then. Just then, the system's voice came. Ding, go to Wangjiang Pavilion, see what these two middle-aged men are up to, task completed, congratulations on receiving. A custom-made Rolls-Royce Phantom, congratulations on receiving. 47 experience points, task completed. A custom-made Rolls-Royce and 47 experience points in hand. Chen Chen looked at his total experience points again. Current system level, level 1, 195/1500, only 1305 more experience points needed to level up. The speed is good. Chen Chen was quite satisfied. It had only been 2 or 3 days since he activated the system's upgrade mode, and he had already accumulated nearly 200 experience points. Now, he had almost gathered 1/7 of the experience points needed to level up. This speed was really fast. At this rate, even with the most conservative estimate, the system would definitely be able to upgrade to level 2 within a month. By then, the daily rewards from the system would increase significantly, bringing him closer to his goal of crushing the Su family and Jinling underfoot. Zuexian Tower, Luo Zhixin. Chen Chen muttered softly. He had a lot on his plate right now, but once he sorted out his current affairs, it would be time for Luo Zhixin to have a stroke of bad luck. If Luo Zhixin wanted to acquire his Wangjiang Pavilion, then he would find a way to acquire Luo Zhixin's Zuexian Tower first, fighting fire with fire. If there are any problems in the future, contact me immediately. After instructing manager Zhao, Chen Chen left Wangjiang Pavilion. When Chen Chen arrived at Yangjia Shopping Center, it was around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen Chen had agreed to meet the former owner of Yangjia Shopping Center at 4:30, so he had half an hour to spare. Chen Chen took this opportunity to browse around Yangjia Shopping Center. When he left the Chen family, he only took a few pieces of clothing with him, and now he found that his clothes were insufficient, so he needed to buy some new ones. Chen Chen found the nearest store and walked in. Before long, Chen Chen had picked out a pile of clothes. Just as he was about to pay, a surprised voice sounded. Oh, isn't this Chen Chen? You've severed ties with the Chun family, yet you dare to come shopping at this luxury store? Do you have the money? A young man walked over, tauntingly. This young man was named Zhu Pengyu, from the Zhu family, another prominent family in Jiangzhou, and his relationship with Chen Shen had always been poor. Although you're still with the Zhu family, what's the difference between severing ties with them? Chen Shen retorted without hesitation. Upon hearing Chen Shen's words, Zhu Pengyu exploded in anger. Zhu Pengyu was a bastard child, with a very low status in the Zhu family, probably no better off than when he was with the Chen family. With that, Chen Shen simply ignored Zhu Pengyu and went to check out. Humph, the clothes here cost tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. Can you afford all these you've taken? Zhu Pengyu sneered. Chen Shen had at least a dozen different pieces of clothing and pants, which, conservatively estimated, would amount to tens of thousands. Zhu Pengyu couldn't believe it. How could Chen Shen, a disowned member of the Chun family, have so much money to spend? What will you do if you don't have enough money later? Zhu Pengyu followed along, planning to watch the show. A few minutes later, the staff finished tallying. Sir, the total for these clothes is 1,276,000 yuan. Will you be paying by card? The staff member said. Over $1 million? Zhu Pengyu was astonished. That's too much for just a few pieces of clothing, truly luxurious items. Even if it were Chen Shen himself, he wouldn't be able to come up with that much money. He wanted to see how Chen Shen would manage to produce over $1 million and pay for it. In stark contrast to Zhu Pengyu's surprise upon hearing the price, Chen Shen remained extremely calm, as if he had heard not over $1 million but just over 100. Please scan me. Chen Shen opened his payment code and placed his phone on the counter. All right. The staff members scanned it directly. The next moment, a bank message arrived. Your card ending in 5169 has been charged 1,276,000, leaving a balance of 988,100,010. 23 yuan. Nearby, Zhu Pengyu, who was about to witness Chen Shen's embarrassment for not being able to pay, happened to see this message. In an instant, Zhu Pengyu was dumbfounded. Goodness, how could Chen Shen have such a large balance? It seemed to have 8 or 9 digits. If it were 8 digits, it would be over 90 million. If it were 9 digits, it would be over 900 million. At that moment, Zhu Pengyu's heart seemed to stop beating. Forget about over 900 million, even over 90 million would be a huge sum for him. Even though he was a descendant of the Zhu family, he only had a few hundred thousand in his bank account, not even close to Chen Shen's balance. Not to mention him being a bastard, even the most powerful among the younger generation of the Zhu family, with at most 2 or 3 million in hand, still couldn't compare to Chen Shen. How could Chen Shen have so much money? This is too terrifying. Standing in place, Zhu Pengyu felt as if he had been struck by lightning, motionless, completely stunned. Meanwhile, Chen Shen effortlessly left with his bags. For him, over $1 million was not even worth mentioning. After putting all the clothes he bought into the car, Chen Shen checked the time and headed straight to the top floor of Yangjia Shopping Center. A few minutes later, Chen Shen arrived at the top floor office. At this moment, the former owner of Yangjia Shopping Center was already waiting there. They shook hands and exchanged a few polite words before officially signing the contract. With the contract signed, from that moment on, one of Jiangzhou's top shopping malls, Yangjia Shopping Center, belonged to Chen Shen. After settling this matter, the former owner took his belongings and left, leaving the luxurious office now belonging to Chen Shen. After sitting in the office for a while, Chen Shen suddenly remembered something quite important. It was time to use the any skill selection card he had obtained from a previous task. Previously, Chen Shen hadn't decided how to use this any skill selection card or what skill to choose, but now he had an idea. Currently, Chen Shen was considering 2 skills, top-tier combat skills and top-tier financial management skills. First, the top-tier combat skills, inspired by today's events at Wangjiang Pavilion. In fact, Chen Shen had this idea before. If it weren't for being on his own turf today, if he really had to fight, as an ordinary student, he wouldn't stand a chance against those burly bodyguards. Afterward, if he agrees to the invitation to go to Wei Jingxiong's manor, who knows what might happen? Facing a big shot like Wei Jingxiong, who is at the level of a hero, mastering top-notch combat skills is a precaution. These are secondary. The most important thing is to deal with the Su family and Jinling later on. In case the Su family and Jinling becomes desperate and tries to break the net with him, having mastered top-notch combat skills, Chen Shen also has the ability to protect himself. In the future, if he encounters any danger, he can also deal with it calmly. The second top skill is financial management. As his net worth and number of industries increase, financial management skills become increasingly important. After all, Chen Shen is just an ordinary sophomore student and doesn't know much about economic management. It's fine for now, but if in the future Chen Shen's industries reach a dozen, 2 dozen, or even more, he won't be able to handle it. Without top financial management skills, problems can easily arise, such as poor management or bankruptcy. Unfortunately, Shen currently only has one choose any skill card, so he can only choose one skill, not both. Shen is in a dilemma. After a long time, Shen made up his mind. He decided to choose the top combat skill first to ensure his own safety. When the opportunity arises later, he will learn the financial management skill. After all, he doesn't have too many industries in his hands now, and he can still handle it, there's no rush. Moreover, with the system in place, he's not afraid of not obtaining top management skills later on. After making his decision, Shen opened the system and found the choose any skill card. Ding! Please enter the name of the skill you choose. The system prompt appeared. Top combat skill, Shen entered. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the top combat skill and becoming a top combat master. Several seconds later, a vast amount of brain memory and muscle memory flooded into Shen's mind and body. After a while, Shen slowly opened his eyes. He clenched his fist and felt that his strength had increased significantly compared to before. If Shen were to encounter those two middle-aged men causing trouble at Wangjang Pavilion now, he could handle their bodyguards with just one hand, without even breaking a sweat. As a top combat master, Shen can now easily face any danger in the future. It was getting late, so Shen left the office and drove home. On the way, Shen messaged Zhao, the manager of Wangjang Pavilion, asking him to investigate the personal information of Luo Zhixin, the owner of Zhuasian Lu. Shen also asked Zhao to summarize this information into a file and send it to him before tomorrow night. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and the enemy leads to 100 victories. Later, Shen will have to deal with Luo Zhixin, so he naturally needs to understand the other party first. Received, boss. Zhao immediately took action. Back home, as Shen drove into the garage, he saw a black Rolls-Royce parked there from a distance. This was the custom-made Rolls-Royce Phantom that Shen had just obtained as a reward for completing a task. Shen parked the car, got out, and walked up to the custom-made Rolls-Royce Phantom, feeling somewhat emotional. Shen was very familiar with the Rolls-Royce Phantom. When he was at the Chen family's house, several key figures in the Chen family, such as Chen's third son, drove the Rolls-Royce Phantom. However, their Rolls-Royce Phantom couldn't compare to Shen's, his could buy several of theirs. Shen opened the car door, got in to experience it, feeling that the business luxury car was indeed different from a supercar. After admiring his custom-made Rolls-Royce Phantom, Shen returned to the villa. Time flew by, and the next morning, the system's voice came through. Ding! On the 6th day of cutting off relations, the world's top black card is awarded a Royal MasterCard black card from the First Royal Bank of the oil country, now stored in your villa study. Please check carefully. Shen was extremely surprised as he looked at the system's reward. He never expected that the system would reward him today with a Royal MasterCard black card from the First Royal Bank of the oil country. Shen had heard of the fame of this black card. The Royal MasterCard black card from the First Royal Bank of the oil country is one of the world's top black cards, owned mostly by royal families, billionaires, and top officials from around the world. Compared to other bank black cards, the Royal MasterCard black card from the First Royal Bank of the oil country is more special and rare. More importantly, this kind of black card is not something you can have just by being wealthy. The Royal MasterCard black card from the First Royal Bank of the oil country is by invitation only. You need to be invited by the first group of the oil country to become the esteemed owner of the Royal MasterCard black card. Even if you are wealthy, without an invitation, you cannot possess it. The First Royal Bank of the oil country provides a 24-hour service team for all black card users to handle any requests made by the cardholders. Furthermore, the Royal MasterCard black card from the First Royal Bank of the oil country has no spending limit. The holder can spend as much as they want. Additionally, the cardholder enjoys privileges such as access to global airport VIP lounges, exclusive treatment at top private clubs worldwide, and other amazing benefits, symbolizing elite status and position. If Shen guessed correctly, he should be the first person in the entire Jiangzhou to own the Royal MasterCard black card from the First Royal Bank of the oil country. This special black card, not even the wealthiest person in Jiangzhou, let alone Mr. Shen, has it. This time, the system's reward is extremely generous. Thinking about it, Shen hurried to the villa study. From afar, Shen saw a very special black bank card placed on his desk. As he approached and looked at it, he couldn't help but marvel at how the oil country truly lives up to its reputation as a land of extravagance. This Royal MasterCard black card from the First Royal Bank of the oil country is indeed very different from other black cards. The edges of this Royal MasterCard black card from the First Royal Bank of the oil country are adorned with gold, and in the center of the card, there is even a natural diamond. Not to mention, just the gold embellishments and the diamond alone are worth a lot of money. However, compared to the value represented by this Royal MasterCard Black Card from the First Royal Bank of the oil country, these gold and diamond decorations are insignificant. Chen Shan really liked the reward from the system today. While Chen Shan was studying the Royal MasterCard Black Card from the First Royal Bank of the oil country on his end, on the other side, at the Tingfei Group, the second largest shareholder of the Tingfei Group, Feng Yanli, found the first largest shareholder of the Tingfei Group, who is also the actual controller of the Tingfei Group, Jiang Hao. Does Mr. Feng have something urgent to discuss with me? Facing the sudden visit of Feng Yanli, Jiang Hao asked with a sense of distance. As the former two largest shareholders of the company, the two naturally did not get along, especially since Feng Yanli had secretly been acquiring shares from small shareholders of the company, coveting the position of the first largest shareholder. Mr. Jiang, I want to join forces with you to remove the third largest shareholder, Chen Shan, from all positions in the company, and then kick him out. Feng Yanli's tone was full of resentment towards Chen Shan. Previously, Mr. Kong from the Baisheng Group had specifically instructed him to control the Tingfei Group well, ensuring that the Tingfei Group would not cooperate with the Xiaoshi Group. However, this Chen Shan had obstructed their plans and actually got the Xiaoshi Group to sign a long-term cooperation agreement with the Tingfei Group. This had angered Mr. Kong, who scolded him harshly and then asked Feng Yanli to teach this disobedient Chen Shan a lesson. Feng Yanli finally set aside his pride and took the initiative to seek out his opponent, Jiang Hao. He hoped that both sides could reach an agreement and together kick Chen Shan out of the company. As long as the first and second largest shareholders of Tingfei Group joined forces, along with a few small shareholders, they could easily achieve this. Kick Chen Shan out of the company? Jiang Hao was extremely surprised by Feng Yanli's request. As long as General Jiang agrees to cooperate with me, in the future at the company, I will follow General Jiang's orders. I owe General Jiang a big favor. Feng Yanli lowered his posture and sought Jiang Hao's help. In the end, after a round of assurances and sweet words from Feng Yanli, Jiang Hao agreed. We will hold a board meeting tomorrow to deal with this matter, Jiang Hao spoke up. Thank you so much, General Jiang. Feng Yanli smiled happily. By kicking Chen Shan out of the company, he would definitely satisfy President Kong, and perhaps even earn President Kong's appreciation. With President Kong's support, wouldn't it be easy for him to replace Jiang Hao? He was just using Jiang Hao as a pawn. Tomorrow, when Chen Shan was kicked out, whoever dared to offend Baisheng Group, deserved it. Feng Yanli left contentedly. In the office, a hint of a cold smile appeared on Jiang Hao's face. In fact, rather than kicking Chen Shan out of the company, what he really wanted was to kick Feng Yanli out of the company. This had been Jiang Hao's dream for the past year or two, but unfortunately, their shares in the company were almost equal, so he couldn't do much to Feng Yanli. Jiang Hao had just agreed to Feng Yanli's proposal verbally. He actually had another idea in mind. Since Feng Yanli wanted to target Chen Shan, could he not turn around and unite with Chen Shan to kick Feng Yanli out of the company? This was not impossible. Of course, the premise was that the company's third largest shareholder, Chen Shan, had some strength and courage. If Chen Shan didn't have that strength, he could only apologize to Chen Shan. He decided to meet Chen Shan before making a decision. Thinking this, Jiang Hao called his confidant Zhang Xingde, the current president of Tingfei Group, and asked him to arrange a dinner with Chen Shan tonight, saying that there was something important to discuss with Chen Shan. A few minutes later, Chen Shan received a call from Zhang Xingde. Dinner tonight? Chen Shan was a bit surprised. The more industries and assets one had, the busier they became. This afternoon, Jiangzhou tycoon Wei Jingxiong invited him for tea, and now in the evening, the largest shareholder of Tingfei Group wanted to have dinner with him to discuss something important. Alright, I agree, see you tonight. Chen Shan agreed. Since it was an important matter, Chen Shan naturally had to go, especially since he was the third largest shareholder of Tingfei Group. He had no reason to refuse. As for Wei Jingxiong's invitation this afternoon, Chen Shan fell into contemplation. Just then, the system's voice came. Ding, temporary task issued, accept Wei Jingxiong's invitation, go to his mansion for tea, task reward, 8% of Tingfei Group's shares, task reward, 51 experience points, huh? The system was challenging him again? Seeing the task from the system, Chen Shan's eyes lit up. Now, he had no reason to refuse Wei Jingxiong's invitation. Moreover, he had just acquired a top-notch combat skill yesterday, so even if he went, he wasn't worried about any accidents. This time, the task rewarded him with 8% of Tingfei Group's shares. If he completed the task, along with what he had before, Chen Shan would have a total of 20% of Tingfei Group's shares. As far as Chen Shan knew, the second largest shareholder of Tingfei Group, Feng Yanli, seemed to only have 23% of the shares, so he was only 0.4% away from surpassing him. And with these 8% of shares, Chen Chen's net worth would officially exceed 7 billion. On the other side, in a cafe in Jiangzhou, Chen Itsue was feeling down because her plan against Chen Chen had failed. She couldn't believe she was defeated by someone like Chen Chen. Seeing this, Chen Itsue's best friend tried to console her. Itsue, don't be sad. This afternoon, I'm going to visit a big shot here in Jiangzhou. How about you come with me, and I'll introduce you to this big shot. At that moment, Chen Itsue's admirer, Zhu Hongyi, the legitimate descendant of the wealthy Zhu family, spoke up. If you can impress this big shot, maybe with their help, we can teach that Chen Chen a lesson. Hongyi, who are you going to meet, this big shot? Chen Itsue suddenly perked up, asking excitedly. Wei Jingxiong, the big shot Wei. Zhu Hongyi said admiringly. Wei Jingxiong, a self-made hero from the grassroots, was an idol admired by many young people. What? Wei Jingxiong, the big shot Wei? Chen Itsue was overjoyed. She had heard of Wei Jingxiong's reputation. Indeed, as Zhu Hongyi said, if she could earn the appreciation of Wei Jingxiong, not only could she deal with Chen Chen, but her status among the younger generation of the Chen family would also rise significantly. Hongyi, you are the one visiting the big shot Wei. Is it appropriate to bring me along? Although Chen Itsue wanted to agree directly, she pretended to hesitate, showing a delicate appearance for Zhu Hongyi's sake. It's okay. Seeing this, Zhu Hongyi quickly reassured her. Chen Itsue was right, it might not be appropriate to suddenly bring someone else along, but seeing Chen Itsue's vulnerable appearance, Zhu Hongyi disregarded any concerns. Thank you so much, Hongyi. Chen Itsue held Zhu Hongyi's hand, expressing her gratitude. I have never met a big shot like Wei Jingxiong before. When we meet him today, you have to help me. Holding Chen Itsue's hand, Zhu Hongyi's heart raced even faster. No problem, it's a small matter. I will definitely help you, definitely. Zhu Hongyi nodded repeatedly. Time flew by. In the afternoon, Chen Chen drove his new car, a custom-made Rolls-Royce Phantom, straight to Wei Jingxiong's villa. On the other side, Chen Itsue and Zhu Hongyi also set off. Because they were closer, Chen Itsue and Zhu Hongyi arrived at Wei Jingxiong's estate earlier. Zhu Hongyi parked the car, and Chen Itsue seemed visibly nervous, hesitating to get out of the car. After all, Wei Jingxiong was known in Jiangzhou as a ruthless figure. This time, following Zhu Hongyi, she was unsure how Wei Jingxiong would react. The more she thought about it, the more apprehensive Chen Itsue felt. Itsue, don't worry. I'm well acquainted with Mr. Wei. I'll put in a good word for you, and Mr. Wei will surely have a good impression of you. Then, dealing with Chen Chen will be a piece of cake, right? It's just a matter of Mr. Wei saying a word. Zhu Hongyi reassured her. You're right. Chen Itsue nodded. Just thinking about teaching Chen Chen a lesson made her feel much better. What she wanted most now was to deal with Chen Chen firmly. If she could discipline Chen Chen thoroughly, make him kneel and apologize to the family, marry the daughter of the wealthy Su family from Jinling, her grandfather would surely look at her with new eyes and grant her more power within the Chen family, giving her a brighter future. Chen Chen was just a stepping stone for her advancement. She had to deal with him. Taking a deep breath, Chen Itsue and Zhu Hongyi got out of the car. As a big shot in Jiangzhou, Wei Jingxiong had many enemies, so there were several bodyguards stationed in front of Wei Jingxiong's estate. Wei Jingxiong stepped forward and politely addressed the leader of the bodyguard team. Hello, please announce that Zhu Hongyi, the third-generation heir of the Zhu family, is here to visit Mr. Wei. Zhu family heir? Wait here. The leader of the bodyguards glanced at Zhu Hongyi before entering the estate to make the announcement. Do we still need to announce? Chen Itsue was somewhat disappointed, thinking that Zhu Hongyi could go in directly to see Mr. Wei. Announcing is just a formality, Mr. Wei will definitely see me. Zhu Hongyi declared confidently. While Zhu Hongyi and Chen Itsue waited, a brand new Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly pulled up nearby. Soon after, to Chen Itsue's astonishment, a stylish figure stepped out of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Chen Chen had arrived. A new Rolls-Royce Phantom? Chen Itsue looked at Chen Chen's new car in amazement, filled with envy. Such a luxury car was only owned by a few uncles in their Chen family. It was impossible for the younger generation like them to have it. Unexpectedly, despite cutting ties with the Chen family, Chen Chen not only did not fall into poverty but soared to great heights, wearing a $1 million Patek Philippe watch and driving a $1 million Rolls-Royce. He was even better off than Chen Jianshu, the top of the younger generation in their Chen family. A parasite living off others. Consumed by jealousy and resentment towards Chen Itsue could only mock him for living off others. In her eyes and the eyes of other Chen family members, Chen Chen's current status was all due to leeching off the Xia group. Did he get this Rolls-Royce Phantom by living off others? Zhu Hongyi, puzzled by Chen Itsue's words, asked. He only drove a 3 to 4 million Bentley, while this estranged member of the Chen family was driving a Rolls-Royce? Yes, not only this Rolls-Royce, but his other Lamborghini and the Patek Philippe watch he wears, all obtained by living off others. Chen Itsue gritted her teeth. What? Xu Hongyi couldn't contain his admiration for Chen Shen anymore. At this moment, he envied Chen Shen to the extreme. Owning a Rolls-Royce, a Lamborghini, and even a Patek Philippe watch by living off others was truly admirable. In an instant, Xu Hongyi's heart began to admire Chen Shen. Brother, how did you do it? I want to learn too. After all, living off others seems quite enjoyable. However, in front of Chen Itsue, Xu Hongyi had to pretend to look down on Chen Shen. Indeed a waste of space. Xu Hongyi spoke, although deep down, he wanted to call Chen Shen a genius. Chen Shen, is this a place you can come to as well? Chen Itsue sarcastically remarked. If you can come, why can't I? Is this your home? Chen Shen retorted coldly. You're probably here to visit Mr. Wei as well, but too bad, Mr. Wei is not someone a discarded member of the Chen family like you can meet. To please Chen Itsue, Xu Hongyi chimed in. Truth be told, Hongyi and Mr. Wei go way back. The guards from the Wei family have already gone in to announce, we will see Mr. Wei shortly. As for you, Chen Shen, you can only stand pitifully at the gate, never able to enter. Chen Itsue boasted. Just then, the bodyguard team leader who had gone in to announce returned. See, Chen Shen, we are about to go in. Chen Itsue adjusted her clothes, took Xu Hongyi's arm, and prepared to enter Wei Jingxiong's estate. Our boss said he has important matters today and will not see any visitors. However, the bodyguard team leader's words left both Chen Itsue and Xu Hongyi dumbfounded. No guests to be seen? They can't get in, can't see Brother Wei? Xu Hongyi stood there in a daze, while Chen Itsue's face turned red with embarrassment to the extreme. She had just finished showing off in front of Chen Shen, and now, we can't get in, can't see Brother Wei, and Chen Shen can't see him either. Chen Itsue comforted herself in her heart. Beside them, Chen Shen stepped forward and also approached the captain of the bodyguards. I want to see Wei Jingxiong, Brother Wei, Chen Shen spoke up. Hearing this, the captain of the bodyguards became impatient instantly. Didn't he just say that their boss wouldn't see any guests today? This kid's ears. Isn't this asking for trouble, looking for a scolding? Beside them, Chen Itsue muttered with schadenfreude, waiting to see Chen Shen being driven away by the captain of the bodyguards. The captain of the bodyguards was about to reprimand Chen Shen, but before he could speak, Chen Shen took out an invitation from his pocket and handed it to him. The captain took the invitation and his face changed instantly. It's you? The captain's attitude towards Chen Shen immediately became extremely respectful. Please. The next moment, to the astonishment of Chen Itsue and Xu Hongyi, the captain of the bodyguards respectfully invited Chen Shen inside. How could this happen? How did Chen Shen get in? Didn't the captain of the bodyguards just say that Wei Jingxiong had important matters today and wouldn't receive any guests? Why did Chen Shen get in now, while they were pitifully blocked at the gate, unable to even enter his estate, let alone see Wei Jingxiong, Brother Wei? What's going on? Chen Itsue's face turned pale, unable to understand. In the end, Chen Itsue shifted all the blame onto Xu Hongyi. What did you do? Chen Itsue questioned discontentedly. I don't know how this happened. How did that kid get in? Xu Hongyi said helplessly. Chen Shen, a disowned member of our Chen family, a waste who can only rely on Xia Mengmeng, how could he get in? You are the legitimate heir of the Zhu family. Chen Itsue continued. What did you say? Chen Shen relies on Xia Mengmeng for support? Xu Hongyi was shocked. He had seen Xia Mengmeng before, the young heiress of the Xia group, extremely beautiful, far beyond what Chen Itsue could compare to. When Chen Itsue mentioned Chen Shen relying on someone for support, Xu Hongyi thought it was an old lady in her 60s or 70s, but now Chen Itsue told him that Chen Shen was relying on the young, beautiful, and well-connected Xia Mengmeng. This support was too enticing. If he could rely on Xia Mengmeng, he would wake up laughing from his dreams, even if it meant cutting ties with the Zhu family. Who asked you that? I'm asking you why you couldn't get in. Chen Itsue scolded angrily. Damn, Chen Shen is truly a role model, an idol, a real god. But at this moment, Xu Hongyi was no longer listening to Chen Itsue's words. His mind was filled with admiration for Chen Shen. Zhu, did you hear what I said? You were supposed to see Wei Jingxiong, Brother Wei. How come we are being blocked here now? Chen Itsue scolded again. Stop cursing. Not being able to see Brother Wei is not my problem. If you have the ability, go see him yourself. Xu Hongyi said impatiently. What? What's with your attitude? Chen Itsue was stunned. After all, Xu Hongyi was her suitor. How could he speak to her like that? What are you doing here? Go away. I don't want to see you. I'm waiting here for my idol to come out. I want to be his follower. Xu Hongyi looked at the back of Chen Shen with immense admiration. At this moment, his admiration for Chen Chen had reached its peak. He wanted to be Chen Chen's follower, even if he could learn just half of what Chen Chen knew. No, even 1/5. No, even 1/10 would do. Chen Itsue, a girl like green tea and just average looking, wasn't worth his pursuit anymore. He had a higher goal now. Chen Itsue was furious. First, she was slapped hard by Chen Chen, and now she was being spoken to like this by a pursuer. Chen Itsue couldn't bear the humiliation. Just wait and see. In a fit of anger, Chen Itsue hailed a taxi and left. Only Zhu Hongyi remained, gazing intently, waiting here for his idol, Chen Chen. Inside the manor, led by the head of the security team, Chen Chen walked towards the innermost part. The security team leader had already informed the people inside via the walkie-talkie. Upon learning that the owner of Wangjiang Pavilion had arrived, Wei Jingxiong personally came out to welcome Chen Chen. When Wei Jingxiong saw how young Chen Chen was, he was genuinely surprised. Chen Chen, the new owner of Wangjiang Pavilion, Chen Chen introduced himself. Wei Jingxiong, the owner of Wei's security company, Wei Jingxiong also spoke. With that, Wei Jingxiong reached out his hand, wanting to shake hands. Chen Chen also extended his hand, and as their hands touched, Wei Jingxiong exerted force abruptly, seemingly trying to assert dominance over the newly acquainted Chen Chen. Truth be told, Wei Jingxiong's invitation to Chen Chen, or more accurately, to the new owner of Wangjiang Pavilion, was not a friendly gesture. As a big shot in Jiangzhou, Wei Jingxiong had set his sights on Wangjiang Pavilion. Acquiring the #1 restaurant in Jiangzhou would greatly benefit his business expansion. Today, he invited Chen Chen to test his capabilities. If Chen Chen lacked strength, Wei Jingxiong was ready to make a move. Faced with Wei Jingxiong's sudden force, Chen Chen remained calm but also increased his strength. Although Wei Jingxiong was a formidable figure who had climbed his way to his current position, his skills were no match for Chen Chen, a top-notch martial artist. Now, it seemed that his decision to first acquire top-notch combat skills was indeed the right one. As soon as Chen Chen exerted force, Wei Jingxiong felt something was amiss. Unwilling to lose to Chen Chen, Wei Jingxiong exerted more force, but no matter how hard he tried, he ended up gritting his teeth, his body trembling slightly, unable to match Chen Chen. Meanwhile, Chen Chen stood there calmly as if unaffected. Mr. Chen's strength is astonishing, Wei admires it. In the end, unable to bear it any longer, Wei Jingxiong conceded defeat. He had underestimated Chen Chen, his skills and strength were not to be taken lightly. Hearing Wei Jingxiong's words, Chen Chen finally released his grip. In the first round, Chen Chen emerged victorious. Please, Wei Jingxiong gestured, inviting Chen Chen inside. In the living room, there was a man with silver-rimmed glasses, a refined appearance. Let me introduce my assistant, Mr. Lucian, Wei Jingxiong said. Chen Chen had heard of Mr. Lucian before, although referred to as an assistant, Mr. Lucian was more like Wei Jingxiong's strategist. Chen Chen and Mr. Lucian nodded at each other, exchanging a brief acknowledgement. As soon as they sat down, Wei Jingxiong intended to start probing Chen Chen formally. The earlier encounter was just an appetizer. The real test was yet to come. Mr. Chen, how do you feel about Mr. Wei's estate? Wei Jingxiong asked. It's quite nice. Chen Chen nodded. Indeed, Mr. Wei's estate was impressive, and given the chance, Chen Chen also wanted to own a large estate. Mr. Chen, you flatter me. My estate is actually quite ordinary, and the area is not large enough. I plan to purchase the surrounding 2 kilometers to expand the estate, Wei Jingxiong spoke up. By the way, Mr. Lu, how much would it cost to buy the surrounding 2 kilometers? Wei Jingxiong turned to Mr. Lu. It would probably cost tens of billions, Mr. Lu estimated. Just tens of billions, it's a small amount. It's only a few months' profit for our group, Wei Jingxiong said nonchalantly. Beside him, Chen Chen remained silent, thinking to himself tens of billions were indeed a small sum, just a day's earnings for him. Seeing that Chen Chen was not impressed by his wealth, Wei Jingxiong changed his approach. By the way, Mr. Lu, how is my application for the MasterCard Black Card going? Wei Jingxiong looked at Mr. Lu again. Boss, it has been sent for review for almost half a month now. It should be almost done. With your status, there shouldn't be any issues with the approval, Mr. Lu reassured. Wei Jingxiong nodded in satisfaction and then turned to Chen Chen. Mr. Chen, have you applied for the MasterCard Black Card? Before Chen Chen could respond, his phone suddenly rang. Seeing an unfamiliar number, Chen Chen answered in surprise. Is this Mr. Chen Chen? A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end. I am Chen Chen, who is this? Respected Mr. Chen Chen, I am one of the executives of the Royal Bank of the Oil Country, responsible for the domestic operations. As you have become the owner of our bank's MasterCard Black Card, the bank has assigned me to be your personal banker. The man introduced himself. Oh, you are the personal banker assigned to me by the Royal Bank of the Oil Country. Chen nodded, understanding the man's identity. Ha! Wei Jingxiang and Mr. Lu's expressions froze upon hearing Chen's words. Didn't they recently research various black cards and come across information about the Royal Bank of the Oil Country? There were different levels of black cards, and the Royal Bank of the Oil Country's black card was one of the top-tier ones, while the card Wei Jingxiang applied for was only considered mid-tier. It was impossible to compare it to the Royal Bank of the Oil Country's black card. These top-tier black cards were usually by invitation only and couldn't be applied for. Why did the Royal Bank of the Oil Country assign a personal banker to Chen? What was the situation? Wei Jingxiang and Mr. Lu were puzzled. On the other end of the phone, upon hearing Chen's words, the man assured, "Yes, Mr. Chen, if you have any requests in the future, you can contact me anytime. As long as you ask, our bank will do its utmost to fulfill any of your demands." After a brief conversation, Chen hung up the phone. Seeing this, Wei Jingxiang couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Chen, what's your relationship with the Royal Bank of the Oil Country? Why did they assign a personal banker to you?" "Just because I am a user of the Royal Bank of the Oil Country's black card, nothing special," Chen replied calmly. What? Wei Jingxiang couldn't sit still for a moment, and even Mr. Lu, who had always been calm, was dumbfounded at this moment. "Mr. Chen is a black card user of the Royal Bank of the Oil Country?" Wei Jingxiang was extremely surprised. "Is there nothing special about this?" "This is too special. A black card user of the Royal Bank of the Oil Country, not to mention in Jiangzhou City, there may not even be one in the entire Zhonghai province. But now Mr. Chen tells him that he himself is a black card user of the Royal Bank of the Oil Country. This identity is too impressive. Not to mention that his own MasterCard black card has not been applied for yet. Even if it is not as good as others." In an instant, Wei Jingxiang felt a sense of shame in his heart. He had just wanted to show off his wealth in front of others. How ridiculous. To become a black card user of the Royal Bank of the Oil Country, Chen's financial power must be absolutely terrifying. Wei Jingxiang sighed in his heart. Maybe it's better to forget about the matter of Wangjiang Pavilion. It's definitely not wise to provoke a black card user of the Royal Bank of the Oil Country. Wei Jingxiang glanced meaningfully at Mr. Lu, and Mr. Lu understood Wei Jingxiang's meaning, but he was still reluctant to give up, unwilling to admit defeat. In the end, Mr. Lu made a decision. He would try to test Chen one last time. If it turns out that Chen's strength is really formidable, they will concede. "Mr. Chen, the boss specially thanks you for coming to the boss's manor as a guest. May I ask where Mr. Chen lives, so that we can visit Mr. Chen next time?" Mr. Lu asked politely. Naturally, he didn't dare to directly ask about Chen's strength or how much money he had, so he could only understand indirectly. Where he lived could reveal a lot. "Me? I live in Villa No. 8 of Yujing Mountain Villa." Chen replied casually. "Yujing Mountain Villa, Villa No. 8? Wei Jingxiang and Mr. Lu's faces changed drastically. They had heard that the owner of Villa No. 8 in Yujing Mountain Villa was an extremely mysterious figure. They never expected that the mysterious figure turned out to be the Mr. Chen in front of them. Impressive. Mr. Chen actually lives in Yujing Mountain Villa, truly outstanding. Mr. Lu admires you greatly." Mr. Lu stood up, respectfully speaking. At this moment, he no longer had any intention of probing Chen. The owner of Villa No. 8 in Yujing Mountain Villa, a black card user of the Royal Bank of the Oil Country, was not someone he had the qualifications to probe. Mr. Chen is amazing. Wei Jingxiang couldn't help but speak. Chen's dual identity made even him envious. At this moment, Wei Jingxiang personally poured tea for Chen, no longer showing any air of superiority, but rather a gesture of being on equal terms with Chen. Suddenly, the voice of the system came. "Ding, agree to Wei Jingxiang's invitation to go to his manor for tea. Congratulations on obtaining 8% of shares of Tingfei Group. The share acquisition contract has been placed in your villa study. Please check it. Congratulations on gaining 51 experience points. The task was completed, and Chen successfully obtained 8% of the shares of Tingfei Group." At this moment, Chen already held 20% of the shares of Tingfei Group. 1/5 of Tingfei Group belonged to Chen. With the completion of the task, Chen's net worth also smoothly exceeded the 7 billion mark, and it seemed that he was not far from becoming a billionaire. Afterwards, Chen chatted with Wei Jingxiang for a while, and Wei Jingxiang warmly invited Chen to have dinner at his place tonight. "I'm sorry, Boss Wei, I have other plans tonight. Chen Chen apologized. He was going to meet with Jiang Hao, the largest shareholder of Tengfei Group tonight, as it seemed that the other party had something important to discuss with him. That's a shame. Next time Boss Wei will invite Mr. Chen to dinner here. I hope Mr. Chen won't refuse next time, Wei Jingxiong said a little disappointedly. When Chen Chen was about to leave, Wei Jingxiong took the initiative to exchange contact information with him. I have some influence in Jiangzhou. If you need anything in the future, you can contact me, Mr. Chen. Wei Jingxiong deliberately showed goodwill towards Chen Chen, clearly wanting to make friends and strengthen their relationship. Thank you, Mr. Wei. Since they were so polite, Chen Chen naturally reciprocated. Never underestimate the influence of a big shot from Jiangzhou. In the end, Wei Jingxiong personally saw Chen Chen off the estate. Just as Chen Chen stepped out of the estate's gate, suddenly, a dark figure pounced towards him. Just when Chen Chen and Wei Jingxiong thought they were facing an assassin and in danger, a comical scene unfolded. Idol, my idol, I finally see you. The figure rushing towards them threw itself on the ground, hugging Chen Chen's thigh excitedly. After recognizing the chubby person hugging Chen Chen's thigh, Wei Jingxiong spoke up, Zhu Hongyi? Hello, Mr. Wei. Zhu Hongyi turned to greet Wei Jingxiong but still held onto Chen Chen's thigh. Zhu Hongyi, are you from the prestigious Xu family? Chen Chen asked Zhu Hongyi. Yes, idol. Zhu Hongyi looked at Chen Chen with admiration, nodding repeatedly. What idol? Please stand up, Chen Chen said. Feeling awkward being hugged by a man, Chen Chen felt uncomfortable. Okay. Since the idol spoke, Zhu Hongyi immediately stood up, adjusting his clothes. Idol, I am Zhu Hongyi from the main branch of the Xu family. I admire you greatly and wish to be your follower. I hope you won't refuse. Zhu Hongyi spoke earnestly. To be my follower, if I remember correctly, you were with Chen Itsue, right? Chen Chen asked, having seen Zhu Hongyi with Chen Itsue earlier. Well, idol, I was misled by Chen Itsue's deception before, and I made a mistake. I am truly sorry for offending you. Zhu Hongyi bowed to Chen Chen, expressing his regret. Please accept me as your follower, Zhu Hongyi said sincerely. Observing this scene, Wei Jingxiong had a slightly higher opinion of Zhu Hongyi. This kid had good judgment, knowing to attach himself to Mr. Chen now. To be my follower? I am not planning to take on followers for now. Chen Chen refused. Not knowing Zhu Hongyi and having seen him with Chen Itsue earlier, who was also a member of the prestigious Xu family, Chen Chen was wary of Zhu Hongyi's sudden request to be his follower. Unsure of his intentions and loyalty, Chen Chen declined, leaving Zhu Hongyi visibly dejected. After bidding farewell to Wei Jingxiong, Chen Chen left. Left behind were the disheartened Zhu Hongyi and Wei Jingxiong. Seeing Zhu Hongyi in this state, Wei Jingxiong couldn't help but offer a piece of advice. Kid, you have good taste in choosing to attach yourself to Mr. Chen, but if you want to be his follower, just saying it won't be enough. Where are your actions and sincerity? When you visited me before, you brought expensive gifts. Now, you want to be Mr. Chen's follower just by saying it. Others might give face to your Zhu family background, but in front of Mr. Chen, your status is worthless. Hearing Wei Jingxiong's words, Zhu Hongyi suddenly understood. Indeed, if he wanted to be Mr. Chen's follower, he needed to do more than just talk. He had to earn his idol's approval for Mr. Chen to accept him. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Wei, thank you. Zhu Hongyi bowed to Wei Jingxiong and then left in a hurry. Since there was a conflict between his idol and the Chen family, Zhu Hongyi knew exactly what he had to do. This kid has potential, Wei Jingxiong muttered quietly. On the other side, Chen Itsue returned to the Chen family seeking help from the others. However, she still didn't see old Master Chen. Fourth uncle, where did Grandpa go? I've come several times, but he's never here, Chen Itsue asked in confusion to a slightly chubby middle-aged man in the Chen family. The middle-aged man, named Chen Jinping, was Old Master Chen's fourth son, one of the core figures in the Chen family, and greatly favored by Old Master Chen. Oh, your grandpa and your eldest uncle went out of town for business. It might take a few days for them to come back, Chen Jinping replied. Out of town? Chen Itsue felt a bit disappointed. By the way, Itsue, you seem troubled, what's wrong? Chen Jinping asked. Oh, fourth uncle, I ran into Chen Chen again earlier, and I wanted to teach him a lesson, but he ended up humiliating me, Chen Itsue said hesitantly. It's that brat Chen Chen again. Chen Jinping's face darkened. Here's the plan, Itsue, go find Xingrong, have him step in, help you save face, and also have Xingrong give Chen Chen a good beating, so he goes back and marries the miss from the Su family, Chen Jinping suggested. Chen Xingrong, Chen Jinping's eldest son, was one of the outstanding figures among the younger generation in the Chen family, ranking among the top few. Chen Xingrong was tall and robust, close to 2 meters tall, skilled in combat, and currently one of the leaders of an underground force in Jiangzhou, with nearly 100 followers, making a name for himself. Have Xingrong step in? Excited by fourth uncle's suggestion, Chen Itsue perked up. Try to resolve the issue with Chen Chen as soon as possible with Xingrong, and when your grandpa returns in a few days, give him a surprise, Chen Jinping said. Of course, his main goal was to have his son make an appearance in this matter and earn the respect of the old master. Chen Jinping was very confident in his son's abilities. With his son's capabilities, dealing with Chen Chen would be a piece of cake. Okay, fourth uncle, I'll remember that, Chen Itsue nodded. Chen Chen would probably be scared out of his wits when Xingrong steps in. With that, Chen Itsue left eagerly to find his cousin Chen Xingrong. 20 minutes later, Chen Chen arrived at Wangjiang Pavilion. Today, the place where Jiang Hao, the largest shareholder of Tengfei Group, invited Chen Chen for dinner was in a private room at Wangjiang Pavilion. When Chen Chen arrived, Jiang Hao and his confidant, the current president of Tengfei Group, Zhang Xingde, were already waiting there. After some introductions, Jiang Hao got straight to the point. Chen, do you know that you've offended Feng Yanli? Offended Feng Yanli? Chen Chen raised an eyebrow, genuinely unaware. Jiang Hao had Zhang Xingde explain the situation to Chen Chen. This morning, Feng Yanli came to see me, wanting us to cooperate and deal with you together, Jiang Hao added. He wants us to join forces to kick you out of the company. Is that so? What's Jiang planning then? Chen Chen asked back. Jiang Hao suddenly came to him and took the initiative to talk about the situation, definitely with ulterior motives. Ha, Chen, you truly are a smart person, Jiang Hao laughed heartily. I do have other ideas indeed. I've never gotten along with Feng Yanli. Instead of working with him, I'd rather work with you, but... Jiang Hao paused halfway, then looked meaningfully at Chen Chen. But what? Chen Chen didn't rush to respond. That guy Feng Yan wants to deal with himself, kick himself out of the company. If it's true, he definitely won't let the other party off. Chen Chen is not a pushover. But now Jiang Hao is saying this, Chen Chen is not quite sure of Jiang Hao's intentions. Just then, the system's voice came. Ding, temporary task release, counterattack Feng Yan, use his own methods to deal with him, kick Feng Yan out of the Tengfei Group decision-making level, make him shoot himself in the foot, task reward, top financial management ability, task reward, 53 experience points, huh? Looking at the system rewards, Chen Chen was overjoyed. Wow, the system is really humanized. Previously, he was a bit regretful because he could only choose one skill with the arbitrary skill selection card, and couldn't get the top financial management skill. He just prayed that the system would provide the top financial management skill later. Unexpectedly, today, the system presented the top financial management skill that he had been eagerly anticipating. The system is really great. Now, Chen Chen is even less likely to let Feng Yan go. But I'm not sure about President Chen's thoughts and abilities. Jiang Hao spoke. Tell President Chen, I currently hold 22.5% of Tengfei Group's shares, Feng Yan holds 23%, not much difference between us. And I heard that Feng Yan is still acquiring shares from those small shareholders, coveting the position of the largest shareholder in my group. I have no conflict with President Chen, but I do have a conflict with Feng Yan. Instead of helping Feng Yan deal with President Chen, it's better to kick Feng Yan out of the company together with President Chen. This is enough to prove my sincerity. After listening, Chen Chen nodded. He roughly understood what Jiang Hao wanted to do. Of course, I have conditions for doing this. I hope President Chen can agree. Jiang Hao added. Jiang Hao's words were within Chen Chen's expectations. Without conditions, why would someone help him? Speak. Chen Chen spoke. After I and President Chen join forces to kick Feng Yan out of the company, I will also dismiss all of Feng Yan's confidants. By then, Feng Yan and his confidants' positions in the company will be vacant, and I will arrange for my people to take over. Jiang Hao got straight to the point. Being Feng Yan's confidant is definitely a high-level position in Tengfei Group. Jiang Hao planned to take advantage of this opportunity to place all these important positions under his confidants for easy control of Tengfei Group. By then, I hope President Chen will support me at the board meeting. I agree. Chen Chen nodded. Chen Chen himself is not interested in these positions at all. Even if Jiang Hao didn't mention it, Chen Chen wouldn't interfere. President Chen is indeed straightforward. Jiang Hao was overjoyed, took the initiative to stand up, and shook hands with Chen Chen. Good, happy cooperation. Chen Chen also stood up. Both sides reached an agreement. After dinner, Chen Chen left. On the way, Chen Chen decided to arrange a backup plan just in case. Thinking about it, Chen Chen took out his phone and made a call. On the other side, at the drunken Immortal Tower, the boss Luo Zhixin looked gloomy at the two middle-aged men in front of him. These two middle-aged men were the ones he sent to cause trouble at Wangjiang Pavilion yesterday. With no news all day yesterday, Luo Zhixin was wondering what had happened. To his surprise, he found out that these two guys and the bodyguards he sent were all taken to the police station by the new and old owners of Wangjiang Pavilion. He had to use his connections to finally get these people out. What are you guys good for? How come you can't even handle such a small matter? Luo Zhixin angrily questioned his useless subordinates. Boss Luo, we couldn't do anything. You don't know that kid received an invitation from Wei Jingxiong, the big shot, and we're on their turf. Even if we make a move, we're no match for them. The henchman replied helplessly. An invitation from Wei Jingxiong? Luo Zhixin couldn't sit still. What a joke. The new boss of Wangjiang Pavilion is trying to cozy up to Wei Jingxiong. Is it true? Luo Zhixin asked cautiously. Of course, it was personally mentioned by the head manager of Wangjiang Pavilion, the henchman added. What, the head manager of Wangjiang Pavilion said that? Luo Zhixin expressed deep doubt. What if they're just using Wei Jingxiong's name to scare you? Have you seen Wei Jingxiong's men come to Wangjiang Pavilion to deliver the invitation? Luo Zhixin countered. Well, no. The henchmen shook their heads. You useless bunch, you've been fooled. Luo Zhixin, in a fit of anger, stepped forward and fiercely kicked these useless henchmen. He speculated that this so-called invitation from Wei Jingxiong was probably a ploy by the new boss of Wangjiang Pavilion to intimidate his henchmen, hence the manager's words. They were trying to leverage Wei Jingxiong's reputation to appear stronger. Indeed, these fools fell for it. But boss, what if it's true? We can't afford to take that risk, the henchman replied. Luo Zhixin calmed down, realizing the point. If it were true, even if there was just a 1 in 10 chance, it was a risk they couldn't take. After all, offending a big shot like Wei Jingxiong would be disastrous for them. Get the car ready, we're going to Maple Bridge Villa area, Luo Zhixin shouted. He had some backing to reach where he was today. Facing this situation, Luo Zhixin had no choice but to seek help from his backer, Chairman Fan Hongkai of Jiangzhou Fan Group. He was a big shot whose status was not inferior to Wei Jingxiong. As the driver prepared the car, Luo Zhixin, with a pained expression, reluctantly took out a brocade box from the safe. When seeking help, he couldn't go empty-handed. If he didn't fear the relationship between the new boss of Wangjiang Pavilion and Wei Jingxiong, he wouldn't have sought Chairman Fan's help. With Chairman Fan's support, he wouldn't fear Wei Jingxiong. When the time came, Chairman Fan could handle Wei Jingxiong, and dealing with the young boss of Wangjiang Pavilion would be a piece of cake. A few minutes later, Luo Zhixin headed straight to Maple Bridge Villa area. A new day dawned. At 9 in the morning, Chen Chen set off straight for Tingfei Group. On the other side, the spirited Feng Yanli had already arrived early at Tingfei Group, ready to attend the board meeting. Today was the day he would kick Chen Chen out of the company, fulfilling the request of Kong Baisheng, the CEO. He had contacted CEO Kong yesterday, and CEO Kong promised him that as long as he could discipline Chen Chen and kick him out of the company, he would help him become the largest shareholder of Tingfei Group. Today, he would step on Chen Chen and soar to the sky. The more he thought about it, the more excited Feng Yanli became. His body couldn't help but tremble. Just then, one of Feng Yanli's trusted aides suddenly approached him and whispered a few words. In an instant, Feng Yanli's expression fell. Is what you said true or false? Feng Yanli asked sternly. Of course, it's true. I'm very certain. Last night, Zhang Hao and Chen Chen had dinner together at Wangjiang Pavilion. This was told to me by Zhang Xingda's driver, whom I've bribed. Feng Yanli's aide nodded confidently. Damn it! Feng Yanli slammed the table in frustration. Thank goodness I kept my trump card, otherwise I would really have been duped today. Feng Yanli sneered coldly. Though angry, he didn't show a hint of discouragement. He was worried about any unexpected occurrences, so he had made some arrangements yesterday, and fortunately, these arrangements had now become his greatest reliance. Zhang Hao, this bastard, actually went to find that Chen Chen. Feng Yanli sneered incessantly. At the most critical moment, Zhang Hao suddenly went to have dinner with Chen Chen privately. What else could he be up to? Surely Zhang Hao wanted to turn the tables, to join forces with Chen Chen and come after him. Unfortunately, no matter what agreement Chen Chen and you, Zhang Hao, have reached, it will all be in vain. The ultimate victor will still be me. Feng Yanli spoke confidently. These two are just clowns. Come, follow me to make some arrangements. With that, Feng Yanli left with his trusted aides to make other preparations to deal with the alliance of Chen Chen and Zhang Hao. As time passed, at 9:30 in the morning, in the large conference room of Tingfei Group, the shareholders and most of the company's executives had gathered. Zhang Hao arrived first, followed closely by Feng Yanli with his men. Upon seeing Zhang Hao, a strange smile flickered across Feng Yanli's face, but he didn't confront him directly. How's it going, General Zhang? Is everyone here? Feng Yanli inquired. Most are here, just a few shareholders and some executives who couldn't make it today, Jiang Hao replied. Feng Yanli scanned the room and nodded in satisfaction. Just a few people missing, no big deal. At this moment, the executives and shareholders below were whispering to each other. They had just had a high-level meeting not long ago, so why was there another one suddenly called today? Everyone, quiet down. I know you're curious why we've called this high-level meeting today, and I'll tell you now. Feng Yanli announced loudly. The entire conference room fell silent immediately, everyone looking curiously at Feng Yanli. Today, the reason we've gathered everyone is to. Before Feng Yanli could finish his sentence, Chen Chen arrived. Is this the third largest shareholder of our group, Mr. Chen? Looking at Chen Chen, Feng Yanli coldly spoke, then turned to Jiang Hao. General Jiang, what do you say, you and Mr. Chen should be quite familiar, right? Ha? Jiang Hao replied somewhat nervously. What do you mean? What do I mean? General Jiang, you were dining with Mr. Chen at Wangjiang just last night, don't you understand what I'm getting at? Feng Yanli questioned. Hearing this, Jiang Hao and Zhang Xingda's expressions changed instantly. What's going on? How did Feng Yanli know about their dinner with Mr. Chen last night? Only a few of them were aware of what happened last night. At the scene, only Chen Chen remained calm and composed, showing no signs of panic at being discovered by Feng Yanli. His precautions from last night now seemed incredibly correct. Jiang Hao, don't think teaming up with Chen Chen will be enough to deal with me. You're not qualified to go against me, Feng Yanli said arrogantly. Today, I've gathered everyone here to kick Chen Chen out of the company's decision-making level, Feng Yanli announced loudly. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire conference room erupted. To kick out the esteemed third-largest shareholder of the company was no small matter. If it wasn't said by Feng Yanli, the second-largest shareholder, they wouldn't believe such a possibility. Kick me out of the company? I think it's you, Feng Yanli, who will be kicked out today. Chen Chen stepped forward, facing off against Feng Yanli. Feng Yanli wanted to kick him out, but he also wanted to kick Feng Yanli out. This was the task the system had given him. Upon hearing Chen Chen's words, the whole room erupted into discussion once again. Eventually, all eyes turned to Jiang Hao. With the second and third largest shareholders of the company now at odds, Jiang Hao's allegiance as the largest shareholder became crucial. I agree with General Chen's suggestion to remove Feng Yanli from the company's decision-making level and exclude him from all company affairs. Jiang Hao stood up without hesitation. So what if Feng Yanli found out? It was no surprise to see Jiang Hao siding with Chen Chen, considering their well-known discord with Feng Yanli. Just when many thought Feng Yanli was destined to fail, he arrogantly burst into laughter. You think you can kick me out of the decision-making level, out of the company? Do you and Chen Chen have what it takes? Feng Yanli taunted. You, Jiang Hao, hold 22.5% of the company's shares, while Chen Chen only has 12%. Together, you only have a mere 34.5%. You think you can kick me out of the company? Dream on. Only 34.5%. Indeed, we don't have over 50%. But you only have 23%. What gives you the right to be so arrogant? Jiang Hao retorted. What gives me the right to be arrogant? I'll tell you now. Feng Yanli turned abruptly, addressing the other shareholders present. I declare to kick Chen Chen out of the decision-making level, out of the company. Who supports me? I do. I support. In an instant, 3 or 4 small shareholders stood up. Seeing this, Jiang Hao sneered. These individuals were Feng Yanli's confidants, holding a mere 2.7% of the shares combined, insignificant. At this critical moment, the company's fourth largest shareholder, the usually neutral Feng Lei, suddenly stood up. I support General Feng's proposal to kick out Chen Chen. With a substantial 10% stake in the company, Feng Lei's support was crucial. Seeing this, Jiang Hao was stunned. When did Feng Yanli manage to persuade the neutral Feng Lei? Nevertheless, even with Feng Lei's support, Feng Yanli only held 33% of the shares, still less than them. Just as Jiang Hao was about to breathe a sigh of relief, something even more unbelievable happened. I also support General Feng in kicking out Chen Chen. And me, I also support General Feng. Following suit, 2 other relatively larger shareholders, Mengdong and Dongziyun, expressed their support for Feng Yanli. Together, their shares amounted to a significant 12.1%. With their support, Feng Yanli's stake quickly rose to 45.1%, directly overpowering Chen Chen and Jiang Hao. In an instant, a reversal occurred, leaving Chen Chen and Jiang Hao in absolute jeopardy, facing a crisis. Jiang Hao was at a loss, things were going downhill fast. You. Jiang Hao glared angrily at Mengdong, Dongziyun, and the others. These individuals were usually neutral in the company, not taking sides in his and Feng Yanli's feud. Otherwise, Jiang Hao and Feng Yanli wouldn't have reached this deadlock. But now, why did these three neutrals all side with Feng Yanli? Why? Jiang Hao felt a sense of despair. He and Chen Chen had lost completely. With the support of these shareholders, his control over Tingfei Group would be greatly weakened by Feng Yanli. He and Chen Chen were finished. In contrast to Jiang Hao's anger, Feng Yanli was exceptionally jubilant, smiling brightly. This was his trump card, the reason why upon hearing of Chen Chen and Jiang Hao's alliance, he remained confident and unafraid, despite his initial anger. He had the support of Dong Ziyun and two others, so he naturally wasn't afraid of Chen Chen and Jiang Hao. As for how he managed to win over the three neutral parties who had remained neutral for so long, the reason was simple: it was all thanks to the Kong Group's help. Without the Kong Group's assistance, he wouldn't have been able to handle these stubborn neutral parties. With the support of these three shareholders, Feng Yanli was confident in defeating Chen Chen and his group. Chen Chen, get ready to leave the company. Feng Yanli looked at Chen Chen with undisguised excitement and pride. Leave the company? Ha, just based on you? Chen Chen calmly retorted. Feng Yanli had his trump card, didn't he? You only have 45.1% of the shares, not even 50%. Where does your confidence come from? Chen Chen countered. We may not have it, but do you have it? You talk as if you have it all figured out on your side. Feng Yanli mocked. Sorry, but we do have it. With that, Chen Chen casually threw a few contracts on the table. Just yesterday, I personally acquired 11.2% of the shares of Tingfei Group. As of now, I hold 23.2% of Tingfei Group's shares, becoming the largest shareholder of Tingfei Group. Chen Chen spoke slowly. Yesterday, Chen Chen completed a system task and received 8% of the system shares. Last night, Chen Chen, worried about any unexpected events today, specifically contacted the exclusive steward assigned to him by the Royal Bank of the First Oil Country to help him contact the shareholders of Tingfei Group to acquire another 3% of the shares. In passing, Chen Chen could also test whether the Royal Bank of the First Oil Country could truly fulfill all customer requests as they claimed. Indeed, the Royal Bank of the First Oil Country did not disappoint Chen Chen. 1 or 2 hours later, the bank steward contacted Chen Chen, informing him that they had found two small shareholders of Tingfei Group who were willing to sell their accumulated 3.2% of shares. That night, Chen Chen met with the two individuals and officially signed the share purchase agreement, thus easily becoming the new largest shareholder of Tingfei Group. As a result, many group shareholders did not show up today. Their shares had all been sold to Chen Chen. With 23.2% of Tingfei Group's shares in his hands, along with Jiang Hao's 22.5% and a combined 6.1% from Jiang Hao's confidants, he had already exceeded 50%. When Chen Chen made this statement, the whole room was in an uproar. What? Mr. Chen acquired 11.2% of the shares? My goodness, who would have thought that in the end, Mr. Chen would become the largest shareholder of the group? The crowd buzzed with discussions. This was an outcome they had never expected. Even Jiang Hao was stunned at this moment. Chen Chen's move caught him off guard. In just one day yesterday, Chen Chen acquired 11.2% of the group's shares, surpassing him directly and becoming the new largest shareholder of the group. He had been playing mind games with Chen Chen before, trying to get Chen Chen to agree to various conditions and wanting to place his confidence in the group to control the company, but it turned out to be all in vain. As for Feng Yanli, after hearing Chen Chen's words, he was dumbfounded, completely at a loss. No, this can't be true, it's impossible. Feng Yanli shouted in disbelief. The shareholders of Tingfei Group were all very stubborn and unwilling to sell their shares. Otherwise, he would have acquired these shares long ago and surpassed Jiang Hao. You must be lying to me, it must be. Feng Yanli stepped forward, trembling hands picking up the share purchase agreement that Chen Chen had thrown on the table. Feng Yanli checked word by word, but the more he read, the more his face turned ashen, especially when he found no issues with the last few signatures. Feng Yanli's face turned white as if he had just crawled out of a grave. Feng Yanli went through Chen Chen's documents again and found no problems. Feng Yanli stood frozen in place, his expression blank. Chen Chen slowly moved forward, standing in the middle at the front of the entire meeting room, then looked at everyone and said loudly, as the new largest shareholder of the company, I propose to remove Feng Yanli from the company's decision-making level. Who agrees? Jiang Hao hesitated for a moment and then spoke up, I agree. Although Chen Chen had surpassed him to become the new group's largest shareholder, Jiang Hao preferred to stand by Chen Chen's side compared to Feng Yanli. Yesterday, he had made an agreement with Chen Chen, so even if something unexpected happened now, Chen Chen had to save face for him. But if Feng Yanli won, he would likely be marginalized and eventually be kicked out of the company's decision-making level. I agree too. Count me in. I agree with Mr. Chen's proposal. Seeing Jiang Hao speak, his close aides also chimed in. At this point, the support on Chen Chen's side exceeded 50% of the company's shares. The three larger shareholders who had just announced their support for Feng Yanli looked at each other, and finally, Dong Ziyun spoke first. I take back my previous words, I also agree to Mr. Chen's proposal. I agree too. I also support Mr. Chen. Chen Chen was unstoppable now. Feng Yanli had lost. Their previous conditions were no longer valid, so they might as well be fence-sitters and do Chen Chen a favor. With their support, the percentage of support for Chen Chen exceeded 70%, and Feng Yanli was completely defeated. I now announce that over 70% of the company's shareholders agreed to remove Feng Yanli from the company's decision-making level from now on, and Feng Yanli can no longer participate in any company decisions. Chen Chen declared the final result loudly. No! Feng Yanli roared in frustration. The next moment, Feng Yanli's vision darkened, and he collapsed on the ground due to a sudden heart attack. He was quickly taken to the hospital. The board meeting ended, and numerous company executives and shareholders flocked to Chen Chen, surrounding him with various flatteries and attempts to please him. Mr. Chen, could you come over? I have something to discuss with you. Jiang Hao approached nervously and asked softly. Sure. Chen Chen nodded. Later, Chen Chen and Jiang Hao went to Jiang Hao's office. Mr. Chen, this should be your office from now on. Jiang Hao said somewhat dejectedly, considering Chen Chen had become the company's largest shareholder. No need, this office still belongs to Mr. Jiang, Chen Chen said meaningfully. Although he had become the largest shareholder of Tengfei Group, Chen Chen had no intention of replacing Jiang Hao to manage the entire company. Firstly, although Jiang Hao had his own motives, he had also helped Chen Chen. Without him, it wouldn't have been easy for Chen Chen to remove Feng Yanli. Secondly, managing a company required a lot of energy and time, and Chen Chen didn't want to invest all his energy in a small Tengfei Group. Tengfei Group was only worth around $1 billion, and Chen Chen aimed to surpass the Chen family and even surpass the Su family in the future. Relying solely on Tengfei Group was not enough. Besides, Chen Chen's net worth had already exceeded $7 billion yesterday, and with today's rewards yet to come, he might even surpass $8 billion, bringing him closer to $10 billion. Chen Chen knew what was more important. Jiang Hao understood the meaning behind Chen Chen's words and was overjoyed. Chen, is what you said true? Jiang Hao asked, trembling. Of course, Tengfei Group is usually managed by General Jiang. If there are any major issues, we can discuss them together. Chen Chen nodded. Thank you, General Chen. Jiang Hao grabbed Chen Chen's hand, thanking him incessantly. After the matter was settled, Chen Chen left Tengfei Group and just sat in the car when the system's voice came. Ding! Counterattack against Feng Yanli, using his own methods to deal with him, kicking Feng Yanli out of the decision-making level of Tengfei Group, making him shoot himself in the foot. Task completed. Congratulations on obtaining top financial management ability. Congratulations on obtaining 53 experience points. With the task completed, a vast amount of memories flooded into Chen Chen's mind. A few minutes later, after digesting this memory, Chen Chen possessed top financial management abilities, becoming a top financial management master. Not only that, but Chen Chen also gained 53 experience points from this task. Chen Chen glanced at the system. Current system level, level 1, 303/1500, he had already accumulated over 300 points, almost reaching 1/5 of the points needed for the system upgrade. Today was only the 7th day since he got the system, not to mention that Chen Chen only discovered the system's upgrade mode on the 3rd day. Strictly speaking, including today, Chen Chen only took 5 days to accumulate 1/5 of the points needed for the system upgrade. At this rate, he would only need about 20 days to gather the remaining points needed for the upgrade. This speed was very fast. A smile appeared on Chen Chen's face. Just as Chen Chen was happy, another surprise arrived. Ding! Severing ties on the 7th day, obtaining 4% stake in Yongtai Real Estate Group, one of Jiangzhou's top enterprises, becoming the vice president of Yongtai Real Estate Group, a stake in Yongtai Real Estate Group? Chen Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Yongtai Real Estate Group, one of Jiangzhou's top enterprises, had exceptionally strong capabilities. Currently, Yongtai Real Estate Group's market value was around 30 billion, and a 4% stake in Yongtai Real Estate Group was worth approximately 1.2 billion. In an instant, Chen Chen's net worth reached 8 billion, getting closer to 10 billion. Moreover, the system's reward was not only the stake in Yongtai Real Estate Group but also the position of vice president in the company. This position was extremely prestigious in Jiangzhou. Today, he had truly gained a lot. Just as Chen Chen was about to return to the villa, he suddenly received a text message. Chen Chen looked down and saw it was from Xia Mengmeng, asking if he had time today to hang out together. If he did, they could meet at Yangjia Shopping Center later. Go to Yangjia Shopping Center? Sure. Chen Chen agreed, as he was planning to visit Yangjia Shopping Center anyway. Since he got ownership of Yangjia Shopping Center, he had only been there once, and that time was for buying clothes and signing contracts. He hadn't inspected the place. Today, he could take this opportunity to go incognito and check out the situation at Yangjia Shopping Center. 20 minutes later, Chen Chen arrived at Yangjia Shopping Center. Xia Mengmeng hadn't arrived yet, so Chen Chen went into a nearby cafe, ordered a coffee, and waited. A few minutes later, Xia Mengmeng arrived. Chen Chen went out. Chen Sr., please wait a moment, Xia Mengmeng suddenly said mysteriously, as if something important was about to happen. Chen Chen was very curious about what she was up to. 2 minutes later, Xia Ruoshui hurried over. Oh, General Chen is here too? Xia Ruoshui greeted Chen Chen with some surprise upon seeing him. Meng, what's wrong? Xia Ruoshui asked with concern. With their parents away in Jiangzhou, Meng was under her care. Meng had messaged her earlier, saying she wasn't feeling well and asking Xia Ruoshui to hurry to Yangjia Shopping Center. Xia Ruoshui quickly set aside her work and rushed over. Sister, I'm fine. Oh, I forgot, I still have homework to do, what a pity. How about this, sister, you go shopping with Chen Shuozhang, I'll leave first. With that, Xia Meng swiftly slipped away. Today, she had arranged for Chen Shuozhang and her sister to meet here to create an opportunity for them to be alone. Meng truly felt that her sister and Chen Shuozhang were a perfect match, and it would be a shame if they weren't together. So Meng took on the role of a matchmaker, bringing the two together. By inviting her sister and Chen Shuozhang here today, having them eat together, watch a movie, and go shopping, wouldn't their feelings for each other quickly intensify? Ah, she was really breaking her heart for her sister's happiness. It was not easy for her. Xia Ruoshui and Chen Chen were a bit stunned as they watched Meng suddenly leave. For a moment, the two of them were at a loss. Chen, do you need clothes? Since we're here, I plan to buy a few pieces. Xia Ruoshui thought for a moment before speaking. Just then, the system's voice came in. Ding, mission issued, go shopping with Xia Ruoshui, mission reward, 100 times consumption rebate card, up to 5 billion, mission reward, 51 experience points. Another mission had come, and this time the reward was a 100 times consumption rebate card. Not bad. In other words, she only needed to spend 5 million to get a rebate of up to 5 billion, making a profit of nearly 4,950 million out of thin air. This rebate level was simply terrifying. What a cool reward. Just as she had bought a little over 3% of Tengfei Group's shares for over 3 billion. Now, by completing the mission, her liquid assets would instantly increase by over 4,900 million. And with this nearly 5 billion, she was even closer to a net worth of 100 billion. I'm fine with that, let's go check it out together. Chen nodded. This time, he mainly wanted to do some undercover investigation to see how Yangjia Shopping Center was operating. As for the purpose of going in, it didn't matter, of course, if there were suitable clothes, he could buy a few more. Besides, there was a system mission now. With that, Chen and Xia Ruoshui entered Yangjia Shopping Center. They visited several stores and finally stopped at a large luxury store. Xia Ruoshui was very satisfied with the clothes in this store. Chen, how about this coat? I think it suits you very well. While picking out clothes for herself, Xia Ruoshui also paid attention to the men's section. When she saw a black coat, she couldn't help but speak up. With that, Xia Ruoshui took the garment down, wanting Chen to try it on. Just as Chen was about to try it on, a dandy with his girlfriend walked in. Make all the customers in your store leave, my girlfriend wants to pick out clothes. As soon as this dandy-looking man entered, he arrogantly declared. Upon hearing this, the staff in the store felt helpless. They looked at the store manager, who could only nod. Eventually, the staff followed orders and began to clear out the customers. A staff member approached Chen and Xia Ruoshui, asking them to leave temporarily. Chen asked somewhat displeased, is this guy a VIP member here? How come he has such privileges? He was just about to try on clothes, what a buzzkill. No, he is Su Zhouchuan, the son of Su Li, the deputy general manager of Yangjia Shopping Center. In Yangjia Shopping Center, he is like a little overlord. No store dares to defy him. The staff replied helplessly. There was a famous restaurant before, but it offended Su Zhouchuan and closed down a few days later. It is said that Su Zhouchuan had a hand in it. The staff whispered. Hearing this, Chen furrowed his brows. He didn't expect to gain something so quickly from his incognito visit this time. The son of a mere deputy general manager dares to act so recklessly in Yongtai shopping center? Even he, as the boss, doesn't have as much authority as Su Zhouchuan. No wonder the business of Yongjia shopping center seems to be declining in recent years. The internal management is really poor. He had no connection with Yongjia shopping center before, so he didn't care, but now, as the owner of Yongjia shopping center, Chen Chen naturally couldn't turn a blind eye. If left unchecked, his Yongjia shopping center would sooner or later go bankrupt. Who gave you the right to drive away all the customers and serve only yourself? Chen Chen spoke, not tolerating Su Zhouchuan. Ha? Another troublemaker? Su Zhouchuan sneered as he looked at Chen Chen, who stepped forward. Who gave me the right? My dad gave me the right. Is that not okay? My dad is the deputy general manager of Yongjia shopping center, and I can do whatever I want. Su Zhouchuan replied arrogantly. Heh, daring to go against my boyfriend on his turf at Yongjia shopping center? Are you out of your mind? Su Zhouchuan's girlfriend chimed in proudly. Heh, on your boyfriend's turf? Your dad is the deputy general manager of Yongjia shopping center, right? Well, from now on, he's fired. Chen Chen coldly declared, asserting his dominance. Judging by the attitude of this staff member, Su Zhouchuan had been causing trouble in Yongjia shopping center for quite some time. As the deputy general manager of Yongjia shopping center, Suli must be aware of this, but he let his son run amok. Since that's the case, there's no need to keep this deputy general manager around. Why keep such a useless person around, spending money on him for nothing? Heh, from now on, my dad is fired. Who do you think you are? Su Zhouchuan laughed wildly, as if he had heard the biggest joke. Who am I? I am Chen Chen, the new owner of Yongjia shopping center. Chen Chen replied calmly. With these words, the scene fell into a deathly silence. The new owner of Yongjia shopping center? He is the new owner of Yongjia shopping center? My goodness. Everyone looked at Chen Chen in astonishment, especially Su Zhouchuan, who was completely stunned. He seemed to have heard his father mention yesterday that Yongjia shopping center had a new owner, but he had forgotten the name of that new owner. Could it really be this kid? Humph, trying to scare me? Do you think I'm easily frightened? I'll call my dad now and have him expose your deception. Su Zhouchuan didn't believe that this young man, younger than him, could be the dignified owner of Yongjia shopping center, so he called his father to inquire about the details. Son, what's wrong? In the phone call, Suli's lazy voice came through. At that moment, Suli was in his office, enjoying tea and music, feeling quite content. Dad, I'm at Yongjia shopping center, and there's a guy pretending to be the new owner of our Yongjia shopping center. Dad, quickly send someone over to catch this guy. Su Zhouchuan complained. What, daring to impersonate the owner of our Yongjia shopping center? He's truly seeking death. Suli sneered. Alright, I'll send someone over now to arrest that guy. Suli agreed with his son, not really bothered by the matter at all. Just as Suli was about to send someone, he casually asked, by the way, what's the name of that kid who pretended to be the boss of our Yongjia shopping center? His name is Chen Chen, Dad. That kid is called Chen Chen, Su Zhouchuan replied. What? The teacup in Suli's hand slipped directly to the ground, shattering into pieces. You said the person who pretended to be the boss of our Yongjia shopping center is called what? Suli cautiously asked. His name is Chen Chen. What's wrong, Dad? Su Zhouchuan replied indifferently. Chen Chen? That person is called Chen Chen? Suli suddenly stood up, his face pale with shock. So he is the new boss of our Yongjia shopping center, not an imposter. Where are you now? Suli urgently asked. Su Zhouchuan told Su Tai his location. 3 minutes later, Suli hurriedly rushed over in a panic. From a distance, he saw Chen Chen standing there with a cold expression. Boss, why didn't you inform us when you arrived? Suli quickly went over, trying to please Chen Chen. Seeing this scene, everyone in the store was stunned. So this young man is really the boss of Yongjia shopping center. I didn't inform you. If I did, how could I witness this scene? Chen Chen spoke coldly, showing his dislike for Suli. You fool, what are you standing there for? Come over here quickly. Suli scolded his son next to him. Hearing this, Su Zhouchuan immediately shivered and came over. What are you standing there for? Why haven't you apologized to the boss? Suli wanted to make up for his mistake just now. No need to apologize, I have already informed the HR department. You can pack up and leave my Yongjia shopping center. Chen Chen ordered. At that moment, the store staff brought over the clothes that had just been packed. Chen Chen and Xiao Ruoshui took the packed clothes and left the store. Suli was dumbfounded on the spot. He had only a few years left before retirement, to receive his pension and live a comfortable retirement life. But now, because of this unfilial son, he was dismissed from his job. Suli was furious to the extreme. In a fit of anger, Suli pulled out a crocodile skin belt, intending to give this unfilial son a taste of childhood memories. Soon, screams echoed throughout the entire Yongjia shopping center. Su Zhouchuan relived his childhood. On the other side, Chen Chen and Xiao Ruoshui prepared to put the purchased clothes in the car first. I didn't expect General Chen to still be the boss of Yongjia shopping center. General Chen is truly outstanding. Xiao Ruoshui couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, she was becoming more and more curious about Chen Chen. She roughly knew from her younger sister that Chen Chen was from the wealthy Chen family, but had cut ties with them, considered a disowned son of the Chen family. But with this complicated background, General Chen was becoming more and more formidable, which made Xiao Ruoshui somewhat admire Chen Chen in her heart. In a way, she and General Chen were of the same kind. I apologize for the inconvenience, General Xia. Chen Chen spoke. Having such a subordinate, Chen Chen was losing face. After putting away their things, Chen Chen and Xiao Ruoshui continued to stroll around Yongjia shopping center. When they arrived at the supermarket, Chen Chen saw the freshly cut beef and lamb, and suddenly had an idea. General Xia, would you like to have barbecue? Chen Chen asked Xiao Ruoshui. Barbecue? I've never had it before. At this point, Xiao Ruoshui's expression dimmed. When she was young, her family was strict, she never had the chance to eat various snacks. Now, managing the vast Xia group, she was always entertaining at high-end restaurants, eating top-notch private dishes or French cuisine, never coming into contact with things like barbecue. Not only barbecue, but also some other snacks she hasn't tried. Never tried? That's a shame. How about this, Xia, you'll stay at my place tonight, and we'll have a barbecue feast, Chen Chen suggested. His villa's yard was spacious, perfect for a barbecue. Okay, Xiao Ruoshui nodded. Later, Chen Chen bought various barbecue ingredients, a barbecue grill, smokeless charcoal, and other barbecue materials. Just then, the system's voice came. Ding, mission released, go shopping with Xiao Ruoshui, mission reward, 100 times consumption rebate card, up to 5 billion, mission reward, 51 experience points. The task was completed, and the 100 times consumption rebate card was credited. In a way, Chen Chen's net worth increased by nearly 5 billion. Now, Chen Chen's net worth was close to breaking through 100 billion, just one step away. After buying the ingredients, Chen Chen and Xiao Ruoshui returned to the Royal View Villa area. In the yard, they started preparing the ingredients. Although Xiao Ruoshui's cooking skills were not great, she could handle basic tasks like chopping vegetables. As Chen Chen prepared for the barbecue, Wei Jingxiong suddenly called. Chen, do you have time tonight for dinner? Wei Jingxiong invited over the phone. Chen Chen answered the call and declined. Sorry, Wei, I already have plans for tonight. My barbecue is already underway. That's a pity. How about tomorrow? You should be free tomorrow, right? Wei Jingxiong asked again. Tomorrow works, Chen Chen agreed. Great, I'll treat you tomorrow morning. You must come, Chen, Wei Jingxiong invited. No problem, Chen Chen accepted, and they set the plan. Half an hour later, Chen Chen's first barbecue was ready. He asked Xiao Ruoshui to try it. Curiously, Xiao Ruoshui picked up a skewer, tasted it, and her eyes lit up. This barbecue tastes different from the grilled meat in restaurants. Xiao Ruoshui marveled. Having had plenty of upscale restaurant barbecue, this homemade barbecue had a unique flavor that she found delicious. Indeed, Chen Chen nodded. With his barbecue skills and top-notch cooking, the taste was exceptional. Not content with just eating, Chen Chen went to the wine cellar, grabbed a few bottles, and poured a glass for himself and Xiao Ruoshui. Since Xiao Ruoshui lived next door and wasn't going out that night, even if they drank a bit too much, it wouldn't be a problem. Hesitant at first, Xiao Ruoshui eventually took the glass. Her alcohol tolerance was low, usually avoiding alcohol altogether, but with recent work stress, she decided to have a drink. After a sip, Xiao Ruoshui's face turned red. One glass later, the usually reserved Xiao Ruoshui became talkative. Both being from affluent families, they found many common topics and grew more comfortable chatting. Xia, you've had enough. Maybe you should stop drinking. Seeing Xiao Ruoshui seeming a bit tipsy, Chen Chen advised. It's fine, I can handle my liquor. I'm not drunk. Xiao Ruoshui waved her hand, her face flushed. The usually cool and composed Xiao Ruoshui now exuded a different charm. By the way, Chen, we're good friends now. No need for formalities like Mr. Chen or Mr. Xia. It feels awkward, Xiao Ruoshui suggested. At home, addressing each other formally felt too formal, like they were still at work. Alright then, from now on, you can call me Ruoshui, and I'll call you Chen Chen. Chen Chen agreed, feeling the same way. Ruoshui? Upon hearing this address, Xiao Ruoshui was taken aback. Normally, only parents and elders at home would call her that way. This address was quite intimate. If it were another man calling her like this, Xia Ruoxue would have been angry and walked away. But now, as Chen Chen said it, for some reason, Xia Ruoxue felt no resistance in her heart. At this moment, even Xia Ruoxue didn't know why. Over half an hour later, Xia Mengmeng returned. As she was about to open the door, she caught a whiff of a fragrance and the next second, like a little greedy cat, she followed the scent to Chen Chen's villa. When Xia Mengmeng saw Chen Chen and her sister happily eating, she suddenly felt envious and cried out, "If only I had come back earlier." Xia Mengmeng said she had always been nostalgic for Chen Chen's cooking skills. With that, Xia Mengmeng picked up a skewer of lamb and started eating. After a while, she inadvertently heard Chen Chen calling her sister Ruoxue, and her sister happily responding without a hint of anger. Xia Mengmeng's eyes lit up instantly. Oh my, did Senior Chen and her sister progress so quickly in their relationship? It seems like my plan for today was a success. Since this plan went so well, it's necessary to do it again. At this rate, if everything goes smoothly, it won't be long before her sister and Senior Chen confirm their relationship. Xia Mengmeng pondered in her mind. After dinner, Xia Mengmeng and Xia Ruoxue left. Chen Chen quickly freshened up and went to rest. He couldn't wait for tomorrow to come. Currently, his net worth was already over 8 billion, just a few billion away from breaking the 100 billion mark. If luck was on his side, with tomorrow's reward, he could become the youngest billionaire in Jiangzhou. How could he not be excited? How could he not be happy? The next morning after class, Chen Chen drove away from the school. Seeing this, Chen Haoyu quickly called his sister Chen Itsue. Chen Chen has left the school. Okay, I got it. Chen Itsue nodded. After hanging up the phone, Chen Itsue looked at the tall and strong young man beside her. Xingrong, Chen Chen has left Jiangzhou University. This tall young man was Chen Xingrong, the eldest son of Chen Jiping, Chen Itsue's fourth uncle. Chen Xingrong was currently thriving in Jiangzhou, being one of the leaders of an underground force with nearly 100 followers. Good, Chen Xingrong nodded. With that, he sent a message to his men to follow Chen Chen's car. With Xingrong's involvement this time, Chen Chen definitely won't escape, Chen Itsue said excitedly. This time, to deal with Chen Chen, Xingrong called in about 20 to 30 of his men, making it almost a sure thing. In the eyes of Chen Itsue and Chen Xingrong's father, Xingrong dealing with Chen Chen was a surefire way to bring him down, with no possibility of resistance from Chen Chen. Xingrong was their hope. Of course, your previous methods were too troublesome. It's better to act directly, let the fists speak the truth. Chen Xingrong clenched his fist the size of a sandbag, his eyes fierce. This time, he would use his fists to subdue Chen Chen, make him immediately go back and apologize to their grandfather. Soon, Chen Xingrong received a message from his men. Boss, that kid got off at Tanjiakai and seems to be going in to eat. The henchman reported to Chen Xingrong. Tanjiakai, one of the famous private kitchens in Jiangzhou, not open to the public, only serving their members, was one of the city's renowned high-end restaurants. That kid Chen Chen still has the mood to eat at Tanjiakai. I'll make him eat his words soon. With that, Chen Xingrong waved his hand and led 2 or 3 dozen of his men who were already prepared, setting off mightily. 10 minutes later, Chen Xingrong, accompanied by Chen Itsue and his men, arrived aggressively at the Tan family restaurant. At that moment, a follower of Chen Chen came over and informed Chen Xingrong of Chen Chen's location in the private room. Chen Xingrong immediately rushed in, kicking open the door to the room. Inside the room, Chen Chen was looking at his phone. He had just received a message from Wei Jingxiong that he needed to attend to something and would be half an hour late. Chen Chen, finally found you, Chen Xingrong said, his smile particularly sinister. What do you want with me? Chen Chen retorted. What do I want with you? Of course, to beat you up, Chen Xingrong replied. If you're smart, go back now, kneel and apologize to Grandpa, return to the Chen family, then go meet the daughter of the Su family, and I might spare you. If you don't agree, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chen Xingrong cracked his knuckles, ready to strike. Dream on if you think I'll return to the Chen family, Chen Chen retorted. Chen Chen, I can't believe you're still so stubborn. Brother Xingrong, teach him a lesson, Chen Itsue incited from the side. All right. Chen Xingrong signaled his men not to intervene yet. He wanted to personally educate this ignorant cousin. Approaching Chen Chen, Chen Xingrong swung his massive fist fiercely towards Chen Chen. Just when Chen Xingrong thought he could overpower Chen Chen with his skills and strength, an unexpected event occurred. Chen Chen suddenly stood up, dodging easily, then grabbed Chen Xingrong's arm and exerted force. Bang! A loud noise rang out as Chen Xingrong fell hard to the ground, screaming in agony. Witnessing this, everyone present was dumbfounded. What's going on? Beside them, Chen Itsue was also stunned. This plot twist was unexpected. Shouldn't it be Brother Xingrong who knocks down Chen Chen? Why is the one lying on the ground the towering Brother Xingrong instead? Chen Xingrong's men hurried over to help him up. Damn it! Chen Xingrong struggled to his feet, his face twisted in anger. Even he couldn't believe how a man nearly 2 meters tall and over 200 pounds like him was easily taken down by Chen Chen. He was no match for Chen Chen. Is this all you've got? Chen Chen looked at Chen Xingrong. The top-notch combat skills he obtained from the system proved to be incredibly useful. Chen Chen, I didn't expect you to be so skilled. I underestimated you, Chen Xingrong said confidently. I may not beat you, but I have my brothers with me. Dare to fight me, will your brothers agree? We don't agree. Chen Xingrong's men shouted in unison. With a glance from Chen Xingrong, the 2 or 3 dozen men he brought with him immediately stormed into the spacious private room, surrounding Chen Chen inside and out. He might not be a match for Chen Chen alone, but with so many men, he refused to believe that they couldn't teach Chen Chen a lesson. Attack! Furious, Chen Xingrong, now consumed by rage, directly ordered his men to punish Chen Chen severely. Let's see who dares to move. Before Chen Xingrong's words could fully land, a stern voice echoed from behind. Angered, Chen Xingrong turned to see who dared to oppose him. However, when he saw the appearance of the newcomer clearly, he was instantly shocked. At that moment, the person entering the room was none other than the big shot of Jiangzhou, Wei Jingxiong. Wei boss? Chen Xingrong asked, his voice trembling. Don't say that he is just one of the leaders of an underground force in Jiangzhou now. Even if he is the boss of this force, he must show utmost respect when meeting Wei Jingxiong. Are you planning to demolish my restaurant? Wei Jingxiong asked in a cold voice. Ha! Chen Xingrong and the others were stunned when they heard Wei Jingxiong's words. His restaurant? Is this Tan family's cuisine your property, boss Wei? Chen Xingrong asked in surprise. Indeed. Wei Jingxiong nodded. It was precisely for this reason that Wei Jingxiong had considered merging with Chen Chen's Wangjiang pavilion before, but after learning about Chen Chen's identity, Wei Jingxiong changed his mind. I'm sorry, boss Wei, it's my mistake. We will take this kid away now and settle it outside. Chen Xingrong quickly spoke up, intending to forcibly take Chen Chen out. How dare you? However, to Chen Xingrong's surprise, Wei Jingxiong not only did not calm down but became even more furious. You actually want to lay hands on my guest? You are quite bold. A terrifying smile flashed across Wei Jingxiong's face. There were not many people in Jiangzhou who dared to do such a thing. What? What do you mean, boss Wei? Chen Xingrong didn't quite understand. What do I mean, mister? Chen Chen is my guest. If you want to lay hands on my guest now, isn't that trampling my face on the ground? Wei Jingxiong replied coldly. What? Chen Chen is Wei Jingxiong's guest. What kind of joke is this? What is Chen Chen's identity? Why would a big shot like Wei Jingxiong invite him to dinner? Boss Wei, Chen Xingrong wanted to explain, but Wei Jingxiong stopped him. Let your boss come and talk to me, you are not qualified enough. Wei Jingxiong ordered. Knowing that he was not qualified to speak with Wei Jingxiong, Chen Xingrong had no choice but to reluctantly contact his boss, Bai Lingyuan. Upon learning that Chen Xingrong had offended Wei Jingxiong, Bai Lingyuan hurriedly rushed over here. Get out! Wei Jingxiong scolded Chen Xingrong's men. Faced with the reprimand of the prestigious leader of Jiangzhou, Wei Jingxiong's men dared not disobey in the slightest and quickly left, making way. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, I was delayed for a moment due to some matters. Such an incident happened in my restaurant, rest assured, I will give you a satisfactory explanation. Wei Jingxiong apologized to Chen Chen. Waiter, serve the dishes. Soon, the waiters began to bring in various delicacies. Chen Chen and Wei Jingxiong chatted while eating. Watching Chen Chen actually chatting and dining with the prestigious leader of Jiangzhou, Wei Jingxiong, in such a relaxed manner, Chen Itsue and Chen Xingrong were dumbfounded. How did Chen Chen gain Wei Jingxiong's approval? Chen Itsue couldn't understand. Last time, when Chen Chen went to visit Wei Jingxiong, it might have been under the name of the Xia Group. But now, Chen Chen and Wei Jingxiong were chatting and dining together, which was not right. Wei Jingxiong was the overlord of Jiangzhou, with a strong and domineering personality. Even if Chen Chen had a special relationship with that Xia Mengmeng, let alone if Chen Chen was with Xia Ruoshui, the president of the Xia Group, it would not be possible for Wei Jingxiong to act like this. At this moment, Chen Itsue had to admit that Chen Chen's ability to sit on an equal footing with Wei Jingxiong was entirely due to himself. But why was this the case? Chen Chen, a discarded member of their Chen family, who had severed ties with them, why could he sit on an equal footing with Wei Jingxiong? Chen Itsue was at a loss, and as for Chen Xingrong, he was even more dumbfounded. Chen Itsue and the others were outsiders, not involved in the underground world, so they were not clear. But as an insider, Chen Xingrong was even more aware of the value represented by Chen Chen being able to sit on an equal footing with Wei Jingxiong. Even their boss couldn't achieve this. Chen Chen, who used to be looked down upon by the Chen family and held a low position, now possessed such terrifying power and status. By the way, Mr. Chen, I invited you here today because there is something very important I want to discuss with you, something you will surely be interested in. Wei Jingxiong said mysteriously. I will be interested? Wei Jingxiong's words piqued Chen Chen's curiosity. It's not convenient with outsiders present right now. I will talk privately with Mr. Chen later, I promise it won't disappoint you, Wei Jingxiong assured. A few minutes later, Chen Xingrong's older brother, Bai Lingyuan, arrived. Your little brother actually laid hands on my guest. How do you intend to handle this? Before Bai Lingyuan could speak, Wei Jingxiong gave him a choice. Wei, it's my fault for not disciplining him properly. Bai Lingyuan quickly apologized. What are you standing there for? Come over here and apologize to Wei and his guest by kneeling down. Bai Lingyuan commanded. Kneel down and apologize? Hearing this, Chen Eizue was dumbfounded. Wasn't this implying that Xingrong was going to kneel down and apologize to Chen Chen? How could this be happening? Wasn't Xingrong supposed to belittle Chen Chen? How did it end up with Chen Chen belittling Xingrong? Chen Xingrong hesitated for a moment, then took a deep breath, took a few steps forward, and knelt down with a thud. Wei, Chen Chen, Chen Xingrong, was wrong. Chen Xingrong knelt down and apologized, even kowtowing. From now on, I will withdraw from the underground world of Jiangzhou. Chen Xingrong knew the rules. After today's events, he could no longer survive in the underground world of Jiangzhou. All his years of hard work and efforts were in vain. In the Chen family, he couldn't compete with his other cousins, which led him to the underground world, and now, all his years of hard work were wasted. It turned out that Chen Chen wasn't the useless one, he was. At this moment, Chen Xingrong's eyes were vacant, as if he had been defeated. Beside him, Chen Eizue was utterly despondent. Get out! Wei Jingxiong waved his hand. He had important matters to discuss with Chen. Thank you, Wei, thank you. Bai Lingyuan quickly led his men out. Soon, only Chen Chen and Wei Jingxiong remained in the room. Chen, I know some things about the prestigious Chen family. Wei Jingxiong got straight to the point. The important matter I mentioned is related to the Chen family. Chen, do you know that these days, the old master of the Chen family secretly left Jiangzhou and went to another place? I'm not aware. Chen Chen shook his head. I know the reason why the old master of the Chen family left Jiangzhou this time. Wei Jingxiong explained. I accidentally found out about it yesterday. It involves a secret of the Chen family, something I believe you will be interested in, which is why I invited you for dinner. The Chen family's secret? Hearing Wei Jingxiong's words, Chen Chen immediately became interested. This time, the old master of the Chen family secretly left Jiangzhou with his eldest son to negotiate a cooperation with our large company in Zhonghai province, Wanhong Software Group. Wanhong Software Group? Upon hearing this name, Chen Chen furrowed his brow. He had heard of this company. Wanhong Software Group was one of the leading enterprises in Zhonghai province, with exceptional strength. However, in his impression, the Chen family had not ventured into the software industry. Why would someone from the Chen family go to Wanhong Software Group? Noticing Chen Chen's confusion, Wei Jingxiong explained, there is news that Wanhong Software Group wants to build a large industrial park in Jiangzhou and now needs a real estate developer from Jiangzhou. If we take on this project from Wanhong Software Group, we could conservatively earn tens of billions. It was for this reason that old Master Chen quietly visited Wanhong Software Group, so as not to attract the attention of other major real estate companies in Jiangzhou. Old Master Chen is extremely keen on this project. It's a must-win. This news was only shared with Chen Chen by Wei Jingxiong. I see. Chen Chen fell into deep thought. The Chen family was indeed involved in the real estate industry, which was also one of their core industries. After listening to Wei Jingxiong, a bold idea popped into Chen Chen's mind to target the Chen family. Just as Chen Chen was contemplating, the system's voice came in. Ding! On the 8th day of severed ties, rewarded with 5% stake in Yongtai Real Estate Group, becoming the 4th largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group, the share purchase contract has been placed in your study, please check it, huh? Looking at today's reward from the system, Chen Chen's heart raced instantly. Today's reward was even more generous than yesterday's. With Yongtai Real Estate Group valued at around 30 billion, a 5% stake was worth a whopping 15 billion. More importantly, with this 15 billion, Chen Chen's net worth instantly exceeded 10 billion. From now on, Chen Chen would be the youngest billionaire in Jiangzhou. With a billion-dollar fortune, Chen Chen could be considered a true tycoon in Jiangzhou. Just 8 days after cutting ties with himself and the Chen family, he had transformed from a regular broke student with only a few $100 in his pocket to a billionaire. Having the system was truly amazing. With today's edition, Chen Chen now held 9% stake in Yongtai Real Estate Group, becoming the 4th largest shareholder. Now, Chen Chen's bold idea seemed to have shed its bold label. Since the Chen family valued Wanhong Software Group's project of building a large industrial park in Jiangzhou so highly, Chen had to intervene even more. Now with a billion-dollar fortune confronting the Chen family, Chen had a certain trump card. Moreover, as the fourth largest shareholder and vice president of Yongtai Real Estate Group, he had even more leverage. It's worth noting that in the real estate industry, Yongtai Real Estate Group's strength surpassed that of the Chen family. If he could represent Yongtai Real Estate Group and snatch the project of building a large software park from the Chen family, Old Master Chen and the others in the Chen family would surely be very pleased. He could also make a hefty profit from it, a win-win situation. The more he thought about it, the more feasible Chen found this plan to be. Mr. Chen, if you need any help, you can come to me, we are friends after all. Wei Jingxiong hinted. The reason he revealed this secret of the Chen family to Chen was to gain a favor from him. As for any losses to the Chen family's interests, it had nothing to do with him as an outsider. Thank you, General Wei. Chen nodded, remembering Wei Jingxiong's kindness. After deciding to target the Chen family's business, Chen now faced two problems. Firstly, he didn't know anyone from Wanhong Software Group, and to target the Chen family and take this project away from them, he first needed to get to know the top executives of Wanhong Software Group, preferably the more powerful ones. Chen asked Wei Jingxiong next to him, but Wei Jingxiong also didn't know anyone from Wanhong Software Group. This matter was temporarily set aside. The second issue was for Chen to persuade the shareholders of Yongtai Real Estate Group to agree to his plan to target the Chen family. This problem was a bit simpler, as there were tens of billions in profits at stake. Who wouldn't be tempted? With his identity as the fourth largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group, it was somewhat easier to persuade others. Just as Chen was contemplating, he suddenly received a phone call. The call was from Yang Shengping, the chairman of Yongtai Real Estate Group and also its largest shareholder. Yang Shengping first congratulated Chen on becoming a shareholder of their Yongtai Real Estate Group, and then he expressed his desire to meet Chen in person for a mutual introduction. By the way, Mr. Chen, I am hosting a banquet tomorrow, inviting many wealthy tycoons from Jiangzhou. Would Mr. Chen honor us with your presence? Yang Shengping extended the invitation. Sure. Chen nodded. He also wanted to meet Yang Shengping to discuss the matter of targeting the Chen family's business. Now that Yang Shengping had taken the initiative to invite him, he naturally agreed. Alright, I will have someone deliver the invitation to Mr. Chen. May I know where to send it? Yang Shengping inquired. Just send it to Jiangzhou University, Chairman Yang. Chen replied. Jiangzhou University? Yes, I have classes at Jiangzhou University in the afternoon. Chen answered. Still attending classes at Jiangzhou University? Yang Shengping was greatly surprised upon learning Chen student status. Chen was indeed young and promising. After dinner, Chen left. During the afternoon break, Chen received Yang Shengping's invitation. When Chen saw the invitation, which included inviting Mr. Chen and his female companion to attend the banquet tomorrow night, he was taken aback as he didn't have a female companion. Nevertheless, going alone shouldn't be a problem. After the afternoon classes, Chen returned to his villa. In the evening, Xiao Ruoshui brought some fruits to Chen. When Xiao Ruoshui looked at Chen again, she seemed a bit embarrassed. Chen, I can't handle alcohol well. Did I do anything embarrassing last night? No, you didn't. Chen shook his head. Xiao Ruoshui, who got a bit drunk last night, was quite adorable. The contrast between the tipsy Xiao Ruoshui and her usual self was quite charming. Ha! Xiao Ruoshui inadvertently noticed the invitation that Chen had casually placed aside. Chen, did you also receive Chairman Yang's invitation? Ruoshui, were you invited too? Chen asked. Yes, but I don't have a male companion, so I didn't plan on going. Xiao Ruoshui trailed off. Without a male companion, she was worried about being bothered by unwanted suitors if she attended, which gave her a headache. I don't have a female companion either. How about we go together tomorrow? Chen suggested. Upon hearing Chen proposal, Xiao Ruoshui's eyes lit up. Okay. Xiao Ruoshui nodded in agreement. With a male companion, she shouldn't be bothered by any unwanted attention at the banquet tomorrow. Moreover, having Chen as her companion should be quite nice. Chen and Xiao Ruoshui chatted for a while, and suddenly Chen thought of Wanhong Software Group and asked Xiao Ruoshui if she knew anyone there. Little did Chen expect that his casual question would lead to an unexpected answer. Wanhong Software Group? Yes, I know. Our Xia family holds some shares in Wanhong Software Group. Xiao Ruoshui spoke up. What? Chen was extremely surprised. He knew the Xia family was powerful, with the Jiangzhou Xia Group being just one of their industries. However, he never imagined that the Xia family was so influential that they even had shares in Wanhong Software Group, a giant in the industry. One of the vice presidents of Wanhong Software Group is my cousin. Xia Ruoshui continued. Why did you suddenly ask about Wanhong Software Group? Well, Chen Chen mainly targeted the Chen family, snatching the plan for the Wanhong Software Group project from the Chen family and discussing it with Xia Ruoshui. Let me contact my cousin Xia Wenyu first to see what the situation is at Wanhong Software Group, and then we'll talk, Xia Ruoshui said. Last time Chen Chen helped her, and now she finally had the chance to help Chen Chen. Xia Ruoshui would definitely do her best. Xia Ruoshui took out her phone and dialed her cousin Xia Wenyu's number. Oh, Ruoshui, what made you think of calling me? Soon, a woman's voice came from the other end of the phone, Xia Ruoshui's cousin Xia Wenyu. Xia Wenyu's father married into the Xia family, so Xia Wenyu took her mother's surname. Wenyu, I heard that the Wanhong Software Group you're in is planning to build a large industrial park in Jiangzhou, is that right? Xia Ruoshui asked. Yes, we discussed it in a meeting this afternoon, but why do you ask about this? Isn't the branch you manage in Jiangzhou not involved in real estate business? Xia Wenyu asked puzzled. If the company Xia Ruoshui managed also had real estate business, naturally Xia Ruoshui would be the first choice for Wanhong Software Group's cooperation. Have you decided which real estate company to entrust with the construction of this large industrial park project? Not yet, but according to Vice President Han who is in charge, he seems to want to give the project to the Chen Construction Company in Jiangzhou, Xia Wenyu replied. Wenyu, a good friend of mine who owns a real estate company is also interested in this project. Could you help out? Xia Ruoshui tried to ask. I'm afraid I can't help. I'm not in charge of this, and my relationship with Vice President Han, who is in charge, is not good, so I can't do anything, Xia Wenyu regretfully said. Wenyu, please help me out. If we succeed in this, I'll voluntarily concede at this year's family meeting competition, Xia Ruoshui insisted. Every year, the Xia family held a family meeting where internal competitions and evaluations took place. In the past, Xia Wenyu was never a match for Xia Ruoshui, but now, in order to help Chen Chen, Xia Ruoshui was paying quite a price. Hearing this, Xia Wenyu suddenly sensed something unusual. Ruoshui, this doesn't seem like you. Is this good friend of yours a man or a woman? Xia Wenyu gossiped. He is a guy. Xia Ruoshui answered a bit embarrassed. I see. I'll do my best. I'll contact you immediately if there's any news, Xia Wenyu chuckled, suddenly understanding. With Ruoshui's character, for her to do this, her relationship with the other person was probably not simple, and that person might even become her brother-in-law. Thank you so much, Wenyu. After exchanging a few polite words, Xia Ruoshui hung up the phone. While Chen Chen and Xia Ruoshui were discussing this matter, in Jiangzhou, at the Chen family's residence, Chen Ji's fourth son, Chen Jinping, called Chen's father. Father, how are the negotiations going for the Wanhong Software Group's construction of the large industrial park? Chen Jinping asked curiously. It's going well. I had a good chat with Vice President Han, who is in charge of this matter at Wanhong Software Group. He will be visiting our Jiangzhou in a couple of days. Prepare well these days and make sure to entertain Vice President Han properly. Then we can directly sign the contract with him. Chen's father instructed. As long as they secured Vice President Han, this project would belong to their Chen family, bringing in billions of profits into their pockets. As soon as he thought of this, old Master Chen couldn't help but smile. By the way, what about that little bastard Chen Chen situation? Old Master Chen asked deliberately. Well, father, I don't know how that kid Chen Chen got involved with Wei Jingxiong. Now Wei Jingxiong wants to protect him, and the Xingrong group has failed again. Chen Jinping said helplessly. Useless, couldn't even solve the problem of that little bastard Chen Chen with Xingrong? Old Master Chen was furious. Let that little bastard Chen Chen have his moment of glory for now. Let's focus on securing the project of Wanhong Software Group first. This is our top priority. After we secure the Wanhong Software Group, we can deal with Chen Chen. Old Master Chen made a decision after some thought. The matter of Wanhong Software Group could be concluded in the next few days. It involved billions in profits, and Old Master Chen was determined to succeed. He had to temporarily set aside Chen Chen's matter for now. Father, should I call Faming back and let him deal with that little bastard Chen Chen? Suddenly, the eldest son of the Chen family suggested. Chen Faming, the eldest son of the Chen family and the eldest grandson of the family, was the most outstanding among the younger generation of the Chen family. He ranked first in the citywide college entrance examination and entered a top national university. Old Master Chen referred to Chen Faming as the Qilin son of the Chen family, their hope for the future. He held Chen Faming in high regard, believing that the future of the Chun family relied solely on him. No, let Feiming come back, that won't do, old Master Chen refused outright. Feiming was the hope of the Chen family, and time was too precious to be wasted on dealing with that little bastard Chen Chen. He was not worthy. We don't need Feiming to deal with that little bastard Chen Chen. Let the third child call Wenjing back and let her handle Chen Chen. Old Master Chen hesitated for a moment and decided to let Chen Wenjing handle it. Chen Wenjing, second only to Chen Feiming in the Chen family, was considered the second most outstanding among the younger generation of the family. If placed in other prominent families in Jiangzhou, her excellence would have made her the top among the younger generation. However, due to the emergence of Chen Feiming, the Qilin son, her brilliance was overshadowed. Yes, father, Chen Jinping nodded. After hanging up the phone, Chen Jinping contacted Chen Wenjing. On the other side, receiving the call and hearing her grandfather's instructions, Chen Wenjing, who initially didn't want to get involved, reluctantly agreed. She would return to Jiangzhou in the next 2 days to deal with Chen Chen. As time passed, the next day at noon, just as Chen Chen finished class, the system's voice rang out. The reward for the 9th day of severed ties had arrived. And this time, the reward greatly exceeded Chen Chen's expectations. Ding, on the 9th day of severed ties, rewarded with 5% stake in Yongtai Real Estate Group, becoming the third largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Seeing today's reward, Chen Chen was overjoyed. Another 5% stake in Yongtai Real Estate Group, fantastic. Compared to other rewards, the stake in Yongtai Real Estate Group was even better during this period. With this 5% stake, Chen Chen now held 14% of Yongtai Real Estate Group's shares, making him the third largest shareholder. This increased his chances of persuading other shareholders of Yongtai Real Estate Group. His plan to target the Chen family was more likely to succeed. Moreover, the 5% stake in Yongtai Real Estate Group was worth a whopping 15 billion, adding to his net worth. Chen Chen's value had now exceeded 115 billion. It would be best if the rewards in the following days are all stakes in Yongtai Real Estate Group, making me the largest shareholder directly. Chen Chen looked forward to it. Becoming the largest shareholder of a conglomerate with a market value of 300 billion was exhilarating to think about. At that time, dealing with the Chen family would become much easier. In the afternoon, Luo Zhixin, the owner of the Drunken Immortal Tower, once again went to see his backer Fan Hongkai, the owner of the fan group. Today, he received news that yesterday Wei Jingxiong and Chen Chen had dinner at the Tan family's restaurant. Now Luo Zhixin was sure that Chen Chen and Wei Jingxiong had an extraordinary relationship. If he had known this earlier, Luo Zhixin would not have targeted the Wangjiang pavilion. But now it was too late. To protect himself, Luo Zhixin could only ask his backer Fan Hongkai to step in. Xiao Luo, your vision is so short-sighted. A mere small restaurant owner has driven you crazy, Fan Hongkai said disdainfully. You are my man. Broaden your vision a bit. What Wangjiang pavilion's owner? What deep relationship with Wei Jingxiong? What does that matter? That Chen Chen, in my eyes, is nothing. Fan Hongkai didn't even consider Chen Chen, the owner of a small restaurant, important. That Wangjiang pavilion might be worth 1 billion, but it was not worth mentioning. Tonight I am going to a party hosted by a big shot. How about this? I'll take you with me. Broaden your horizons, so you don't mistake a small restaurant owner for a big enemy every day. Fan Hongkai was in a good mood today, planning to give Luo Zhixin some advice. Really? Thank you, General Fan. Thank you, General Fan. Luo Zhixin was overjoyed, instantly excited. If he could use this rare opportunity tonight to meet some big shots, he could completely ignore that Chen Chen. Then, with just a word, Chen Chen would be scared out of his wits, obediently hand over the Wangjiang pavilion, and even ask him to accept it. In the evening, Chen Chen received a call from Xiao Ruoshui. Tonight, Xiao Ruoshui was dressed in a black evening gown, revealing her snow-white shoulders and collarbones, flawlessly beautiful. When Chen Chen saw Xiao Ruoshui for the first time, he was stunned. Over half an hour later, Chen Chen and Xiao Ruoshui arrived at the estate of Yang Shengping, the largest shareholder of the Yongtai Real Estate Group. Chen Chen asked Xiao Ruoshui to go in first, while he found a parking space. Tonight, Yang Shengping had invited many guests, and parking spaces were tight. He hadn't seen any available earlier. Xiao Ruoshui got out of the car and walked into the estate first. The scene immediately boiled over upon the arrival of Xiao Ruoshui, the #1 beauty CEO in Jiangzhou. The next moment, many wealthy and influential figures from Jiangzhou came forward to greet Xiao Ruoshui. President Xia, you probably don't have a male companion yet, so why not let me be your companion tonight? At this moment, a tall and handsome young man stepped forward to invite her. Upon hearing this, some men around immediately became angry, as that was their intention too. They just hadn't said it yet. How could someone dare to say it before them? However, when these disgruntled men saw the appearance of the tall and handsome young man, they were instantly impressed. This tall and handsome young man was Chien Bowen, the eldest son of the Chien family, a prominent family in Jiangzhou. He was designated as the future head of the Chien family among the younger generation. They simply couldn't compare to Chien Bowen. No need, I already have a companion. Faced with Chien Bowen's invitation, Xiao Ruoshui decisively refused. Among the pursuers that Xiao Ruoshui had mentioned before, Chien Bowen was one of them. Have a companion? Why didn't I see him? Chien Bowen looked around, still pestering Xiao Ruoshui. President Xia, are you pretending to have a companion just to reject me? You clearly don't have a companion, you should consider me. Chien Bowen persisted. Who said Ruoshui doesn't have a companion? Just then, a faint voice came. Following the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chen Shen walked over. Xiao Ruoshui naturally linked arms with Chen Shen to prove to everyone that he was his companion. Chien Bowen and the other men immediately looked at Chen Shen with envy and jealousy, their eyes almost popping out in anger. Previously, Xiao Ruoshui had no rumors in Jiangzhou, attending various parties and dances alone, never with a male companion. Why did he suddenly have a male companion today? Chien Bowen, in particular, felt more awkward. What did you just call Mr. Xia? Chien Bowen asked incredulously, almost unable to believe what he had heard. Ruoshui, is there a problem? Chen Chen calmly countered. Ruoshui? He called Mr. Xiao Ruoshui, such an intimate address? Noticing Chen Chen's address to Xiao Ruoshui, everyone was even more astonished. If it were someone else calling Mr. Xia like that, he would have left in a huff long ago, but now, Mr. Xia was still linking arms with this guy, as if he had already accepted this intimate address. This further indicated that the relationship between the two was not simple. Has Xiao Ruoshui, the #1 beauty CEO in Jiangzhou, finally found her match? In an instant, everyone was itching with jealousy, cursing this guy for his luck. Mr. Xia, you chose such a mediocre guy as your companion, your taste is really off. Chien Bowen was furious as he looked at Chen Shen. In terms of looks, charm, and family background, he was superior to this guy in every way. Yet Xiao Ruoshui chose this guy as her companion, not him. Annoyed, Chien Bowen turned away. Chen Shen noticed that Xiao Ruoshui didn't like being surrounded by so many people, so he led her to the side. Chen Shen took 2 glasses of juice and handed one to Xiao Ruoshui. Yang's mansion is quite nice. Chen Shen looked around the mansion inside. Last time he went to Wei Jingxiong's mansion, he was a bit envious. Given the chance, he also wanted to own such a large mansion and experience it. Despite his age, Chen Shen had never lived in a mansion before. Indeed, it's nice, Xiao Ruoshui agreed with a nod. While Chen Shen and Xiao Ruoshui were chatting, a cry of surprise came. Chen Shen, how did you sneak in while the security wasn't looking? Chen Shen turned in surprise to see a middle-aged man with a sly look standing there, mocking him. Who are you? Chen Shen thought for a moment and didn't recognize this guy. I am Luo Zhixin, the owner of Zue Xianlu. The sly man introduced himself proudly. Oh, you're the Zue Xianlu owner who doesn't dare confront me directly and resorts to underhanded tactics behind my back. Chen Shen said disdainfully, as this guy had sent people to cause trouble at his shop last time, only to be easily dealt with and sent to the police station. Feeling embarrassed by Chen Shen's words, Luo Zhixin quickly changed the subject. Last time was just an accident. How did a small restaurant owner like you end up at Chairman Yang's mansion? Did you sneak in while the security wasn't looking? Luo Zhixin taunted. If you can come in, why can't I? My presence here should be more reasonable than yours. Chen Chen hinted. Whether in terms of reputation, strength, or reputation, Chen Shen's Wangjiang Pavilion could easily outshine Luo Zhixin's Zue Xianlu. You. Furious at Chen Shen's words, Luo Zhixin was beside himself. Mr. Luo followed me here, any problem with that? A strong voice cut in. Following that, Luo Zhixin's backer, Fan Hongkai, the chairman of the fan group, walked over confidently. Mr. Fan, this young man is the owner of Wangjianggu that I mentioned to you before, Chen Shen. Luo Zhixin whispered to Fan Hongkai. Is it him? Fan Hongkai looked at Chen Shen, then at Xiao Ruoshui sitting beside him, feeling somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that this young man seemed to have become Xiao Ruoshui's companion. TSK, so young, yet he has become a freeloading pretty boy, he doesn't even care about his reputation. Fan Hongkai said disdainfully. So this young man is freeloading off Xiao Ruoshui, just a small restaurant owner. Nearby, upon hearing Luo Zhixin and Fan Hongkai's words, the wealthy young master of the Chen family, Chien Bowen, suddenly looked down on Chen Shen. However, while looking down on him, he also envied Chen Shen. The fact that he, who couldn't even catch up to Xiao Ruoshui, was now being pursued by Chen Shen and even enjoying Xiao Ruoshui's support, was infuriating. He figured this young man must have come here thanks to Xiaoruoshui, a useless waste with no real abilities. Chen Bowen mocked Chen Chen in his heart to console himself. The more Chen Bowen saw Chen Chen and Xiaoruoshui together, the angrier he became. Chen, you just wait, I won't let you off the hook. Chen Bowen threatened Chen Chen in his mind. Out of sight, out of mind, in a fit of anger, Chen Bowen left in a huff. He figured staying here would only make him angrier. Freeloading? Upon hearing Fan Honkai's words, Chen Chen retorted without reservation, what's wrong with freeloading? If you want a freeload, with your looks, you still can't get any? What did you say? Fan Honkai was furious, as if something had touched a nerve. Kid, just you wait, your Wang Jianggu will definitely go bankrupt within 3 days, if it doesn't, Fan Honkai, will change my surname to yours. Fan Honkai swore. Dealing with others is one thing, dealing with a mere Wang Jianggu owner like you is too easy. At that moment, the host of this gathering, Yang Shangping, the owner of Yongtai Real Estate Group, finished entertaining other guests and came over on purpose. Are you Mr. Chen Chen? Yang Shangping asked tentatively. I am Chen Chen. Mr. Chen, nice to meet you, I'm Yang Shangping. They shook hands, considering themselves acquainted. Mr. Chen, your presence today truly adds luster to my event. Later, you'll sit next to me, and we can have a good chat. Just getting to know each other, Yang Shangping was exceptionally polite to Chen Chen. Seeing this, Fan Honkai beside him was somewhat dumbfounded. What's going on? How come the esteemed Chairman Yang took the initiative to greet this young man and even wanted this small Wang Jianggu owner to sit beside him? What a joke! Those who can sit next to Chairman Yang are all important figures, even he doesn't have that qualification. How can this young man, a mere restaurant owner, be worthy of it? Chairman Yang, this guy is. Fan Honkai wanted to remind Yang Shangping that Chen Chen was just a small restaurant owner. But before he could finish his sentence, Yang Shangping took the initiative to introduce, Mr. Chen is the new third largest shareholder of our Yongtai Real Estate Group. This is his first visit, let's all get to know each other. With Yang Shangping's words, the smiles on Fan Honkai and Luo Zhixin's faces froze instantly. What? What did Chairman Yang just say, that Chen Chen is the esteemed Yongtai Real Estate Group's third largest shareholder? My goodness. Does Chen Chen have such a terrifying identity as well? This additional identity was something even Fan Honkai dared not offend. After finishing speaking, Yang Shangping noticed that Chen Chen, as well as Fan Honkai, Luo Zhixin, and a few others, seemed a bit off. Yang Shangping asked in confusion, did something happen before I arrived? Nothing much, just that Mr. Fan here wants to shut down my Wangjiang restaurant within 3 days, Chen Chen casually remarked. He was truly curious about who gave Fan Honkai the confidence to make his restaurant close within 3 days. Fan Honkai suddenly felt uneasy, realizing he was in big trouble. What? A cold light flashed in Yang Shangping's eyes. Chen Chen had become the third largest shareholder in their group, and Yang Shangping had specifically invited him to get acquainted and build a good relationship. Little did he expect that Fan Honkai would threaten Chen Chen as soon as he arrived. Fan Honkai, it seems inviting you here was the biggest mistake I've made, Yang Shangping said coldly. That Mr. Yang. I really didn't know he was the major shareholder of your Yongtai Real Estate Group. If I had known, even if you gave me courage, I wouldn't dare say such things, Fan Honkai replied helplessly. In front of the vast Yongtai Real Estate Group, he was nothing. If you dare to touch any of Mr. Chen's industries, be prepared for retaliation from our Yongtai Real Estate Group, Yang Shangping threatened. From now on, I won't invite Mr. Fan Honkai, chairman of the fan group, to any gatherings or parties organized by me. Guards, escort Fan Honkai and his friends out. Yang Shangping announced loudly. In an instant, everyone's gaze turned towards them. Upon hearing Yang Shangping's announcement, all the guests immediately started discussing. To push Chairman Yang to such an extent, Fan Honkai was truly despicable. At this moment, Fan Honkai regretted his actions deeply. Being spoken to like that by Chairman Yang, his reputation in the upper echelons of Jiangzhou society was completely ruined. He quickly begged Chen Chen for forgiveness. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, I was blind and didn't recognize your status. I apologize to you. Seeing this, Fan Honkai lost his earlier arrogance and became extremely humble. Even Fan Honkai was like this, and Luo Zhixin trembled as he begged Chen Chen for forgiveness. The Yang family's bodyguards came over and unceremoniously threw Fan Honkai and Luo Zhixin out in a sorry state. That night, Fan Honkai and Luo Zhixin were humiliated and became the laughingstock of the entire upper-class society in Jiangzhou. At this moment, Chen Chen no longer wanted to pay attention to the two clowns, Fan Honkai and Luo Zhixin. Yang Shangping appeared, and it was time to get to the point. Mr. Yang, I have something to discuss with you. Can we find a place to talk in private? Chen Chen spoke up. Oh, Yang Shengping was taken aback, then immediately nodded in agreement. Soon, led by Yang Shengping, Chen Chen and Xiao Ruoshui entered the study. Just as Yang Shengping sat down, Chen Chen dropped a bombshell. Mr. Yang, I have a project with profits reaching tens of billions. Are you interested? Tens of billions in profits? Yang Shengping, who had just sat down, stood up abruptly, looking at Chen Chen in disbelief. Their Yongtai real estate group didn't even make tens of billions in profit annually. Mr. Chen, you're not joking, are you? Yang Shengping asked cautiously. Of course not, Chen Chen nodded. Mr. Chen, please tell me more? Yang Shengping eagerly asked, as profit was what mattered most to a businessman. Have you heard about Wanhong Software Group planning to invest in building a large industrial park in Jiangzhou? Chen Chen inquired. I have heard about it, but I'm not sure about the specifics. I don't know anyone over at Wanhong Software Group, Yang Shengping replied helplessly. Currently, the Chen family's Chen Real Estate Company has set its sights on this project. I plan to target the Chen Real Estate Company and snatch away this industrial park project with profits reaching billions, explained Chen Chen. Chen family's Chen Real Estate Company, General Chen, you don't have any relation with the Chen family, right? Yang Shengping guessed. I used to be part of the Chen family, but I have cut ties with them, Chen Chen spoke. It's not a secret. A little inquiry would reveal it. I see. Yang Shengping nodded, understanding General Chen's intentions. General Chen, the profit worth billions is indeed substantial. The question is, General Chen, would you make some loss-making deals just to deal with the Chen family? Yang Shengping asked meticulously. Of course not. I won't engage in deals that harm me more than the enemy. I won't do that, Chen Chen replied. Yang Shengping hesitated. He wasn't very familiar with Chen Chen, they had just met, and he wasn't entirely trusting of Chen Chen's words. Moreover, this could potentially offend the Chen family. Chairman Yang, I can vouch for General Chen. If any issues arise, you can come to me. At this critical moment, Xiao Ruoshui spoke up, actively vouching for Chen Chen. Hearing Xiao Ruoshui's words, Yang Shengping's eyes lit up. He might not trust Chen Chen, but he was well aware of Xiao Ruoshui's reputation in Jiangzhou. With Xiao Ruoshui, the president of the Xia Group, vouching for Chen Chen, it seemed acceptable. By the way, Chairman Yang, the vice president of Wanhong Software Group is my cousin, Xiao Ruoshui added. Upon hearing this, a gleam appeared in Yang Shengping's eyes. Billions in profits, billions in profits. So be it. Offending the Chen family would mean offending the Chen family. Alright, General Chen, I agree. As the largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group, I entrust the entire Wanhong Software Group project to you. You can make all decisions on behalf of Yongtai Real Estate Group, Yang Shengping said firmly. As for the board of directors, I will handle it. They shook hands, officially reaching a consensus. With his goal achieved, Yang Shengping would handle the Yongtai Real Estate Group's chairman, leaving the Wanhong Software Group side to be dealt with. Chen Chen began to plan in his mind. Jiangzhou, the prestigious Xu family. Last time in front of Wei Jingxiong's mansion, Zhu Hongyi, who greatly admired Chen Chen and wanted to acknowledge him as a big brother, was pacing in the yard. He still hadn't figured out how to gain his idol's recognition. At that moment, Zhu Hongyi's elder sister, Zhu Yao, came out with a bag. Sis, it's late. Where are you going? Zhu Hongyi asked in surprise. Oh, my best friend Chen Wenjing is flying back to Jiangzhou today. I'm going to pick her up at the airport, Zhu Yao explained. Chen Wenjing, the sister of his sister's best friend? Isn't she from the prestigious Chen family? Sis, I'll go with you, Zhu Hongyi suggested. He was trying to please his idol and sever ties with the Chen family. Chen Wenjing seemed to hold a high position in the Chen family, maybe he could get some information from her. What are you going to do there? Zhu Yao refused. Sis, please, Zhu Hongyi pleaded. Finally, after Zhu Hongyi's persistent requests, Zhu Yao reluctantly agreed. Zhu Hongyi drove straight to Jiangzhou Airport. After waiting for a while at the airport, Chen Wenjing emerged with her luggage. Chen Wenjing and Zhu Yao chatted for a while. Zhu Hongyi took the initiative to carry her luggage. Seeing her best friend's brother, Chen Wenjing wasn't wary. On the way to the Chen family's house, Zhu Yao and Chen Wenjing chatted. Chen Wenjing also returned at her grandfather's command, sharing the news about dealing with Chen Chen with Zhu Yao, even revealing part of her plan. Meanwhile, Zhu Hongyi meticulously noted down everything Chen Wenjing said. Trying to deal with his idol. Tomorrow, I will go and tell your plan to your idol, Zhu Hongyi sarcastically thought to himself. The next morning, Chen Chen had no classes. Shortly after getting up, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding, 10th day of relationship cutoff, reward of a top estate in Jiangzhou, estate location, Liming District, Jiangzhou. Ha! Looking at today's reward from the system, Chen Chen was pleasantly surprised. Just yesterday, he had discussed with Xiao Ruoshui about envying Yang Shengping and Wei Jingxiong's estates and wanting one for himself. Unexpectedly, today the system rewarded him with an estate, and not just any, but the top one in all of Jiangzhou. The system was truly user-friendly, he loved it. Having such good news right after waking up, today was indeed a great day. Chen Chen's face lit up with a faint smile. After a simple breakfast, Chen Chen drove out following the address provided by the system, heading straight to his estate. 40 minutes later, Chen Chen arrived at his destination. Looking at the buildings in front of him, Chen Chen was dumbfounded. Is this really his estate? This is way beyond expectations. This was no ordinary estate, it was like a palace. Glancing around, this estate covered at least dozens of acres, much larger than the estates of Wei Jingxiong and Yang Shengping he had seen before. Chen Chen estimated that even if you combined their estates, it wouldn't match the size of his. Are you Mr. Chen Chen? At that moment, the estate manager who had been waiting inside the estate walked over. Yes. Chen Chen nodded. Hello, Mr. Chen, once you sign this contract, the estate will be yours, and the payment has already been received by our boss. Saying this, the estate manager handed 2 contracts to Chen Chen. Chen Chen glanced over them, found no issues, signed them separately, keeping one and giving the other to the previous owner of the estate. From now on, this massive estate belonged solely to Chen Chen. By the way, Mr. Chen, would you like me to show you around and introduce you to this estate? The estate manager politely asked. Yes. Chen Chen nodded. Then please follow me. Saying this, the estate manager called for a small sightseeing car. Mr. Chen, the entire estate covers over 40 to 50 acres, it's too vast. If we were to walk around bit by bit, it would probably take half a day to finish the tour. Let's take the sightseeing car and have a general overview first. The estate manager explained. 40 to 50 acres, that's really huge. Chen Chen was quite shocked, this area even exceeded his expectations. It's better to listen to his introduction, or he might get lost in his own home later. Chen Chen and the estate manager got on the small sightseeing car and began exploring the entire estate. Mr. Chen, in the early years, our boss hired foreign architects to build this estate in the architectural style of the world's top palace, the Palace of Versailles. Just constructing the entire estate cost around 8 to 9 billion. That was 8 to 9 billion 6 or 7 years ago, the estate manager explained. At the peak of the real estate industry, the entire estate was valued at over 20 billion, even now. With the real estate industry in a slump, it's still conservatively valued at around 14 to 15 billion. The estate is equipped with a private tennis court, a private golf course, a private library, a private wine cellar. Listening to the estate manager's introduction, Chen Chen felt a bit dazed. Even having private tennis and golf courts, it was simply unbelievable. Compared to this estate, the Chen family's mansion was like a junior in comparison. Fortunately, this estate was built in a slightly off location. If it were in a better area, the land alone would be worth more than tens of billions. With this estate, Chen Chen's net worth reached 130 billion. Riding in a sightseeing car, after touring the front of the estate, they arrived at the back. As soon as they reached the back of the estate, Chen Chen's gaze was captivated by a large and beautiful artificial lake in the distance. This lake was artificially excavated and belongs to you as well, the client manager introduced. Truly a top-notch estate, even with its own lake. Chen Chen's horizons were broadened today. After the general tour, the estate manager left, leaving Chen Chen alone in the first living room of 700 to 800 square meters. Today's system rewards are really good, Chen Chen quite liked it. Just as Chen Chen was feeling emotional, a stranger called, and Chen Chen instinctively answered the phone. Is this Chen Chen Fango? I'm Xu Hongi, the chubby guy who wanted to acknowledge you as the boss in front of Wei Delau's estate. The voice of Xu Hongi came through the phone. Oh, it's you. What's up? Chen Chen asked. Fango, I've got some information about the Chen family here and I'd like to report it to you. Xu Hongi then proceeded to tell Chen Chen everything he heard about Chen Wenjing's plans from the previous night and more. Chen Wenjing is back? Chen Chen raised an eyebrow. Chen Wenjing was one of the few people in the entire Chen family who had a decent relationship with Chen Chen. When Chen Chen was in his 3rd year of high school, Chen Wenjing even tutored him. Chen Wenjing was considered quite outstanding in the Chen family. Fangu, there's something I'm not sure if I should say? Xu Hongi hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Oh, what is it? Yesterday, I heard from Chen Wenjing's tone that she seems to have completely cut ties with you and the Chen family, which I admire. Listening to her conversation with my sister, it seems she was also forced to be your enemy. Xu Hongi said. Chen Chen nodded, not really doubting Xu Hongi's words. Previously, their relationship was decent, and more importantly, in the Chen family, her situation wasn't much different from Chun Chen's. It's just that she was treated better because she was exceptionally talented. In the eyes of old Master Chen, only the eldest grandson, Chen Feiming, whom he called the Chen family's Qilin son, was truly important. Even outstanding granddaughters like Chen Wenjing were probably only valued for their future marriage prospects in old Master Chen's eyes. After listening to Zhu Hongyi, a plan formed in Chen Chen's mind. Chen Wenjing was also a smart person and understood her position in the Chen family very well. If he could turn Chen Wenjing to his side, he could severely hit the Chen family and old Master Chen's reputation. Moreover, if he could persuade Chen Wenjing to stay in the Chen family, it would be like having a time bomb within the Chen family, posing an even greater threat. Turning Chen Wenjing would be much more valuable in damaging the Chen family than simply thwarting her plans. With that in mind, Chen Chen decided to give it a try. After a brief conversation with Zhu Hongyi, Chen Chen hung up the phone and began to make arrangements. Chen Chen first set up a backup plan so that if the persuasion failed, he could easily thwart Chen Wenjing's plans. Even if the persuasion failed, Chen Chen wouldn't suffer much loss, but if it succeeded, that would be great. In any case, Chen Chen stood on unbeatable ground. After setting everything up, Chen Chen took the initiative to send a message to Chen Wenjing, asking her to meet up. On the other side, upon seeing Chen Chen's message, Chen Wenjing was a bit puzzled. After some hesitation, she eventually agreed. Chen Wenjing was now very curious about this cousin who had once been unremarkable. In fact, if it weren't for the old master's command, she wouldn't have wanted to go against Chen Chen. She heard that Chen Chen's life now is much better than when he was in the Chen family, even befriending big shots like Wei Jingxiong. She was curious about how Chen Chen had managed it. Half an hour later, the two met at a cafe in Jiangzhou. When Chen Wenjing saw Chen Chen again, she was stunned. The current Chen Chen and the former Chen Chen seemed like two different people. The former Chen Chen was quite ordinary. But now, Chen Chen exuded a calm and composed demeanor in every move he made, a temperament that was formed due to having enough confidence. Just as Chen Wenjing was about to greet him, Chen Chen unexpectedly spoke up. "Do you want to sever ties with the Chen family?" Chen Chen spoke. Upon hearing this, Chen Wenjing was taken aback, and a slight tremor suddenly arose in her previously calm heart. Since her mother's death, she actually had no feelings for the Chen family. Chen Wenjing controlled her expression well, just slightly stunned before smiling faintly. "I don't have your courage and strength for that." Chen Wenjing sat down, her eyes revealing a hint of admiration for Chen Chen. "Uncle 5 and Aunt 5 were good to me before. Although they both disappeared, I can't forget their kindness. The old master specifically called me here to deal with you, and I have devised a detailed plan." Chen Wenjing hesitated for a moment, not hiding anything from Chen Chen, speaking frankly. "I don't want to go against you, but if I don't, the old master will definitely punish me. So, let's pretend to confront each other, stage a play, and end it evenly. This way, you won't suffer any losses, and I can explain to the old master. How about it?" This decision by Chen Wenjing carried a huge risk. Once the old master found out, she would be finished. The uncle and aunt mentioned by Chen Wenjing were Chen Chen's parents, who had mysteriously disappeared a year ago. Chen Chen, as well as the Chen family and even the police, had searched for a long time, but there was no news at all. Chen Chen's parents seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. Since obtaining the system, Chen Chen had quietly sent people to find his parents' whereabouts, but still, there was no news. Chen Chen looked slightly despondent. His parents loved him very much, and he would never give up. He must find his parents. It was because he no longer had his parents' protection that Chen Chen's position in the Chen family had become the lowest in the past year. Coming back to his senses, Chen Chen felt that the possibility of persuading Chen Wenjing was quite high. "You should know who Chen Shanhai is and that we are not important to him at all. Only Chen Feiming is his true grandson." Chen Chen spoke. Upon hearing the name Chen Feiming, Chen Wenjing's emotions fluctuated. If it weren't for Chen Feiming, Chen Wenjing would have been the top among the younger generation of the Chen family, and she wouldn't be in such an awkward position now. If nothing unexpected happens in the future, you will probably be used by Chen Shanhai to form an alliance with a major family. Chen Chen said again. Chen Wenjing's face instantly darkened. This was the thing she least wanted to mention. She had worked so hard, fought so much, just to avoid becoming a marriage pawn. Unfortunately, no matter what she did, the old master didn't value her. Although she didn't want to admit it, there was a high probability that she would be used for marriage in the future. "I can help you escape this fate, even help you achieve your dreams." Chen Chen spoke. A glimmer of hope flashed in Chen Wenjing's eyes. Whether the dream would come true was not important, as long as it could help her avoid the fate of marriage alliance, she was willing to try any means. "I am not you, I don't have the courage and strength to sever ties with the Chen family," Chen Wenjing answered helplessly. When she first heard that Chen Chen had taken the initiative to sever ties with the Chen family and reject the marriage proposal, Chen Wenjing was excited and wanted to follow Chen Chen's lead. But upon second thought, even if she also severed ties with the Chen family, she probably couldn't escape the patriarch's control. She alone couldn't contend with the vast Chen family. If she cut ties with the Chen family today, she estimated that she wouldn't last long before being defeated by the Chen family. As long as you stand by my side, I can help you, Chen Chen spoke up. Chen Wenjing was somewhat tempted, but her rationality suppressed this impulse. She was unsure of Chen Chen's strength and the confrontation between Chen Chen and the Chen family, unsure who would emerge victorious in the future. What if she agreed to Chen Chen, severed ties with the Chen family, stood by Chen Chen's side, and one day the Chen family emerged victorious? What would she do then? To make her rebel against the Chen family, she must first see Chen Chen's strength. Thank you for your kindness, I will consider it. Chen Wenjing neither accepted nor refused. Let me tell you something, the patriarch has not been in Jiangzhou for the past few days. He is currently at Wanhong Software Group negotiating their project. In 2 days, upon the patriarch's invitation, the vice president of Wanhong Software Group will quietly come to Jiangzhou. The patriarch has arranged everything. When they buy off the vice president, Wanhong Software Group's project will belong to the Chen family. Chen Wenjing lowered her voice and told Chen Chen an important secret, a favor to Chen Chen. Oh, Chen Chen raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised by Chen Wenjing's unexpected intelligence. In an instant, Chen Chen's mind conceived a way to target the Chen family and seize Wanhong Software Group's project. With this method, targeting the Chen family would be easy. Hey, Wenjing, you're back in Jiangzhou? At that moment, a voice of surprise rang out. A young man with dyed blonde hair walked over, looking excitedly at Chen Wenjing, his eyes filled with greed. Seeing this blonde young man, Sun Yuanshu, Chen Wenjing felt extremely annoyed. This blonde young man was Sun Yuantai's son, a prominent figure in Jiangzhou and one of her suitors. One of the reasons Chen Wenjing didn't want to stay in Jiangzhou was to avoid encountering the disgusting Sun Yuantai. Sun Yuanshu's reputation in Jiangzhou was extremely bad. You, move aside and give me your seat, Sun Yuanshu arrogantly ordered Chen Chen to give up his seat. After speaking, Sun Yuanshu once again pestered Chen Wenjing, causing her great annoyance. Just as Chen Chen was about to speak, he suddenly received a call from another neighbor he knew at Yujing Villa, Zhao Linyong. Chen Chen answered the phone. Mr. Chen, hello, my brother-in-law wants to meet you, Zhao Linyong explained. Today, he went to his brother-in-law's house and unexpectedly mentioned something about Chen Chen. Zhao Linyong's brother-in-law became interested in Chen Chen and wanted to meet him. After speaking, Zhao Linyong handed the phone to his brother-in-law. Is this Mr. Chen? Hello, I am Sun Yuantai. The voice of Zhao Linyong's brother-in-law, Sun Yuantai, came through the phone. Ha! Hearing this voice, Chen Chen's face showed a strange expression. Oh, Mr. Sun, hello. Chen Chen greeted the other party. Are you deaf, you brat? I told you to give up your seat, didn't you hear me? Seeing that Chen Chen hadn't stood up yet to give him the seat, Sun Yuanshu said arrogantly. Are you still on the phone? First give up your seat to me, let the grandson you're talking to wait a while. Sun Yuanshu ordered domineeringly. Ha, are you sure you want to make this grandson I'm talking to wait a while? Chen Chen asked seriously. Of course. Sun Yuanshu nodded without hesitation. Alright, you talk to him yourself. As long as he agrees, I'll give up my spot for you. Chen Chen smiled kindly and handed the phone to Sun Yuanshu. Sun Yuanshu, without any courtesy, took the phone and arrogantly commanded, Hey, I'm looking for this kid for something, your business can wait for me to finish first. On the other end of the line, Sun Yongtai was about to exchange pleasantries with Chen Chen when he suddenly heard someone speaking to him in such a disrespectful manner, igniting his anger. Who was he? He was a big shot in Jiangzhou. Countless tycoons and big shots in Jiangzhou always treated him with respect, never daring to utter a word of insult. And now someone dared to call him hey? This Chen Chen was really audacious. Wait. No, the voice just now was clearly different from Chen Chen's. But why did the second voice sound so familiar? Suddenly, Sun Yongtai realized and remembered. Hey, didn't you hear me speaking? Get lost for now, Sun Yuanshu impatiently said to the person on the other end of the line. You little brat, say that again? Sun Yongtai erupted in anger. I'll say it again and again if I have to. Listen up, hey, you better get lost for now. And who the hell are you to call me little brat? Sun Yuanshu remained arrogant. Who am I? I'm your father. Sun Yongtai roared, consumed by rage. I'm your father, or rather, you're my father, damn it. Sun Yuanshu blurted out unconsciously. Just as he finished speaking, Sun Yuanshu suddenly froze. Wait, the voice just now sounded a lot like his father, Sun Yongtai. Dad, is that you? Sun Yuenshu asked with a trembling voice. What do you think? Sun Yongtai was breathless with anger. Dad, it's really you? Sun Yuenshu wore a disgusted expression. Beside them, Chen Wenjing was dumbfounded to hear Sun Yuenshu addressing the person on the phone as his father, the prominent figure in Jiangzhou, Sun Yongtai. She didn't understand what had happened earlier, but now, looking back, it was quite a drama that unfolded. As for Chen Chen beside her, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The scene just now was truly remarkable. Facing Sun Yuenshu, this good son, Chen Chen felt a pang of sympathy for Sun Yongtai, the big shot in Jiangzhou. You rascal, what are you up to now? Sun Yongtai reacted swiftly. Instead of immediately scolding his son for the way he addressed him, he focused on another issue. His nephew mentioned that the call was from the mysterious owner of Villa 8 at the prestigious Yujing Mountain Villa, and now, it was in his son's hands. Moreover, his son had just been insolent, boldly stating that he wanted to find this kid for something and telling him to wait aside. What did this indicate? It meant that at this moment, his son was provoking the owner of Villa 8 at Yujing Mountain Villa. The matter of his son's addressing him could be dealt with using family rules later, but his son offending the owner of Villa 8 at Yujing Mountain Villa was a more serious issue. What am I doing? Sun Yuenshu looked utterly bewildered. I wasn't doing anything, just telling a kid to get lost and make room for me, so I could get closer to Chen Wenjing, Sun Yuenshu explained, puzzled. Tell a kid to get lost? You mean that kid, isn't he the owner of this phone? Sun Yongtai asked cautiously. Yes, what's the matter? 2 seconds later, Sun Yongtai received the answer he had guessed but didn't want to accept. Really? His son had really clashed with the owner of Villa 8 at Yujing Mountain, and not only that, but his son had been extremely arrogant, actually telling Mr. Chen to get lost? You little troublemaker, do you feel uncomfortable if you don't cause me trouble every day? Just as Sun Yuenshu was confused, Sun Yongtai's furious voice came. Ha? What's wrong? Sun Yuenshu still didn't understand. The owner of this phone is a very powerful figure, someone I wanted to get to know, and now, thanks to you, my good son. Sun Yongtai gritted his teeth. He had wanted to get to know and befriend the other person, expand his network of contacts. But now, thanks to his good son, his intentions were completely thwarted. What? The owner of this phone is a powerful figure? Sun Yuenshu was astonished after hearing his father's words. As he looked at Chen Chen again, he was filled with awe and fear. Beside them, hearing what Sun Yuenshu said and seeing his expression, Chen Wenjing was equally stunned. Most likely, what Sun Yuenshu had said was from his father, and whoever Sun Yuenshu's father was, he was a big shot in their Jiangzhou. In Sun Yongtai's eyes, Chen Chen turned out to be a big shot, and Chen Wenjing couldn't sit still. She had indeed heard that Chen Chen had risen in status last night, and even had a good relationship with Wei Jingxiong, although Wei Jingxiong was just an ordinary big shot in Jiangzhou. But Sun Yongtai was different. His status and position in Jiangzhou were even higher than Wei Jingxiong's. Now, even Sun Yongtai referred to Chen Chen as a big shot, which meant that Chen Chen's status and power were far more formidable than she had guessed. At that moment, Chen Wenjing's heart truly wavered. Chen Chen really had the power to defeat the Chen family. Dad, what should I do now? Sun Yuenshu asked. What do you think? Sun Yongtai angrily questioned. The next moment, Sun Yuenshu suddenly hugged Chen Chen's thigh, tears streaming down his face, and cried out to Chen Chen, Big shot, I was blind, I offended you, please don't take it to heart, I was wrong. At that moment, Chen Chen picked up the phone again. Through the phone, came Sun Yongtai's apologetic voice, Mr. Chen, I'm truly sorry, I failed to discipline him properly, giving birth to such a troublemaker, please don't be angry, it's all my fault. Afterwards, I will definitely come to your door to apologize, Mr. Chen, please don't lower yourself to the level of this good-for-nothing. Being hugged by a grown man in broad daylight, Chen Chen was quite disgusted. He waved his hand, and Sun Yuenshu felt as if he had been pardoned, ready to leave. However, just as he turned around, Chen Chen called out to him. There's one more thing. You say, I'm all ears. Sun Yuenshu dared not show any disrespect. Never again harass Chen Wenjing, and never appear in front of her again, understand? Chen Chen ordered. Understood, Miss Chen, I will never bother you again, and I will never appear in front of you again, Sun Yuenshu hurriedly assured. Seeing Chen Chen remain silent, Sun Yuenshu quickly left. Chen Wenjing immediately cast an immensely grateful look at Chen Chen. Thank you. Chen Wenjing was truly grateful to Chen Chen for helping her out of this big trouble. At this moment, Sun Yongtai's voice came through the phone again. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for not stooping to the level of that scoundrel. Sun will remember Mr. Chen's kindness. If Mr. Chen ever needs Sun's help in the future, Sun will definitely be there without hesitation. In Jiangzhou, Sun still has some influence and connections. To show his gratitude to Chen Chen, Sun Yongtai deliberately said that he owed Chen Chen a favor, and anytime Chen Chen needed help, he would be there. By the way, Mr. Chen, are you at home tonight? I want to come in person to apologize to you. Finally, Sun Yongtai asked. Just as Chen Chen was about to respond, the system's voice came in. Ding, task released, agree to Sun Yongtai's request to come and apologize in person, task reward, 1 top-tier antique from a large museum, flagship level, priced at least in the 9 digits, task reward, 61 experience points, huh? Looking at this task from the system, Chen Chen was somewhat surprised. The reward for this task was actually a top-tier antique, and not just any, but a flagship level one from a museum. That was definitely a valuable item. This task must be accepted. Moreover, the reward of 61 experience points brought Chen Chen's total to 360 points, a step closer to reaching level 2. I'll be at home tonight, Chen Chen replied, agreeing to Sun Yongtai. Alright, Mr. Chen, see you tonight, Sun Yongtai politely said. As Chen Chen hung up the phone, Chen Wenjing couldn't help but remark, I never thought you would be able to befriend such a big shot like Sun Yongtai now. Now, who do you think will be the winner between me and the Chen family? Chen Chen asked. Chen Wenjing fell silent for a moment before finally speaking, you. She had already witnessed Chen Chen's strength, which left her in awe. Most importantly, Chen Chen was still young, only 19 this year and in his second year of college. Given some time, surpassing the Chen family was a sure thing. And Chen Chen's current prowess was already quite terrifying. I'll say it again, as long as you stand by my side, I can help you break free from the unfair fate of being a marriage pawn and just be yourself. Chen Chen spoke up. Chen Wenjing's expression turned serious, her mind racing rapidly. Finally, she gritted her teeth and made a difficult decision. Alright, I agree. Understanding Chen Chen's strength and her inner reluctance to be a bargaining chip for marriage, Chen Wenjing ultimately agreed to Chen Chen's proposal. But I can't cut ties with the Chen family immediately. I need to prepare and make arrangements. Chen Wenjing said. No problem, Chen Chen nodded. Cutting ties with the Chen family now would only have a limited impact on them and the old master of the Chen family. But if at a crucial moment, Chen Wenjing suddenly announced her separation from the Chen family and stood by his side, the blow to the Chen family and the old master would be immense. Moreover, Chen Wenjing's continued presence in the Chen family was far more valuable than an immediate break. Thank you for your understanding, Chen Wenjing sincerely said. When you're ready to cut ties with the Chen family, you can contact me, and I'll help you with the rest, Chen Chen offered. Okay, Chen Wenjing nodded. From now on, she and Chen Chen were on the same boat, her fate now in Chen Chen's hands. She hoped Chen Chen wouldn't disappoint her expectations and would surpass the Chen family. You've made the right choice, Chen Chen replied with a smile. Chen Chen still knows Chen Wenjing very well. In fact, Chen Wenjing's ability to become the second youngest in the Chen family is not due to extraordinary talent, but simply because she is determined. When Chen Wenjing was in her final year of high school, she only slept 3 to 4 hours a day in order to get into a good university. Her determination impressed Chen Chen. Successfully winning over Chen Wenjing, he now had a valuable ally. When you return to the Chen family, pay attention to when the Vice President Han of Wanheng Software Group will come to Jiangzhou and what agreement he has reached with the Chen family, Chen Chen instructed. Contact me immediately with any news. Chen Chen emphasized the importance of when Vice President Han would arrive in Jiangzhou. Don't worry, leave it to me, Chen Wenjing nodded. If Chen Chen was willing to help her, she would not disappoint him, she would show her worth. After chatting with Chen Chen for a while, Chen Wenjing left. When she returned to the Chen family, she was surprised to find that the patriarch Chen Shanhai and the eldest son of the Chen family had already returned from Wanheng Software Group. Not only Chen Wenjing, but everyone in the Chen family was also surprised. Father, didn't you say you would return with Vice President Han of Wanheng Software Group in 2 days? Why did you come back suddenly? Chen Yuzhen asked in surprise. Things have changed, so I came back early. Chen Patriarch asked sternly, no need to wait for 2 days. Tomorrow afternoon, Vice President Han will quietly come to Jiangzhou. Have you prepared the place I asked you to prepare? Don't worry, Father, I have already booked one of the most upscale tea houses in Jiangzhou, the Tingyu Building. We can have a detailed discussion there, Chen Yuzhen replied. Tingyu Building, that's a good choice. The Patriarch was very satisfied with the location. With the place settled, the only thing left was to bribe Vice President Han. Chen Wenjing overheard the conversation between the Patriarch and Chen Yuzhen. When no one was paying attention, she informed Chen Chen of the change in Vice President Han's schedule, his arrival tomorrow, and the reservation at Tingyu Building. Upon receiving the message from Chen Wenjing, Chen Chen was stunned. He hadn't expected the sudden change in the Chen family's plans. Fortunately, he had won over Chen Wenjing, otherwise, there would have been trouble. After learning the news, Chen Chen began to make arrangements. As time passed, in the evening, a knock on the door was heard. Chen Chen got up to open the door. At that moment, accompanied by Zhao Linyong, a man who, despite wearing casual clothes, still exuded authority, stood there. Mr. Chen, let me introduce you. This is my brother-in-law, Sun Yongtai. Brother-in-law, this is the Chen Chen I told you about, Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen is so young. Greeting each other, they shook hands and got acquainted. Afterwards, Chen Chen invited them into the villa. Once inside, after exchanging pleasantries, Sun Yongtai got straight to the point and apologized to Chen Chen for his son's actions. To express my apologies, Sun prepared a small gift. Please accept it, Mr. Chen. Saying this, Sun Yongtai took out a document from his bag and placed it in front of Chen Chen. As Chen Chen looked down, his gaze froze. The cover of the document read agreement to voluntarily transfer partial shares of Tingyu Building. Not only Chen Chen but even Sun Yongtai's nephew was astonished. He never expected his brother-in-law to offer a portion of Tingyu Building's shares as a gift to Mr. Chen. It was indeed a generous gesture. I'm sure Mr. Chen is familiar with Tingyu Building. Sun Yongtai spoke. I have indeed heard of it, Chen Chen nodded. Especially just now, Chen Wenjing sent a message saying that the location where the Chen family and Vice President Han of Wanhong Software Group secretly met was at the Tingyu Building. Knowing that Chen Chen was familiar with the Tingyu Building made things easier. Sun Yongtai spoke again. To be honest, the Tingyu Building is one of my hidden industries. In Jianzhou, our Tingyu Building is quite formidable. Mr. Chen, this is a voluntary transfer of 30% of Tingyu Building's shares. As long as Mr. Chen signs, he will also be one of the owners of the Tingyu Building. Sun Yongtai's generous gift exceeded Chen Chen's expectations. The Tingyu Building in Jiangzhou is very famous, worth at least 3 to 4 billion, and 30% of the shares are valued at around 1 billion. It was quite a grand gesture for Sun Yongtai to gift him something worth 1 billion right from the first meeting. This is not quite appropriate. Chen Chen spoke up. What's not good about it? This is just a small token of my appreciation, Mr. Chen, please don't refuse. As long as Mr. Chen accepts, we will all be owners of the Tingyu Building in the future. We can manage it together and discuss any matters together. Sun Yongtai said with a smile. In fact, he had prepared 2 gifts, one being the shares of the Tingyu Building, and the other being a car key, which was for a Rolls-Royce Cullinan worth 8 to 9 million. Sun Yongtai's plan was simple. If he found Chen Chen to be ordinary, he would gift him the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. But if he found Chen Chen to be extraordinary and worth befriending, he would offer him the shares of the Tingyu Building. After meeting Chen Chen and chatting with him, Sun Yongtai became more convinced of Chen Chen's potential, hence he decided to offer him the shares of the Tingyu Building. Watching his brother-in-law's grand gesture, Zhao Linyong couldn't help but feel amazed. How could his brother-in-law become such a prominent figure in Jiangzhou, and attain his current status? His brother-in-law's boldness and vision were beyond what ordinary people like them could compare to. How many people would be willing to offer a gift worth 100 million as a first meeting gift? At this moment, Chen Chen also understood Sun Yongtai's intentions. Sun Yongtai wanted to strengthen their relationship by offering him shares of the Tingyu Building, expanding his network. Alright, then I thank Mr. Sun, Chen Chen agreed. As the saying goes, don't slap a smiling face. Since he was so actively trying to befriend him, how could he refuse? Moreover, becoming one of the owners of the Tingyu Building would greatly help him in targeting the Chen family in the future. Let's not forget that the Vice President Han of the Wanhong Software Group and the Chen family were planning to conspire at the Tingyu Building, even going as far as renting the entire building. Now that he was one of the owners of the Tingyu Building, his chances of targeting the Chen family successfully would increase. Furthermore, Sun Yongtai expanded his network, and he also increased his own network in the process, a win-win situation. Seeing Chen Chen's agreement, Sun Yongtai smiled. They exchanged contact information and agreed to have tea together sometime. After a while, Sun Yongtai left. After Sun Yongtai left, Chen Chen continued to plan the attack on the Chen family for the next day. Everything was so sudden that it left him a bit flustered. Not long after Sun Yongtai left, the system's voice came. Ding, agree to Sun Yongtai's request to come and apologize in person. Task completed. Congratulations on receiving Top Treasure Rue Kiln Sky Blue Glaze Kue Flower Wash Basin. The treasure has been placed in your study. Please check it. Congratulations on gaining 61 experience points, Ru Kiln Sky Blue Glaze Kuei Flower Wash Basin? Oh my, this time the system rewarded me with a Ru Kiln, my goodness. Chen Chen marveled at the dinner. Ruyao, one of the 5 famous kills of the Northern Song dynasty, has always been a treasure cherished by the royal family since ancient times, even emperors considered it invaluable. Today, after a millennium has passed, surviving pieces of Ruyao are rare treasures, absolute top-notch antiques. In any museum, Ruyao is an absolute treasure, even many provincial museums do not possess such a treasure. But now, the system has unexpectedly rewarded Chen Chen with a piece of Ruyao, making him unable to contain his excitement. Chen Chen hurriedly made his way to the study. From afar, Chen Chen saw an incredibly luxurious brocade box on his desk. Approaching cautiously, he opened the brocade box to reveal a jade-like, sky blue pen washer catching his eye. This was the highly precious reward from the system, a Ruyao sky blue glazed sunflower pen washer. Chen Chen had never seen such a treasure of museum quality before, but now he had the opportunity to hold it in his hands. The system was truly amazing. Chen Chen gently picked up the Ruyao piece and examined it carefully. The more he looked, the more he appreciated the exquisite craftsmanship of ancient artisans. After admiring it, Chen Chen placed the Ruyao sky blue glazed sunflower pen washer back into the brocade box. Curious, Chen Chen searched online. The current conservative estimate for the Ruyao sky blue glazed sunflower pen washer was between 3 to 4 billion, and its appreciation value was inestimably high. After all, there were only a few pieces left in the world, impossible to replicate. This mission reward was truly excellent. Chen Chen was satisfied as he put away the Ruyao piece. Late at night, while Chen Chen was still preparing, he suddenly received a call from Xiao Wenyu, the cousin of Xiao Ruoshui, who was the vice president at Wanhong Software Group. Xiao Wenyu. Chen Chen, Han Jiaowei can't go to Jiangzhou tomorrow, and in the past few days, he hasn't even left the company for a moment. Xiao Wenyu's words were shocking. Something big has happened in our company. Han Jiaowei was the vice president of Wanhong Software Group, whom Chen Laoyi had brought in. Ha! Chen Chen was stunned. What's going on? Chen Chen was stunned. Well, it's like this. Just now, the company was suddenly attacked by a mysterious hacker organization, and many confidential information was leaked. The chairman immediately summoned all of us high-level executives to deal with this crisis. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Wenyu decided to tell Chen Chen about this company secret. I estimate that it will take at least 4 to 5 days to resolve the situation. During this time, the chairman has ordered all high-level executives to be on standby at their posts, not allowing anyone to leave. Therefore, Han Jiaowei definitely can't go to Jiangzhou. If Han Jiaowei wants to sneak off to Jiangzhou, he must wait until this crisis in the company is over, at least 4 to 5 days later. I see. Chen Chen nodded. This sudden situation was actually good news for Chen Chen. If Han Jiaowei came tomorrow, the time would be too tight and his preparations would not be sufficient, lowering the chances of success. But if Han Jiaowei could only come to Jiangzhou 4 to 5 days later, Chen Chen's preparations would be much more thorough, increasing the success rate of targeting the Chen family. More importantly, with 4 to 5 days, Chen Chen was confident he could break through a net worth of 200 billion, or even further, becoming the largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group. This would give Chen Chen more confidence, and after successfully targeting the Chen family, he would also gain even more profits of tens of billions. I understand, thank you, Sister Wenyu. Chen Chen expressed his gratitude. Xiao Wenyu's message was very timely. After the matter is resolved, I will definitely not forget to thank Sister Wenyu. If you want to thank someone, don't thank me, go thank Ruoshui. Sometimes I envy you for winning Ruoshui over. Did you save the world in your past life, kid? Xiao Wenjie spoke. The reason she helped Chen Chen like this was naturally because of her cousin Xiao Ruoshui. If it weren't for Ruoshui, she wouldn't help this completely unfamiliar Chen Chen. Chen Chen nodded. Indeed, he owed a lot to Ruoshui. Alright, I'll hang up now. I might get caught at the company. If there's any sudden news, I'll contact you immediately, Xiao Wenyu said before hanging up on her own. Not long after Xiao Wenyu contacted Chen Chen, Chen Wenjing also hurriedly contacted him. She informed Chen Chen that the old man Chen, who was supposed to be resting, suddenly rushed to Shanghai. Before leaving, he even asked Chen Yuzhen to postpone the time to take over Tinjiuj for a few days, as if something had happened. The old man tossed and turned all night, exhausted, and before leaving, he complained that these unreliable descendants made his old bones suffer so much, he would surely live a few days less. Chen Chen sneered after hearing this. No matter how well the Chen family planned, it was no match for unexpected events. I understand, thank you. Chen Chen nodded, which indirectly confirmed what Xiao Wenyu said. After hanging up the phone, Chen Chen stretched lazily. Tonight, he could finally get a good night's sleep. With the Ru Kiln he received tonight and the shares of Tinji Eula sent by Sun Yong-tai, his net worth increased by several billion again. If nothing unexpected happened, when tomorrow's reward appeared, his net worth would exceed 15 billion. For one person to have 15 billion, it was already a terrifying number, not just for ordinary people, but even for many tycoons. The distance to surpass the Chun family, bankrupt the Su family in Jiling, and trample the Su family in Jiling underfoot, was getting closer. That night, Chen Shen slept soundly. The next morning, Chen Shen leisurely went to class. Just as Chen Shen finished class, the system's voice came. Ding, 11th day of severed relationship, reward, 100% ownership of the top 5-star hotel in Jiangzhou, Wankai International Hotel, huh? Wankai International Hotel? Chen Shen was somewhat surprised by today's reward. Wankai International Hotel, the top-ranked 5-star hotel in Jiangzhou. Wankai International Hotel had 52 floors, a total of 373 rooms, 3 column-free grand banquet halls of over 800 square meters each capable of accommodating nearly 1,000 people. In addition, Wankai International Hotel also had 6 large conference rooms, a top-notch restaurant, and a spa center of over 1,000 square meters. Even the most ordinary and cheapest room at Wankai International Hotel cost over 2,000 for one night. Unexpectedly, this time, the system rewarded him with Wankai International Hotel. Not bad. According to Chen Shen's knowledge, Wankai International Hotel should be worth around 13 to 14 billion. It's a pity, just 1 or 2 billion short, and my net worth could have exceeded 15 billion. Chen Shen said somewhat regretfully. Just then, Chen Shen received a call from Yang Shengping, the chairman of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Mr. Chen, do you have time this afternoon? I've told them about our plan to compete with Wanhong Software Group. The other major shareholders of the company want to meet you and have a detailed chat. Yang Shengping explained. But, Mr. Chen, rest assured, I briefed them almost everything. You just need to show up, have a simple chat, and that's it. Chen Shen was about to respond when suddenly a message came from the system. Ding, mission released. Go to Yongtai Real Estate Group, persuade other shareholders. Mission time, 5 hours. Mission reward, 2 high-end residential buildings, valued at about 300 million. Mission reward, 53 experience points. Looking at the system's mission, Chen Shen suddenly felt ecstatic. The system is truly so user-friendly. Just when he was marveling at how close he was to surpassing a net worth of 15 billion, the system immediately assigned a task, offering 2 high-end residential buildings worth 300 million as a reward. This was quite something. If he completed the task and obtained these 2 buildings, Chen Shen's net worth would instantly break through 15 billion. Alright, I agree. I'll meet Chairman Yang this afternoon. Chen Shen promised the other party. Time flew by, and in the early afternoon, Chen Shen headed straight to Yongtai Real Estate Group. On the other side, in the chairman's office, several influential shareholders of Yongtai Real Estate Group had gathered. Several major shareholders sat on the sofa, listening to Yang Shengping explain, "Gentlemen, as long as we secure the project of Wanhong Software Group, we can make tens of billions in profit. You are all shareholders of the company, and you have a stake in this. Aren't you tempted?" He had already convinced the other shareholders almost entirely. However, with the arrival of the company's second-largest shareholder, Fang Ziyuan, things took a different turn. Fang Ziyuan, an old conservative man who was extremely cautious to the point of being overly timid, immediately disagreed upon hearing that this project involved competing with the prestigious Chen family. Indeed, the profit is substantial, but the issue is that this project involves competing with the Chun family. As a prestigious family, how strong is the Chun family's power, and how formidable is the means of Qin Shanhai, the head of the Chun family? I don't need to say more, do I? Fang Ziyuan said in a stern tone. That's right. Director Fang makes a valid point. The Chen family is not to be trifled with, especially Qin Shanhai. After Fang Ziyuan finished speaking, several people in the office echoed his sentiments. If we are always fearful and hesitant in everything we do, afraid of this and that, the company will not progress, it will stagnate, and eventually perish. Yang Shengping retorted. It's tens of billions in profit at stake. As long as we secure the project, even if we offend the Chun family, so what? Chairman Yang also makes a valid point, but what you're talking about is victory. If we win and secure the project, there's no issue, but what if we lose, fail to secure the project, and also offend the Chen family? Wouldn't that be a double loss? When Chen Shanhai finds the time, with his character, he will surely retaliate against us. Aren't you afraid? Fang Ziyuan questioned. Instantly, the room fell silent, even Yang Shengping couldn't respond. Just then, a sudden voice rang out. Afraid? Why should we be afraid? Following the astonished gazes of everyone present, Qin Shan walked in slowly. Director Qin is here, let me introduce you all. This is our group's third largest shareholder, Director Chen Chen, and this is Director Fang Ziyuan, and Yang Shengping introduced them to each other. Yang Shengping invited Chen Chen to take a seat. Facing Chen Chen, Fang Ziyuan did not show a pleasant attitude and directly asked, I heard that Director Chen was previously associated with the Chen family but severed ties with them. This time, competing with the Chen family for the Wanheng Software Group project was proposed and is mainly led by Director Chen, right? Yes, any problem with that? Chen Chen nodded. Any problem, he. Director Chen, have you ever considered what will happen if you fail? If you fail, it doesn't matter to you, as you've already severed ties with the Chen family and are at odds with them. Fang Ziyuan questioned. But what about us? If Director Chen fails, we'll be the unlucky ones. Why are you so certain that we will fail? Chen Chen countered. Why? It's simple, I don't believe in Mr. Chen's abilities and strength. Fang Ziyuan didn't mince his words. After all, Chen Chen was too young, almost like his grandson. He doubted whether Chen Chen had the capability to target the Chen family at all. I think my strength should not be doubted. Chen Chen stood up, intending to pour himself a glass of water nearby. As he got up rather abruptly, a card slipped out of his pocket. Clatter! Seeing this, a shareholder nearby picked it up. Initially thinking it was just a card, he was about to return it to Chen Chen. However, when he inadvertently saw the full appearance of this black card, he was instantly stunned. My goodness, this. The shareholder was left speechless. Noticing the shareholder's astonishment, others also looked over curiously. What's wrong? Old Lu, is there something wrong with this card? Others asked in confusion. This is a MasterCard black card from the Royal Bank of the Oil Country, the first shareholder exclaimed. The people present were all wealthy individuals and naturally had heard of the terror of the MasterCard black card from the Royal Bank of the Oil Country. In an instant, other shareholders crowded around, examining it curiously. At this moment, even Fang Ziyuan couldn't remain calm and came over with the same excitement. Mr. Chen, is this MasterCard black card from the Royal Bank of the Oil Country yours? The first shareholder respectfully handed the black card to Chen Chen while asking. Yes, it must have fallen out of my pocket just now, thank you. Chen Chen took the black card. Director Chen, may I ask if you are a user of the MasterCard black card from the Royal Bank of the Oil Country? Fang Ziyuan asked with a slightly nervous voice. Yes, any problem? Chen Chen nodded casually. Upon receiving a positive answer, everyone present gasped. My goodness, Director Chen is actually a user of the MasterCard black card from the Royal Bank of the Oil Country. In the entire Jiangzhou, apart from Director Chen, there probably isn't anyone else who owns a card of this level. No wonder Director Chen is so confident. No wonder he dares to target the Chen family, he has this kind of strength. Director Chen, I agree with your plan to target the Chen family. I agree too. Shareholders expressed their support one after another. At this moment, even Fang Ziyuan couldn't help but sigh lightly. The younger generation is formidable, I underestimated him. I also agree with Director Chen. When Fang Ziyuan looked at Chen Chen again, there was no longer the disdain and suspicion from before, but a hint of awe. Thus, all the shareholders of the Yongtai Real Estate Group agreed to Chen Chen's plan of targeting the Chen family. The system's voice followed. Ding, go to Yongtai Real Estate Group, persuade other shareholders, mission completed, congratulations on obtaining 2 high-end residential buildings, valued at about 3 billion, congratulations on obtaining 53 experience points. With the completion of the mission, 2 buildings worth 3 billion were acquired, instantly raising Chen Chen's net worth to over 150 billion. In addition, Chen Chen also gained 53 experience points. Currently, he had accumulated 413 experience points, almost reaching 1/3 of the upgrade requirement. As long as he gathered 1500 experience points, Chen Chen's system could smoothly upgrade to level 2. By then, the daily rewards would significantly increase, conservatively estimated to be in the tens of billions per day. Looking ahead, when Chen Chen's system upgraded to level 3, 4, or even higher, the daily rewards would likely be in the hundreds of billions. Just thinking about this, Chen Chen's heart couldn't help but beat faster. He must find a way to upgrade as soon as possible. Chen Chen was eagerly planning ahead. After persuading the other shareholders, the situation on Yongtai Real Estate Group's side was considered completely settled. After leaving from there, Chen Chen quietly went to a very special place. The place Chen Chen came to was the Tingyu building. Later, Chen's family and Vice President Han of Wanheng Software Group would have a secret meeting here. And now, Chen Chen was already one of the owners of the Tingyu building. Upon arriving at the Tingyu building, Chen Chen immediately called the manager. One of his plans revolved around the Tingyu building. Shen Shen instructed the manager to make special arrangements and specifically reminded him that news of his arrival must not be disclosed to anyone else, especially not to the Chen family. Mr. Shen, rest assured, I will arrange for it immediately. It should be settled by tomorrow afternoon, you can come and take a look. As for the news of your arrival, I will keep it confidential, no one else will know. The manager assured repeatedly. Well, I will come to check on it in the next couple of days. After making the arrangements, Shen Shen left. The next morning, the system's voice came through. Ding, 12th day of severing ties, reward, 100% ownership of the largest international golf course in Jiangzhou Guanshan International Golf Course, huh? Looking at today's reward, Shen Shen was somewhat surprised. Guanshan International Golf Course, the largest and most top-notch golf course in Jiangzhou, none other like it. The Guanshan International Golf Course in Jiangzhou covers a vast area, with a standard 18-hole course with a par of 72. Additionally, the Guanshan International Golf Course in Jiangzhou is the preferred leisure and entertainment venue for numerous dignitaries, tycoons, and wealthy individuals in Jiangzhou. Shen Shen had only heard of it before and had never been to the Guanshan International Golf Course in Jiangzhou, but now, he had become one of its owners. More importantly, the total value of the Guanshan International Golf Course was around 17 billion. Now, as the owner of the Guanshan International Golf Course, his net worth was approaching nearly 170 billion. In just a few days, my net worth could reach 200 billion, Shen Shen said with great anticipation. Afternoon, Shen Shen was preparing to go out for lunch. By the way, isn't there a high-end restaurant in my Wankai International Hotel? Shen Shen suddenly remembered. He had just acquired the Wankai International Hotel yesterday and hadn't visited it yet. It was a good opportunity to go to the hotel's high-end restaurant, taste the food there, and check out the situation at the Wankai International Hotel. With that in mind, Shen Shen got into his Rolls-Royce Phantom and headed straight to the Wankai International Hotel. When Shen Shen arrived at the lobby of the Wankai International Hotel, from a distance, he saw a familiar figure arguing with the hotel manager. The familiar figure was none other than Xia Ruoshui. Shen Shen walked over in surprise and asked, Ruoshui, what's going on? Shen Shen? Seeing Shen Shen, Xia Ruoshui also looked puzzled. Wankai International Hotel breached the contract, so I came here to discuss it. Xia Ruoshui replied with a headache. Breached the contract? Shen Shen raised an eyebrow. What happened? Well, tomorrow, at the arrangement of the Xia family, dozens of representatives selected from other companies of the Xia family will come to Jiangzhou to visit and learn at the Xia Group's branch office, for a period of 3 days. Xia Ruoshui explained to Shen Shen. A week ago, I had already booked rooms for them at the Wankai International Hotel. They are supposed to arrive tomorrow morning, but now the people at Wankai International Hotel are telling me that my reservations have failed, and there are no rooms available now. The holiday is coming soon, and the rooms in major hotels are very tight, especially the 5-star ones. She needs dozens of rooms at once, and it's too late to book now. President Xia, I'm sorry, it's all because of that intern. She didn't report your reservation, causing this problem. We have already fired that intern, the hotel manager explained. Another intern? Hearing this excuse, not only Xia Ruoshui but even Shen Shen was at a loss. Can't they stop blaming everything on interns? Can interns really be in charge of such matters? Are you sure it's the intern's fault and not yours? Shen Shen questioned the lobby manager. In his own hotel, Shen Shen couldn't just stand by and watch this happen. Yeah, what's wrong? The lobby manager replied evasively. Seeing this, Shen Shen became even more certain that there was definitely a problem here. Since that's the case, you need to give me an answer, Xia Ruoshui demanded. President Xia, I have already apologized to you. What else do you want from me? Don't be unreasonable, the lobby manager retorted, accusing Xia Ruoshui of being unreasonable. Xia Ruoshui couldn't help but laugh. She just wanted an answer, and the other party reacted like this. Summon your hotel's general manager for me. Just then, an unquestionable voice rang out. Shen Shen stood up. Ha! Summon our general manager, who are you, and why should I listen to you? The arrogant lobby manager said, not even considering Shen Shen as a passerby. Just because I am the owner of Wankai International Hotel. Shen Shen replied calmly. With this statement, the scene immediately fell into a deathly silence. What? The previously arrogant lobby manager's face turned pale in an instant. Was he hearing things? The man in front of him actually said he was their hotel's owner? The lobby manager pinched his thigh hard, feeling the pain instantly, and he realized he wasn't hallucinating. You are really our owner? The lobby manager asked in a fearful voice. Yes, what's wrong? Do you need me to prove it? Shen Shen retorted. No need, please wait a moment. I will immediately go and summon the general manager. The lobby manager went off in a panic to find the hotel's general manager. 3 minutes later, the hotel's general manager arrived in front of Chun Chen with extreme humility. After coming over, the hotel's general manager respectfully said, "Mr. Chen, I am the hotel's general manager, Dong Zhangliang. Manager Dong, Xiao Ruoshui booked dozens of rooms here a week ago, do you know about it?" Chen Chen asked directly. "Ha?" Hearing Chen Chen's words, Dong Zhangliang was stunned. "Xiao Ruoshui, who is she?" When he noticed Xiao Ruoshui next to him, he suddenly realized. So the boss was referring to President Xia. Oh, wait, the boss directly called President Xiao Ruoshui, so intimate? Could it be that the boss and President Xia, the most beautiful female president in Jiangzhou, have a special relationship? "I don't know, boss," Dong Zhangliang replied. "I swear." He was usually so busy, dealing with all sorts of things, just ordinary room reservation should follow the procedure, he didn't need to be involved at all. If the water had reserved dozens of rooms in our hotel a week ago, to check in tomorrow, but suddenly told her today that there was a problem with the reservation, and then the lobby manager shifted all the blame to some intern, do you think that's possible? Chen Chen retorted. An intern? Absolutely impossible. Booking dozens of rooms in one go is a big deal, interns definitely don't have that authority, Dong Zhangliang affirmed. Well, in that case, in front of me, thoroughly investigate this matter, uncover any hidden truths, find out if someone is playing tricks behind the scenes, Chen Chen ordered. Chen Chen suspected that this matter was not so simple. Ruoshui is the president of the Xia Group, with a significant status in Jiangzhou. If there were no backers behind the scenes, even with 100 times the courage, the lobby manager wouldn't dare to do this. If you can't figure it out, then you won't need to be the general manager anymore. Yes, boss, I will definitely get to the bottom of this, Dong Zhangliang promised promptly. After speaking, Dong Zhangliang sternly looked at the lobby manager. If you don't give me a clear answer, you won't just be fired, it will be more than that. With the boss and general manager staring at him, the lobby manager instantly caved in and spilled the beans. It turned out that the rooms reserved by Xiao Ruoshui earlier were indeed successfully booked. However, yesterday, the hotel's senior manager, Manager Huang, suddenly ordered him to cancel all the rooms reserved by Xiao Ruoshui, leading to the situation that just occurred. Was it Huang Lu who gave the order? Dong Zhangliang asked with a furrowed brow. Yes. Get Huang Lu over here right now. A few minutes later, Huang Lu, realizing that the truth had come to light, confessed everything. Yesterday at the club, Huang Lu ran into Kong Junpeng, the grandson of the chairman of Baisheng Group. Kong Junpeng unexpectedly learned about Xiao Ruoshui's reservation of dozens of rooms at Wankai International Hotel. Booking so many rooms at once must have been for an important purpose. So, to cause trouble for Xiao Ruoshui, Kong Junpeng instigated Huang Lu to cancel these dozens of rooms. Why did Kong Junpeng do this? Dong Zhangliang asked in confusion. Kong Xiao. No. Kong Junpeng, that bastard, said that Xia Group dared to compete with their Baisheng Group. These hotel rooms were just collecting interest temporarily. Later on, they would make Xia Group pay a heavy price. Huang Lu repeated Kong Junpeng's words verbatim. It was someone from Baisheng Group playing tricks. Upon hearing this answer, Chen Chen and Xiao Ruoshui exchanged a glance. Although surprised, they didn't feel puzzled. Baisheng Group, huh, very well. Both of you did something against the hotel's interests to please that Kong Junpeng. From now on, you are both fired by the hotel, and later, the hotel will sue both of you. Dong Zhangliang declared. What? Please, general manager, boss, don't sue us. Huang Lu and the lobby manager panicked instantly, pleading for mercy repeatedly. In the end, the two were forcibly escorted out by the hotel security. Boss, I will immediately arrange for the rooms to be rebooked for President Xia, Dong Zhangliang promptly arranged. While rebooking the rooms, Chen Chen's phone rang. Chen Chen saw that it was Xia Mengmeng calling, so he answered. Chen Shuizhang, I can't find my sister, she's not answering her phone, have you seen her? Xia Mengmeng asked. Looking for your sister? Your sister and I are booking a room at the hotel, Chen Chen casually replied. Just as he finished speaking, Chen Chen realized something was off, he hadn't expressed himself clearly. On the other end of the phone, upon hearing Chen Chen's words, Xia Mengmeng's mouth dropped open in shock, completely dumbfounded. Elder sister and senior Chen are getting a room at the hotel? Oh, this. Maybe the timing of this call I made isn't quite right. Senior Chen, I'll hang up first, you and elder sister carry on. Xia Mengmeng stuttered, unsure of what to say at this moment. Seeing this, Chen Chen hurried to explain. You misunderstood, what I meant was. But before Chen Chen could finish, Xia Mengmeng had already hastily hung up the phone. Ruoshui, I didn't explain clearly just now, your sister probably misunderstood, please explain when you get back. Chen Chen apologized, looking at Xia Ruoshui. It's okay, Xia Ruoshui said helplessly. In no time, the room was arranged. You handled it well this time. I was here today, otherwise, things might have ended differently. Be more careful in the future, Chen Chen ordered. Yes, boss, I will enhance the management of the hotel in the future, Dong Zhangliang promised. Chen Chen asked Dong Zhangliang to leave, then turned to Xia Ruoshui. Ruoshui, you probably haven't eaten, let's have lunch together at the hotel restaurant and discuss some matters regarding the Baisheng Group. Okay, Xia Ruoshui agreed. The two arrived at the hotel's upscale restaurant, eating and chatting. The Baisheng Group even instigated the shareholders of the Fading Group last time to unite and kick me out of the management of Fading Group. Chen Chen was too busy to deal with them. Now, they are causing trouble for Ruoshui in our hotel, becoming more and more audacious. Do they think I'm easy to mess with just because I have a good temper? The Baisheng Group is very powerful and not easy to deal with, Xia Ruoshui said. If we join forces, I don't believe we can't bring down the Baisheng Group. Chen Chen spoke up. They keep causing trouble for themselves and Ruoshui. The Baisheng Group is getting too arrogant. If they don't make a move, do they really think they can be bullied? Afterwards, Chen Chen discussed the specific matters with Xia Ruoshui. This matter cannot be rushed, it needs to be handled step by step. Xia Ruoshui will first gather specific information about the Baisheng Group, and then they will discuss further. After lunch, Xia Ruoshui hurried back to the company, while Chen Chen, who had no classes in the afternoon, planned to return to the villa. However, as soon as he got into the car, he suddenly received a message from Zhu Hongyi. Zhu Hongyi was going to play golf with some friends in the afternoon and invited Chen Chen to join. Just as Chen Chen finished reading the message, the system's voice came in. Ding, task released, take a break, accept Zhu Hongyi's invitation to go play golf at the golf course, task time, 3 hours, task reward, world-class supercar Aston Martin 177, task reward, 57 experience points. Seeing this task, Chen Chen suddenly felt wide awake. If you were to ask Chen Chen what he most wants to do now, it would be to upgrade the system to level 2. By then, the daily rewards would increase significantly, making it easier to surpass the Chen family and step on the Su family of Jinling. The more tasks the system releases, the better. By completing this task, Chen Chen would have enough points to reach 470. And the reward for this task, the Aston Martin 177, is one of the most top-notch and expensive supercars globally, with only 77 units produced worldwide, and only 5 in China. The price in China is around 50 to 60 million. In front of it, even Chen Chen's Lamborghini is just a little brother. The Aston Martin 177 is equipped with a V12 engine, with a maximum torque of 750 Nm, a maximum power of 760 horsepower, a top speed of 354 km per hour, and accelerates from 0 to 100 km per hour in 3.5 seconds, truly deserving its title as one of the top performance supercars. With it, Chen Chen's Lamborghini could be retired. Which golf course are you planning to go to? Chen Chen asked. Naturally, it's the Guanshan International Golf Course, Zhu Hongyi replied immediately. Going to the Guanshan International Golf Course? Going to his own territory would be even more convenient. Alright, let's meet at Guanshan International Golf Course at 2:30 in the afternoon, Chen Chen messaged Zhu Hongyi. It was only around 1 o'clock now, still early, so Chen Chen went back to the villa to rest for a while. In the afternoon, Chen Chen drove his Lamborghini Diablo and headed straight to the Guanshan International Golf Course. On the other side of the Guanshan International Golf Course, Zhu Hongyi had already arrived at the entrance with his companions. Lao Zhu, is what you said true or false? Is your big brother really that awesome? Yeah, Lao Zhu, you're not fooling us, are you? Just now, Zhu Hongyi had introduced to them how amazing his big brother Chen Chen was, leaving his companions both shocked and a bit skeptical. How could I be fooling you guys? My big brother is an absolute big shot, on par with Wei Jingxiong, Zhu Hongyi proudly said. On par with Wei Jingxiong? His companions instantly showed great respect for Chen Chen. Lao Zhu, when Fangu arrives later, you must introduce us to him. Yeah, let us also get to know such a big shot, the companions said excitedly. Just as Zhu Hongyi agreed eagerly, a harsh voice cut in. Shu's surname, keep boasting, saying your big brother is on par with Wei Jingxiong, really daring, huh? Not far away, a slender boy, accompanied by a few people, walked over. The slender boy's name was Luo Xingwen, the son of a wealthy tycoon in Jiangzhou, and he was Zhu Hongyi's archenemy. To talk about who's really powerful, it's my big brother, the future prince of Baisheng Group, Kong Junpeng. Kong Xiao is the best. My big brother is a top diamond member at the Guanshan International Golf Course, Luo Xingwen boasted arrogantly. Tisk, what's Kong Junpeng? How can he compare to my big brother? As the group argued, a Lamborghini Diablo slowly pulled up not far away. Chen Chen had arrived. "See, this is my big brother, Fangu," Xu Hongyi introduced excitedly. With that, he ran over to greet Chen Chen eagerly. "TSK, I thought I was someone important, but ended up driving a broken Diablo? This is far worse than the Bugatti Veyron my big brother Kong Xiao drives. One of my brother's cars could buy 3 of this kid's," Luo Xingwen said disdainfully. "Exactly. Our Kong Xiao is truly awesome," his companions on this side echoed. Hearing these words, Xu Hongyi's companions felt a bit embarrassed. Indeed, driving a Lamborghini Diablo seemed a bit low-class for someone like Fangu. Led by Xu Hongyi, Chen Chen walked over, and Xu Hongyi introduced his companions to Chen Chen. "Hello, Fangu. Hello, Fangu." The companions greeted Chen Chen politely. Not far away, Luo Xingwen and his group were still being sarcastic. Still calling him big brother, yet driving a broken Lamborghini Diablo, how embarrassing. "If I drove a Lamborghini Diablo, I wouldn't dare call myself anyone's big brother," shivering. At that moment, the system's voice came in. "Ding, take a break, fulfill Xu Hongyi's request, go play at the golf course, task completed, congratulations on receiving Aston Martin 177, a world-class supercar, congratulations on receiving 57 experience points, the task was completed." At the moment the task was completed, Chen Chen's phone rang. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Chen Chen? Your Aston Martin 177 that you ordered has been delivered. Where would you like it to be sent?" A voice of an Aston Martin staff came through the phone. "Oh, I'm at the Guanshan International Golf Course, just have it delivered here," Chen Chen casually replied. "All right, Mr. Chen, we'll be there shortly, please be ready to sign for it." Chen Chen hung up the phone, and Xu Hongyi curiously asked, "Fangu, what did you buy?" "Nothing much, just bought an Aston Martin 177 on a whim," Chen Chen replied nonchalantly. Not far away, Luo Xingwen was about to come over to mock, but unexpectedly heard Chen Chen's words, and he froze in place as if struck by lightning. "What? Bought an Aston Martin 177 on a whim? On a whim, just like that? Damn, damn, damn." Luo Xingwen was internally shaken. The Aston Martin 177, a top-tier supercar with a global limited production of 77 units. In the entire country, there were only 5 Aston Martin 177s, each valued at a staggering 50 to 60 million. The older brother of Xu Hongyi, standing before him, had actually bought one. Oh my god! Compared to the Aston Martin 177, his own brother Kong Juanpeng's regular Bugatti Veyron seemed quite ordinary. Even Luo Xingwen was immensely shocked, not to mention his companions, who all looked at Chen Chen in disbelief. Buying an Aston Martin 177 on a whim, Xu Hongyi's brother was truly amazing. While they were still in awe, a Bugatti Veyron stopped not far away, and Kong Junpeng, Luo Xingwen's brother who was causing trouble at the Wankai International Hotel, arrived. After getting off the car, Kong Junpeng walked over. Seeing Luo Xingwen and the others looking strange, Kong Junpeng asked in confusion what had happened. When Kong Junpeng learned about the situation, his expression changed slightly. "So, you're Chen Chen, the major shareholder of Fatum Group?" Kong Junpeng asked. "Exactly," Chen Chen nodded. With a confirmed answer, Kong Junpeng showed deep hostility towards Chen Chen. He had learned from his grandfather that Fatum Group and Xiaoshi Group were birds of a feather, daring to go against their Baisheng Group. What was even more despicable was that Chen Chen, the major shareholder of Fatum Group, had actually helped Xiaoruoshui solve the trap set by their Baisheng Group, causing their plan to fail. This made Kong Junpeng hate Chen Chen as well, but for now, Kong Junpeng didn't have time to deal with Chen Chen. Unexpectedly, now he had encountered this bastard Chen Chen at the Guanshan International Golf Course. Great, he wanted to teach this ignorant Chen Chen a lesson for his grandfather and for their Baisheng Group. He wanted Chen Chen to know that those who opposed their Baisheng Group would not have a good ending. While Kong Junpeng was plotting against Chen Chen was also planning. Since he had encountered Kong Junpeng, Chen Chen naturally wouldn't let him off. "Where is this Aston Martin 177 you mentioned?" Kong Junpeng inquired. There were only 5 Aston Martin 177s in the entire country, and to be honest, he was also very curious. "It's not here, it's just this kid named Chen Chen who claimed to have bought an Aston Martin 177. We haven't seen the actual car yet," Luo Xingwen explained. "What, just his claim, no actual car?" Luo Xingwen sneered. "I could say I have one of the 5 global limited Pagani Huayra, who wouldn't brag, and even bought an Aston Martin 177, really daring to brag." Luo Xingwen devoutly said, "There are only 5 Aston Martin 177 in the country. Not to mention Jiangzhou City, even the entire Zhanghai province doesn't have one. This kid is definitely bluffing you." He could never afford an Aston Martin 177. Upon hearing his elder brother's words, Luo Xingwen and the others suddenly realized, right, an Aston Martin 177, a top-level supercar in the world, would never appear in a second or third-tier city like Zhengzhou. Big brother is indeed clever. He saw through this kid's trick in an instant. Luo Xingwen and the others mocked Chen Chen. Who does he think he is, buying an Aston Martin 177? Why don't you say? Kong Junpeng wanted to mock, but before he could finish his words, a trailer was slowly approaching from a distance. And on the trailer was a brand new Aston Martin 177. Seeing this scene, Kong Junpeng, Luo Xingwen, and the others were completely shocked. There really is an Aston Martin 177. Could it be that Chen Chen bought it? No. Absolutely impossible. Kong Junpeng said foolishly, trying to reassure himself. 2 minutes later, the trailer slowly stopped in front of everyone, and the Aston Martin staff got off the car and politely asked, "Excuse me, who is Mr. Chen Chen? Your reserved Aston Martin 177 has arrived." In an instant, Kong Junpeng felt extremely embarrassed and awkward. He had just devoutly believed that Chen Chen was bragging, only to find out that Chen Chen had actually bought a legendary top-tier supercar, the Aston Martin 177. For a moment, Kong Junpeng was almost drooling with jealousy. This level of supercar, not to mention him, even the outstanding young elites of the wealthy families had never owned one. Chen Chen having it definitely made him the top young person in Zhengzhou. I am Chen Chen. Chen Chen walked over and signed for the Aston Martin 177. The Aston Martin 177 was driven down from the trailer and parked nearby. Wow, it's so cool, truly deserving of being a top-tier supercar in the world. No wonder it's called the Gentleman Thug, it's both elegant and handsome. Fan Gu is awesome. Xu Hongyi and the others quickly ran over, curiously watching. Even Kong Junpeng, Luo Xingwen, and the others couldn't control their legs, wanting to go over and admire this level of supercar. But they could only envy and be jealous from afar. Fan Gu, can we go in and take a look? Xu Hongyi asked excitedly. Sure. Chen Chen casually tossed the car keys over. Thank you, Fan Gu. Fan Gu is mighty. Xu Hongyi and his companions were thrilled. As for Luo Xingwen and the others, they were itching with jealousy. Why was Xu Hongyi's boss so amazing, making their own boss pale in comparison instantly? As for Kong Junpeng, his face turned ashen. He also wanted to own this Aston Martin 177. Suddenly, a bright idea flashed in Kong Junpeng's mind, a plan that could both teach Chen Chen a lesson and get his hands on the Aston Martin 177. Chen Chen, dare to bet with me? Kong Junpeng suddenly spoke up. Oh, what do you want to bet on? Chen Chen asked. We are already at the Guanshan International Golf Course, so it's only natural to bet on golf. 3 rounds, 2 wins, let's see whose golf skills are better. As for the bet, we'll wager your Aston Martin 177 and my Bugatti Veyron. If I win, your Bugatti Veyron goes to me. If you win, your Aston Martin 177 comes to you. How about it? Kong Junpeng proposed. Surnamed Kong, you're ugly and dreaming big. How can your Bugatti Veyron, worth a few bucks, compare to my big brother's Aston Martin 177? And how many years have you been driving your Bugatti Veyron? Why bring it out now? Xu Hongyi was the first to step up and refute. What, are you daring enough? If you're a man, don't refuse. Kong Junpeng taunted. I dare, but this bet is too small, Chen Chen said calmly. Playing with such a small bet is boring. How about this, each of us puts up 5 billion. If you win, I'll not only give you 5 billion but also give you this Aston Martin 177. If you lose, just give me 5 billion. As Chen Chen spoke, the whole room fell into a dead silence. 5 billion in bets, my goodness, what a huge gamble. This is too much. Xu Hongyi and the others looked at Chen Chen with admiration. He truly deserves to be their leader. This boldness was impressive. Chen Chen repeated Kong Junpeng's words back to him without changing a thing. How about it, dare to accept the challenge. If you're a man, don't refuse. Just as Chen Chen finished speaking, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding, mission issued. Find a way to get Kong Junpeng to agree to the 5 billion bet. Mission reward, top-level golf skills. Mission reward, 50 experience points. Huh? Chen Chen was a bit surprised by the sudden challenge from the system. This was like icing on the cake. Chen Chen had always been very confident in his golf skills because his father loved golf, and Chen Chen had been by his side since he was young, so his skills were naturally not bad. Unfortunately, the consumption at Guanshan International Golf Course was too high, and their status in the Chen family was very low, so Chen Chen and his father had hardly ever been there. Unexpectedly, now the system issued a mission and rewarded him with top-level golf skills. This was great. Originally, Chen Chen had an 80 to 90% confidence, but now with the mission and the top-level golf skills, he had a 100% chance of winning, a sure win. He had come here just to relax and have fun, and now he was getting 5 billion for free. This was too cool. Moreover, this challenge also came with 50 experience points, which would add up to the 520 experience points Chen Chen already had. While Chen Chen was studying the system's mission, everyone's gaze in the room was focused on Sun Junpeng, especially Luo Xingwen and the others. If their leader dared to put up 5 billion and an Aston Martin 177 for a bet, their leader only needed 5 billion, right? Their leader shouldn't be afraid. Being stared at by so many people, Sun Junpeng was in extreme agony. 5 billion was a huge amount for him too. Although he was from the prestigious Baisheng group, all the money he had added up to only 70 to 80 million. 5 billion would require an IOU. But if he could win, not only would he get the Aston Martin 177 he coveted so much, but he would also get 5 billion. A full 5 billion. If he could get these 5 billion, it would definitely make his father and grandfather look at him differently, and he wouldn't be considered a spendthrift in their eyes anymore. Moreover, Sun Junpeng was extremely confident in his golf skills. He was even better than some professionals. Should he agree? Faced with 5 billion and the temptation of an Aston Martin 177, he was finding it hard to resist. How about it, not daring? Alright, let's up the stakes. The loser will admit to being a clown, unworthy of comparison with the other, and then we'll film it and post it online. How about that? Seeing Kong Junpeng hesitating, Chen Chen added fuel to the fire. Upon hearing this, Kong Junpeng was truly tempted. This way, he could prove to his father and grandfather that he wasn't a wastrel or a good-for-nothing. Chen Chen, whom his father and grandfather had failed to discipline, would be defeated by him, teaching him a lesson. This would surely make his grandfather look at him in a new light. Alright, I agree. In the end, Kong Junpeng gritted his teeth and agreed. That's a real man. Chen Chen smiled. Let's sign a wager. Zhu Hongyi fetched paper, pen, and ink. Chen Chen drafted a wager, listing all the conditions discussed earlier, then signed and stamped it. Kong Junpeng also stepped forward, signed and stamped it. The wager was officially in effect. At the same time, the system's voice sounded. Ding, find a way to get Kong Junpeng to agree to a 5 billion wager. Task completed. Congratulations on acquiring top golf skills. Congratulations on gaining 50 experience points. A vast amount of memories flooded Chen Chen's mind. From now on, Chen Chen was a top golf master. At the same time, he received 50 points. At this moment, Chen Chen had accumulated more than a third of the points needed for an upgrade, just over 900 experience points away from the system upgrading to level 2. Let's go. Afterwards, both sides entered the Guanshan International Golf Course and arrived at a section of the course. The Guanshan International Golf Course is a standard 18-hole, par 72 course. If we play all of it, it will take too much time. Why don't we simplify it and just compare the scores of 3 4-hole rounds? Suddenly, Kong Junpeng suggested. Completing the full 18 holes at par 72 would take too long. He was eager to defeat Chen Chen, win the 5 billion, and the Aston Martin 1-77, then return home immediately to show off in front of his father and grandfather, receiving their praise. So why bother? A 4-hole round means starting from the tee area and finishing when the ball is in the hole, completing it in 4 strokes. The total length of a 4-hole round is 300 meters, requiring 4 consecutive strokes to hole out. If you are skilled enough to complete it in 3 strokes, you score -1 point. If you need 5 strokes, you score +1 point, and so on. Unlike other sports, in golf, the lower the score, the better. Sure. Chen Chen nodded, agreeing to Kong Junpeng's proposal. This would shorten the time and end the match faster. In the first round, Kong Junpeng started. Standing at the tee area, Kong Junpeng aimed far away and hit the ball, sending the golf ball over 210 meters. When they reached where the golf ball stopped, Kong Junpeng hit it again, advancing the ball further. It was only on the 3rd stroke that Kong Junpeng successfully holed the golf ball, scoring -1. Kong is mighty. He holed it in 3 strokes. Kong's golf skills are truly impressive. Kong is sure to win this time. Luo Xingwen and others cheered excitedly. On the other hand, Zhu Hongyi and his group remained serious. Kong Junpeng might not excel in other areas, but his golf skills were exceptional. Fanj was under pressure. Chen Chen, it's your turn. Kong Junpeng said triumphantly, as if he could already see the 5 billion and the Aston Martin beckoning to him. Unlike Zhu Hongyi and the others, who were nervous, Chen Chen strolled leisurely to the tee area and hit the ball over 270 meters. Chen Chen moved forward and, with his second stroke, holed the ball. The winner of the first round was clear without needing to be said. Fong Gu is amazing. Damn, He almost got a hole-in-one with 2 strokes. Fanggu is truly a hidden master. Fanggu has won. At this moment, it was Zhu Hongyi and the others' turn to shout excitedly. As for Kong Junpeng, seeing this made his head buzz. A 4-hole round, and Chen Chen, this kid, managed to sink it in just 2 strokes. Is his skill level that high? Losing the first round, Kong Junpeng suddenly felt the pressure. The second round began. Taking a deep breath, this time Kong Junpeng was extremely serious, meticulously hitting the first stroke. The ball flew over 280 meters. In the second round, Kong Junpeng also managed to sink it in just 2 strokes. After sinking the ball, a confident smile appeared on Kong Junpeng's face. In the second round, he secured the win. He couldn't believe it, that kid Chen Chen. Could he replicate his first performance and sink it in 2 strokes again? However, what followed left him dumbfounded. From the tee that was 300 meters away, Chen Chen hit the golf ball into the hole with just 1 stroke. In an instant, everyone was stunned. A 4-hole round, the chance of a hole-in-one is 1 in 2,500, and it requires a professional to achieve that. Yet now, Chen Chen managed to do it in 1 stroke, hitting that 1 in 2,500 chance. Fanggu is amazing. Zhu Hongyi and the others cheered. The outcome of the second round was already decided. The outcome of the bet had been determined. How is this possible? How can this be? Watching Chen Chen sink it in 1 stroke, Kong Junpeng was dumbfounded. He had played golf for so many years, only seeing a hole-in-one on TV, never in reality, not even by many top golfers he knew. But now, right in front of him, Chen Chen managed to sink it in 1 stroke. What a joke. Even Kong Junpeng was dumbfounded, not to mention Luo Xingwen and the others. After the initial shock, Kong Junpeng realized something even more terrifying. He had lost the bet, a whole 5 billion. He couldn't come up with that much money. If he wanted to settle the bet, he can only turn to his father or grandfather. If his father or grandfather found out about this, it would break his legs. He had wanted to stand tall in front of his grandfather and father, to show them he wasn't a wastrel, but in the end, he truly became a wastrel, losing 5 billion in one go, a super-duper colossal wastrel. It's over, it's really over. Kong Junpeng was drenched in cold sweat. Young Master Kong, the outcome is clear, according to the bet, bring out the 5 billion. Zhu Hongyi looked at Kong Junpeng. Kong Junpeng stood there, his expression dark and uncertain. 5 billion was too much, he couldn't produce it, absolutely couldn't. In the end, Kong Junpeng steeled himself, ready to play dirty. You cheated. Chen Chen cheated, someone come, he's cheating. Kong Junpeng roared. Luo Xingwen understood Kong Junpeng's intention and quickly joined in the shouting. Soon, many staff members from the Guanshan International Golf Course rushed over. I am a platinum member of your Guanshan International Golf Course. I order you to catch this kid. He's cheating, he's cheating. Kong Junpeng pointed at Chen Chen, loudly commanding the staff of the Guanshan International Golf Course. He wanted to use his status as a platinum member to force the staff of the Guanshan International Golf Course to catch Chen Chen, and then take the opportunity to snatch back that bet and destroy it directly. Without the bet, he could easily deny it. You, surnamed Kong, are you trying to be unreasonable? Thinking you can use your membership at the Guanshan International Golf Course to bully others with your status? Zhu Hongyi and the others reprimanded. Clearly, it's this kid who cheated, he should be caught. Catch him, don't let him escape. Luo Xingwen and others immediately refuted Zhu Hongyi. The staff at Guanshan International Golf Course were confused and didn't know what to do for a moment. What are you standing there for? I am a platinum member of your Guanshan International Golf Course. My grandfather is the chairman of Baisheng Group. Do I need to order you? Kong Junpeng tore off his face and directly ordered these people to take action. Indeed, there are some privileges for platinum members here. If you don't act now, I will complain to your supervisor for neglecting me, a platinum member, and make you all get lost. Kong Junpeng roared hysterically. Seeing this, the staff at Guanshan International Golf Course had to lower their heads. They couldn't afford to offend the anger of a platinum member like him. Fanggu, go quickly. This is Kong Junpeng's territory. You take the gambling agreement and leave first, we will handle it here. Zhu Hongyi quickly stood up, letting Chen Chen leave first, as it was crucial to preserve the evidence. Is this Kong Junpeng's territory? Chen Chen smiled faintly. Yes, I am a platinum member of Guanshan International Golf Course, so naturally, this is my territory. Kong Junpeng said smugly. You are wrong. This is not your territory, but mine, Chen Chen spoke up. Your territory? Who do you think you are to claim this as your territory? Are you a diamond member of Guanshan International Golf Course? Kong Junpeng asked disdainfully. Only the top tycoons of Jiangzhou could have that status at Guanshan International Golf Course, and this Chen Chen before him was not worthy. I am not a diamond member here, Chen Chen said slowly, but I am the owner of Guanshan International Golf Course. Upon hearing Chen Chen's first sentence, Kong Junpeng remained smug, but upon hearing the second sentence, he was shocked. The owner of Guanshan International Golf Course? Chen Chen was the owner here? How could that be possible? Kong Junpeng was taken aback. He realized that Chen Chen indeed owned the place, so what was he, just a platinum member, compared to him? Upon learning Chen Chen's identity, Luo Xingwen and others instantly quieted down, not daring to cause any more trouble. Bring your supervisor and security personnel here, Chen Chen ordered the staff of Guanshan International Golf Course. The staff hurried off to find the supervisor. Seeing this, Kong Junpeng felt somewhat desperate. If the supervisor and security personnel came, he would have no chance to snatch the evidence from Chen Chen. Looking at the evidence in Chen Chen's hand, Kong Junpeng made a firm decision. Being nearly 2 meters tall and weighing over 200 pounds, he refused to believe that he couldn't get the evidence by himself. Bring it on, you. Thinking this, Kong Junpeng swung his sandbag-sized fist and charged towards Chen Chen. Facing the oncoming Kong Junpeng, Chen Chen sneered. Having received top-level combat skills from the system, was he afraid to fight? Before Kong Junpeng could react, Chen Chen kicked him. The next moment, Kong Junpeng was kicked directly and fell heavily to the ground. Damn it, dare to lay a hand on Fan Ge, brothers, beat him up. Seeing this, Xu Hongyi and his men rushed over and surrounded Kong Junpeng to beat him up. On someone else's territory, Luo Xingwen and the others dared not act, only trembling as they watched Kong Junpeng being beaten up. Before long, Kong Junpeng was left bruised and battered, his face swollen and bleeding, with a few teeth knocked out. Within 3 days, have your family send 5 billion, or else I will personally come to collect it. Chen Chen waved the evidence in his hand and said. In the end, Kong Junpeng was promptly taken to the hospital by Luo Xingwen and others for treatment. Xu Hongyi and others surrounded Chen Chen, admiring him greatly. They continued playing golf, and later had dinner together. Time flew by, and the next morning, the system's voice came through. Ding, 13th day of relationship termination, reward, 5% ownership of the top-ranked security group in Zhonghai Province, Zhoushuo Security Group. Zhoushuo Security Group? What kind of company is this? Chen Chen had never heard of this company before. However, being ranked first among all security groups in Zhonghai Province indicated that it was no simple entity. Curious, Chen Chen went online to look up information about Zhoushuo Security Group. Zhoushuo Security Group had been established for over a decade, specializing in asset protection, personal protection, protection in high-risk areas, overseas protection, and more. When the big shots and wealthy individuals in Zhonghai Province needed bodyguards, Zhoushuo Security Group was their first choice. Each member of Zhoushuo Security Group was carefully selected and highly skilled. What set them apart were the 3 special teams composed of elite retired special forces, each consisting of 20 to 30 exceptionally capable individuals. These 3 teams were the reason Zhoushuo Security Group ranked first in Zhonghai Province. The company not only operated domestically but also had a significant international presence, boasting a strong foundation. The more Chen Chen read, the more excited he became. The stronger Zhoushuo Security Group was, the better it was for him. Currently owning 5% of Zhoushuo Security Group, he hoped that one day he could acquire 100% ownership and make it his own. Hopefully, the system would give him that opportunity. Chen Chen was now considered a high-ranking member of Zhoushuo Security Group with a certain level of influence within the company. Suddenly, an idea formed in Chen Chen's mind. Could he use Zhoushuo Security Group's special teams to investigate the whereabouts of his parents? The individuals he had previously sent were ordinary people, no match for the battle-hardened elite retired special forces of Zhoushuo Security Group. Since obtaining the system, Chen Chen had not forgotten to search for his parents. It had been a year since their disappearance, with no leads even from the police. Chen Chen no longer relied on others. If he wanted to find his parents, he might have to rely on himself. With partial ownership of Zhoushuo Security Group, Chen Chen believed this idea could work. After gaining partial ownership of Zhoushuo Security Group, Chen Chen found several contact details on his phone belonging to high-ranking members of the company. Thinking it over, Chen Chen directly dialed the phone number of the CEO of Zhoushuo Security Group. When the call connected, Chen Chen stated his identity. Oh, welcome, Mr. Chen, to our Zhoushuo Security Group. The CEO of Zhoushuo Security Group warmly congratulated Chen Chen. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Chen requested to select a few individuals with strong investigative skills from the 3 special teams to assist him with a task. The CEO of Zhoushuo Security Group was somewhat surprised by Chen Chen's request. Is there a problem with the task? Chen Chen inquired. Mr. Chen, it wouldn't be an issue if it were regular bodyguards, but those 3 special teams are crucial to the company. It goes against regulations to assign them to serve the company's executives individually. Joshio Security Group explained helplessly. However, since Mr. Chen has made the request, I will find a way to help you out. After a moment of hesitation, the CEO of Joshio Security Group agreed. Thank you, Chen politely responded. Unfortunately, at the moment, Chen only holds 5% ownership of Joshio Security Group, which is too little. Even if he had more than 50%, or even 30 to 40%, things would be much easier. If he could acquire the entire Joshio Security Group, then his plans would be simplified. Chen prayed in his heart, hoping that the system would offer more shares of Joshio Security Group. Chen, you're too kind. I'll come up with an idea, and once it's settled, I'll contact you immediately, the president of Joshio Security Group replied. Oh, thank you. After a brief chat, they hung up, and Chen waited for the president of Joshio Security Group's message. At noon, just as Chen finished class, Zhu Honi was already waiting in the parking lot. When he saw Chen, Zhu Honi approached curiously and asked, Fangu, has the 5 billion from Baisheng Group arrived? Chen shook his head. It's been almost a whole day. Fangu, do you think Baisheng Group might default? Zhu Honi speculated. They probably won't. Baisheng Group cares about their reputation, but they won't easily hand it over. Getting Baisheng Group to cough up this 5 billion won't be easy, Chen thought quickly. What should we do then? Zhu Honi felt somewhat helpless. Baisheng Group would surely delay things. Right, you mentioned that your friend recorded everything that day, right? Chen asked. Yes, Zhu Honi nodded. That makes it easier. Have your friend edit the part where Kong Junpeng wanted to breach the contract from the video and post it on major online platforms. Then have all your friends and followers share it, Chen ordered. The video would surely spread throughout the wealthy circle of Jiangzhou, making Kong Junpeng and Baisheng Group the talk of the town, putting pressure on Baisheng Group. Chen intended to stir things up. Baisheng Group wouldn't be able to hold on to that 5 billion. Fangu, great idea, I understand, Zhu Honi chuckled and went into action. Before long, the video of Baisheng Group's chairman's grandson, Kong Junpeng, betting and breaching the contract was posted online, and Zhu Honi immediately mobilized his contacts to share the video. Slowly, the wealthy circle of Jiangzhou became aware of the situation. On the other side, Baisheng Group's chairman, Kong Baisheng, angrily watched his prodigal grandson, Kong Junpeng. At that moment, Kong Junpeng's face was swollen like a pig's head, looking extremely ridiculous. If it weren't for his wife holding him back, Kong Baisheng would have broken his ungrateful grandson's legs. Look at your grandson now. Aren't you going to do anything? You must avenge Junpeng, Kong Baisheng's wife said, feeling sorry for their grandson. Revenge is a must, but right now, the most important thing is this prodigal son and the 5 billion he bet, Kong Baisheng said angrily. It pained him to hand over 5 billion for no reason. Moreover, the other party was their enemy. He was even less willing to give away 5 billion to the enemy. To take away this 5 billion from him, it all depended on whether that kid Chen had the means. Just as Kong Baisheng was planning to delay, Kong Junpeng's father arrived. Father, take a look at this. Kong Junpeng's father handed the phone to Kong Baisheng. Kong Baisheng watched the video of his grandson breaching the contract in disbelief. Where did you get this from? Kong Baisheng hurriedly asked. It was his grandson who had embarrassed himself, but it was their Baisheng Group's reputation at stake. I saw it on my friend's social media. What? You can see it from your friend's circle. I guess the other tycoons in Jiangzhou have seen it too. Kong Baisheng couldn't sit still anymore. This time, he, as well as the face of their Baisheng Group, had been completely disgraced by this prodigal son. In a fit of anger, Kong Baisheng kicked Kong Junpeng hard a few times. Kong Junpeng screamed in pain. Now he couldn't delay or default on payments anymore. The matter had to be dealt with immediately, or else he would truly become a joke in the circle of Jiangzhou tycoons. He still had his pride. Father, what should we do? Kong Junpeng asked his father. Kong Baisheng pondered for a moment, then suddenly smirked coldly. I have an idea. Oh, what idea? Kong Junpeng's father couldn't help but ask. Kong Baisheng smiled mysteriously, didn't say anything, but took out his phone and made a call. Just wait for good news. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to humiliate Chen and make him the laughingstock of many people. The afternoon class was a bit late, so Chen came to his estate to rest. Chen had been living here for the past few days. However, as soon as Chen drove to the front of the estate, he unexpectedly found a Rolls-Royce Ghost parked at the entrance, with a very elegant man looking around. Chen parked his car to the side and got out. Are you Mr. Chen? The elegant man asked as he saw Chen. Who are you? I am Jiang Hanru, invited by Chairman Kong Baisheng to discuss the bet with Mr. Chen. Jiang Hanru introduced himself. Jiang Hanru? Chen Chen had heard of him. Jiang Hanru was one of the big shots in Jiangzhou, known for his humility, extensive connections, and good reputation. He often played the role of a mediator in important occasions. Chen Chen was surprised that Kong Baisheng had invited Jiang Hanru. It seemed that his tactic of having Zhu Huangyi and the others post the video was working. Kong Baisheng was getting restless. The two walked towards the estate together. Mr. Chen, to be honest, it's not wise to offend Chairman Kong, Jiang Hanru spoke up on the way. Is that so? Mr. Chen, you are young and hot-headed, I understand, but Chairman Kong has been influential in Jiangzhou for so many years, he's not someone to mess with. If you offend him, the consequences will be severe. These words came from Jiang Hanru's heart, representing himself. I've said my piece, now on behalf of Chairman Kong, let me explain the situation. Chairman Kong promises to give Mr. Chen the 5 billion, but he has a condition. Jiang Hanru explained, Chairman Kong requires Mr. Chen to record a video, explaining that the reason Kong Junpeng broke the contract was entirely due to your provocation, and the video that was released, which angered him, was maliciously edited. Jiang Hanru stated Kong Baisheng's condition. As long as Mr. Chen agrees, the 5 billion will be transferred today. Chairman Kong saves face, and Mr. Chen gets the money. Chen Chen sneered, Kong Baisheng is really playing a big game. In this bet between himself and Kong Junpeng, if he won, he wouldn't have to agree to any conditions to get the 5 billion. Now, Kong Baisheng wanted him to post a video, claiming it was maliciously edited, that Kong Junpeng was provoked by him, and that all the insults and public pressure should be directed at him. By doing this, Kong Baisheng would save face, but he would lose his dignity. Disgusting. Tell Kong Baisheng to dream on, I won't agree to any of his conditions. Chen Chen replied without hesitation. The two entered the living room of the estate. Mr. Chen, Chairman Kong's conditions are indeed a bit harsh, but we can negotiate, we can lower Chairman Kong's conditions a bit. Jiang Hanru spoke again. Having a falling out with Chairman Kong, even to the point of fighting to the death, is definitely not a good idea. Jiang Hanru was speaking the truth. Those who had opposed Kong Baisheng in the past didn't end up well, with the best outcome being bankruptcy. Manager Chen is too young, his strength is not enough. Wait a few years, and Manager Chen can compete with Baisheng Group without any worries. Jiang Hanru's last two sentences were indeed heartfelt. In his subconscious, Chen Chen was not even 20 yet. How could his strength possibly surpass Kong Baisheng's? Chen Chen would definitely lose against Kong Baisheng. As Jiang Hanru spoke, Chen Chen took off his coat and casually sat on the sofa. Jiang Hanru wanted to say something more, but suddenly noticed the Patek Philippe watch on Chen Chen's wrist, his eyes widening instantly. Manager Chen. Your watch? Jiang Hanru asked with a trembling voice. He hadn't seen it when Chen Chen was wearing his coat, but now that Chen Chen had taken it off, as a well-known watch enthusiast in Jiangzhou, Jiang Hanru immediately recognized the extraordinary Patek Philippe on Chen Chen's wrist. What about my watch? Chen Chen asked in confusion. Manager Chen, is this watch of yours? The legendary Patek Philippe Grandmaster Chime, one of the 7 limited editions worldwide? Jiang Hanru asked excitedly. At this moment, his address to Chen Chen had become more respectful, using you. Yes. Chen Chen nodded, slightly impressed that Jiang Hanru, a non-professional, could recognize his exceptional Patek Philippe. My goodness. Jiang Hanru covered his mouth, shocked to the core. Such a high-level timepiece, not to mention in Jiangzhou, might not even be found in the entire Zhanghai province, or even the whole country. Owning such a globally limited top-tier watch was Jiang Hanru's dream, but now, this young manager Chen, not even 20 years old, possessed one. My goodness. Jiang Hanru was extremely excited at this moment. Manager Chen, your refusal of Kong Baisheng is right. If I were you, I would refuse him too. Who is he to negotiate terms with you? At this moment, Jiang Hanru no longer dared to underestimate Chen Chen, let alone doubt his strength and capabilities. Someone like Kong Baisheng, who could be compared to someone owning such a top-tier watch, was nothing. Thank you, Manager Chen, for broadening my horizons. In the future, if you need anything in Jiangzhou, feel free to ask me. Jiang Hanru instantly changed his stance, standing by Chen Chen without hesitation. With things as they were, Jiang Hanru took his leave, but before leaving, he respectfully asked for Chen Chen's contact information. As he walked out of the estate, Jiang Hanru immediately called Kong Baisheng. In the villa, seeing Jiang Hanru's call, Kong Baisheng answered excitedly. Big brother Jiang, is everything settled? Kong Baisheng asked eagerly. With big brother Jiang involved, there shouldn't be any problems. Although he had to pay 5 billion, humiliating Chen Chen and losing face in Jiangzhou was definitely worth it. It's not settled. I'm not involved in this matter anymore. In the future, Kong, don't contact me for anything. What surprised Kong Baishang was the extreme coldness in Jiang Hanru's voice over the phone. Before Kong Baishang could ask anything, Jiang Hanru had already hung up and blocked him directly. Kong Baishang was instantly confused. What was going on? His plans had failed just like that? On the other side, seeing Kong Baishang still calculating his moves, Chen Chen decided to stir things up and shared the video. Minutes later, even Jiang Hanru forwarded Kong Juanping's video, showing his stance. As a well-known mediator in Jiangzhou, Jiang Hanru was kind-hearted and well-connected. Seeing Jiang Hanru's clear stance, many wealthy and influential figures in Jiangzhou also shared the video. In no time, the reputation of Baishang Group was getting worse and worse. In the villa, although Jiang Hanru had failed, Kong Baishang still had confidence and didn't intend to let Chen Chen off the hook so easily. At this moment, Kong Juanping's father brought more bad news. Knowing that if things escalated further, their reputation would suffer even more, and if the situation continued to worsen, Baishang Group would truly become a pariah. Sigh. Go and give the money to Chen Chen. Kong Baishang sighed lightly, suddenly looking several years older. In this confrontation, their Baishang Group lost, and they lost miserably. However, this was just the first round with Chen Chen. Chen Chen, don't get too cocky. Winning the first round doesn't mean you are the ultimate victor. Fine. Sun Juanping's father reluctantly agreed. 2 hours later, at Jiangzhou University, Chen Chen finished class and was about to leave the teaching building to return to the manor. Just then, because she knew Chen Chen had severed ties with the Chen family, his ex-girlfriend Song Manyu, who had lost the chance to marry into a wealthy family, immediately walked over from the other side. Chen Chen? Song Manyu was stunned to see Chen Chen. The last time she saw him was when Chen Chen and Xia Mengmeng went to the restaurant together. At that time, Song Manyu suspected that Chen Chen had used some sweet words to get close to the rich woman Xia Mengmeng, so she had been wanting to expose Chen Chen's true nature as a useless scumbag. However, during this period, Chen Chen was hardly at school except for classes, so Song Manyu never saw him. Unexpectedly, she ran into Chen Chen today. Oh, where's Xia Mengmeng? Did she dump you? Song Manyu said sarcastically. Last time, Xia Mengmeng had humiliated her, so Song Manyu held a deep grudge against Chen Chen. Seeing him now, she naturally wanted to mock him without reservation and vent all her resentment towards him. Chen Chen sneered and couldn't be bothered with Song Manyu's nonsense. I told you before, cutting ties with the Chen family was the biggest mistake of your life. Now that you have nothing without the Chen family, you become a pauper, right? Song Manyu continued, without the Chen family, you, Chen Chen, are nothing. Relying on yourself, you won't have a good ending. If I were you, I would immediately return to the Chen family, kneel down and beg them to let you back in. Even if they humiliate you again, it doesn't matter. A frog at the bottom of a well. Faced with the ignorant Song Manyu, Chen Chen couldn't help but speak up. In Song Manyu's eyes, the Chen family was already like heaven. Little did she know that Chen Chen was slowly starting to disregard the Chen family, as it was just a small wealthy family in a second or third tier city. What Chen Chen wanted now was to trample the top wealthy families of Jiling under his feet. With that, Chen Chen walked outside. Hearing Chen Chen call himself a frog at the bottom of a well, Song Manyu, feeling humiliated and angry, immediately chased after him, wanting to retaliate. However, as soon as she stepped out, she suddenly saw a top-notch luxury car worth millions parked in front of Chen Chen. Following that, Kong Juanping's father came down. Chen Chen, this is a 5 billion check. After getting out of the car, Kong Juanping's father handed a check to Chen Chen. Upon hearing this, Song Manyu was instantly dumbfounded. What? 5 billion, 5 billion. In front of this mysterious person, Chen Chen was given 5 billion directly. Damn. Does Chen Chen have 5 billion now? This is definitely a huge sum for her. At this moment, Song Manyu felt a hint of regret for breaking up with Chen Chen. If she hadn't broken up with Chen Chen, would she also have half of this 5 billion? Chen Chen took the check and checked it. Everything was in order. Promissory note, Kong Juanping's father said. Once the money is in hand, the promissory note is useless, so Chen Chen gave it to him. Sun Juanping's father tore up the promissory note directly and then looked coldly at Chen Chen. Chen Chen, you won our first game, but don't get cocky, this is just the beginning. Later, you will know the consequences of offending our Baishang group. The consequence is bankruptcy for the Baishang group. Chen Chen calmly retorted, do you think you have the qualifications to bankrupt our Baishang group? Chen Chen, just you wait. Sun Juanping's father left with a final threat, getting into the car and driving away. Chen Chen casually put the check in her pocket and left gracefully. Back at the same spot, thinking about the confrontation between Chen Chen and the people from the Baishan group, Song Manyu felt a mix of emotions, not sure what she was thinking about. On her way home, Chen Chen suddenly received a message from Wei Jingxiong, inviting her to visit him as he had something to discuss. Just as Chen Chen was about to reply to Wei Jingxiong, the system's voice suddenly came in. Ding, mission released, accept Wei Jingxiong's invitation and visit him, mission reward, a top-of-the-line, expensive motorcycle, worth over 9 figures, mission reward, 58 experience points, the most expensive motorcycle in the world? And over 9 figures, isn't that over $1 billion? Noticing the reward for this system mission, Chen Chen was stunned. Are motorcycles really that expensive? Chen Chen was surprised and curious at the same time, wondering what a motorcycle worth over $1 billion looked like. This mission must be completed. See you later, Chen Chen messaged Wei Jingxiong. 40 minutes later, Chen Chen arrived at Wei Jingxiong's mansion. Not having seen each other for a few days, Wei Jingxiong didn't look too well, a bit worn out. At this moment, in the mansion's living room, besides Wei Jingxiong and his strategist, there was also a stranger. Young Master Chen is here, welcome. Let me introduce, this is another big shot from our Jiangzhou Yuanshi, my good friend, Wei Jingxiong introduced. Yuanshi nodded at Chen Chen, slightly proud, carrying himself with the air of a big shot from Jiangzhou. Young Master Wei said there's something, what is it? Chen Chen sat down and asked directly. I won't hide it from you, Chen, it's like this, my archenemy somehow recruited a group of highly skilled elite fighters recently, and my men in Yuanshi are having trouble dealing with them. Wei Jingxiong got straight to the point. I remember young Master Chen's skills from last time we met were extraordinary. I wanted to ask, do you have any excellent fighters under you, or do you know someone similar? I'm in urgent need of manpower, Wei Jingxiong asked. Listening to Wei Jingxiong seeking help from Chen Chen, Yuanshi felt somewhat helpless. This young Master Chen is probably just an ordinary rich kid. Is it useful to ask for help from such a young master? Yuanshi expressed doubt. I really don't have any fighters under me. Chen Chen shook her head. Getting a negative answer, Wei Jingxiong sighed lightly with some regret. It's okay, thank you, young Master Chen, for coming amidst your busy schedule, Wei Jingxiong said sincerely. If you need manpower, why not spend money and hire from other security companies? Chen Chen asked. Young Master Chen, you don't know the level of ordinary security company members. I know, they are just not capable of facing those elite fighters. Wanting to hire bodyguards who can match, or even surpass, the skills of those elite fighters requires going to those large security companies, but we have no connections, no acquaintances, so we simply can't hire them, Wei Jingxiong replied helplessly. The bodyguards from those large security companies are highly favored by many wealthy individuals. Now, suddenly trying to hire them, it's unlikely to find readily available ones. They would probably have to wait in line for a long time, but they can't afford to wait. Is that so? How strong are the bodyguards from Zhouxiao Security Group? Chen Chen asked. Zhouxiao Security Group? Zhouxiao Security Group is the top-ranked security company in our Zhonghai province. Not to mention their top special forces teams, even the most ordinary bodyguards in Zhouxiao Security Group are very skilled, Wei Jingxiong said with great admiration. Yuanshi, who had been acting like a big shot, couldn't help but admire upon hearing about Zhouxiao Security Group. Well then, you should go and hire bodyguards from Zhouxiao Security Group, Chen Chen suggested. Chen, it's not that we don't want to go, we really want to. Even if we could hire an ordinary bodyguard from Zhouxiao Security Group, they could easily crush those elite fighters in the hands of our enemies, Wei Jingxiong said regretfully. But the problem is we don't have the connections and network of Zhouxiao Security Group. Zhouxiao Security Group, being the top-ranked company, even if we have the money, we still can't hire them. No connections? Chen Chen smiled faintly. Then he picked up a pen and paper from the nearby table and wrote down a phone number. Call this number, contact someone from Zhouxiao Security Group, and have them arrange a batch of ordinary bodyguards for you, just say it's my request. Chen Chen handed the paper with the phone number to Wei Jingxiong. The phone number Chen Chen provided belonged to a senior executive at Zhouxiao Security Group who was specifically in charge of clients. It wasn't even necessary to contact their CEO just to hire bodyguards from Zhouxiao Security Group. Ha! Wei Jingxiong looked surprised as he took the paper. Chen, do you have connections at Zhouxiao Security Group? Wei Jingxiong asked excitedly. Beside them, Yuanshi was somewhat skeptical. What was Zhouxiao Security Group? It was the top security group in Zhonghai province. Could this young man in front of them really have connections there? It's nothing special, I just recently acquired partial ownership of Zhouxiao Security Group, Chen Chen said slowly. In an instant, Chen Chen's words seemed to explode like thunder in the ears of Wei Jingxiong and Yuanshi. What? Chen Chen had acquired partial ownership of Zhouxiao Security Group. which meant that Chen Chen was now one of the bosses of Josho Security Group? If this wasn't anything special, then what could be more impressive than Chen Chen being one of the bosses of Josho Security Group? Chen Chen is mighty. Thank you, Chen Chen, thank you, Chen Chen. Yuanshi suddenly stood up, looking obsequious, continuously thanking Chen Chen. At this moment, he no longer had the air of a big shot from Jiangzhou, appearing extremely humble in front of Chen Chen. Thank you, Chen Chen. Wei Jingxiang also stood up, expressing immense gratitude to Chen Chen. It's nothing, Chen Chen nodded. This could be considered as repaying the favor from the time Wei Jingxiang informed him about the connection between the Chen family and Wanhong Software Group's project. Right, it's been a few days since they last contacted each other. I wonder how things are going on the Wanhong Software Group's side. When he gets back, he should contact Ruoshui's cousin Xiao Wenyu to check on the situation. It should be almost settled by now. In these past few days, Chen Chen's value had skyrocketed, and the situation with Yongtai Real Estate Group had been completely resolved. Chen Chen was well prepared to deal with the Chen family, increasing his chances of success. If the hacker crisis at Wanhong Software Group was resolved, the Vice President Han from Wanhong Software Group would probably come to Jiangzhou and conspire with the Chen family. It was time for him to take action and target the Chen family. After leaving Wei Jingxiang, a system voice sounded on the way. Ding, agree to Wei Jingxiang's request, go to his place as a guest, task completed, congratulations on obtaining the world's top and most expensive motorcycle worth 350 million Neiman Marcus motorcycle, already placed in your villa garage, please check carefully, congratulations on obtaining 58 experience points. Watching the task completion, Chen Chen was stunned by the system's reward of this globally most expensive motorcycle. Damn, a motorcycle worth 350 million, even more expensive than his Aston Martin 1-77. This is outrageous. Chen Chen was curious to see what a motorcycle worth over 300 million looked like. Thinking about it, Chen Chen hastened his pace and headed straight to his villa at Yujing Mountain Estate. 20 minutes later, Chen Chen arrived at his destination and finally saw the Neiman Marcus motorcycle. The Neiman Marcus motorcycle, produced by the Neiman Company, is a global limited edition of 45 units, the only super motorcycle legally allowed on the road, with a top speed of 300 km per hour. In fact, when the Neiman Marcus motorcycle was first introduced, it wasn't that expensive, just a few million. But over time, the value of the Neiman Marcus motorcycle kept rising, and not long ago, one was auctioned off for 350 million. Chen Chen's Neiman Marcus motorcycle was black, quite handsome. Perfect timing. Tired of driving supercars, riding a motorcycle will be a nice change. Chen Chen spoke. After admiring his Neiman Marcus motorcycle for a while, Chen Chen returned to his villa to attend to business. Chen Chen called Xiao Wenyu to inquire about the Wanhong Software Group. I was just about to contact you. I think things should be resolved tonight. After working overtime for so many days, the boss will give all senior management a day off tomorrow. Xiao Wenyu said. I think, tomorrow afternoon or evening, Han Jiaowei will go to Jiangzhou to conspire with the Chen family, so be careful. Okay. Chen Chen felt excited. Tomorrow, he would strike at the Chen family, personally taking the Wanhong Software Group project that old Master Chen was determined to get. Tomorrow would be very exciting. He just wondered how furious the Chen family, especially old Master Chen, would be after he took the project away. Let's proceed as planned. Chen Chen instructed. Okay. Xia Wenyu nodded. After hanging up the phone, Chen Chen relaxed on the sofa. All his strategies were in place, and Tingyu Lu was also prepared, just waiting for the Chen family and that Vice President Han to take the bait tomorrow. Time flew by. The next morning, Chen Chen went to class as usual. Riding his Neiman Marcus motorcycle, he headed straight to Jiangzhou University. When Chen Chen arrived at the Jiangzhou University parking lot, all the spots were taken. After searching for a while, he finally found a place. Hey, kid, park your crappy motorcycle further away, scratch my Ferrari, can you afford to compensate? At this moment, a slender man emerged from a brand new Ferrari 488 worth millions parked nearby, loudly berating. You scratched my Ferrari, don't scratch my motorcycle, you should be grateful. Chen Chen retorted. This Ferrari 488 probably couldn't even buy a single wheel of his Neiman Marcus motorcycle. Impudent brat, you're quite bold. The slender man sneered. As this was the edge of the parking lot, close to the adjacent road, the argument here immediately attracted a crowd of passing students. At that moment, Song Manyu and her best friend also passed by. Chen Chen? When Song Manyu noticed Chen Chen, she was stunned. Having witnessed Chen Chen receive 5 billion yesterday, Song Manyu felt a bit of regret for breaking up with him. Throughout the night, she hesitated on whether to ask Chen Chen for forgiveness and reconcile with him. After all, Chen Shen had 5 billion, not as wealthy as a noble family, but still a substantial amount. If she were to be with Chen Shen, even get married, wouldn't she get a share of it? Unexpectedly, she ran into Chen Shen here this morning. What surprised her was that despite having received 5 billion, Chen Shen didn't go buy a Rolls-Royce or a Lamborghini, but instead bought a broken motorcycle? What was Chen Shen thinking? Kid, be careful. If you scratch my Ferrari 488 even a bit, selling your broken motorcycle won't cover it, the thin man sneered. You got it wrong, Chen Shen spoke up. I got it wrong? My Ferrari 488 costs over 5 million, close to 6 million. How much is your broken motorcycle worth? The thin man boasted proudly. This motorcycle is worth 3.5 billion. Before the thin man could finish, a male student among the onlookers suddenly shouted excitedly. This statement shocked everyone present. Were their ears playing tricks on them? This student claimed that the motorcycle in front of them was worth 3.5 billion. What a ridiculous joke. 3.5 billion. Are you kidding me? The thin man didn't believe for a second that the broken motorcycle was worth billions. This is the most expensive Neiman Marcus motorcycle globally. I saw it online last night, and now I see the real thing at school today, the student replied excitedly. Hearing this, everyone present was dumbfounded. Many, including the thin man, didn't believe it, so they checked online and indeed found that the Neiman Marcus motorcycle was worth billions. With a confirmed answer, everyone was shocked. Now, can you afford to pay for scratching my car? Chen Shen retorted. I can't afford it. I can't afford it. The thin man quickly shook his head. Boss, I was wrong. I'm nothing. I don't deserve to park next to you. I'll move my vehicle right away. The thin man looked at Chen Shen with extreme fear. If he accidentally scratched the motorcycle worth billions, selling his Ferrari 488 wouldn't be enough. Soon, the thin man drove away shakily. Chen Shen also left gracefully. While everyone was amazed, Song Manhwa was furious. Chen Shen had just received 5 billion yesterday, and today he spent 3.5 billion on a broken motorcycle? With Chen Shen's worth of 5 billion, buying this motorcycle left him with only 1.5 billion. Chen Shen is such a waste, is he out of his mind? Song Manhwa cursed in her heart. She had just considered reconciling with Chen Shen and splitting the 5 billion, but now, Chen Shen only had 1.5 billion left. Spending over 3 billion on a broken motorcycle, did Chen Shen have a screw loose? Did he think he was a billionaire to spend most of his worth on a motorcycle worth 3.5 billion? Could he afford it and maintain it? With so much money, why not buy a mansion, luxury cars? And now, it wasn't certain if Chen Shen had wasted the remaining 1.5 billion. Presently, Chen Shen had no mansion, no luxury cars, only a motorcycle. In this situation, why would she reconcile with Chen Shen? Chen Shen is indeed a spendthrift, a good-for-nothing. With your attitude, Chen Shen, no one will want to be with you, Song Manhwa said angrily. Spending so much money on a broken motorcycle, you won't be able to afford it in the future, get ready to sleep on the streets. Cursing at Chen Shen's back, Song Manhwa waited to see the moment when Chen Shen would hit rock bottom. In the morning, a crucial call targeting the Chen family came in. It was from Chen Wenjing, who had important news about the Chen family for Chen Shen. Chen Wenjing informed Chen Shen that just now, Grandpa Chen had returned to the Chen family and immediately started arrangements. It seemed that tonight, Vice President Han from Wanhong Software Group would come to Jiangzhou. Grandpa Chen had also sent people to Tingyu Lu to prepare for the meeting between the Chen family and Vice President Han tonight. Moreover, according to Grandpa Chen's intentions, Vice President Han had even brought the contract for their cooperation today. As long as the negotiations went well, they could sign the contract tonight, and the Chen family would officially obtain the project with profits reaching tens of billions. Very well, I understand. Notify me immediately if there is any news. Chen Shen nodded. Thanks to Chen Wenjing's manipulation, now Chen Shen knew the exact time for the meeting between the Chen family and Vice President Han. Excellent, excellent. At noon, the system's voice sounded. Ding, 14th day of severed ties, reward, the world's top hacker technology, Looking at today's system reward, Chen Shen's heartbeat couldn't help but quicken. The world's top hacker technology, this is too amazing. Chen Shen was quite satisfied with today's system reward. With the sound of the system, an extremely vast amount of memory flooded into Chen Shen's mind. After a long time, Chen Shen finally digested all this vast memory. When he opened his eyes again, he had become one of the world's top hackers. This skill was incredibly useful. It could play an astonishing role in many situations. With the acquisition of the world's top hacker technology, a bold plan suddenly formed in Chen Shen's mind. Let's not talk about distant matters. Let's talk about the incident targeting the Chen family today. If he hadn't obtained this world's top hacker technology, Chen Chen would have had an 80 to 90% chance of success, but now, as one of the world's top hackers, Chen Chen's success rate instantly reached 100%. He had absolute confidence that he could successfully target the Chen family, seize the Wanhong Software Group project that Grandpa Chen was determined to get. Chen Chen arrived at an empty phone booth, took out his phone, and called Xiao Wenyu. "What's wrong? Is there any unexpected situation?" Xiao Wenjie asked nervously. "Nothing much, Sister Wenyu. I just wanted to ask about the outcome of the recent hacking attack on Wanhong Software Group a few days ago," Chen Chen inquired. The result is not great. Our network security experts here are average. We can only say that we minimized the losses. However, even so, we suffered huge losses, and for this, the boss is very upset. The boss wants to retaliate against the other party, but unfortunately, we don't even know who the other party is, Xiao Wenyu replied helplessly. "Sister Wenyu, go find your boss. Tell him that I have a way to investigate who attacked your group, and I can even help you find the location of this hacker," Chen Chen spoke. He was now one of the world's top hackers, so this matter was a piece of cake for him. The attack on Wanhong Software Group was probably carried out by a more skilled hacker, but definitely not the top tier. How could the world's top hackers target the small Wanhong Software Group in Zhengzhou? In Zhanghai, Wanhong Software Group was indeed formidable. Compared to the super consortiums and conglomerates worldwide with assets in the trillions or even tens of trillions, Wanhong Software Group is too small. Surpassing the Chen family and stepping on the Su family in Jinling is just Chen Chen's short-term goal. Now, with the system in hand, Chen Chen's long-term goal is to one day become, or even surpass, those super consortiums and conglomerates with total assets in the trillions or even tens of trillions, to become the man standing at the pinnacle of the world. Of course, this goal is quite ambitious, but it needs to be achieved step by step. However, as long as the system can upgrade bit by bit, as the system level increases in the future, Chen Chen's goal can definitely be achieved. On the other side, upon hearing Chen Chen's words, Xiao Wenyu couldn't help but ask, "Are you kidding? Even our company's network experts with nearly $1 million salaries can't figure out who the other party is, let alone locate the hackers. Are you sure you can do it?" "Of course, I'm not joking, I'm serious," Chen Chen said solemnly. "Wenyu, after meeting your boss, you should do this." Chen Chen told Xiao Wenyu about his plan. "Isn't this too risky?" Xiao Wenyu was taken aback. "For Ruoshui's sake, I'll go crazy with you." In the end, Xiao Wenyu gritted her teeth and agreed to Chen Chen's plan. "This is quite risky, and if it weren't for the special relationship between Ruoshui and Chen Chen might have become her brother-in-law, and she would never have agreed to Chen Chen. As long as Chen Chen's plan is successfully completed, successfully targeting the Chen family is just a small matter. Even the boss of Wanhong Software Group will owe Chen Chen a big favor." In the afternoon, Chen Chen returned to the villa to prepare for the new plan. On the other side, back at the Chen family, old Master Chen had a smile on his face, quite pleased. After planning so hard for so long, the project of Wanhong Software Group, which was sure to succeed, was finally about to be in his hands. Faced with the imminent tens of billions in profits, he couldn't help but feel happy. "By the way, how is that little beast Chen Chen doing recently?" Old Master Chen casually asked. "Father, we've been busy recently, preparing for the project of Wanhong Software Group to be secured. Wen Jing has also been helping at home, so we haven't had time to deal with Chen Chen," Chen Yuzhen said helplessly. "Well, fortunately, we secured the project of Wanhong Software Group today." Old Master Chen nodded. "After finishing today's work, let's deal with that little beast Chen Chen. It's been over 10 days now, we need to act quickly, so as not to upset the Su family. Yuzhen, come with me, let's go over tonight's matters again." Old Master Chen continued to make arrangements for today's meeting with Vice President Han. Around 6 o'clock in the afternoon, at the airport, Vice President Han Jiaowei of Wanhong Software Group arrived in Zhengzhou smoothly. To maintain secrecy, as the head of the Chen family, Old Master Chen couldn't go in person, and his eldest son, the future head of the Chen family, couldn't either. Therefore, Old Master Chen sent his daughter Chen Yuzhen and granddaughter Chen Wenjing, two less conspicuous women, wearing hats and sunglasses, to pick him up. "Vice President Han, hello, I'm Chen Yuzhen from the Chen family, specially sent by my father to pick you up." After the two parties met, Chen Yuzhen introduced herself proactively. "Well, I've brought the documents for our cooperation with Wanhong Software Group. As long as your father's conditions are satisfactory to me, we can sign the contract immediately and hand over that project to your Chen real estate company." Han Jiaowei spoke. "That's great, we, the Chen family, will definitely not disappoint you," Chen Yuzhen assured. "Please." Leading the way in front, Chen Yuzhen was followed closely by Han Jiaowei, with Chen Wenjing at the back. Han Jiaowei has been picked up. While the two in front were not paying attention, Chen Wenjing casually sent a text message. The next second, Chen Chen received the message. Wenyu, how is it going? Chen Chen messaged Xia Wenyu. Don't worry, I have done as you said, everything is going according to plan. Xia Wenyu replied. Seeing this, Chen Chen sprang into action. The show is about to begin. On the other side, Chen Laoyi Chen Shanhai, Chen Laoya's second son Chen Min, fourth son Chen Jinping, and others also arrived at the Tingyu building, anxiously waiting. Father, how confident are you in persuading Vice President Han? Chen Jinping curiously asked. Confident? Of course, it's 100%. Chen Laoyi patted the things prepared on his table, confidently saying. They had prepared for this day for so long, there would be no problem. He had thoroughly investigated Vice President Han's various interests. 100% confidence, that's great. Chen Jinping and the others were overjoyed. It meant billions in profits, soon to be theirs, the Chen families. And with this opportunity, they could establish a connection with the vast Wanheng software group, possibly collaborating several times in the future. This could propel the Chen family further, making them the top powerhouse in the entire Jiangzhou. This was not just their wish but also the lifelong dream of Lao Yi. Why had he been so eager to please the Jinling Su family before? Wasn't it to align with them and elevate the Chen family to secure the position of Jiangzhou's top powerhouse? Not only did Chen Jinping and the others think this way, but at this moment, Lao Yi was also envisioning becoming the top powerhouse in Jiangzhou. Once tonight's matters were settled, after persuading Vice President Han and securing the Wanheng Software Group project, he would immediately arrange to deal with that brat Chen Chen. They had heard that Chen Chen had been making waves recently, befriending some big shots in Jiangzhou and getting close to the Xia group. The Chen family had not had the energy to deal with Chen Chen recently, but after today's affairs were over, it would be time for Chen Chen to cry. He would give himself a week, no, 5 days, to deal with Chen Chen, bankrupt him, leave him penniless and wandering the streets, then immediately return to the Chen family, kneel down and apologize, and joyfully marry the Su family's daughter. He must embrace the Jinling Su family, only then would they have a chance to become Jiangzhou's top powerhouse. Father, Vice President Han has arrived. Chen Min, the second son waiting downstairs at the Tingyu building, hurriedly reported as he ascended to the second floor. A dozen seconds later, led by Chen Yuzhen and Chen Wenjing, Vice President Han arrived at the second floor of the Tingyu building to meet the Chen family. Vice President Han has arrived, welcome, welcome. Lao Yichen hurriedly greeted obsequiously. Master Chen, we meet again, this time on your turf, we can have a good chat. Han Chaohui nodded. Both sides sat down. I have limited time, Master Chen, get straight to the point. After sitting down, Han Chaohui cut to the chase. All right. With that, Lao Yichen pushed a document in front of Han Chaohui. Vice President Han, this is a purchase contract for a top-tier estate in Zhonghai province. I have already paid the money, 17 billion, as long as Vice President Han signs, that estate will be yours. Lao Yichen spoke. Bribing Vice President Han couldn't be done directly, or it would easily be discovered. Lao Yichen had heard that Vice President Han liked luxury homes, so he deliberately bought this estate to cater to his preferences. A top-tier estate in Zhonghai province? Han Chaohui's eyes lit up. Right from the start, Master Chen had given him a generous gift, making his trip to Jiangzhou worthwhile. When the time comes, Vice President Han, if you like, you can live there yourself. Even if you don't like it, you can sell it. Very well. Vice President Han nodded, but did not show his attitude. But relying solely on this estate seems insufficient. Vice President Han, please have a look. With that, Old Master Chen placed a second generous gift in front of Han Chaohui. This gift consisted of over a dozen photos? Master Chen, what do you mean by this? Han Chaohui asked in confusion. I heard Vice President Han likes famous calligraphy and paintings, so I stored over a dozen pieces in that estate, all by renowned artists like Qi Baisher and Zhang Daqian. These over a dozen pieces are valued at around 3 billion. Master Chen said with a smile. Are they authentic? Han Chaohui couldn't sit still, abruptly picking up the photos. He indeed had a great fondness for famous calligraphy and paintings, especially those by Zhang Daqian. Please rest assured, Vice President Han, these over a dozen pieces were purchased from auctions and come with appraisal certificates issued by top domestic appraisal professionals, all authentic. Old Master Chen assured. He had searched for these over a dozen pieces for a long time. Great, look at this painting. So elegant and perfect. Vice President Han's excited voice trembled slightly. Receiving these 3 billion worth of calligraphy and paintings made Han Chaohui happier than if he had been given 5 or 6 billion directly. Seeing this, Old Master Chen and the others from the Chen family smiled. They had given the right gifts. This was more important than anything else. These two grand gifts combined were worth a whopping 20 billion. Old Master Chen didn't speak. 20 billion was no small amount. Master Chen, I do indeed like these two gifts, but the project of our Wanhong Software Group is truly important, with high profits. I must find a suitable real estate developer for the company. Han Xiaohui went on, explaining the importance of their project and the profits it would generate. Anyone with insight could see that Han Xiaohui's intention was simply more money. Faced with Han Xiaohui's insatiable greed, Old Master Chen gritted his teeth and brought out the real trump card. Vice President Han, I have a special document here. Old Master Chen spoke up. This trump card was the most expensive and unique among the three gifts. Oh, this document essentially states that regardless of the profit from Wanhong Software Group's construction of a large park project, 30% of it belongs to Vice President Han. Old Master Chen explained. In short, the profit from this project would be split 70-30 between the Chen family and Vice President Han. The larger the project, the more capital invested, the higher the profit for our Chen family, and Vice President Han's profit will also increase. Old Master Chen hinted. In other words, he hoped Vice President Han would get more involved in Wanhong Software Group, expanding the project's scale. This way, the Chen family's profit would be higher. By sharing some of the profit with Han Xiaohui and tying him to their ship, they could make Han Xiaohui work even harder for the project. Hearing Old Master Chen's words, a gleam appeared in Han Xiaohui's eyes. The profit represented by this contract was quite terrifying, and he naturally understood the deeper meaning behind Old Master Chen's words. Old Master Chen, representing the Chen family, signed the document first, then handed it to Han Xiaohui. Once Han Xiaohui signed, the 70-30 split was set. Vice President Han, please. All right. Han Xiaohui eagerly signed his name. After signing, Han Xiaohui solemnly took out another document from his briefcase. Upon seeing this, Old Master Chen and the rest of the Chen family widened their eyes in an instant. There was no need to say what this document was. Welcome Chen Real Estate Company to become a partner of our Wanhong Software Group, Han Xiaohui said with a smile. In that moment, Old Master Chen and the others from the Chen family were thrilled. Clap, clap, clap. Just at this crucial moment, a sudden round of applause broke out. The next second, amidst the astonished and puzzled gazes of the Chen family members, Chen Chen pushed open the door of the private room. Seeing Chen Chen, the Chen family members were dumbfounded for a moment. Didn't they rent out Tingyu Tower? How did Chen Chen get in? Chen Chen, who allowed you to come? Exactly, you have already severed ties with our Chen family. This is an internal gathering of our Chen family, and you are not qualified to be here. Go away. The Chen family members nervously reprimanded Chen Chen, as the matter with Vice President Han must not be known to outsiders. Get out! Old Master Chen scolded sternly. Chen Chen ignored the Chen family members and looked at Han Xiaohui. I am the representative of Jiangzhou Yongtai Real Estate Group, here today to discuss the project of Wanhong Software Group building a large park. Chen Chen introduced himself. Hearing Chen Chen's words, the Chen family members felt a bit flustered. Why did they feel like Chen Chen seemed to know something? And when did Chen Chen become a representative of Yongtai Real Estate Group? In the private room, Old Master Chen and Han Xiaohui were the most shocked internally. However, both of them had experienced various grand scenes and quickly regained their composure. Han Xiaohui spoke first. Oh, I didn't expect this gentleman to also be interested in our Wanhong Software Group's project. How about this, Master Chen, you and this gentleman can compete. Han Xiaohui appeared extremely fair. I already know the conditions offered by Master Chen's Chen Real Estate Company, which are very good and suitable for our Wanhong Software Group. What advantages does your Yongtai Real Estate Group have? Beside them, Old Master Chen's eyes emitted a terrifying cold light as he looked at Chen Chen. This little beast Chen Chen, previously in front of the Su family's daughter, severed ties with their family, causing their plan to curry favor with the wealthy Su family to fall apart. And now, representing Yongtai Real Estate Group, he wanted to compete with them, opposing the Chen family. This little beast Chen Chen was truly despicable. At this moment, Old Master Chen's resentment towards Chen Chen had reached its peak. However, despite the anger, Old Master Chen was still confident in securing the project of Wanhong Software Group. Vice President Han had already seen his sincerity. He refused to believe that this little beast Chen Chen could represent Yongtai Real Estate Group and offer more profit. They, the Chen family, were determined to win this Wanhong Software Group project. What was this little beast Chen Chen, daring to compete with their Chen family? Just wait, Chen Chen, after today's events are over and when the Chen family has the energy, it will be the day you, Chen Chen, are eliminated. Old Master Chen watched Chen Chen's performance coldly from the side. Advantage: the advantage is that our Yongtai Real Estate Group, whether in strength or project quality, is far superior to Chen Real Estate Company, Chen Chen spoke. Is that all? Han Jiaowei asked. That's it. I won't be like the Chen family, bribing you to secure the project of Wanheng Software Group, Chen Chen stated bluntly. In an instant, the faces of the Chen family members and Vice President Han changed. How did you know? Old Master Chen asked in utter confusion. How did this little beast Chen Chen know that they had bribed Vice President Han? How did you know? It's simple, because I am the owner of Tingyu Tower, Chen Chen replied calmly. In an instant, everyone present was dumbfounded. By the way, everything you just said, I heard it all. Chen Chen smiled in response. Chen Chen did not expose Chen Wenjing, as it was not yet time for Chen Wenjing to completely confront the Chen family and stand on his side. Chen Wenjing continued to lurk within the Chen family, still able to play many roles. Targeting the project of the Chen family's Wanheng Software Group was just the first step for Chen Chen. In the future, Chen Chen had more surprises in store for Old Master Chen and the Chen family. Chen Wenjing continued to lurk, causing more serious impact on the Chen family. In the Chen family, Chen Wenjing was like a time bomb. It was better to detonate not now, but at a more crucial and important moment for a greater effect. Yuzhen. Old Master Chen looked angrily at his daughter. Tingyu Building was a place Chen Yuzhen had found, where she had assured how safe it was. Yet, the owner here turned out to be Chen Chen. They were actually discussing business in Chen Chen's industry. Wasn't this like serving oneself on a platter? Rebuked by her father, Chen Yuzhen was close to tears. It wasn't really her fault. She truly didn't know this was Chen Chen's industry. Detestable Chen Chen. Hee, even if you heard, so what? We have already reached an agreement with Vice President Han. Old Master Chen said firmly. Old Master Chen gave Han Jiaowei a look, implying that it was fine. This was Jiangzhou, their Chen family's territory. Even if someone overheard, it didn't matter, he would handle it. Right. I now announce that Chen Real Estate Group is our Wanheng Software Group's partner. With that, Han Jiaowei directly signed on the document, showing his stance. All that was left was for their boss to stamp it. Old Master Chen followed suit and signed. From now on, our Chen Real Estate Company officially takes over Wanheng Software Group's project. Old Master Chen proudly waved the document in front of Chen Chen. Even if you discover our conspiracy, so what, it's a done deal. You, Chen Chen, are destined to be a loser. Chen Chen, you're late, how do you feel now? The Chen family members boasted, extremely arrogant. Faced with the provocation from the Chen family, Chen Chen remained calm. Everything was completely within his plan. Vice President Han, by betraying the interests of Wanheng Software Group, accepting bribes, aren't you afraid your Wanheng Software Group's boss will find out? Chen Chen looked at Han Jiaowei. Hee, why would our boss find out? Han Jiaowei said arrogantly. They were far in Jiangzhou, why would their boss find out? Aren't you afraid I'll tell your boss? Chen Chen continued. If you tell our boss, will our boss know who you are? Han Jiaowei sneered. By then, I'll also tell our boss that you deliberately smeared the Chen family due to personal grudges, engaging in malicious competition. I am our boss's confidant. I want to see if our boss will trust you, a complete stranger, or trust me, his confidant. At this moment, Han Jiaowei was extremely arrogant, extremely confident. Seeing this, Old Master Chen and the Chen family members completely relaxed. Yes, Vice President Han's words made sense. He was indeed the confidant of Wanheng Software Group's boss. What was Chen Chen compared to that? Faced with the arrogant Han Jiaowei, Chen Chen couldn't help but smile. Alright, I'll tell you now, who the boss of your Wanheng Software Group believes. Clap, clap, clap. Chen Chen clapped his hands. Suddenly, a special hidden door in the private room slowly opened. The next moment, the boss of Wanheng Software Group, Qi Weiran, and Vice President Xiao Wenyu walked out slowly. Looking at the sudden appearance of Qi Weiran and Xiao Wenyu, although the Chen family was surprised, they didn't think much of it. But when Han Jiaowei saw Qi Weiran, his face froze, looking as if he had seen a ghost. At this moment, Han Jiaowei was truly dumbfounded. What is going on? How did the boss appear in Jiangzhou, appear here? Boss. Han Jiaowei trembled as he spoke. Ha, boss? Hearing Han Jiaowei's address to this unfamiliar man, Mr. Chen and the Chen family were shocked. Is this unfamiliar man in front of them the boss of Wanheng Software Group, Qi Weiran? Ah. At this moment, Qi Weiran's face turned ashen, looking extremely unpleasant. Qi Weiran, the boss of Wanheng Software Group, was actually invited by Chen Chen to bring Xiao Wenyu. Initially, Chen Chen's plan was to only invite Xiao Wenyu and have her make a video call to Qi Weiran for him to witness. After all, as the dignified boss of Wanheng Software Group, suddenly inviting the other party in person to Jiangzhou would probably not succeed. But today, after the system rewarded him with top global hacking skills, Chen Chen changed his plan. Chen Chen directly used the reason of helping Wanheng Software Group find the mysterious hacker who attacked them, to have Xiao Wenyu invite Qi Weiran to Jiangzhou. Upon hearing that she could help him find the hacker who attacked them, Qi Weiran immediately agreed. This private room was remodeled by the manager of Tingyu Building as instructed by Qin Shen, specifically for this strike against the Chen family. Chen Shen had the manager of Tingyu Building secretly partition a small secret room in the private room, where conversations in the private room could be clearly heard. Qi Weiran and Xiao Wenyu had arrived and entered this secret room before Han Jiaowei came to Jiangzhou. They had heard all the conversations between Han Jiaowei and Mr. Chen just now. Boss, Han Jiaowei tried to defend himself. Qi Weiran, however, didn't listen to him at all. He went straight up and slapped him hard. Smack! The crisp sound of the slap echoed, and Han Jiaowei's face instantly swelled up. Is this how you treat my trust? Qi Weiran's eyes were full of anger at this moment. Taking advantage of no one's attention, Chen Chen stepped forward and took away the two contracts signed by Han Jiaowei and Mr. Chen. This was evidence. Why did Chen Chen show up so late? It was to have them sign the contracts so he could keep the evidence. From now on, Han Jiaowei is relieved of all positions within Wanhong Software Group. I will have the company's legal department sue you, so get ready to spend a few years inside, Qi Weiran declared. Hearing this, Han Jiaowei slumped to the ground, feeling utterly defeated. He was finished, completely finished. The amount involved this time was quite substantial. Spending a few years inside might be okay. Hearing Qi Weiran's announcement, Mr. Chen and the Chen family felt a sense of despair for a moment. And as for your Chen real estate company, Wanhong Software Group will never cooperate with you. Qi Weiran looked at the Chen family again. Upon hearing these two sentences from Qi Weiran, Mr. Chen and the others from the Chen family were devastated. How could this happen? How could this happen? Mr. Chen suddenly felt exhausted. He had prepared so much, spent so much effort and energy for the project of Wanhong Software Group. And now, it was all in vain? The Chen family had failed. The project in Jiangzhou will be handed over to Mr. Chen representing Yongtai Real Estate Group, Qi Weiran said again. At this moment, Qin Shen's plan to snipe the Chen family was declared a success. In an instant, Old Master Chen and the others from the Chen family all looked towards Chen Chen. Chen, you're quite ruthless, Chen. So it was all you're doing. The members of the Chen family sighed. Why would the boss of the prestigious Wanhong Software Group appear here? It must be related to Qin Shen, the owner of Tingyu Tower. The hearts of the Chen family were filled with shock and astonishment at this moment. Just over 10 days ago, they had cut ties with Chen Shen, believing that he would only deteriorate further until he ended up destitute on the streets. But now, not only had Chen Shen not worsened, he had actually improved from his time with the Chen family, and by no small margin. The young man they once looked down upon had successfully intercepted a crucial business deal from the Chen family. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Beside them, Old Master Chen's vision darkened as he nearly spat out blood in anger. Fortunately, his fourth son, Chen Jinping, caught Old Master Chen in time. Old Master Chen adjusted his breathing and calmed down. He truly hadn't expected that in just over 10 days, the young man he had considered the most ordinary and incompetent among the younger generation of the Chen family would rise so powerfully. And he had intercepted the project that was supposed to be his for the taking. Infuriating. This little brat Chen Chen had truly exceeded his expectations. Chen. Old Master Chen glared at Chen Chen with eyes full of fury, his resentment towards Chen Chen reaching its peak at this moment. Last time, Chen Chen had severed ties with the Chen family and ruined their plan to please the Su family in Jinling. And now, he had caused this commotion, intercepting the Chen family's project and letting the contract they were sure to secure slip away. This little brat Chen Chen truly deserved to die. Old Master Chen shook off his son's support, strode up to Chen Chen, standing just centimeters away, facing him head-on. Locking eyes with Chen Chen, Old Master Chen's gaze was filled with rage and hatred. At this moment, Old Master Chen was itching to teach Chen Chen, this unfilial descendant, a lesson, but Chen Chen had already cut ties with the Chen family, so he couldn't do so. If it were before, he would have definitely broken Chen Chen's legs. Old Master Chen said coldly, Chen Chen, don't think that intercepting one of our Chen family's businesses makes you great. I spit on you. In my eyes, you are still the most useless, incompetent, and trashy member of our Chen family. You are leagues behind my grandson, Chen Faming. In Old Master Chen's eyes, only his grandson, their Chen family's Qilin's son Chen Faming, was the most outstanding and likely to achieve great things in the future. Others, especially Chen Chen, were not even qualified to stand in Chen Faming's shadow. Upon hearing this, the other members of the Chen family felt somewhat helpless. Although Old Master Chen said so, in reality, with Chen Chen's current achievements, even if he couldn't surpass Chen Faming, he was probably not far behind. If Chen Chen were still with the Chun family, they would have had two outstanding young members of the family. But since Chen Chen had cut ties with them, he was their enemy, and the more outstanding he became, the more they resented him. Beside them, Chen Wenjing looked at the ruthless old Master Chen with a complex expression. At this moment, she was somewhat glad that she had chosen to align herself with Chen Chen, giving her a chance to seize control of her own destiny. Given the domineering nature of the old master and his favoritism towards Chen Feiming, even if she performed exceptionally well, it would be futile. In the end, she would only be used by the old master for political marriages, squeezing out her last bit of value. But she refused to accept this fate and vowed to reclaim some interest for what she had done for the Chen family before cutting ties with them. Today's matter, our Chen family only shed a little blood at most, not even a scratch on the bones. But you, Chen Chen, have angered me. Mr. Chen's voice was icy. Chen Chen, you're dead to me. Even though you succeeded this time, it doesn't mean you will next time. We will never let you off. Prepare to face the endless wrath of the Chen family. The members of the Chen family were almost frenzied. Ha! Chen Chen sneered. It was as if they thought that if today's events didn't happen, they would peacefully coexist. They didn't want to let him go, and he didn't want to let go of the Chen family either. Today's sniper attack on the Chen family was just the first step in teaching them a lesson. Indeed, this incident was a harsh blow to the Chen family's face. Strictly speaking, it only cost them some energy and effort. Their assets didn't suffer much, and the Chen family's vitality remained intact. But in the future, the conflict between Chen Chen and the Chen family would not be so simple. That would be the time when the members of the Chen family truly suffered, truly faced bone-deep injuries. Just you wait. With a fierce look at Chen Chen, Mr. Chen led the Chen family members away. From start to finish, there was no interaction between Chen Chen and Chen Wenjing, not even a glance exchanged. Chen Wenjing remained hidden within the Chen family. While the Chen family members were arrogant, Chen Wenjing continued to lurk within the Chen family, providing himself with information and updates on the Chen family's situation. When this time bomb exploded, it would surely give them a big surprise. As the Chen family members left, Chen Chen, the boss of Wanhong Software Group, Shi Weiran, and Xiao Wenyu went to a private room on the third floor to discuss matters. Thank you, General Chen, for helping me uncover a traitor in the company. Shi Weiran sighed. He had trusted Han Jiaowei so much, considering him a confidant, but this guy had used his trust to gain benefits. This time, he wouldn't easily let Han Jiaowei off the hook. As for the cooperation between our Wanhong Software Group, we can sign the contract tomorrow and settle the matter. Qi Weiran spoke up. By doing so, he not only thanked Shen Shen but also investigated the strength and reputation of Yongtai Real Estate Group on the way here. Qi Weiran was sure that Yongtai Real Estate Group was strong enough, had a good reputation, and most importantly, their construction quality was excellent. All right, Shen Shen nodded. With such high profits from Wanhong Software Group's project, as one of the major shareholders of Yongtai Real Estate Group, Shen Shen naturally could get a share of the big cake. General Chen, Vice President Xia mentioned that you could help me find the hacker who attacked our Wanhong Software Group, is that true? After some pleasantries, Shi Weiran got straight to the point, which was his main concern in Zhengzhou this time. Yes. Shen Shen nodded. For him, a top global hacker, this was a trivial matter. Tell me the specific details of the matter. Shen Shen sat down and slowly began. Alright, here's what happened a few days ago. Qi Weiran quickly responded. After listening, Shen Shen immediately knew where to start from which detail. That mysterious hacker extorted a large sum of money. Where did you send the money to? Chen Chen asked. The other party asked us to transfer the money to a special foreign account. I had people investigate, but we couldn't find anything. Qi Weiran replied helplessly. Just because you couldn't find it doesn't mean I can't. Give me that bank account. Chen Chen spoke. Since the other party wanted money, even if this bank account was special, the mysterious hacker would eventually transfer the money out. Based on this, he would definitely find the hacker or someone very close to him. Alright, Qi Weiran spoke up. Shen Shen opened the specially prepared computer and began to operate it. As time passed, a few minutes later, Shen Shen suddenly said, "Found it." The strength of this mysterious hacker was indeed remarkable, and quite cautious too. After laundering the money back and forth more than 10 times, it was finally transferred to his side. He's hiding here. Shen Shen pointed to a location on the computer and said to Qi Weiran, indeed, the most dangerous place is also the safest place. Shen Shen marveled. The address Shen Shen found was less than a kilometer away from the location of their Wanhong Software Group, truly a case of hiding in plain sight. Ha! Found it already? Qi Weiran glanced at his Vacheron Constantin watch. It had only been 6 or 7 minutes, and it was done? Was Chen just joking around? In his company, those network security experts earning millions annually had spent 2 to 3 days without finding any clues. And now, in just a few minutes, before he could even react, Chen had found the hacker? Was Chen's ability that strong? Beside him, Xiao Wenyu was also stunned. Chen, is this amazing? Found it already? She thought it would take a day or two for results. Initially cooperating with Chen out of respect for Xiao Ruoshui, she hadn't held high hopes. But in the end, Chen succeeded and even took down Han Xiaowei, with whom she had a bad relationship. In a way, Chen had helped her too. And now, in just a few minutes, Chen had found the hacker causing chaos for the Wanhong Software Group. Damn, Chen's ability is too strong. When Xiao Wenyu first met Chen this afternoon, she was curious how someone like Xiao Ruoshui, with top conditions and a cold personality, could be interested in the seemingly ordinary Chen. But now she understood. Chen's strength and charisma were indeed charming. I estimate it's a small hacker team, not just one person, Chen judged. Qi Weiran quickly noted down the address and immediately contacted his connections, informing his police friends to make the arrest. Even at this moment, he still felt a bit dazed, slightly doubting if Chen had found the right person. Also, Mr. Qi, there's something I need to remind you of. Chen spoke up. For a prestigious company like Wanhong Software Group, network security wouldn't be simple. So why did the other party succeed so easily? There must be a mole, colluding inside and out to steal the company's secrets. I understand, thank you, Mr. Chen. Qi Weiran suddenly realized, with Chen's guidance, he now had a few suspects in mind. Half an hour later, Qi Weiran received a notification that indeed, at that location, a small hacker team had been captured. It was now almost certain that they were the ones targeting their Wanhong Software Group. Qi Weiran was instantly energized. Wow, the address Chen found in just a few minutes was correct. In that moment, Qi Weiran greatly admired Chen. Overjoyed, Qi Weiran grabbed Chen's hand excitedly. Thank you, Mr. Chen, I'm truly grateful. He had been holding back this gratitude for so long, feeling helpless, and today Chen had finally resolved it. Mr. Chen, I owe you a big favor. In the future, if you need my help, feel free to ask. Within my capabilities, I won't refuse. Qi Weiran promised to help Chen within his means, no matter the cost. Mr. Qi, you're too kind. Chen nodded in satisfaction. With this network and these connections, Chen would naturally use them to deal with the crucial moment of the Su family in Jinling in the future. As for the Chen family, Chen could handle it alone. Chen hadn't forgotten the long-term task the system had given him, to bankrupt the Su family in Jinling, to crush the Su family underfoot, with a reward of a whopping 100 billion. It had been over 10 days now, so Chen naturally had to act quickly. Chen and Qi Weiran confirmed that they would sign a contract at Yongtai Real Estate Group tomorrow morning, and Chen arranged the top suite at Wankai International Hotel for Qi Weiran to rest. Chen and Xiao Wenyu then left, heading to the Royal View Villa. Xiao Wenyu had come to Jiangzhou for a rare visit, so naturally, she wanted to see her sister Xiao Ruoshui. Half an hour later, the Xia sisters met. While they chatted, Chen made a call to the president of Zhouxiao Security Group on the side. He was curious about how things were going with his matter. By finding a few skilled investigators from the special team of Zhouxiao Security Group early on, he could also find out the whereabouts of his parents sooner. It had been a year since his parents had disappeared, and Chen really wanted to know where they were now. The call connected, and the president of Zhouxiao Security Group regretfully told Chen that he was still trying, but those stubborn old guys on the board of directors of Zhouxiao Security Group were using reasons that didn't comply with the company's rules to disagree. It's a pity, General Chen, you only have 5% ownership of the group. If you had 15% or 20% ownership, those old guys wouldn't dare to disrespect you even if they were stubborn. The president of Zhouxiao Security Group said regretfully. 15% or 20%? Chen frowned. It might be difficult for others, but for Chen, it was not impossible. System, please give me more shares of Zhouxiao Security Group and the rewards for the next few days. Chen hoped in his heart that the humanized system would listen. Okay, thank you, President Zhang. Since he was being helped, Chen naturally had to be polite. While Chen was discussing matters with the president of Zhouxiao Security Group, Xiao Wenyu was chatting quietly with Xiao Ruoshui. Ruoshui, to be honest, I envy you for finding a man like General Chen. Oh, a blush appeared on Xiao Ruoshui's face. General Chen is indeed very charming, especially with his actions tonight, he did a great job. Xiao Wenyu sighed. It's just that General Chen belongs to you, Ruoshui. If it were someone else, I'm afraid I would have made a move already. When are you going to bring General Chen home to let uncle and aunt meet him? Xiao Wenyu asked. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoshui explained the relationship between them. They were not really together yet, she just had a good impression of Chen Chen. Ruoshue, this seems to be your first crush, don't miss out on it. If you miss it, you'll regret it. Xiao Wenyu reminded her as someone with experience. And if you really like Chen Chen, it's best to take the initiative, seize him early, or reverse the situation, so that such a man won't be taken away by other women. As the saying goes, a woman chasing a man is like a layer of gauze. With your stunning beauty and perfect figure, isn't it easy for you to capture him? Listening to her sister's words, Xiao Ruoshue fell into contemplation for a moment, lost in thought. Just then, Xiao Ruoshue received a message from the company that there was an important social event tomorrow night that she needed to attend. However, at this event, there seemed to be a suitor she disliked. Chen Chen, do you have time tomorrow night? Xiao Ruoshue asked. Yes, I do. What's up tomorrow night? Chen Chen nodded. Can you accompany me to an event tomorrow night? There's a really disgusting person at the event. Xiao Ruoshue asked expectantly. Before Xiao Ruoshue's voice had even faded, the system's voice came through. Ding, task released, accept Xiao Ruoshue's invitation, task reward, 4% ownership of Joshio Security Group, task reward, 53 experience points, huh? Chen Chen was pleasantly surprised as he looked at the rewards for the task. He had just prayed, and in no time, the system released a new task, offering him 4% ownership of the Joshio Security Group as a reward. The system was truly user-friendly. The system was awesome. Chen Chen marveled at the system's power. No problem, Chen Chen agreed to Xiao Ruoshue. Great. Seeing Chen Chen's agreement, Xiao Ruoshue was also very happy. That night, Xiao Wenyu slept at Xiao Ruoshue's place, while Chen Chen went back to his own house next door. It was still early, so Chen Chen went to the study alone, found a blackboard, and listed all of the Chen family's industries in Jiangzhou that he knew of. At the same time, on the other side, Chen Chen listed his own industries. After tonight's events, the Chen family would definitely retaliate against him fiercely. In that case, Chen Chen naturally wouldn't sit idly by and plan to strike first. As for which company or industry of the Chen family to target, Chen Chen needed to study it carefully. This time, targeting the Chen family wouldn't be like last time when he merely humiliated them. This time, Chen Chen intended to make the Chen family suffer greatly, to bleed profusely. Time flew by, and the next morning, Chen Chen went to the Yongtai Real Estate Group. In no time, Wanhong Software Group's boss, Shi Weiran, and Xiao Wenyu arrived. The two parties signed a contract and became partners. Nearby, several Yongtai Real Estate Group shareholders who had not been very optimistic looked at each other. At that moment, they all marveled, feeling that they were getting old. General Chen was truly outstanding. In just a short time, he successfully took the project of the prestigious Wanhong Software Group from the Chen family, which was worth billions. General Chen was truly amazing. General Chen, we should continue to cooperate next time when there's an opportunity. Shi Weiran directly ignored the president of Yongtai Real Estate Group and shook hands with Chen Chen. Welcome. Chen Chen politely responded. Thank you for your help last night, General Chen. If you need anything, you can contact me. I will also reach out to you if necessary. I consider General Chen a friend now. After signing the contract, the specific negotiation details were left to the employees of both sides. Shi Weiran left, and the Yongtai Real Estate Group shareholders tried to please Chen Chen. Chen Chen had just left the Yongtai Real Estate Group when the system's voice sounded. Ding, 15th day of relationship termination, reward, 6% ownership of Joshio Security Group, huh? It's Joshio Security Group ownership again, and this time it's 6% ownership. This was what Chen Chen had been eagerly anticipating. Chen Chen's face lit up instantly. He already had 5%, and with this additional 6%, along with tonight's task with Xiao Ruoshue, he would have a total of 15% ownership of the Joshio Security Group. According to the Joshio Security Group's president, those old fogies at the Joshio Security Group wouldn't be able to refuse his requests in the future. Moreover, with this 6% ownership of the Joshio Security Group, Chen Chen's net worth officially exceeded 20 billion. Today was only the 15th day since he received the system, and his net worth had already surpassed 20 billion. The system's long-term challenge for him was a full 100 days. With still 85 days remaining, surpassing the Su family of Jinling and bankrupting them was practically a done deal, wasn't it? As long as he completed his long-term task, he would receive a terrifying reward of 1 trillion, an absolute stroke of good luck. Chen Chen was full of surprises on this side, while over at the Chen family, everyone was downcast, their faces pale with anger. Especially old Master Chen, who was still pondering how to discipline that little brat Chen Chen. Chen Yuzhen suddenly rushed in hurriedly, anxiously telling old Master Chen, "Father, representatives from the Su family in Jinling have arrived." What, the Su family's representatives have arrived? Old Master Chen suddenly felt uneasy. He had been busy with matters concerning the Wanhong Software Group during this period and hadn't dealt much with Chun Chen. Now, not only had he failed to fulfill his promise to Miss Su, but he also saw Chun Chen becoming more and more formidable. With the Su family's representatives here, he was afraid they had come to question him. Quick, please, quick. Old Master Chen immediately got up. Half a minute later, a man in his 30s walked in. Let me introduce myself. I am Su Chengxian, from the main branch of the Su family in Jilin. The man introduced himself upon entering. Mr. Su, please have a seat. Old Master Chen eagerly invited Su Chengxian to his seat. I won't sit. I happened to pass by your Jiangzhou on my way, and Junyao asked me to come and see how the Chen family has handled Chun Chen's matter. Su Chengxian spoke coldly. If it weren't for Junyao insisting he come and take a look, he wouldn't have come to such a small place like Jiangzhou. Coming here made him feel like he was lowering his status. Well, Old Master Chen was momentarily speechless. What, it's been over 10 days, and you still haven't dealt with a junior who has cut ties with your Chen family? Su Chengxian angrily questioned. You still dare to call yourselves a prestigious family? You useless family can't even resolve the issue of a junior who has cut ties with you and has no one to rely on. How dare you call yourselves prestigious? Su Chengxian scolded. Faced with the distinguished main branch of the Su family in Jinling, although Old Master Chen was angry, he could only endure it, even smiling apologetically. After all, he had to cling to the Su family to challenge the position of the top family in Jiangzhou. This was the tragedy of a small family. Mr. Su, rest assured, there was a small problem before, that's why it's like this. I promise, it won't be long before we can handle Chen Chen and make him happily and willingly marry Miss Su. Old Master Chen hurriedly assured. You better hurry up. Junyao's belly is starting to show. If you delay any longer, and Junyao's pregnancy becomes obvious, it will not only be embarrassing for your Chen family but also a loss of face for our Su family. Su Chengxian spoke. I'll give you half a month. If you still can't handle it, you step aside, and let me handle it. If it really doesn't work out, marrying someone else is also an option. But he didn't know how Chen Chen had provoked Junyao, making her insist on Chen Chen marrying her willingly, while others wouldn't do. Half a month, alright. Within half a month, I will definitely resolve the matter and make Chen Chen happily marry Miss Su. Old Master Chen said confidently. If the Su family had to intervene personally by then, it would truly show how useless the Chen family was. They couldn't rely on the Su family to help them become the top family in Jiangzhou in the future. I hope the next time I come to Jiangzhou, it will be for Chen Chen and Junyao's engagement ceremony or wedding. With a final glance at Old Master Chen, Su Chengxian left in large strides. Warned by the Su family like this, Old Master Chen couldn't sit still, his mind racing frantically. Before long, a ruthless plan targeting Chen Chen appeared in Old Master Chen's mind. Thinking of this, a sinister smile crept onto Old Master Chen's face. Chen Chen's good days were over. After making a plan, Old Master Chen called his fourth son, Chen Jinping, in to discuss the specific details. Initially, he thought dealing with Chen Chen would be simple, just a matter of letting a few juniors handle it. But now, it seemed that dealing with that little beast Chen Chen would require his own son. His useless grandsons and granddaughters were no match for Chen Chen, except for his most valued grandson, Chen Feiming, the Qilin son of the Chen family. For this plan, Old Master Chen intended for his fourth son, Chen Jinping, to personally carry it out. On the other hand, due to a busy afternoon schedule, Chen Chen couldn't pick up Xiaoruoshui, so they agreed to meet directly at the specific location for tonight's social event, the banquet hall at Wankai International Hotel. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Chen Chen arrived first at the banquet hall of Wankai International Hotel. Inside the banquet hall at this moment, there were already dozens of guests, all of them prominent figures in Jiangzhou, with distinguished backgrounds. A few minutes later, Xiaoruoshui also arrived. As soon as Xiaoruoshui appeared, her stunning beauty immediately caught the attention of many guests. Chen Chen was about to go over and greet Xiaoruoshui when suddenly, a tall, thin young man hurried over to Xiaoruoshui. Ruoshui, hello, long time no see. The tall, thin young man greeted with a smile. Seeing you doesn't make it a good day for me. Also, please don't call me Ruoshui, we're not that familiar. Xiaoruoshui coldly replied to the tall, thin young man. The tall, thin young man was named Jiang Qiuhao, the crown prince of the Jiangzhouingrong group and one of Jiangzhou's famous playboys. Jiang Qiuhao was the pursuer that Xiaoruoshui had expressed extreme disgust for yesterday. Seeing you makes my day great. After this event tonight, Ruoshui. President Xia, how about having dinner together? To avoid causing too much displeasure to Xiaoruoshui, Jiang Qiuhao reluctantly changed his address to President Xia. No, thank you. Xia Ruoxue decisively refused. What's wrong with that? You're single, I'm single, what's wrong with two single people having dinner together? Jiang Qiuhao persisted. I'm sorry, you're mistaken. I'm not single, I already have a boyfriend. Xia Ruoxue corrected him. As soon as Xia Ruoxue said this, the surrounding guests looked at her in surprise. What, did President Xia just say she's not single and already has a boyfriend? When did this happen? The first beauty and president of Jiangzhou is already taken, who is the lucky guy? The male guests around envied and jealously scratched their heads at Xia Ruoxue's mysterious boyfriend. As for Jiang Qiuhao, he was dumbfounded, he couldn't believe his ears. Xia Ruoxue had a boyfriend, how could this be? Wait a minute, President Xia, are you saying this just to reject my invitation? I don't believe you have a boyfriend. If you do, bring him out, let us see him? Jiang Qiuhao shouted. Yeah, President Xia, bring out your boyfriend. Many people at the scene echoed. Some, like Jiang Qiuhao, didn't believe Xia Ruoxue's words, while others were genuinely curious about what the man who could win Xia Ruoxue's heart looked like. I am Ruoxue's boyfriend. At this critical moment, a calm voice rang out. The next second, amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, Chen Chen slowly walked out and stood beside Xia Ruoxue. Yesterday, when he heard Ruoxue mention that there would be a very annoying person at tonight's event, now it seemed that this annoying person was most likely this Jiang Qiuhao. One thing was for sure, this guy was truly annoying. Chen Chen had promised Xia Ruoxue that he would help today, so he couldn't just stand by. When Ruoxue mentioned having a boyfriend, she was naturally referring to him. Seeing Chen Chen approaching, Xia Ruoxue naturally wrapped her arms around his. All eyes in the room turned to Chen Chen. Wow, this guy actually got President Xia, so envious. Did this guy save the world in his past life to win over President Xia? Everyone envied Chen Chen. As for Jiang Qiuhao, his face turned pale with anger. So you're President Xia's boyfriend, huh? Who knows if you're a fake? If you're really a couple, then kiss? Jiang Qiuhao provocatively challenged, refusing to believe that this seemingly ordinary guy could be Xia Ruoxue's boyfriend. With Xia Ruoxue's personality, such intimate actions were only possible between real couples. Kiss? Upon hearing this, Chen Chen was a bit stunned. This didn't seem right. Just as Chen Chen was figuring out how to respond, Xia Ruoxue suddenly lightly kissed him on the cheek. In an instant, Xia Ruoxue's face blushed visibly. Not just the others present, even Chen Chen was stunned by this scene. From then on, no one doubted the authenticity of Chen Chen and Xia Ruoxue's relationship. For the cool-headed President Xia to make such a bold move, they were undoubtedly a couple. Who exactly was this guy in front of them? He really won over President Xia, and it seemed like he had captivated her completely. Impressive. Many male guests admired Chen Chen, a true role model. As for Jiang Qiuhao, his face turned extremely ugly, burning with anger. He had pursued Xia Ruoxue for so long, and she hadn't even given him a second glance. Yet this guy in front of him managed to win Xia Ruoxue over. Damn it, damn it. At that moment, Jiang Qiuhao harbored extreme resentment towards Chen Chen. He glared fiercely at Chen Chen, then abruptly grabbed a glass and went to pour himself a drink. Meanwhile, Chen Chen and Xia Ruoxue moved to the side. Chen Chen, about what just happened? Xia Ruoxue said shyly with her head down. Consider it my way of thanking you for helping me. Chen Chen was about to respond when the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding, agree to Xia Ruoxue's invitation, attend the social event, task completed, congratulations on acquiring 4% ownership of Joshio Security Group, congratulations on gaining 53 experience points, task completed. With 4% ownership of Joshio Security Group in hand, Chen Chen now held a total of 15% ownership. According to the CEO of Joshio Security Group, it shouldn't be a problem for him to recruit some top retired special forces from the group. Additionally, with 53 points earned, Chen Chen was one step closer to leveling up to the second level in the system. It was getting late, so Chen Chen planned to contact the boss of Joshio Security Group the next day. President Xia, congratulations. A well-dressed woman approached and greeted Xia Ruoxue. Afterward, she nodded at Chen Chen. It's Madame Lu, thank you. Xia Ruoxue politely replied. Long time no see, there are a few friends over there, shall we go chat with them? The woman gestured towards a small circle of wealthy ladies not far away, inviting them. Sure. Xia Ruoxue nodded. I'll go say hello. Xia Ruoxue whispered to Chen Chen before following the woman. It was only at that moment that Xia Ruoxue finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her heart had been racing too fast just now, and she wasn't sure how to face Chen Chen. Madame Lu's arrival gave her a chance to relax a bit. At first, when she invited Chen Chen over, she never expected things to escalate to what just happened. After being questioned by Jiang Qiuhao and recalling what her cousin Xiao Wenyu said yesterday, Xiao Ruoshui boldly leaned in to kiss Chen Chen. Now, thinking back on her actions, Xiao Ruoshui's heart raced a bit faster. Despite feeling shy, Xiao Ruoshui had no regrets about kissing Chen Chen. She remembered her cousin's words, this was her first crush, and Xiao Ruoshui wanted to seize it. On the other side, Chen Chen poured himself a drink when Jiang Qiuhao suddenly approached. Kid, I warn you, break up with Xiao Ruoshui immediately, then get out of Jiangzhou. Otherwise, I'll make sure you regret it, Jiang Qiuhao threatened quietly by Chen Chen's side. Break up with Ruoshui, leave Jiangzhou? Haha, do you think your threats mean anything? Chen Chen chuckled at the clown's words. Who did he think he was? He had already crossed swords with the top-notch Jin Lingsu family. He wasn't afraid. Why would he fear this kid's threats? Fine, very well. Jiang Qiuhao glared menacingly at Chen Chen. You just wait for me, you'll regret what you said just now. With that, Jiang Qiuhao took out his phone and walked to a corner, seemingly arranging something. Chen Chen didn't pay much attention to the clown but instead pondered on how to deal with the Chen family in the future. Mr. Chen. A few minutes later, a surprised voice sounded. Chen Chen turned around to see Yang Shengping, the largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group. It's Mr. Yang. I didn't expect to meet Mr. Chen here, what a coincidence. Seeing the boss of the prestigious Wanhong Software Group treating Chen Chen like a brother, Yang Shengping held Chen Chen in even higher regard. Mr. Chen, come, let me introduce you to some good friends. Seeing that Chen Chen was fine, Yang Shengping took the initiative to lead Chen Chen out of the banquet hall and into a small lounge next to it. In this small lounge, there were 3 people, all prominent tycoons in Jiangzhou. They had come to this gathering but due to their high status, they preferred not to mingle with the others in the banquet hall and chose this place instead. Let me introduce, this is Mr. Chen, the head of our Yongtai Real Estate Group. The project with Wanhong Software Group was facilitated by Mr. Chen himself, and he is good friends with the boss of Wanhong Software Group. Upon entering, Yang Shengping earnestly explained about Chen Chen. Hearing this, the people in the lounge instantly became unsettled. The person in front of them, Mr. Chen, was actually a good friend of the Wanhong Software Group boss. Wow, impressive. To be friends with such a big shot like the boss of Wanhong Software Group, Mr. Chen must be a big shot too. Hello, Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen is a talented individual, clearly a young hero. The several prominent tycoons of Jiangzhou, who were originally aloof, were now extremely flattering and greeted Chen Chen. Mr. Chen, let me introduce, this is Mr. Li, the chairman of Tongfu Company. And this is Mr. Zhang Maochang, the boss of Ingrong Group, Mr. Jiang. Yang Shengping introduced them one by one to Chen Chen. Mr. Chen is young and promising. I admire you, Mr. Jiang. Among the 3, it was Mr. Zhang Maochang, the boss of Ingrong Group, who was the most obsequious towards Chen Chen, even showing a hint of fawning. Lately, their company had been going through a rough patch, so having the opportunity to befriend such a big shot, Zhang Maochang naturally cherished it. After exchanging a few words, Zhang Maochang, under the pretext of going to the restroom, went to find his son, Jiang Qiuhao. Where did that kid go? On the other side, Jiang Qiuhao looked around the scene but couldn't find Chen Chen. He had just contacted his men, planning to teach Chen Chen a lesson outside the Wankai International Hotel after the banquet. However, when he wanted to ask Chen Chen not to leave after the banquet, he was surprised to find that Chen Chen was nowhere to be seen. This coward probably got scared and ran away, Jiang Qiuhao smugly guessed. At that moment, Zhang Maochang approached and solemnly said to his son, I just met a big shot, come, let me introduce you. A big shot? Yes, that big shot is around your age, you should have a lot to talk about. Zhang Maochang nodded. By the way, when you meet that big shot later, behave well, be polite, and try to leave a good impression on them. No problem, father, you can trust me. Jiang Qiuhao promised confidently, I can't say much about other things, but I'm good at pleasing people, especially big shots. Jiang Qiuhao was excited about the opportunity to meet a big shot. Just don't cause trouble for me, Zhang Maochang muttered, full of complaints towards his son. How could I, father? I am the most filial, how could I easily cause trouble for you? Jiang Qiuhao replied firmly. Let's go. With that, Zhang Maochang led his son to the adjacent lounge. As soon as Zhang Maochang entered, he respectfully approached Chen Chen. Mr. Chen, my son happens to be here too, so I brought him to meet you. You brat, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and greet Mr. Chen. With that, Zhang Maochang patted his son. Hearing his father's words, Jiang Qiuhao, who had not dared to lift his head since entering, finally spoke up while raising his head. Hello, I am When Zhang Qiuhao raised his head and saw the appearance of this big shot clearly, he was suddenly struck as if by lightning, his expression instantly frozen. It's you? Zhang Qiuhao's voice trembled, and he seemed a bit unsteady. Father, is this kid the big shot you mentioned? Zhang Qiuhao asked his father with an ugly expression, seeking confirmation. Yes, did you already know Mr. Chen before? Zhang Maochang asked excitedly, thinking his son and Mr. Chen were old acquaintances. We just met recently, and not long ago, he wanted me to leave Jiangzhou, Chen casually remarked. Upon hearing this, Zhang Maochang was also stunned. The others at the scene looked at the father and son with a mix of amusement and disbelief. Oh my, old Jiang really raised a good son, daring to ask Mr. Chen to leave Jiangzhou. How bold is this son of old Jiang? As for Zhang Maochang, he felt a surge of nameless anger and his vision darkened. This unfilial son, just a moment ago, he solemnly assured himself that he was filial and wouldn't easily cause trouble, but now, not only did he cause trouble, but it was a huge mess. Did you really say that to Mr. Chen? Zhang Maochang gritted his teeth and asked his son. Father, I. Zhang Qiuhao didn't know how to respond. Seeing his son stammering, Zhang Maochang instantly understood. Crack! In a fit of anger, Zhang Maochang directly gave his son a resounding slap. The slap was so forceful that it immediately swelled Zhang Qiuhao's face. You rascal, how dare you speak to Mr. Chen like that? Who do you think you are? Source text, angry Zhang Maochang stepped forward and kicked his son hard several times. Furious, Zhang Maochang directly took off his leather shoes and fiercely whipped this troublemaking son with them. Ah, father, please don't hit me. Zhang Qiuhao screamed in pain, as his father's shoes were made of genuine crocodile leather, and each hit was exceptionally painful. After whipping him for a long time, leaving Zhang Qiuhao bruised and swollen, Zhang Maochang finally stopped. Manager Chen, it's my fault for not disciplining him properly. Zhang Maochang bowed to Chen Chen, expressing his apology. I will now take this troublemaker home and use family discipline. Zhang Maochang spoke. Family discipline, please no, father. Upon hearing the words family discipline, Zhang Qiuhao instantly panicked and begged for mercy. After speaking, Zhang Maochang intended to take his son away, but Chen Chen spoke up. I don't want to see him in Jiangzhou again, do you understand? Chen Chen didn't want to see this clown, and he definitely didn't want Ruoshui to see this disgusting guy. Understood, Manager Chen. After I go back, I will immediately send this troublemaker away from Jiangzhou and never let him return. Zhang Maochang promised repeatedly. Afterwards, Zhang Maochang forcibly took his son away. Chen Chen, Yang Shangping, and a few others chatted for a while before returning to the banquet hall. Where did you go? Xia Ruoshui walked over, curious. Ruoshui, you will never see that disgusting Zhang Qiuhao in Jiangzhou again. Chen Chen spoke. Xia Ruoshui's eyes lit up, feeling warm inside that he cared so much about her. When she looked at Chen Chen again, her gaze softened a bit. Thank you. Xia Ruoshui smiled at Chen Chen, captivating and enchanting. After a while, Chen Chen and Xia Ruoshui left together. As they came down the elevator from Wankai International Hotel, laughing and chatting, a middle-aged woman nearby was stunned. She immediately took out her phone and secretly took a picture of Xia Ruoshui and Chen Chen. Previously, Xia Ruoshui had booked dozens of rooms at Wankai International Hotel to entertain representatives sent by other companies. This middle-aged woman was one of them and also a member of the Xia family. Among the younger generation of the Xia family, Xia Ruoshui stood out and was the focus of many people's attention. Moreover, Xia Ruoshui's future marriage was a matter of concern for many in the Xia family. She had just seen Xia Ruoshui leaving with a boy, and as an experienced person, she noticed Xia Ruoshui's expression and knew that their relationship was not simple. So she deliberately took a photo that would come in handy. Unexpectedly, during her visit to Jiangzhou, she had an unexpected gain. Looking at the photo, the middle-aged woman revealed a strange smile full of meaning, planning to stir up some trouble with this photo. Competition within the Xia family was also fierce. Time flew by, and the next morning, Joshio Security Group CEO, Zheng Xinzhou, called those opposing old folks to his office again. Gentlemen, it's just a matter of transferring a few people from the special forces, it's nothing, removing one or two people won't affect their team's operations. Zheng Xinzhou spoke, standing on Chen Chen's side. No, this is non-negotiable. It doesn't comply with company regulations. The old folks shook their heads one after another. Zheng Xinzhou was speechless with anger, and the matter remained deadlocked. Just then, Chen Chen called. Manager Chen, we were discussing this matter, but unfortunately, these senior executives still don't agree. Zheng Xinzhou said helplessly. They don't agree? Zheng, put me on speakerphone, I'll talk to them. Chen Chen said. Zheng Xinzhou put him on speakerphone. Manager Chen, we have no choice, this is company policy. The company regulations state that we cannot make exceptions. Before Chen could speak, these old folks had already made up their minds. Then why didn't you object when General Wang temporarily transferred 6 or 7 people from the special forces half a year ago? Zhang Xinzhou couldn't help but question. This was something he found out during his investigation. Who is General Wang? He alone owns 12% of our Nine Heavens security group. Exactly, General Wang's situation is special. General Chen only has 5% ownership of the group. His authority doesn't match General Wang's. The old folks with double standards replied without a hint of shame. Let me correct you, currently, I already hold 15% ownership of the Nine Heavens security group. Just then, a faint voice came through the phone. Upon hearing Chen's words, the old folks were immediately taken aback. Oh, wasn't it just 5% yesterday? How did General Chen suddenly acquire 15% ownership of the group today? 5% and 15%, these are completely different levels. Do any of you have any other opinions now? Chen inquired. Currently, he didn't hold a significant amount of ownership in the Nine Heavens security group. If he had over 50%, or even 100% ownership, Chen wouldn't need to consider these people's opinions at all. He could simply transfer all 3 special forces teams and investigate the reasons behind his parents' disappearance. None. I support General Chen. I also agree with General Ye's opinion. At this moment, the attitudes of the old folks underwent a complete 180-degree change, all expressing their agreement. Watching these fence-sitters, Zhang Xinzhou snorted coldly, regretting why he bothered in the first place. General Chen, rest assured, I will select a few people now and immediately send them to Jiangzhou. By tomorrow noon, General Chen will be able to meet those people, Zhang Xinzhou assured. Alright, thank you, General Zhang. With the matter settled, Chen hung up the phone. Today was Saturday, still early, and the rewards for today hadn't arrived yet. Chen was eagerly anticipating what the reward for today would be. Chen was planning to study the structure of the Chen family's industry in the study when suddenly, bad news arrived. General Chen, I heard from a reliable source that Baisheng Group is planning to make a move against Fading Group in a few days and they are currently preparing for it. Chen received this information from a senior member of the Fading Group. Making a move against Fading Group with full force? Chen frowned and replied, Are you sure? I'm about 60 to 70% certain, it's what I've heard. The person from Fading Group responded. Alright, I got it. Chen nodded, making a note of this matter. For some reason, Chen felt that something was off. Baisheng Group was a big company, it was within his expectations that they would target him. But this hadn't officially started yet, it must be a top secret within the company. How could an ordinary senior member of Fading Group suddenly know about it? The confidentiality measures seemed quite poor. Chen still felt that something was amiss, he had a hunch that Baisheng Group was up to something. Thinking about it, Chen called the big shot in Jiangzhou, Wei Jingxiong. Wei Jingxiong had many informants in Jiangzhou, very well informed, just like the last time when he informed Chen about the Chen family's plan regarding the Wanheng Software Group project. After the call connected, Chen asked Wei Jingxiong to investigate for him. It's a small matter, General Chen, leave it to me. I'll go inquire now, as soon as I have any information, I'll inform General Chen immediately. Wei Jingxiong readily agreed. Last time, General Chen helped him contact the Nine Heavens security group, resolving a major issue for him. Wei Jingxiong was quite grateful to Chen. Investigating the matter of Baisheng Group was a minor issue. In Wei Jingxiong's memory, a good friend of his, who was a vice president at Baisheng Group, could help him find out some information through this connection. In Baisheng Group, the boss Kong Baisheng and his son Kong Haikong were in discussion. Has the news leaked out? Kong Baisheng asked. Father, rest assured, I have discreetly leaked the information about our upcoming move against Chen's Fading Group to several people. Kong Haikong nodded. By now, Chen probably knows and may have already started making tense arrangements at Fading Group, he added. Satisfied with the confirmation, a hint of smugness appeared on Kong Baisheng's face. Well done. Dealing with Fading Group was just a deliberate ploy by Kong Baisheng to confuse Chen. This time, Kong Baisheng planned to mislead them. While publicly stating their intention to deal with Chen's Fading Group, Kong Baisheng's true target was actually Yongtai Real Estate Group where Chen was located. Fading Group was too small to bother with. If they wanted to tackle Chen, they had to go after the big fish, Yongtai Real Estate Group. By intentionally leaking the information, Chen would surely focus all his energy on Fading Group. Then, when they suddenly struck at Yongtai Real Estate Group, Chen would be caught off guard. Without any preparation, Chen would undoubtedly lose. Father, your strategy of diversion is brilliant. It has definitely confused Chen. Kong Haikong couldn't help but admire. In the next few days, let's make all the necessary arrangements. Once everything is ready, we'll strike at Yongtai Real Estate Group. Even if we can't bankrupt them, causing significant losses to Yongtai Real Estate Group will suffice, Kong Baisheng instructed. With a market value of 3 billion, Yongtai Real Estate Group was not to be underestimated, and Kong Baisheng needed to prepare well to confront them. By the way, how secure is the information about our real target, Yongtai Real Estate Group? Kong Baisheng cautiously inquired. Maintaining secrecy about their true target, Yongtai Real Estate Group, was crucial to catching Chen Chen off guard. Don't worry, father, besides us, only a few vice presidents in the company know, and they are all on our side, Kong Haikong confidently assured. That's good, Kong Baisheng nodded. Chen Chen, you are now working hard for nothing. In a few days, it will be the time when you will be left in tears. Kong Baisheng's sinister smile deepened. In the villa, after contacting Wei Jingxiong, Chen Chen was at home when a knock on the door interrupted him. Opening the door, he saw Xia Mengmeng standing there. Chen Sr., it's been a while. Do you have time this weekend? Xia Mengmeng suddenly asked. What's up this weekend? Chen Chen inquired. My sister hasn't had a break for many weekends. If you have time this weekend, let's go out and have some fun, relax a bit, Xia Mengmeng explained. In reality, her true intention was to play matchmaker. She wanted to continue creating opportunities for Chen Sr. and her sister to spend time together. Giving her sister and Chen Sr. time to bond was her main goal, along with helping her sister relax. Just as Xia Mengmeng finished speaking, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding, special mission, agree to go out and have fun with Xia Mengmeng, spend a pleasant weekend together, mission time, 48 hours, mission reward, 12% ownership of Joshio Security Group, become the top-ranked boss of Joshio Security Group, and the new CEO of Joshio Security Group, mission reward, 67 experience points, huh? Looking at this special mission, Chen Chen's eyes lit up. I went, indeed a special mission. The system immediately rewarded itself with 12% ownership of Joshio Security Group, not bad. Currently, I hold 15% ownership of Joshio Security Group, ranking 4th within the group. But now, with this system reward of 12% ownership, combined with Chen Chen's 15%, Chen Chen could easily become the top figure in Joshio Security Group and even directly become the new CEO. This reward is so generous. If he becomes the new CEO of Joshio Security Group, in addition to being the top boss, his power within the group will increase significantly, making things much easier in the future. Moreover, this special mission isn't difficult at all, just going out to have fun, so easy, just a bit time-consuming. Compared to owning 12% of Joshio Security Group and becoming its new CEO, even if it takes longer than 48 hours, it's worth it. The system is truly humane, hearing my prayers from before, and in just a day or two, making me the top boss of Joshio Security Group. The system is mighty. Chen Chen is quite happy. I have time. Chen Chen agreed to Xia Mengmeng's request. That's great, also. Senior Chen, I would like to ask for your help. Seeing Chen Chen's agreement, Xia Mengmeng was very excited, but amidst her excitement, she suddenly said mysteriously, Oh? What help? Chen Chen asked in surprise. Well, it's that. Senior Chen, I need you to figure out how to persuade my sister to come out. Xia Mengmeng stuck out her tongue, saying helplessly. After the incident of tricking her sister to come out last time, trying to persuade her sister to leave the Xia group this time, it probably won't work if she does it herself. So, to get her sister to come out and relax together on the weekend, she can only rely on Senior Chen. Persuade her to come out? Why not just be straightforward? If Ruoshui is working too hard, too tired, it's normal to ask her to come out and relax on the weekend, right? Chen Chen countered. Since he met Ruoshui, he hardly ever saw her take a break, except for the last time Xia Mengmeng managed to get her to rest for half a day. Working hard is fine, but if it's all work and no rest, isn't it too tiring? It's time for Ruoshui to take a break and relax. It's for her own good. Why not be direct about it? Ha? No, absolutely not. If you say it like that, my sister will definitely not come out. Xia Mengmeng said firmly. Before meeting Senior Chen, she had tried to persuade her sister many times, but her sister never listened. Saying it like that would never get her sister to come out. Not necessarily. Chen Chen spoke up. Being straightforward, my sister will definitely not come out. Senior Chen, if you speak directly to my sister and she doesn't come out, you lose. You have to agree to something for me, of course, something within your capabilities. Xia Mengmeng spoke. Xia Mengmeng had always been impressed by Chen Chen's cooking skills, especially in this bet. She was very confident. Being straightforward, her sister coming out was absolutely impossible. She was sure to win this bet. Then, Chen Chen would have to cook for her every day for 5 days, no, 7 days. And if I win? Chen Chen asked. Then, I promise you something as well, of course, within my capabilities, Xia Mengmeng casually replied, as she thought Chen Chen was unlikely to win. It's a deal. Chen Chen nodded. With that, Chen Chen took out his phone and dialed Xia Ruoshui's number. Soon, Xia Ruoshui's gentle voice came through the phone. What's up? Ruoshui, it's not the weekend yet, you've been too busy and tired lately. I happen to have time this weekend. Let's take a break together, relax and unwind over the weekend. What do you think? Chen Chen spoke up. Oh, we can also invite Xia Shuemei to join us. Finally, worried that Xia Ruoshui might feel awkward if it was just the two of them and reject the invitation, Chen Chen specifically mentioned Xia Mengmeng. With a sister present, Ruoshui shouldn't feel awkward, right? Beside them, Xia Mengmeng shook her head helplessly. Senior Chen, with you saying that, it's destined to fail. Not listening to the advice of the elder. No, not listening to Mengmeng's words, it's a loss right in front of you. Ha! Upon hearing Chen Chen's invitation, Xia Ruoshui was stunned. Glancing at the stack of files on her desk and recalling her cousin's words, Xia Ruoshui hesitated for a few seconds before making a decision. Sure. She had dedicated so many years to the company, spending every day there, almost her entire life was for the company, for the family. This time, she wanted to live for herself too. Indeed, after working continuously for several months, she couldn't remember how many weekends she hadn't rested. It was time to relax. I'll quickly finish up some work, then I'll head back, see you in a bit. Xia Ruoshui replied. Okay, see you in a bit. After making the arrangement, Chen Chen hung up the phone. Done, Ruoshui agreed. Chen Chen looked at Xia Mengmeng. Ha! Xia Mengmeng suddenly stood up, looking at Chen Chen in astonishment, dumbfounded. Senior Chen, what did you say? My sister agreed. Xia Mengmeng was afraid she had misheard and asked again. Yes. Chen Chen nodded. Ah, Xia Mengmeng was a bit confused. What's going on? She had advised her sister so many times before, and each time she had advised her for a long time, but her sister never agreed. Yet, with Senior Chen, just a simple sentence and her sister agreed? Are people really that different from each other? Xia Mengmeng couldn't help but give Chen Chen a thumbs up. Impressive, Senior Chen, I'm impressed. Xia Mengmeng was willing to admit defeat. What do you want me to do for you? What to do? I haven't thought about it yet. I'll let you know when I do. Chen Chen said. It was too sudden, he didn't know what he wanted Mengmeng to do. All right. Xia Mengmeng nodded. After that, she went back to wait for her sister. Half an hour later, Xia Ruoshui returned. Chen Chen went to Xia Ruoshui's villa and met the two sisters from the Xia family. Now, another challenge lay ahead of Chen Chen and the others. Where to go? Oh, sister, I heard that there's a new large amusement park in Jiangzhou recently. It's been quite popular lately. Many of my classmates have been there and it seems really fun. Sister, shall we go and have some fun? Xia Mengmeng suggested. Go to the amusement park? Xia Ruoshui was a bit lost. She couldn't remember the last time she had been to an amusement park. Xia Ruoshui looked at Chen Chen. Seeing no objection from him, she agreed. With a destination in mind, Chen Chen drove his custom-made Rolls-Royce Phantom and took the two Xia sisters straight to the large amusement park. After about an hour, they arrived at their destination. At first sight of the amusement park, Chen Chen couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. It was indeed quite large. Especially watching the sea of tourists here, Chen Chen couldn't help but envy the bosses here for a moment. This place is simply a large money-making machine. Chen Chen bought tickets, and the three entered the amusement park. Just as they were deciding what to play first, in the distance, a very thrilling attraction instantly caught Xia Mengmeng's attention. Sister, Chen Sr., let's go play the giant bungee jump over there. Xia Mengmeng suggested, pointing into the distance. Following Xia Mengmeng's direction, Chen Chen looked over and saw that the bungee jump was quite high. Chen Sr., I dare to play. You wouldn't be afraid, right? Xia Mengmeng looked challengingly at Chen Chen. Just then, the system's voice came in. Ding, mission issued. Experience the bungee jump. Mission reward, 4% stake in Yongtai Real Estate Group. Becoming the second largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Mission reward, 47 experience points. Another mission? Chen Chen felt somewhat surprised by this task. However, when he read the content of the mission, he found it reasonable. Normally, tasks were assigned for things that were not very difficult, so it was normal to have a challenging task like bungee jumping this time. Moreover, this time the mission rewarded a 4% stake in Yongtai Real Estate Group. Yongtai Real Estate Group is valued at around 30 billion, so a 4% stake is 1.2 billion, and he could become the second largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Just bungee jumping once, experiencing it, and getting 1.2 billion in one go. This reward was extraordinary. If this task had no restrictions, Chen Chen could bankrupt the system in a few days. Of course, I dare to bungee jump, do you dare? Chen Chen looked at Xia Mengmeng. Me? Of course, I dare. Xia Mengmeng patted her chest proudly and replied, a small project like bungee jumping is a piece of cake for me, it's no different from sitting normally. After I finish, my face won't turn red, and my heart won't race. But are you afraid, Chen Senior? Is that so? Then let's give it a try. Chen Chen expressed doubt at Xia Mengmeng's words. What about you, Ruoshui? Chen Chen looked at Xia Ruoshui. I should be able to do it too. Xia Ruoshui nodded. In that case, the three headed straight for the bungee jump in the distance. A few minutes later, they arrived at their destination. From a distance, the bungee jump seemed to be about 40 to 50 meters high, but when they got closer, they realized that it was even higher. While it looked like it was only 40 to 50 meters from afar, being below 60 meters was already good enough. Chen Chen and the others went to the side and read the introduction of the bungee jump. This bungee jump was about 78 meters high, the largest bungee jump in the province with the greatest drop, no doubt about it. Xia Mengmeng looked up at the extremely high bungee jump and couldn't help but swallow a few times nervously. Chen Chen and Xia Ruoshui were just a bit amazed, not fearful. Chen Chen looked at Xia Mengmeng. Do you still dare to ride now? I dare, of course I do, I fear nothing, I have a naturally brave heart. Xia Mengmeng hesitated for a moment, but still maintained her tough attitude, provocatively asking, Chen Senior, are you scared now? Me? Chen Chen didn't answer, but went straight to line up, showing his determination through action. The bungee jump was quite high, there weren't many tourists here, so it was estimated that after the current round of jumpers came down, it would be Chen Chen's turn. Xia Ruoshui followed closely behind, standing behind Chen Chen. After a few minutes, the jumpers came down, and it was Chen Chen's turn. Chen Chen and Xia Ruoshui sat down, and Xia Mengmeng hesitated for a moment before joining them. However, as soon as she sat down, Xia Mengmeng's legs went weak, her face turned pale, and her heart raced. Ah! I can't do this, I can't. In the next moment, Xia Mengmeng, who had just been proud of claiming to fear nothing and not blushing or skipping a beat on the bungee jump, instantly backed down in front of Chen Chen's provocation. Xia Mengmeng ran to the side directly. Senior Chen, you're amazing, I give up, I won't do it. Xia Mengmeng clung to the railing, refusing to sit down no matter how the staff tried to comfort her. Chen Chen and Xia Ruoshui sitting together didn't show much change. To be honest, Xia Ruoshui was still a bit excited. Deep down, she quite liked these thrilling activities, but she never had the time or someone to do them with. Soon, the bungee jump started, slowly ascending to the highest point, pausing for a moment, then rapidly descending. In that moment of descent, whether out of fear or something else, Xia Ruoshui suddenly grabbed Chen Chen's hand. Not far away, Xia Mengmeng was trembling slightly, the speed of the bungee jump's descent was too fast. Sister and Senior Chen were really brave. She was right about them being a good match, this just proved it. A few minutes later, Chen Chen and Xia Ruoshui finished the bungee jump. When they got off the bungee jump, they felt a bit sentimental but not fearful at all. As the bungee jump experience ended, the system's voice came through. Ding! Experienced the bungee jump, task completed, congratulations on obtaining 4% stake in Yongtai Real Estate Group, becoming the second largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group. The share purchase contract has been placed in your study, please check it. Congratulations on gaining 47 experience points, task completed. Chen Chen secured a 4% stake in Yongtai Real Estate Group, becoming the second largest shareholder smoothly. In just a few minutes, 1.2 billion came into his hands. This money was easy to earn. System, should I take on the bungee jump challenge a few more times? It's no trouble, I'm not tired. I can reluctantly take on such challenging tasks multiple times, even dozens of times, no problem. Chen Chen thought in his mind, hoping this system would hear him. However, this time, the user-friendly system did not fulfill Chen Chen's wish. The system remained silent, as if saying, do you think I care about your opinion? You're not that great. Chen Chen looked at Xia Mengmeng. I just felt a bit uncomfortable earlier, I'm actually very skilled at other activities. After leaving the bungee jump area, Xia Mengmeng reverted to her previous proud and confident self. The three continued exploring the amusement park, looking for the next interesting activity. Later, Chen Chen accompanied Xia Ruoshui and Xia Mengmeng to ride the Ferris wheel. As time passed and it approached noon, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Today's system reward has arrived. Ding! Day 16 of relationship disconnection, reward, 1 junior hostile takeover card. Looking at today's reward, Chen Chen was very puzzled. Junior hostile takeover card? What kind of reward is this? It sounds quite powerful. This was the first time Chen Chen received this special card from the system. Suddenly, he noticed a note below the system reward, seemingly explaining the function of this junior hostile takeover card. Shen Shen couldn't wait to open the note. As soon as he glanced at it, Shen Shen was instantly shocked by the immense power of this junior hostile takeover card. Third update, humbly requesting a 5-star rating and tips to increase popularity. Thank you for your support. The primary hostile takeover card allows the acquisition of 4% of the shares of a company with a market value of around 500 billion or total assets below 500 billion. This means that in the entire Zhonghai province, no, in the whole country, or even the world, can Shen Shen freely choose any industry with a market value or total assets equal to or less than 500 billion? Shen Shen can obtain the shares of any company he desires, at his own will. This is definitely the best and top-level reward Shen Shen has recently received from the system, also the most valuable. As long as Shen Shen wishes, he can also acquire another 4% of Yongtai Real Estate Group's shares, becoming the largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Of course, he can also directly acquire 4% ownership of Joshio Security Group, further enhancing his control over Joshio Security Group. However, for now, Shen Shen does not intend to acquire the shares or ownership of these two companies using the primary hostile takeover card. It would be a bit of a waste, as Yongtai Real Estate Group's market value is only 300 billion, and Joshio Security Group's total assets are not even 500 billion. Having obtained this primary hostile takeover card with difficulty, why can't he set his sights further and target those well-known companies nationwide or globally with a market value around 500 billion? This way, he can maximize the value of the primary hostile takeover card. His gains will also be higher. Yes, that's it. Shen Shen has made a decision. For now, he will not use it. As for which company's shares to acquire using this primary hostile takeover card, he needs to carefully study and investigate which company is suitable. If he uses this primary hostile takeover card properly, it will definitely help Shen Shen surpass the Chen family and bring down the Jinling Su family significantly. The effect of the primary hostile takeover card is already so powerful. How much more powerful would the intermediate hostile takeover card or the advanced hostile takeover card be? Could it be possible to directly acquire the shares of super large companies with a market value of hundreds of billions or even trillions? The more Shen Shen thinks about it, the more possible it seems. Currently, he is a first-level system, so he only has the primary hostile takeover card. If he can upgrade to the second or third level, the intermediate hostile takeover card or the advanced hostile takeover card will definitely appear. If he can obtain the intermediate or advanced hostile takeover card, that would be so cool. Shen Shen is getting excited just thinking about it. At that moment, Shen Shen is full of fighting spirit and even more eager to level up. System, give me more tasks, please. Shen Shen prays to the system in his mind. At present, he has almost gathered half of the experience points needed to upgrade to the second level, not far from reaching the second level. At noon, Shen Shen, Xiaoruoshui, and the others rested and had a light meal at the restaurant in the amusement park. During this spare time, Shen Shen started to search online for well-known large companies with a market value around 500 billion. Gradually, Shen Shen had a few targets in mind. After leaving the restaurant, there happened to be a bubble tea shop nearby, and Shen Shen went to buy bubble tea. Xiaoruoshui and the sisters Xia Mengmeng were waiting outside for a while. Xiaoruoshui was elegant and intellectual, with a cool temperament, while Xia Mengmeng was lively and charming. The two sisters from the Xia family stood there, attracting attention effortlessly. Not far away, 3 or 4 young men also noticed Xiaoruoshui and her sister, especially the handsome young man leading the group. His eyes lit up at the sight. In the next moment, the handsome young man left his companions behind and approached the Xiaoruoshui sisters in a gentlemanly manner. "Hello, ladies. I see you standing here. Is there anything I can help you with?" the handsome young man said warmly. Faced with the handsome young man's boring small talk, Xiaoruoshui turned coldly and looked the other way, completely ignoring him. Seeing Xiaoruoshui's reaction, the handsome young man turned to Xia Mengmeng, who responded, but her words made him extremely embarrassed. "Yes, please kindly roll away." For a moment, the handsome young man didn't know how to respond. At this moment, his companions quickly came to his rescue. "Han Xiao, this beautiful lady is Xia, the top female CEO in Jiangzhou." The handsome young man's companions, clearly locals from Jiangzhou, recognized Xiaoruoshui's identity. "President Xia, this is Han Zhenyu, Han Xiao, from a major group in our Zhonghai province, with a very impressive background." The companions introduced the identity of the handsome young man, Han Zhenyu. "A major group from Zhonghai province, impressive?" Xia Mengmeng responded indifferently. They were just Loki, even the top family in Zhonghai province was not worthy of their attention. "Miss, you don't know. Han Xiao's father's group is quite special in our Zhonghai province. The companions praised Han Jinyu's identity. Hearing this, Han Jinyu proudly raised his chin, showing no sign of modesty. Modest, modest. Han Jinyu waved his hand. Though he said modest, there was no decrease in his pride. President Xia, Han Xiao's father, is the big boss of Joshio Security Group, the #1 security group in our Zhonghai province, a very prominent figure. The companions continued to praise. No, no, not the big boss. My father is just the 4th big boss of Joshio Security Group. Han Jinyu replied smugly. However, before Han Jinyu's words could settle, a voice of doubt suddenly came from behind. Since when did you become my son? In the next moment, amidst the bewildered gazes of the others, Chen Chen walked slowly towards them. I don't have a son like you. Chen Chen glanced at Han Jinyu and shook his head. With these words, Han Jinyu was left breathless, and his companions' faces changed. Who are you to speak to Han Xiao like that? How dare you talk to Han Xiao like this? Who gave you the courage? Han Jinyu's companions rebuked Chen Chen one after another. Han Jinyu looked at Chen Chen, his gaze icy, showing signs of wanting to act. This guy dared to take advantage of him, wanting to be his father? What do you mean, taking advantage of me? Han Jinyu exploded. Taking advantage of you? Clearly, you're the one taking advantage of me, insisting on being my son. Chen Chen replied helplessly. He currently owned 15% of Joshio Security Group's shares, making him the 4th big boss of the group. Yet this kid claimed his father was the 4th big boss of Joshio Security Group, which was himself. Insisting on being his son, wasn't that taking advantage of him? Taking advantage of you? How did I take advantage of you? Han Jinyu retorted. No, no. Could it be that you are the 4th big boss of Joshio Security Group? Han Jinyu suddenly realized, his voice slightly trembling. He had just lied. His father was indeed a boss in Joshio Security Group, but he ranked 7th, not 4th. He boasted that his father was the 4th largest boss in front of some new acquaintances just to show off. As for why he boasted about being the 4th largest boss instead of the 1st or 2nd, the reason was simple. It was easy to find information about the 1st and 2nd bosses of Joshio Security Group with a little investigation, but being ranked 4th was not as easily traceable. It would be harder to expose his bragging. But who could have expected the current situation? I am Chen Chen, the 4th largest boss of Joshio Security Group. Chen Chen nodded. You are the 4th largest boss, how is that possible? You must be bragging, Han Jinyu said suspiciously. Bragging? Your surname is Han, you must be Honda's son, right? Or should I call Honda? Chen Chen asked. In an instant, Han Jinyu became afraid. This guy in front of him actually directly mentioned his father's name. He must be an insider of Joshio Security Group, and he even had his father's phone number. Without a doubt, this guy was the real 4th largest shareholder of Joshio Security Group. Chen Xiao, Chen Gu, Chen Uncle. I was wrong. Han Jinyu instantly admitted his mistake. To express his apology, he even placed Chen Chen on the same level as his father and directly called Chen Chen Uncle. Slap, slap, slap. With that, Han Jinyu harshly slapped himself, soon reddening his own face. I deserve to die, I am despicable. Nearby, seeing this scene, Han Jinyu's companions were dumbfounded. What's going on? Could it be that this guy in front of them is the real 4th largest boss of Joshio Security Group, and Han Jinyu deceived them? Otherwise, why would Han Jinyu be so scared? Boss, we were blind and ignorant, we truly deserve to die. Boss, we were wrong. Seeing Han Jinyu like this, his companions also started slapping themselves. In an instant, many curious tourists around looked over. Get lost, don't bother us playing. Chen Chen didn't want so much attention and definitely didn't want to see these annoying guys around. Yes, yes. Thank you, Chen Xiao, thank you, Chen Xiao. Han Jinyu and his group quickly left, exiting the amusement park. With Senior Chen here, we don't have to fear these annoying flies bothering us. Xia Meng Meng sighed. Chen Chen shared his milk tea with the two and continued strolling in the amusement park. Along the way, Chen Chen received a call from Wei Jingxiong. Boss Chen, I found out about Baisheng Group. Wei Jingxiong said with a strong smell of alcohol. Oh, what happened? Chen Chen asked. Boss Chen, your guess was indeed correct. Baisheng Group's boss, Kong Baisheng, is truly a cunning old fox. He publicly claims to deal with Fading Group, even deliberately leaking information externally, but his real target is the Yongtai Real Estate Group where you are. Wei Jingxiong explained. He obtained this information through his good friend, who happened to be the vice president of Baisheng Group, after some drinks and coaxing. Kong Baisheng's true intention is actually the Yongtai Real Estate Group where you are. As expected. Chen Chen muttered softly. His guess was indeed correct. How could the top secret information of Baisheng Group be leaked so easily? Their intention to deal with Fading Group was indeed a smokescreen. This time, Baisheng Group had also played a diversion on him. I understand now. Thank you so much, Wei, I'll treat you to a meal next time when you're free. Chen Chen politely said, it's only right to treat someone to a meal when they've helped you gather information. Mr. Chen, feel free to contact me anytime if you need anything, Wei Jingxiong offered. Wei Jingxiong knew that Chen Chen was a big shot with limitless prospects in the future. Seizing the opportunity to get close to Mr. Chen would definitely be beneficial for him. Baisheng Group. Chen Chen muttered under his breath. Dealing with Yongtai Real Estate Group wouldn't be easy. With that in mind, Chen Chen sent out a few messages to have the Yongtai Real Estate Group prepared. It's a pity that I'm not the largest shareholder or the president of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Otherwise, it would be much easier to arrange things, Chen Chen said with a hint of regret. Currently, he was only the second largest shareholder and vice president, so giving orders within the Yongtai Real Estate Group wasn't as easy as it would have been as the president or chairman. After making arrangements, Chen Chen and the other two continued strolling around the amusement park. Soon, their attention was drawn to a more thrilling attraction ahead. Sister, Senior Chen, let's try this ride, Xia Mengmeng eagerly suggested. The attraction before them was none other than the famous vertical roller coaster. This vertical roller coaster they were looking at had a drop of over 50 meters, equivalent to about 20 floors high, with nearly a 90-degree vertical plunge, truly exhilarating. Mengmeng, are you sure you can handle it? Xia Ruoshui couldn't help but ask after what they had just been through. Of course, no problem at all. What happened earlier was just an accident. I often ride roller coasters, it's a piece of cake, Xia Mengmeng boasted confidently. Trust me, sister, Senior Chen, I'll be the calmest and most composed one this time. You two won't be as cool as me. Just then, the system's voice chimed in. Ding, mission issued. Experience the vertical roller coaster, mission reward, 4% stake in Yongtai Real Estate Group. Becoming the largest shareholder and chairman of Yongtai Real Estate Group, mission reward, 51 experience points, the system's voice sounded again. Ha! Chen Chen's eyes lit up. The system was indeed user-friendly, issuing a new mission so quickly. Before lunch, he had been praying for more tasks from the system to level up faster to Tier 2. And now a challenge should come. He had just complained about not being the largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group, making it a bit tricky to handle the situation with Baisheng Group. But now, the system was offering him the position of chairman and largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group directly, which was fantastic. So, sister, Senior Chen, are you up for it? Xia Mengmeng asked. There's nothing we can't handle, just make sure you don't chicken out later, Chen Chen replied. It was an accident earlier, I won't back down this time. I'll definitely be the calmest one, Xia Mengmeng retorted defiantly, hands on her hips. With everyone on board, they proceeded to experience the vertical roller coaster. This ride was even more thrilling than the free fall machine they had tried before. Soon, the three of them were seated on the roller coaster. Compared to last time, Xia Mengmeng was even more excited this time, boasting and showing off in front of Chen Chen and Xia Ruoshui. Senior Chen, let's see who stays the calmest. It'll definitely be me. In no time, the vertical roller coaster started, slowly ascending to the highest point, almost vertical. After a brief pause, the roller coaster plunged straight down vertically. I don't want to play anymore, Mom. In the moment of descent, Xia Mengmeng was terrified, tears streaming down her face. After the roller coaster ride, Chen Chen and Xia Ruoshui were somewhat reflective, but Xia Mengmeng's legs gave out, and she had to be supported by Chen Chen and Xia Ruoshui as they walked to the side to rest. At this moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding, experience the vertical roller coaster, task completed, congratulations on obtaining 4% stake in Yongtai Real Estate Group, becoming the largest shareholder and chairman of Yongtai Real Estate Group, the share purchase contract has been placed in your villa study, please check it, congratulations on gaining 51 experience points, with the task completed, from now on, Chen Chen completely took over Yongtai Real Estate Group, becoming the chairman and the largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group. With this new identity, Chen Chen could now deal with Baisheng Group even more adeptly. Chen Chen took out his phone again and, in his capacity as chairman, gave direct orders. After arranging everything, Chen Chen went online to continue researching the targets of his primary hostile takeover card. This time, Chen Chen planned to make a big move. So Bugatti, Pagani, these top supercar brands, their total assets aren't that high after all. After finding some information, Chen Chen couldn't help but mutter. These world-renowned top supercar brands, their total assets were only a few tens of billions, maybe 100 billion at most, just like the owner of Pagani, whose net worth was only a few tens of billions. Acquiring a stake in Bugatti, Pagani, or one of these companies didn't seem cost-effective. Chen Chen gave up and continued browsing. Eventually, Chen Chen set his sights on some of the world's top luxury brands. Brands like Rolex, Tiffany, and others, with market values mostly in the hundreds of billions. Unfortunately, his primary hostile takeover card could only acquire groups with total assets or market values around 500 billion, and these companies' total assets were a bit too high, not meeting the requirements. As Chen Chen continued searching, just when he was very disappointed and couldn't find a suitable target, a more famous brand caught his eye. Seeing this brand, Chen Chen instantly made a decision to forcefully acquire it. And the company that Chen Chen immediately decided to acquire without hesitation was Patek Philippe. Patek Philippe, the world's top watch brand, without a doubt, the acknowledged king of watches. Founded in the 19th century, Patek Philippe has a history of over 200 years, symbolizing top status and position, beloved by royal families, dignitaries, and tycoons worldwide. In the 16th edition of the world's top 500 brands, Patek Philippe ranked 238th. In the 17th edition of the world's top 500 brands, Patek Philippe ranked 208th. For the past 2 years, the Hurun Research Institute has published the Hurun Dasha Millionaire Brand Preference Report, where Patek Philippe ranked first among the high-net-worth individuals' favorite watch brands. Among all watch brands, Patek Philippe's influence and status are undoubtedly top-notch. Even among all the world's top luxury brands, Patek Philippe still ranks at the forefront. What's more, Patek Philippe's market value has been fluctuating around 5 to 600 billion, currently around 500 billion, perfectly meeting Chen Chen's criteria. Compared to the other brands he had looked at before, like Tiffany and others, Chen Chen preferred and wanted to acquire a stake in Patek Philippe more. If he could become a shareholder of the prestigious Patek Philippe company, why hesitate any longer? Compared to acquiring a 4% stake in Patek Philippe, the other companies were not even worth considering. Using the primary hostile takeover card to acquire a stake in Patek Philippe was definitely the most cost-effective and best choice, without a doubt. Being a shareholder of Patek Philippe would undoubtedly make Chen Chen the most formidable and impressive. Why hesitate any longer? Let's do it directly. Thinking eagerly, Chen Chen immediately clicked into the system backpack and found the card labeled Primary Hostile Takeover Card. Once found, Chen Chen clicked to use it right away. Ding! Please enter the name of the company you want to hostilely take over, the system prompted. Patek Philippe Company. Chen Chen inputted meticulously, feeling extremely excited inside. After inputting, Chen Chen quickly clicked Confirm. Hostile takeover of 4% of Patek Philippe Company's shares in progress. Following that, the primary hostile takeover card was activated. Hopefully, there won't be any issues. In Chen Chen's anticipating gaze, time passed bit by bit. After several tens of seconds, the system prompted again. Ding! Successful acquisition of 4% of Patek Philippe Company's shares. Congratulations on becoming a shareholder of Patek Philippe Company. Within 5 days, representatives from Patek Philippe Company will come to sign the contract. Please arrange your schedule accordingly. Chen Chen successfully acquired shares of Patek Philippe Company. From now on, Chen Chen was a proud shareholder of Patek Philippe Company, adding another impressive identity to himself. Although the contract was not in hand yet, it only required a few more days until the representatives from Patek Philippe Company arrived, and Chen Chen could sign it. At this moment, Chen Chen's face was full of smiles, overjoyed. Being a shareholder of Patek Philippe Company was definitely his most impressive identity so far. The primary hostile takeover card is really useful. System, if there's a chance, give me a few more primary hostile takeover cards, Chen Chen said in his mind. He wanted to upgrade the system to level 2 or 3, which would take some time, but getting another primary hostile takeover card wouldn't require waiting that long. If he could get a few more primary hostile takeover cards, he could become the top shareholder of Patek Philippe, or even if not that high, becoming the third largest shareholder of Patek Philippe Company would make Chen Chen very happy. After saying that, the system remained silent. System, since you're not responding, I'll take it as your agreement. Let's make this decision happily. Chen Chen unilaterally declared that the system had agreed. With the shares of Patek Philippe Company in hand, Chen Chen was in an extremely good mood, and they continued playing at the amusement park. Around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, Chen Chen and his friends left. Senior Chen, how about we don't eat out tonight? You've worked hard. Xia Mingming's watery eyes looked at Chen Chen, a pleading expression on her face. Yes, can we have a barbecue tonight? Xia Ruoshui also asked eagerly. Since the last time they had barbecue at Chen Chen's place, Xia Ruoshui couldn't forget it. Barbecue, no problem. Chen Chen readily agreed. With that said, the three of them headed straight to the supermarket and bought a lot of ingredients. In the evening, they started the barbecue. While eating barbecue, Chen Chen and Xia Ruoshui discussed some matters regarding the Best Win Group. Chen Chen learned a lot about the Best Wing Group from Xia Ruoxue, especially when Xia Ruoxue mentioned that the Best Wing Group was planning to target Chen Chen. Her pretty face instantly turned cold. Best Wing Group. Xia Ruoxue spoke coldly. Chen Chen, I have an idea. Suddenly, an idea popped into Xia Ruoxue's mind. Since the Best Wing Group is playing a diversionary tactic, why don't we counter with a strategic retreat? Xia Ruoxue mysteriously suggested to Chen Chen. Strategic retreat? Chen Chen raised an eyebrow, not quite understanding Xia Ruoxue's words. Since the Best Wing Group is targeting your Yongtai real estate group, why don't you play along with them, intentionally engaging in a standoff with the Best Wing Group for a while, making them too preoccupied to focus on anything else, diverting all their energy and attention to your Yongtai real estate group? Xia Ruoxue proposed. Then, our Xia group launched a sudden attack on the Baisheng group. At that time, all the efforts of the Baisheng group were focused on the Yongtai real estate group. If I make a move, I can definitely catch Baisheng group off guard. In the end, we will join forces to completely bring down the Baisheng group. Hearing Xia Ruoxue's suggestion, Chen Chen's eyes lit up. Great idea. Chen Chen spoke, acknowledging Ruoxue's strength as a woman. What do you think, Senior Chen? Isn't my sister smart and virtuous? If you marry my sister, she will definitely be a good wife, but I wonder if that man will be lucky? Beside them, Xia Mengmeng hinted. Being praised by her sister like this, Xia Ruoxue felt a bit embarrassed. After playing all day, feeling a bit tired, they had barbecue and then went back to rest. The next day, not long after Chen Chen got up, he received a message from the president of Zhouxiao Security Group. The few retired top special forces experts he arranged for tracking were already in Jiangzhou, asking where to meet Chen Chen. Let them go to my estate, the address is. Chen Chen pondered for a moment before replying. Chen Chen lived in the Yujing mountain villa, which was well known, but his own estate was rarely known to many. Chen Chen was unsure if there were any hidden secrets behind his parents' mysterious disappearance, so he arranged for these top retired special forces to search for information about his parents, ensuring utmost secrecy. It would be better to meet them at his estate. After that, Chen Chen drove alone straight to his estate. 40 minutes later, Chen Chen arrived at the estate and met the three retired special forces. Mr. Chen, hello. Mr. Chen, hello. The three of them greeted. These three stood there, each exuding immense strength from within, clearly not ordinary people. Hello. Chen Chen spoke, then introduced them to the task at hand. After hearing Chen Chen's explanation, the three of them were not too surprised. Finding people was their specialty. Mr. Chen, it has been over a year, so the investigation might be challenging and will require some time. The leader among the three, a burly man, said seriously to Chen Chen. I can wait, as long as you can find them, even the slightest clue will do. Chen Chen nodded. If you encounter any difficulties during the process, feel free to contact me. I will use all my resources and connections to assist you. Your job is to find the people or clues. Don't worry about offending anyone, I've got your back. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Chen Chen reassured them, relieving any burdens they might have. All right, Mr. Chen, please rest assured. We'll take care of it. The three nodded in agreement. Chen Chen took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to the burly man. Mr. Chen, this. The three were somewhat surprised. There is 15 million in this card, with 10 million as your hard-earned fee for this period, and 5 million for your search expenses. Chen Chen explained. Chen Chen understood the importance of benefits. Without offering benefits and advantages, why would anyone go all out or give their all for you? 10 million is too much. Mr. Chen, you are too kind, please take it back. The three quickly refused. Mr. Chen was generous with 15 million, with 10 million being their hard-earned fee, which was very generous. This 10 million was more than their annual salary. Please accept it with peace of mind, this is just the beginning. If you find the people, I will give you 10 times the bonus, and each of you will receive 10 times the bonus. Chen Chen spoke again, setting a reward for them. 10 times the bonus, wouldn't that be 1 billion? Damn. As long as they could find the person, each of them could receive 1 billion in reward. With this money, they could achieve financial freedom directly. Mr. Chen is so generous. The few of them were instantly filled with motivation. Mr. Chen, please rest assured, even if it's going through fire and water, we will definitely find them. Yes, please rest assured, Mr. Chen. The few of them spoke up one after another, expressing loyalty to Chen Chen. From now on, they would follow Mr. Chen's orders in the company. Chen Chen nodded in satisfaction, noting down the contact information of the three of them separately. Alright, you may go now. Contact me immediately if there's any news. Chen Chen ordered. Yes. The three immediately left, divided the money, and quickly started to act separately. I hope you won't disappoint me, Chen Chen said. There was still a special task to be completed. Once completed, Chen Chen would smoothly become the top boss of Joshio Security Group. By then, his power within Joshio Security Group would be greater, and he would select more people to search. He couldn't believe that he couldn't find any trace of the top retired special forces in the entire Zhanghai province. Mom, Dad, I will definitely find you. Chen Chen made up his mind. Suddenly, the system's voice came. Ding, Severance Day 17, reward, 1 junior bankruptcy card, a junior bankruptcy card, what's this again? Looking at the new reward today, Chen Chen felt surprised. However, the effect of the junior hostile takeover card obtained yesterday was huge, so this junior bankruptcy card should be extraordinary as well. Chen Chen found the explanation and read it. After understanding the function of this junior bankruptcy card, Chen Chen was suddenly filled with great joy. The junior bankruptcy card could instantly cause a loss of 3 billion to any company with a market value or total assets of 500 billion or less. If used properly, this junior bankruptcy card would be a trump card in Chen Chen's hands, and it was also a countermeasure against the Chen family's trump card. At first glance, the effect of the junior bankruptcy card seemed to be just that. After all, for a company with a market value of several hundred billion, a loss of 30 billion, while not small, would not lead to bankruptcy. But the question was, when to use this junior bankruptcy card? If used during normal times, the effect of the junior bankruptcy card would be limited, at most causing some minor damage to the company. However, if used during the most dangerous and tumultuous period of the company, the sudden use of the junior bankruptcy card would have a different effect. During the most tumultuous and dangerous period of a company, a sudden loss of 30 billion would be fatal, equivalent to delivering a fatal blow to the enemy at the most critical moment, delivering the final blow. Let's not talk about others, just take the Baisheng Group for example. Chen Chen and Xiao Ruoshui were going to join forces to deal with the Baisheng Group. At that time, when the Baisheng Group was in the most difficult and dangerous situation, Chen Chen suddenly used the junior bankruptcy card, dealing a fatal blow to the Baisheng Group, which would definitely lead to their downfall. Of course, this was just an example. This time, with Chen Chen and Xiao Ruoshui joining forces, the Baisheng Group had no chance of winning, so Chen Chen didn't need to use the junior bankruptcy card. As a top-tier wealthy family, the Su family in Jinling had terrifying assets, and the junior bankruptcy card would definitely not deliver a fatal blow to the Su family in Jinling. At least a mid-level bankruptcy card or a high-level bankruptcy card would be needed to make the Su family in Jinling suffer losses of tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions. But this junior bankruptcy card was perfect for dealing with the Chen family. Especially, if used to deal with the pillar industry of the Chen family, the Chen Capital Group, it will definitely have an unexpected effect. After dealing with the Victory Group, Chen Chen will immediately turn his attention to the Chen Capital Group. Chen Chen had studied the asset structure of the Chen family before. He felt that instead of targeting the unimportant industries of the Chen family, it would be better to be more direct and ruthless. When the Chen Capital Group is pushed to the brink, Chen Chen will directly use the primary bankruptcy card to deliver the final blow to the Chen Capital Group. The Chen Capital Group is one of the key industries of the Chen family, extremely important to the Chen family. If the Chen Capital Group goes bankrupt, it will definitely be a huge loss for the Chen family, a real hemorrhage that will truly make the Chen family members spit blood in anger. This primary bankruptcy card will definitely give the Chen family, as well as Old Master Chen, a huge surprise, making them happy. Well done, well done. Chen Chen nodded in satisfaction. It seems the system heard his prayers. Although the primary hostile takeover card did not appear again today, the appearance of a trump card that can help Chen Chen deal with the Chen family, the primary bankruptcy card, is also great. What Chen Chen is most looking forward to now is to complete more tasks, upgrade the system to level 2 as soon as possible, and obtain higher level special cards. With things settled, Chen Chen returned to the Royal View Villa. At this moment, Xia Mengmeng and Xia Ruoshui had already tidied up. The special task of the system has not been completed yet. As long as it is completed, Chen Chen will become the largest boss of the Joshio Security Group, so Chen Chen needs to hurry. Senior Chen, are you going out? Xia Mengmeng spoke. Chen Chen casually found a reason. I went to buy some ingredients, we will have dinner later and then go out. But where are we going in the afternoon? Where to? Xia Ruoshui shook her head. In terms of career and company development, Xia Ruoshui has a strong say, but she is not so good at playing. Xia Mengmeng fell into thought. Right, sister, didn't you say you wanted to teach me golf last time? Let's find a golf course this afternoon. Xia Mengmeng suggested. Yesterday was too exciting, let's take it easy and relax a bit today, how about that? Okay. Xia Ruoxue nodded. Then let's go to the Guanshan International Golf Course. Chen Chen finally decided to go to his own territory, which was more convenient. Just as Chen Chen and the Xia sisters were discussing, in Jiangzhou, the doorbell of a luxurious villa rang. Yang Shengping, the former largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group and now the second largest shareholder, opened the door. At this moment, in front of his villa, there were densely packed black-clad thugs, and at the forefront were two middle-aged men with playful smiles. One of them was the fourth son of the prestigious Chen family, Chen Jinping, and the other bald tattooed man had a fierce look, clearly not someone to mess with. Mr. Yang, let me introduce, I am Chen Jinping, a key figure of the Chen family in Jiangzhou. With that, Chen Jinping solemnly introduced the bald man beside him. And this is Yan Jiobin, the big shot Yan. Yan Jiobin, the famous Mr. Yan. Learning the identity of the bald man, Yang Shengping was shocked. Yan Jiobin, one of the top big shots in Jiangzhou, known for his hot temper and countless professional thugs under him, much stronger than Wei Jingxiong. In the underground world of Jiangzhou, almost no one dared to provoke him. Mr. Yang, Mr. Shen and I have come to visit you, are you going to let us stand here? Yan Jiobin said discontentedly. Then please come in. Although very reluctant, Yang Shengping dared not offend the famous Mr. Yan, so he could only invite him and Chen Jinping in. I heard that Chen Chen, that bastard, snatched the position of the largest shareholder of Yang Boss's Yongtai Real Estate Group. As soon as he entered, Chen Jinping got straight to the point. This time, Chen Jinping's actions were to carry out the ruthless plan of Old Master Chen. Old Master Chen believed that Chen Chen's biggest reliance now was the Yongtai Real Estate Group. The reason Chen Chen dared to confront the Chen family was because of the power of the Yongtai Real Estate Group. The Yongtai Real Estate Group is Chen Chen's foundation, the most important industry. So, to completely ruin Chen Chen in one fell swoop, to leave him with nothing, the problem had to be solved from the root, which meant dealing with the Yongtai Real Estate Group. Once without the support of the Yongtai Real Estate Group, Chen Chen would become more and more destitute, until he came back on his knees, begging for their forgiveness. Moreover, thinking that Chen Chen knew the big shot Wei Jingxiong in Jiangzhou, Yang Boss had his fourth son, Chen Jinping, come forward to execute his plan. After all, the fourth son knew the underground big shot Yan Jiobin, who was even more powerful than Wei Jingxiong. Having the control of the Yongtai Real Estate Group taken away like this, Yang Boss, if I were you, I definitely wouldn't be able to bear it. How about cooperating with our Chen family to deal with Chen Chen together? Chen Jinping invited. Sure enough, the people from the Chen family had come because of General Chen. Yang Shengping sneered inwardly, as he saw the people from the Chen family, he guessed their intentions. Sorry, I won't get involved in the struggle between your Chen family and General Chen. Yang Shengping spoke up. Although General Chen had snatched his position as the largest shareholder of the Yongtai Real Estate Group, Yang Shengping didn't resent Chen Chen at all, but rather felt somewhat happy. Although he had been the largest shareholder of the Yongtai Real Estate Group before, his abilities were limited, and he couldn't lead the Yongtai Real Estate Group further. But with General Chen signing a contract with Wanheng Software Group, and even becoming friends with the owner of Wanheng Software Group, the executives of these companies knew General Chen's abilities. Now, General Chen had become the largest shareholder of the Yongtai Real Estate Group, he could definitely help the group progress further, potentially increasing the company's market value to 400 billion, or even 500 billion. General Chen's potential was limitless. As one of the company's major shareholders, as the company's market value rose, so would his net worth. The better General Chen led the company's development, the more he would earn. Being able to earn more money, he naturally supported General Chen wholeheartedly and wouldn't go against him. Between the title of the largest shareholder and real benefits of tens of billions, or even more, which would you choose? Is there even a hesitation? Yang Boss is quite generous. Chen Jinping spoke. But well, if Yang Boss could cooperate with our Chen family, we could directly sideline Chen Chen, even directly remove Chen Chen from the position of chairman of the Yongtai Real Estate Group. By then, we could help Yang Boss regain the position of the largest shareholder. Is Yang Boss really not tempted? Not tempted. Yang Shengping shook his head. Seeing the other party like this, Chen Jinping quietly revealed a secret to him. These days, our Chen family has persuaded several shareholders of your Yongtai Real Estate Group. As long as Yang Boss agrees, sidelining Chen Chen, even removing Chen Chen, would be a piece of cake. Chen Jinping incited once again. No need, I have some matters to attend to, please. Yang Shengping stood up and dismissed them. You ungrateful thing. Yan Jiobin suddenly spoke up. Old Chen, since this guy doesn't appreciate kindness, let's not be polite with him. Yan Jiobin's patience had run out. Yang Boss, I have tried to be polite first. If you don't agree, then don't blame me. Come in. The next second, one of Yen Jiobin's men came in, holding a stack of photos. Take a look for yourself. Yen Jiobin had his man hand the photos to Yang Shengping. Yang Shengping took the photos and immediately froze. What do you mean by this? Yang Shengping was in a panic. In the photo, it was his daughter who was studying at a university in another city in Zhonghai province. Our people have already investigated your daughter's whereabouts and residence in the other city, and I have also sent over a dozen men to ambush around, said Yen Jiobin. If you agree to join forces with Lao Chen to deal with Chen Chen, I guarantee your daughter's safety. But if you refuse to cooperate with Lao Chen, I'm sorry, I can't guarantee your daughter's safety, Yen Jiobin threatened Yang Shengping directly. Bang! In broad daylight, do you dare to kidnap my daughter? Yang Shengping slammed the table, angrily confronting Yen Jiobin. What about you? Yen Jiobin smirked mysteriously. Yang Shengping suddenly realized that while others might not dare, Yen Jiobin indeed did. He had too much dark history, but he had managed to clean up his image in recent years. Here's your last chance. Will you agree to cooperate with Lao Chen? Yen Jiobin threatened sharply. Think about your daughter's safety. After a long pause, Yang Shengping sighed softly and gave in. Fine. I agree to cooperate with the Chen family, to deal with Chen Chen within the company, and sideline him. I'm sorry, General Chen, Yang Shengping apologized to Chen Chen in his heart. Ha, that's more like it, Yen Jiobin laughed. Beside them, Chen Jinping also wore a satisfied smile on his face. Lao Yan's methods were indeed effective. We will act tomorrow, like this. Chen Jinping began to make arrangements, planning to act directly the next day, completely sidelining Chen Chen before he could react, and dismissing Chen Chen from his position as chairman of Yongtai Real Estate Group permanently. By the time Chen Chen found out, everything would be set in stone. Betrayed by his own people, losing the support of Yongtai Real Estate Group, Chen Chen would be in absolute despair. Ha ha. The more he thought about it, the more pleased Chen Jinping felt. Cutting ties with the Chen family, the fate that awaited the little beast now was of his own making. In the afternoon, Chen Chen and Xiao Ruoshui also arrived at the Guanshan International Golf Course. It was the weekend, and there were a lot of people here, with even the latecomers finding no available courts to play on. However, as the owner here, when Chen Chen arrived, he directly secured the best court for himself and the two sisters, Xiao Ruoshui. After playing for a while, a sudden argument broke out nearby. You're letting just 3 people play on the best court here, while I have over a dozen people waiting. You've arranged such a lousy court for us, a slightly chubby man in his 30s complained to a staff member of the Guanshan International Golf Course. I'm a top member here, and this is how you treat me? The chubby man said, looking at the leisurely Chen Chen, leaving the staff member at a loss for words. Chen Chen had only been to the Guanshan International Golf Course once since acquiring it, and most of the staff here didn't recognize him. Maybe they arrived earlier, the staff member explained. Oof. The chubby man didn't believe it at all and quickly walked over to Chen Chen and his group. Today, I'll cover all expenses at the Guanshan International Golf Course. Give me this court, and you can go play at our ordinary court, the chubby man said arrogantly to Chen Chen. His social engagement today was crucial, so he definitely needed the best court. Not interested, Chen Chen shook his head. How about I give you another 100,000? No, 500,000. Will you give up your spot to me? The chubby man, with an air of wealth and power, tried to buy off Chen Chen. Get lost and don't bother us. Chen Chen impatiently waved his hand. They were having a good time, and this clueless guy suddenly came over to throw money, so annoying. 1 million? The slightly chubby man continued to throw money. Seeing Chen Chen's unchanged reaction, the slightly chubby man proudly revealed his trump card. I know the owner of Guanshan International Golf Course. We are good friends. Don't make me call him. Oh, you know the owner of Guanshan International Golf Course? Chen Chen chuckled. How did he not know he had such a good friend? Don't believe me? Do you want me to call him right away? The slightly chubby man pulled out his phone, boasting. Sir, please don't. Such a trivial matter shouldn't trouble the boss. The staff member who followed quickly stopped the slightly chubby man, afraid he would actually call the boss. But the more the staff member tried to stop him, the more arrogant the slightly chubby man became. So, do you agree to 1 million and give me the place? If you don't agree, I'll call right away. Once I contact the owner of Guanshan International Golf Course, he won't let you off easily. He will blacklist you from the course forever, the slightly chubby man said arrogantly. Is that so? Then go ahead and call. Don't you dare not call. Chen Chen responded nonchalantly. You. Seeing Chen Chen still not budging, the slightly chubby man got a bit worked up. Fine, as you said. Truth be told, he did know the former owner of Guanshan International Golf Course, but strictly speaking, it was the ex-owner. Not long ago, Guanshan International Golf Course got a new owner, and he only got the current owner's number through the former owner but hadn't contacted him yet. He just wanted to scare Chen Chen into backing off and selling the course to him. But now, pushed by Chen Chen, he was in a difficult position and had to make the call. He felt that with his status, even the former owner of Guanshan International Golf Course had given him face, so the current owner should do the same. Kid, once the call connects, get ready to hand over the course obediently and then get kicked out, the slightly chubby man said arrogantly to Chen Chen while dialing the current owner of Guanshan International Golf Course. However, before the slightly chubby man's words could sink in, Chen Chen's phone rang. Hearing Chen Chen's phone ring, the slightly chubby man remained calm, thinking it was just a coincidence. Under his gaze, Chen Chen answered the call, smiling and saying, "Hello." Next, Chen Chen's voice came through the slightly chubby man's phone. Chen Chen's words were like a thunderclap in the slightly chubby man's ears, and Chen Chen's bright smile, which seemed so terrifying in the slightly chubby man's eyes. "You." The slightly chubby man was so scared he couldn't speak. Beside him, the staff member also looked puzzled. "What's going on? Weren't you looking for the owner of Guanshan International Golf Course? He's already standing here. What do you need from him?" Chen Chen looked at the slightly chubby man. You really are the owner of Guanshan International Golf Course." The slightly chubby man's voice trembled, his face filled with disbelief. "What, do you need me to prove it?" Chen Chen replied. Chen Chen's voice came through the phone again. The slightly chubby man cautiously glanced at his phone, which indeed displayed Chen Chen, the new owner of Guanshan International Golf Course. There was no mistake. After all the boasting, he found himself face to face with the person. In an instant, the slightly chubby man felt utterly embarrassed, wishing he could disappear into the ground. It was too awkward. "Mr. Chen." The slightly chubby man struggled to force out a smile uglier than crying, attempting to defend himself. "Didn't you say that once the call was answered, I would be blacklisted by the owner of Guanshan International Golf Course and kicked out? Well, here I am." Chen Chen looked at the slightly chubby man. "Mr. Chen, I didn't mean it that way." The slightly chubby man nervously tried to explain himself. "Put him and everyone related to him on the blacklist of our Guanshan International Golf Course, and get him out now." Chen Chen looked at the staff member, treating him as he had been treated. The staff member hesitated for a moment, then immediately nodded, "Yes, boss." Upon hearing Chen Chen's words, the slightly chubby man was instantly terrified. Being blacklisted himself was one thing, but if others related to him were also blacklisted, it would be a disaster. Before the slightly chubby man could say anything, the staff member had already escorted him out. Not only him, but also the dozen or so guests who had come with the slightly chubby man were blacklisted and kicked out of Guanshan International Golf Course. These guests angrily questioned the staff, and upon learning it was due to the slightly chubby man's actions, they were furious. "Our cooperation ends here. Don't contact me again. Knowing you, I must have been cursed for 8 lifetimes." These guests vented their anger on the slightly chubby man, all of whom were his important clients. Offending so many people at once meant his business was completely ruined. "No." The slightly chubby man collapsed on the ground, feeling utterly defeated. It was over, he was truly finished. Inside Guanshan International Golf Course, Chen Chen and Xiao Ruoshui continued playing golf. Xiao Ruoshui was teaching her sister to play golf, while Chen Chen watched on. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Wei Jingxiong calling. Chen Chen answered, and Wei Jingxiong's hurried voice came through. "Chen, something has happened there, I just received the news." "Oh, what's the situation?" Chen Chen asked cautiously. "Well, Chen, my men just reported that Chen family's 4th son, together with Jiangzhou's top underground figure Yin Jiobin, went to see Yang Jinping, the major shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group." Wei Jingxiong informed Chen Chen. "So I had them investigated further and found out that these past few days, Chen family's 4th son and Yin Jiobin also visited several other shareholders of Yongtai Real Estate Group. I suspect that Chen family is likely targeting Yongtai Real Estate Group to deal with you, Chen." Wei Jingxiong speculated. Over the years, Wei Jingxiong had built an extensive intelligence network in Jiangzhou, with his people in many key positions. This information came from his network. Targeting Yongtai Real Estate Group? Chen Chen muttered softly. Ever since he successfully targeted the Chen family and took over the Wanheng Software Group project from Chen's father, the Chen family had been unusually quiet these days. This was highly unusual, given Chen's father's character, he would never let it go. Chen Chen also suspected that the Chen family was up to something, so he had contacted Chen Wenjing last night. Unfortunately, this time, Old Master Chen's actions were kept extremely confidential. Not to mention Chen Wenjing, even Chen's several children were unaware. Unexpectedly, today he received affirmative news from Wei Jingxiong. Wei Boss's intelligence network is really impressive, Chen Chen sighed. Wei Jingxiong's intelligence network was quite good. Several important pieces of information were obtained by Wei Jingxiong through his network and then shared with Chen Chen. Wei Jingxiong had been running this intelligence network for over a decade, and it was indeed very useful. If only he could have such a vast intelligence network himself, that would be great. Pleased by Chen Chen's praise, Wei Jingxiong also smiled. This intelligence network was his proudest achievement in nearly 10 years. Chen, you're too kind. This intelligence network of mine is now yours too, Wei Jingxiong responded seriously. He had made up his mind to hitch his wagon to Chen Chen's star, standing by his side even if it meant breaking ties with the Chen family. Wei Jingxiong believed that his advancement and success depended on Chen Chen. However, despite Wei Jingxiong's words, the intelligence network was not Chen Chen's own, which was quite inconvenient. Wei Jingxiong continued, Chen, I have already sent people to investigate further, to find out what the Chen family and those shareholders of Yongtai Real Estate Group are planning. I sense a big problem, but I trust my intelligence network. Chen, rest assured, I will inform you immediately once there is any news. Alright, thank you, Wei boss. Chen Chen expressed his gratitude. After this matter is resolved, I will treat Wei boss to a meal. Chen Chen truly wanted to thank Wei Jingxiong. After hanging up the phone, Chen Chen sent several messages, especially to Chen Wenjing, trying to find out about the Chen family's secret operation. I should also figure out a way to establish a vast intelligence network or something, Chen Chen muttered, making plans. Just then, the system's voice sounded. Ding, agree to Xia Mengming's request, go out with the Xia sisters for a fun weekend, task completed, congratulations on acquiring 12% ownership of Joshio Security Group, becoming the top figure in Joshio Security Group, and the newly appointed CEO of Joshio Security Group, congratulations on gaining 67 experience points. With the 12% ownership of Joshio Security Group in hand, along with what Chen Chen had previously acquired, he now owned 27% of Joshio Security Group. He was only 23% away from his small goal of obtaining 50% ownership of Joshio Security Group. With a few more rewards from the system or a few more tasks, Chen Chen would completely control Joshio Security Group. However, now as the largest shareholder and CEO of Joshio Security Group, Chen Chen's rights and influence within the company would significantly increase. In the future, Chen Chen could easily mobilize all ordinary bodyguards of Joshio Security Group. As for the three top special forces teams, as the largest shareholder of Joshio Security Group, he had the right to mobilize one of them, as it was a clear rule within the company. To mobilize all three special forces teams, approval from the company's top management was still required. Chen Chen alone couldn't do it. Only when Chen Chen completely secured over 50% ownership of Joshio Security Group would he truly control the company and have the freedom to mobilize all three top special forces teams at will. With the special task completed, Chen Chen felt much better. It was still early, so while playing golf, Chen Chen and Xia Ruoshui discussed how to collaborate and strategically target Baisheng Group. As time passed, suddenly news came from Chen Wenjing. Chen Wenjing had found out that this operation was planned by Old Master Chen, and it was to be executed solely by the fourth son, Chen Jinping. Only the two of them and the entire Chen family knew the specific details. As for the rest, Chen Wenjing was not sure. She couldn't directly ask Old Master Chen or Chen Jinping, and even if she did, Old Master Chen wouldn't disclose the specific plans. He hadn't even informed the other sons, let alone his granddaughter Chen Wenjing. While there wasn't much progress on Chen Wenjing's side, important news came from Wei Jingxiong. The Chen family's secrecy measures were impeccable, but there's always a loophole. While the Chen family controlled things well, they overlooked Yan Zhoubin's side. The secrecy measures there were poor, and Wei Jingxiong managed to buy specific information from Yan Zhoubin's men with just a little money. So Wei Jingxiong informed Chen Chen of what the fourth son of the Chen family and Yan Zhoubin had been up to these days, as well as sending someone to Yang Shengping's daughter to threaten Yang Shengping's safety. Not only Yang Shengping but two other shareholders also had to cooperate due to Yan Zhoubin's threats. Thank you, Wei boss, Chen Chen replied. At this moment, he realized how crucial a powerful intelligence network was. Having a vast intelligence network of his own was truly invaluable. Chen, how do you plan to proceed? Wei Jingxiong inquired. Although his intelligence network was strong, he couldn't confront Yan Zhoubin head-on as they were not on the same level. Don't forget my relationship with Joshio Security Group, Chen Chen answered. Now as the top boss and CEO of Joshio Security Group, he wasn't afraid of any underground figure like Yan Zhoubin. With more manpower, Chen Chen's Joshio Security Group could easily overpower Yan Zhoubin. Indeed, Chen is impressive, Wei Jingxiong marveled. After some thought, Chen Chen found a way to unravel the Chen family's scheme. He decided to send 2 ordinary bodyguard teams from Joshua Security Group to Yang Shengping's place to deal with Yen Jiobin's men and protect Yang Shengping's daughter. According to Wei Jingxiong, Yang Shengping had only allied with the 4th son of the Chen family due to his daughter's safety. If her safety was ensured, Yang Shengping would likely not cooperate with the Chen family or Yen Jiobin and might even resent them. On the day he signed the contract with Wanhong Software Group, many small shareholders pledged their loyalty to Chen Chen. When he joined forces with Yang Shengping and a couple of these shareholders, the issue could be resolved. Chen Chen dispatched the remaining bodyguards from Joshua Security Group to deal with the other 2 shareholders forced to cooperate with the Chen family. Furthermore, he made additional arrangements to prevent any unfavorable outcomes. With all these preparations, regardless of the Chen family's plans, Chen Chen was already in an unbeatable position. Chen Chen was eagerly looking forward to watching Chen Jinping and Yen Jiobin's performance tomorrow. After finishing golf, Chen Chen and Xiao Ruoshui left. The next morning, the system's voice sounded. Ding, 18th day of severed ties, reward, 30% ownership of Guanyu Private Detective Agency, the strongest and top-tier private detective agency in Zhonghai Province, huh? Seeing today's reward, Chen Chen was delighted. The system was indeed considerate. Just yesterday, he complained about not having a complete intelligence network and being less sensitive to information. Today, the system rewarded him with 30% ownership of Guanyu Private Detective Agency, almost giving him a third of the agency, which was incredibly timely. Guanyu Private Detective Agency, the most powerful in Zhonghai Province, is also the largest private detective agency, without a doubt. Of course, due to the unique nature of Guanyu Private Detective Agency, its total assets are not considered much, just a few billion. The key is that Guanyu Private Detective Agency has a powerful advantage, not only in Jiangzhou but throughout Zhonghai Province, possessing an incredibly extensive intelligence network. Compared to Wei Jingxiong's intelligence network, Guanyu Private Detective Agency's intelligence is simply unmatched. Now, Chen Chen has acquired 1/3 ownership of Guanyu Private Detective Agency, which in a way also grants him 1/3 of the agency's powerful intelligence network. This is exactly what Chen Chen needs. Moreover, because Guanyu Private Detective Agency's total assets are not very high, Chen Chen is more likely to acquire it completely. With a couple of rewards or tasks from the system, Chen Chen can directly take full control of Guanyu Private Detective Agency. By then, Guanyu Private Detective Agency's extensive network of contacts will belong solely to Chen Chen. Furthermore, obtaining Guanyu Private Detective Agency will greatly assist Chen Chen in tracing his parents' whereabouts. Today's rewards are really good. Just as Chen Chen was feeling emotional, the system's voice came again. Ding, mission issued, deal with the actions of the Chen family, humiliate Chen Jinping and Yen Jiobin, mission reward, 35% ownership of Guanyu Private Detective Agency, mission reward, 53 experience points, huh? Just as he mentioned that the system could randomly give him rewards and he could completely take over Guanyu Private Detective Agency, the system immediately assigned a mission. Chen Chen was already planning to take action and resolve the troubles caused by Chen Jinping and Yen Jiobin, so the system's mission was like icing on the cake. By completing the mission, Chen Chen would gain another 35% ownership of Guanyu Private Detective Agency, adding to what he already had, allowing him to completely control the agency in an instant. With just one more step, Chen Chen could obtain 100% control of Guanyu Private Detective Agency, securing the agency's powerful intelligence network entirely. Chen Chen was full of energy, eagerly awaiting the actions of Chen Jinping and his group in the afternoon. Time flew by, and in the afternoon, Yen Jiobin arrived at Yongtai Real Estate Group with a dozen henchmen, while Chen Jinping swaggered in. An old man was already waiting there excitedly. This old man was none other than Feng Ziyuan, the former second-largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group and now the third-largest. Yang Shengping and a few other shareholders had reluctantly cooperated with the Chen family due to Yen Jiobin's coercion. However, Feng Ziyuan was the only one who willingly cooperated with the Chen family and Yen Jiobin at Yongtai Real Estate Group. When Chen Chen initially rejected the Chen family, Feng Ziyuan was strongly against it. Now, given the opportunity to stand with the Chen family, Feng Ziyuan eagerly switched sides. Feng Ziyuan believed that with Chen Chen, a young man who hadn't even grown his hair fully, they stood no chance against the prestigious Chen family, especially not against the cunning old Master Chen. Without hesitation, Feng Ziyuan became a traitor, betraying the company and Chen Chen. Mr. Chen, Mr. Yen, you've arrived. Feng Ziyuan greeted obsequiously. Chen Jinping quite liked these double-dealing individuals, as they made their actions much easier. Have all the shareholders of Yongtai Real Estate Group arrived? Chen Jinping inquired. They have all arrived, except for that Chen Chen, everyone else is here, Feng Ziyuan confirmed. The shareholders' meeting this time was intentionally not notified to Chen Chen, aiming to sideline him completely and remove him from the position of chairman without his knowledge. Very good. Chen Jinping and Yen Jiobin exchanged a glance, both revealing excited smiles. Things were unfolding according to their plan, step by step. They seemed to see victory beckoning to them. Chen, aren't you showing off? You're about to be sidelined. Your position as chairman is going to be revoked. Let's see how you'll fight against our Chen family without Yongtai Real Estate Group as your backing. I spit on you. Let's go. With a wave of Chen Jinping's hand, the group moved aggressively towards the meeting room. A few minutes later, the shareholders of Yongtai Real Estate Group were extremely surprised to see a sudden influx of a dozen people. Mr. Yang, Mr. Fong, isn't this our internal shareholders meeting? Why are there outsiders here? Exactly, what does this mean? What are they here for? Some shareholders recognized Chen Jinping and Yen Jiobin and began to inquire. Oh, this Mr. Chan and Mr. Yen were specially invited by me and Mr. Yang. Fong Ziyuan, relying on the power of the Chen family, was particularly arrogant. Everyone looked at Yang Shengping, who nodded, indicating his approval. Some shareholders loyal to Chen Chen realized the danger. They knew the volatile relationship between Chen Chen and the Chen family, so they wanted to secretly contact Chen Chen and inform him of the company's situation. Nobody move. Anticipating this issue, Yen Jiobin suddenly stood up and shouted, "Hand over your phones, no communication with the outside world allowed." Yen Jiobin commanded loudly. Why should we listen to you? Exactly, our phones are ours, why should we give them to you? The shareholders retorted. Why should you listen to me, for this? With a glance, Yen Jiobin signaled, and a dozen black-clad thugs rushed in, glaring aggressively at the shareholders present. Their fierce eyes seemed to say that if you dare not hand over your phone, they would take action. Following Yen Jiobin's signal, his thugs began to collect the phones. Faced with this, even the shareholders who wanted to inform Chen Chen discreetly were helpless. It's over, Mr. Chen is in danger this time. After their phones were forcibly taken away, these shareholders all looked dejected. At this moment, they all understood what was about to happen. Today, apart from Mr. Chen, all the other shareholders have come, and Chen Jinping, a member of the prestigious Chen family, has been invited and brought along the underground figure Yen Jiobin. These people must be targeting Mr. Chen. Now that their phones have been taken away, they have no way to inform Mr. Chen. What should they do? Since Chen Chen signed a contract with Wanhong Software Group, many shareholders have realized Mr. Chen's strong capabilities and believed that he could lead Yongtai Real Estate Group to greater heights. The company was developing well, and as shareholders, their net worth would also increase, so they naturally remained loyal to Chen Chen unconditionally. But now, faced with the intimidating Yen Jiobin, they were truly helpless and could only hope for a miracle to happen, otherwise, Mr. Chen would be in real danger. Alright, now let Mr. Yang announce the new appointments of the group. Fong Ziyuan looked at Yang Shengping. Holding a document given to him by Yen Jiobin, Yang Shengping felt oppressed and was somewhat reluctant to make the announcement. Mr. Yang, think about your daughter, she's in her prime, if something were to happen to her, it wouldn't be good. Yen Jiobin approached and threatened Yang Shengping in a low voice. You. Yang Shengping resentfully glanced at Yen Jiobin, had to stand up and announce, from now on, Vice President Zhao Hong's position is relieved, to be succeeded by Sun Yizhua. Personnel Manager Yuan Anying's position is relieved, to be succeeded by Ma Yiping, dismissed. Yang Shengping announced a series of personnel changes. In the company, those shareholders or senior executives who sided with Chen Chen were all dismissed from their positions, and those who replaced them were either Fong Ziyuan's confidants or carefully selected by Chen Jinping and Yen Jiobin, people they could easily control. Once this personnel order took effect, Chen Chen was completely sidelined, and of course, Yang Shengping as well. By then, the Chen family would have a strong control over the Yongtai Real Estate Group. I refuse. Why am I being dismissed? I also refuse. Why should that scoundrel Sun Yizhua take over my position? I have worked diligently for the company for so long, and I was actually fired. What are you trying to do? The dismissed senior executives of the company were immediately unhappy. This concerned their interests, and they could not agree. Oh, anyone have any objections? Come and tell me. Yen Jiobin stood up, then with a sudden kick, directly smashed a wooden chair nearby into pieces. As an underground big shot, Yen Jiobin's skills were naturally terrifying. Gurgle, gurgle. Seeing this scene, those who sided with Chen Chen all swallowed nervously, each one quite frightened. The neutral ones dared not say anything. The new personnel appointments were completed, and Chen Jinping scanned the room. The development of the situation was even smoother than he had anticipated. In that case, let's go further and directly dismiss Chen Chen from the position of chairman. Chen Jinping's plan was to assess the situation today. If the shareholders reacted strongly, then they would sideline Chen first, replacing key positions with people who sided with them. As for dismissing Chen from the position of chairman of the Yongtai Real Estate Group, they could delay that, discuss it in a few days. But now, things were progressing even more smoothly than he had imagined. In that case, why wait? Let's directly dismiss Chen from the position of chairman. Chen Jinping looked at Yan Zhoubin. Yan Zhoubin instantly understood, then gave a signal to Feng Ziyuan, who nodded. Ahem, let me say a few words. Feng Ziyuan cleared his throat and stood up. Since Chen joined our Yongtai Real Estate Group, he has caused us too much trouble, making enemies for us everywhere. Feng Ziyuan appeared righteous, all for the good of the company. Especially recently, Chen even became the chairman of our Yongtai Real Estate Group, letting a madman lead us. This is simply pushing us into the abyss, making our Yongtai Real Estate Group beyond redemption. Taking advantage of today's opportunity, I suggest to all shareholders that we together dismiss Chen from the position of group chairman. Feng Ziyuan laid the groundwork for his final statement. Hearing this, the shareholders present were extremely surprised. They were really going to take drastic measures, actually considering dismissing Chairman Chen. I agree. I also agree. Several of Feng Ziyuan's confidants spoke up. What about you? Chen Jinping and Yan Zhoubin looked at the other shareholders they had threatened. For various reasons, they had to speak up. Well, I also agree. Sorry, Chairman Chen, I also support it. The situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable for Chen. As an elder of the company, I can't bear to see our hard-built Yongtai Real Estate Group ruined by this brat Chen. For the sake of the company, we must dismiss Chen from the position of chairman. Feng Ziyuan spoke again, trying to persuade the neutral parties. However, just as Feng Ziyuan was halfway through his words, a domineering voice interrupted. You dare to dismiss me? Who do you think you are? In the next moment, amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, Chen walked in calmly. As soon as they saw Chen's sudden appearance, the scene fell into absolute silence. Mr. Chen, you've arrived. Exactly, Mr. Chen, they were up to something. Your timing is impeccable. The people on Chen's side were overjoyed. With Chen's arrival, their anxious hearts finally found peace. On the other hand, Chen Jinping and Yan Zhoubin were deeply puzzled. Chen's sudden appearance was not part of their plan. Even if you're here, what difference does it make? The outcome is already set. Chen Jinping sneered. Chen's arrival now was too late. Chen Jinping had full confidence in the old man's plan, and today's victors would undoubtedly be them. The outcome is set? Relying on these few useless people you've bought, the outcome is set? Chen retorted. Relying solely on them, of course not. Chen Jinping sneered. Their trump card was certainly not these people. Mr. Yang, do you agree to remove Chen from the position of chairman? Yan Zhoubin looked at Yang Shengping, his voice filled with a threatening tone. Yang Shengping's stance would determine the success of removing Chen from the chairman's position. Yang Shengping was torn, hesitating internally. What are you still hesitating for? Think about your daughter. Yan Zhoubin tore off the mask directly, threatening Yang Shengping sternly. Yang Shengping made a decision. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, I can't help it. Yang Shengping bowed to Chen in apology. As a father, he couldn't disregard his daughter's safety. Seeing this, Chen Jinping's lips curled up, as if he saw the dawn of victory. Chen was about to be defeated. Yang Shengping was about to speak up when, at this critical moment, Chen spoke. Don't rush to apologize, take a look at these photos first. Saying this, Chen took out an envelope from his bag and handed it to Yang Shengping. Yang Shengping took it in surprise, opened the envelope, and took out the photos. In the photos, a team of professional bodyguards was seen tying up a dozen men in black. In another photo, these men in black were being taken to the police station. Mr. Chen, what is this? Yang Shengping asked in confusion. Ask him, he knows. Chen looked towards Yan Zhoubin beside him. Yang Shengping walked towards Yan Zhoubin and handed him the photos. What the hell is this? Yan Zhoubin took the photos with disdain, then glanced at them. In an instant, Yan Zhoubin's expression changed drastically. How did my men end up like this? Yan Zhoubin said in astonishment. These dozen men are the ones Yan Zhoubin sent to kidnap your daughter. Now, my bodyguards have taken care of them all. Chen spoke slowly. My bodyguards are still with your daughter, ensuring her safety will not be threatened in the slightest. Hearing Chen's words, a glimmer of hope appeared in Yang Shengping's eyes. Mr. Chen, is this true? Yang Shengping found it hard to believe. If you don't believe it, you can call your daughter, or have my bodyguards safely escort her back. Chen nodded. Thinking quickly, Yang Shengping immediately called his daughter. Father, a group of people just tried to kidnap me, but they were dealt with by a group of professional bodyguards, who said they were your friend's men. In the call, Yang Shengping's daughter exclaimed. Phew! Yang Shengping breathed a long sigh of relief. As long as his daughter was safe, everything was fine. You really wanted to kidnap my daughter? Yang Shengping glared angrily at Yan Zhobin and his group. Yan Zhobin ignored Yang Shengping and instead looked at the photo in his hand, feeling a bit lost in thought. The men he sent to kidnap Yang Shengping's daughter were carefully selected, each skilled in combat. Handling 1 against 2 or 3 should not be a problem. But now, his men were actually taken care of by Chen Chen's bodyguards. How could this happen? He couldn't understand. Beside him, Chen Jinping's smile froze. I disagree with the removal of Chairman Chen. Chairman Chen Chen is the most suitable leader for our group, Yang Shengping announced directly, assuring that his daughter's safety was no longer a concern, naturally unafraid of Yan Zhobin and his group. Furthermore, my initial personnel appointments are also declared void, Yang Shengping added. There are a few more things here. Chen Chen then threw several envelopes to the other shareholders who had been threatened by Chen Jinping and Yan Zhobin. Their troubles were easily resolved by Chen Chen. Thank you, Chairman Chen. I also disagree with removing Chairman Chen. Thank you, Chairman Chen. These people also changed their minds. In a moment, the situation reversed, putting Chen Jinping, Fang Ziyuan, and their group at a disadvantage. I propose to remove Fang Ziyuan, Sun Yizhua, Ma Yiping from all positions within the company. What do you all think? Yang Shengping spoke, listing Fang Ziyuan and his cronies. Together, these people only held a little over 20% of the shares. I agree. I also agree. Chen Chen's group and the shareholders who were just threatened by Yan Zhobin also expressed their approval. I agree too. Chen Chen spoke up. At this point, over 70% of the company's shareholders had agreed. Fang Ziyuan, Sun Yizhua, Ma Yiping, you all, go back and pack up. Prepare for the handover of work. Chen Chen ordered Fang Ziyuan and the others. Fang Ziyuan and the others suddenly looked ashen-faced. How did they become the losers? It's over, they are completely finished. Especially Fang Ziyuan, at this moment, regret filled his heart. He joined the Chen family, thinking it would be better. How did he end up as a failure? Chen Chen, you. Chen Jinping spoke. The situation had turned too quickly, leaving him unable to react. What about me? Chen Chen questioned Chen Jinping. Your Chen family's plan is too rubbish. Just based on this, you still want to remove me from my position? Ridiculous. Chen Chen expressed his disdain. You planned for so long, and this is the result. With Chen Chen's words, Chen Jinping's face reddened, unable to save face. Why waste time talking to him? Yan Zhobin suddenly threw a punch at Chen Chen. He was more adept at reasoning with his fists. Skill against skill? Chen Chen sneered and retaliated. Before Yan Zhobin's fist could reach Chen Chen, he had already fiercely kicked out, sending Yan Zhobin flying and crashing into Chen Jinping. The two fell heavily to the ground, in a pitiful and miserable state. Chen Chen approached Chen Jinping, looking down at him. Go back and tell old Master Chen, your revenge has failed. Chen Chen coldly spoke. Now, get ready to face my retaliation. At this moment, looking at Chen Chen, who seemed like a war god, Chen Jinping unexpectedly felt a hint of fear and dread in his heart. The once inconspicuous and extremely ordinary Chen Chen at home seemed to have transformed into a formidable presence they couldn't afford to provoke. Others might not say it, but Chen Jinping truly regretted opposing Chen Chen. If only Chen Chen hadn't severed ties with them. Chen Jinping sighed inwardly. Chen Chen's tough talk was not just empty words, but held a deeper meaning. By stating his intention for retaliation, he knew that Chen Jinping would report back to the Chen family, prompting them to take action. As the current chairman of Yongtai Real Estate Group, Chen knew that the Chen patriarch would assume his target after Chen family would be Chen Real Estate Group, diverting their attention away from his true goal, Chen Capital Group. This diversion would catch the Chen family off guard, causing even greater losses. At that moment, Yan Zhobin's men attempted to make a move, but were swiftly subdued by dozens of Yongtai Real Estate Group security personnel arranged by Chen Chen in advance. Throw them all out, Chen Chen commanded. The next moment, Chen Jinping, Yan Zhobin, and others were carried out. Minutes later, they were ruthlessly thrown out of the gates of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Instantly, passers-by and employees of Yongtai Real Estate Group gathered to watch. Chen Jinping and Yan Zhobin's faces were utterly disgraced, resembling beaten dogs as they quickly fled the scene. Fang Ziyuan and others were forcibly taken to handle the transition work. Yang Shengping and the shareholders who had been threatened by Yan Zhobin before approached Chen Chen together, expressing their apologies. Chen, we almost got you removed because of us, it's our fault. Yang Shengping and the others bowed deeply to Chen Chen, expressing their sincere apologies. From today onwards, we voluntarily relinquish our decision-making power. We will sign an agreement to grant all decision-making power to you, Chen. In the future, we will follow your lead, Chen. Yang Shengping spoke on behalf of the group. Together, they own 30% of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Now, they willingly transferred their decision-making power to Chen Chen, who now held over 50% of the decision-making power in Yongtai Real Estate Group. With this, Yongtai Real Estate Group would be completely under Chen Chen's control, preventing such incidents from happening again. Chen, this is our apology and our gratitude towards you. If you hadn't intervened, our families would still be under Yan Jiobin's control. Yang Shengping spoke. Chen Chen accepted the control of Yongtai Real Estate Group, which was important to him. Soon, their authorization documents were printed, and they willingly signed, granting all decision-making power to Chen Chen. Chen Chen signed, and the authorization became official. From today onwards, Chen Chen had the final say in Yongtai Real Estate Group. At the same time, a system voice sounded. Ding, successfully dealt with the Chen family's actions, humiliated Chen Jinping and Yan Jiobin, mission accomplished. Congratulations on acquiring 35% ownership of Guanyu Private Detective Agency. Congratulations on gaining 53 experience points. With the mission completed, Chen Chen gained 35% ownership of Guanyu Private Detective Agency. Currently, Chen Chen held 65% ownership of the agency, fully controlling it. Chen Chen nodded in satisfaction. Later, Chen Chen gathered a few trusted senior executives to his office. He needed to plan how to deal with Baishan Group next. Chen Chen intended to delay Baishan Group's actions to allow Xiaoruoshui to prepare adequately, so they could strike together from both sides. To divert Baishan Group's attention to Yongtai Real Estate Group, Chen Chen planned to offer them a small advantage. How to do it was simple: pretend not to know about Baishan Group's attack and incur a loss of a few billion. Let Baishan Group see some results before escalating the situation. With a loss of a few billion, it was quite profitable to trap the Yum Brands Group that way. After all, if the Yum Brands Group were to collapse in the future, the benefits Chen Chen would gain wouldn't be just a few billion. Chen Chen began to make arrangements. On the other side, in front of the Xia Group, a still elegant lady stepped out of a luxury car. In her hand, she held a stolen photo of Chen Chen and Xiaoruoshui. This elegant lady was none other than Xiaoruoshui's aunt, Xia Menglan. She came to Jiangzhou this time with her brother's task, which was also Xiaoruoshui's father's task, to investigate the situation of the man with Ruoshui and the relationship between them. As the pride of the heavens of their Xia family, not to mention her marriage, even her love life was of utmost importance in the Xia family. After glancing at the photo, Xia Menglan entered the Xia Group. Shortly after, the door to the president's office of the Xia Group was opened. Xiaoruoshui looked up, showing a surprised expression. "Aunt, why are you here?" Xiaoruoshui said in delight. "I happen to be nearby on a trip and thought since you're in Jiangzhou, I'd specially come to see my precious niece," Xia Menglan said with a smile. Naturally, she wouldn't tell Ruoshui her true purpose for coming. "Oh, that's great then." Xiaoruoshui was very happy. Her relationship with her aunt Xia Menglan was still good. As they chatted, Xia Menglan casually asked, "Ruoshui, have you been dating recently?" Upon hearing her aunt's question, Xiaoruoshui couldn't help but think of Chen Chen. No, Xiaoruoshui shook her head. Apart from the fact that she and Chen Chen hadn't really gotten together yet, even if they did in the future, Xiaoruoshui wouldn't easily reveal her relationship with Chen Chen. Xiaoruoshui also knew that her love life would be highly valued by the family, and if the family members found out, they wouldn't just sit idly by. In that case, the pressure on Chen Chen would be too great. The Xia family was a true behemoth. "Ruoshui, you should hurry up and find a boyfriend. It's good for you." Xia Menglan didn't continue to inquire, as she didn't want to be too obvious and risk being noticed by Ruoshui. No rush, anyway, she would be in Jiangzhou for a few days, and she would definitely find out about the guy Ruoshui was with. The Chen family, Chen Jinping returned in a sorry state. "What, did you fail?" Chen's father asked in utter surprise. "Father, I didn't expect it to turn out like this." Chen Jinping told Chen's father what had happened within the Yongtai Real Estate Group. Bang! After hearing it, Chen's father was furious and smashed his most beloved purple clay teapot to pieces. "That damn brat Chen Chen." Chen's father cursed angrily. His plan was so meticulous, yet it was still ruined by that damn brat Chen Chen. "Father, there's something I'm not sure if I should say." Chen Jinping hesitated for a moment before speaking. "What is it?" "Father, the current Chen Chen is no longer the same as the Chen Chun from before in the family. He has grown up now and is not easy to deal with." Crack! Before Chen Jinping could finish, Chen's father slapped him directly. At this moment, Chen's father was already furious and wouldn't listen to any persuasion. What, are you scared? This is just the beginning. That brat only won by chance. I have more ways to deal with him. Chen's father remained extremely confident. Being a cunning old fox, he refused to believe that he couldn't handle the damn brat Chen. Just then, a servant came to report that there were distinguished guests visiting the Chen family. The distinguished guest who came to visit the Chen family was none other than an old acquaintance of Old Master Chen, the current chairman of the Baisheng group, Kong Baisheng. Old Kong, what brings you here all of a sudden? Old Master Chen asked curiously upon seeing Kong Baisheng. Kong Baisheng glanced around, noticing no outsiders, and spoke frankly, I'm about to make a move tomorrow, so I came to ask for your opinion. Oh? Old Master Chen looked puzzled, unable to fully grasp Kong's words. Well, tomorrow, I plan to launch a sudden attack on the Yongtai Real Estate Group. Even if I can't bankrupt them, I want to leave them in a dire situation. I heard that Chen, who cut ties with your Chen family, is now the chairman of Yongtai Real Estate Group. I intend to target him. Do you have any objections, old Chen? Kong Baisheng explained. Objections? Why would I have any objections? I'm delighted to see you. Old Master Chen replied with a smile. Would he have any objections to someone dealing with that little scoundrel Chen? Very well, tomorrow, I will deal with Chen severely. Kong Baisheng looked at Old Master Chen again. No problem, go ahead and be ruthless. The harsher, the better. It would be best to leave that boy drowning in debt, wandering the streets. The more miserable Chen, the happier Old Master Chen. Old Kong, do you need our help? Old Master Chen asked deliberately. No need. I've already prepared for tomorrow's plan. I will divert Chen's attention towards the Fading Group. Kong Baisheng said smugly. He believed his plan was flawless, and Chen had not a clue. When I strike tomorrow, Chen will be caught off guard for sure. I estimate that in a few days, I can completely deal with the Yongtai Real Estate Group. Kong Baisheng was extremely confident, feeling no need for Old Master Chen's assistance. Very well, if there are any issues in dealing with that little scoundrel Chen, my Chen family will not hesitate. Old Master Chen promised. Nearby, for some reason, after the events of the day, Chen Jinping deeply doubted Kong Baisheng's confidence. By the way, father, Chen asked me to deliver a message to you. After Kong Baisheng left, Chen Jinping suddenly spoke up. What message? Chen said our retaliation failed, so we should be prepared to face his retaliation. Chen Jinping replied. Upon hearing this, Old Master Chen was even more furious. That little scoundrel dared to seek revenge on them, truly an ill-mannered brat. He dares to retaliate against our Chen family. Does he think he's so powerful? A mere ant challenging a tree, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Old Master Chen sneered, still not taking Chen seriously. If Chen wants to retaliate against our Chen family, then I'll wait and see what this boy can stir up. Chen Jinping sincerely advised, Father, we should make some arrangements and preparations to deal with Chen's retaliation. When Old Kong makes a move tomorrow, does that little scoundrel still have the time and strength to retaliate against us? Old Master Chen dismissed it. Father, let's be cautious. Listening to his son's insistence, Old Master Chen thought for a moment and said very casually, alright, you can go to the Chen Real Estate Group in the next few days and make some arrangements. If that boy wants to retaliate against us, with his limited strength, he can only target our Chen Real Estate Group. On the other hand, after leaving the Yongtai Real Estate Group, Chen began to take over all aspects of the Guanyu Private Detective Agency. After all, he currently owns 65% of the Guanyu Private Detective Agency by himself. Chen first took control of all the intelligence networks in Zhonghai Province, especially in Jiangzhou, under the Guanyu Private Detective Agency. Chen ordered that any news regarding himself, the Chen family, or the Jinling Su family should be reported to him immediately. With such a vast intelligence network in place, it would be convenient to receive updates in the future without his direct involvement, making things much easier. At the same time, Chen instructed the Guanyu Private Detective Agency to investigate his parents' disappearance in Jiangzhou, hoping to uncover any clues or leads, considering the agency's professionalism. On his way back home, Chen called Wei Jingxiong, inviting him to dinner at his estate as previously discussed. Upon returning home, Chen took out a stack of documents containing vital information about the Chen family's core business, the Chen Capital Group. To make a move against the Chen Capital Group, Chen knew he had to fully understand his opponent to ensure victory. As Chen delved into his research, Yan Zhoubin was seething with anger in his villa. As a prominent underground figure in Jiangzhou, he had never experienced such humiliation before. Being ousted from the Yongtai Real Estate Group by Chen was a blow to his pride. Yan Zhoubin smashed a valuable antique vase in frustration. He couldn't bear this any longer. If he continued to endure this, how could he maintain his reputation in Jiangzhou? He would become a laughingstock. He had to retaliate against Chen Chen, and he couldn't wait any longer. It had to be tonight. Investigate Chen Chen's whereabouts. Most importantly, find out where Chen Chen will be tonight, Yan Jiobin commanded. Unable to act during the day, Yan Jiobin planned to strike Chen Chen at night and teach him a lesson. Yes, his subordinate immediately complied. You, gather a team. Make sure to recruit skilled individuals, the more, the better. You, prepare vehicles, at least 20 of them. You. Yan Jiobin issued a series of orders to his other henchmen. Chen Chen, you better watch out. Tonight is the end for you, Yan Jiobin gritted his teeth. This time, he would use his most effective methods directly against Chen Chen, no more tricks and schemes like with Chen Jinping. It was better to be straightforward and use fists. The truth would be revealed through punches. Over an hour later, Chen Chen received the awaited call. It was from the Zhouxiao security group. Boss, we are about to arrive in Jiangzhou. Since becoming the top boss of the Zhouxiao security group yesterday, Chen Chen had been taking action. With the escalating conflict between himself and the Chun family, he anticipated more enemies. To be prepared, Chen Chen had specifically brought 2 ordinary security teams from the Zhouxiao security group to Jiangzhou. Even though they were ordinary teams, they could easily outmatch professional fighters and other bodyguards. Lastly, Chen Chen hesitated for a moment and decided to exercise his special authority as the top boss of the Zhouxiao security group by bringing one of the 3 special forces teams to Jiangzhou. Currently short on manpower, bringing these teams to Jiangzhou not only served as a precaution but also provided him with ample support for any tasks. However, due to the distance, it would take some time for these teams to arrive in Jiangzhou. Once you arrive, head straight to my estate, Chen Chen instructed after the call connected. Chen Chen arranged them in his own manner, not for any special reason, but simply because his manor was large enough with plenty of rooms to accommodate the 3 teams of bodyguards, totaling nearly 100 people, making it convenient. Later, Chen Chen informed them of the specific location of his manor. Yes, boss, said the leader of an ordinary bodyguard team on the phone. Within the next 1 or 2 hours, the leader of the second bodyguard team and the most important special forces team also called or messaged Chen Chen. They would all arrive in Jiangzhou before evening. On the other side, Yan Jiobin's men finally completed their investigation. Master Yan, we found out that currently Chen Chen is staying in his manor on the outskirts of Jiangzhou. It seems he has no intention of going out. Oh, in the manor on the outskirts of Jiangzhou? Yan Jiobin's eyes lit up upon hearing this information. Even better. It will be more convenient for us to make a move. Yan Jiobin couldn't help but smile. How fortunate that Chen Chen chose to stay in such a secluded place on the outskirts of Jiangzhou. When they teach Chen Chen a lesson tonight, he will surely go easy on him. As the sky darkened, around 7 or 8 in the evening, Yan Jiobin's arranged nearly 100 thugs and over 20 cars were all ready. Yan Jiobin, with a cigar in his mouth, swaggered out of the villa, looking at his men all set and nodded in satisfaction. Let's go! With Yan Jiobin's command, the convoy, with Yan Jiobin's thugs, set off in full force towards Chen Chen's manor. At the moment Yan Jiobin departed, Chen Chen received a message. At that moment, Chen Chen was having dinner with Wei Jingxiong in the manor. After glancing at his phone, Chen Chen looked mysteriously at Wei Jingxiong. Brother Wei, do you want to expand your underground influence? Ha? Expand my underground influence? Of course, I want to. I've been dreaming about it. Wei Jingxiong nodded. Unfortunately, the other underground big shots in Jiangzhou are not easy to deal with, and my strength is not strong enough to expand. Well, tonight, I will help you double your influence, Brother Wei, Chen Chen continued mysteriously. Chen Chen had known about Yan Jiobin's actions from the beginning, thanks to the terrifying intelligence network of the Lightfeather Private Detective Agency. This news was even unknown to the usually well-informed Wei Jingxiong. Upon hearing Chen Chen's words, Wei Jingxiong widened his eyes. Having known Chen Chen for some time, Wei Jingxiong knew that Chen Chen was not someone who boasted or spoke big words. Since Chen Chen said so, there must be a reason. Mr. Chen, if you can double my underground influence, I will follow you in the future. From now on, I, Wei Jingxiong, will defer to Mr. Chen's words. Wei Jingxiong immediately expressed his stance. Doubling his influence was a tempting offer for him, almost irresistible. Mr. Chen, how do you plan to do it? Chen Chen smiled slightly but did not reveal his plan. The two continued their meal, and half an hour later, Yan Jiobin's massive convoy appeared in front of Chen Chen's manor. Everyone got off the cars, with Yan Jiobin standing at the forefront, smoking a cigar, watching the already open gates of Chen Chen's manor. Behind Yan Jiobin stood nearly 100 professional thugs. Charge! Brothers, charge and take down Chen Chen. With Yan Jiobin's command, he and his thugs rushed into Chen Chen's manor. Brother Wei, it's time to watch the show. Let's go to the terrace, Chen Chen said, setting down his glass and leading Wei Jingxiong to the terrace on the third floor of the manor. Just as they emerged, Wei Jingxiong panicked instantly at the sight of Yan Jiobin leading nearly 100 fierce-looking thugs charging in with great momentum. Boss Chen, we need to leave now. Wei Jingxiong grabbed Chen Chen, eager to escape quickly. Today, when he came to Boss Chen's place for a meal, he only brought a driver and had no subordinates with him. Within Boss Chen's estate, there seemed to be only servants around, and no bodyguards were in sight. Faced with nearly 100 professional thugs led by Yan Jiobin, they were in a position of absolute weakness. Staying here any longer would be dangerous for them. Yan Jiobin was even more ruthless than him. No need to leave, Wei, you just watch the show. Chen Chen remained calm, stopping Wei Jingxiong. Observing this scene, Wei Jingxiong was extremely puzzled. How could Boss Chen remain as steady as a rock in the face of such a crisis? Had Boss Chen already prepared a countermeasure? As they charged forward, Yan Jiobin also noticed Chen Chen standing on the terrace at that moment. Kid, you threw me out in broad daylight earlier, feeling proud of yourselves, huh? Now, looking at my brothers, are you still feeling proud? Yan Jiobin looked up at Chen Chen on the third floor, taunting him. With just this few people, why are you so confident? Chen Chen couldn't help but ask. This few people? I have nearly 100 brothers here, each one a top-notch fighter. Dealing with you is already a piece of cake. Yan Jiobin replied arrogantly. He was so well prepared that Yan Jiobin couldn't imagine any possibility of failure. Kid, I'll give you one last chance. If you're smart, get down now and roll out of here, maybe I'll go easy on you. Yan Jiobin said brazenly. If you don't, then when we start fighting later, don't blame us for being reckless. I'll also give you one last chance. Kneel down and beg for mercy right now, and I might show mercy. Chen Chen also spoke condescendingly. Oof. You're not giving up until you reach the Yellow River, huh? Since that's the case, brothers, attack, charge in and take down this kid. Yan Jiobin couldn't hold back, shouting loudly and ordering his thugs to attack. Charge! Rush in, take down this kid. Charge! Yan Jiobin's thugs sprang into action, rushing towards the building where Chen Chen was. Nearly 100 thugs charging together, their momentum was particularly terrifying. On the terrace, Wei Jingxiong was getting anxious, but Chen Chen remained calm as ever. Clap! The time was almost right, Chen Chen clapped his hands. The next moment, a scene that dumbfounded Yan Jiobin unfolded. Before Yan Jiobin's thugs could charge into the building, more than 30 burly and fierce-looking men suddenly burst out from inside. Not only were they directly in front of Yan Jiobin, but there were also 30 or so formidable-looking men on both sides and even behind them. In an instant, they were surrounded. Bang! A loud noise rang out as the gates of Chen Chen's estate were directly locked from the outside at that moment. Before nightfall, 2 regular security guard teams from Jiuxiu Security Group, as well as a special forces team, had arrived. Chen Chen had arranged this close the door and beat the dog scenario. Seeing this scene, both Yan Jiobin and his thugs were taken aback. How could this happen? Especially Yan Jiobin, his face filled with astonishment. He had thought he could catch Chen Chen off guard, but he never expected Chen Chen to be prepared. Suddenly, Yan Jiobin realized that when he first arrived, the gates of Chen Chen's estate were wide open, seemingly welcoming him. Chen Chen had already set him up. Upstairs, Wei Jingxiong was even more stunned. Boss Chen was truly mighty. No wonder Mr. Chen was so calm and composed, he had already made arrangements. What is meant by strategizing from behind the scenes to win 1,000 miles, Mr. Chen is exactly that. In an instant, Wei Jingxiong greatly admired Chen Chen. Yan Jiobin had experienced many big scenes, and after a slight pause, he regained his composure. Yan Jiobin scanned the surroundings, roughly estimated that at this moment, there were probably only about 100 or so people surrounding them, just slightly more than their side. The fighters on their side had been carefully selected, and Yan Jiobin had great confidence in them. At this moment, Yan Jiobin still felt that he had a good chance of winning. Everyone, don't panic, their numbers are similar to ours, we still have the advantage. Yan Jiobin shouted, stabilizing the troops. Hearing the boss say this, Yan Jiobin's men breathed a sigh of relief. As the numbers were similar, they were not afraid. Ha, Chen Chen, how can you be so foolish? Yan Jiobin loudly mocked Chen Chen on the terrace. Since you are prepared to ambush me, why only bring so few people? With so few people, do you have any advantage? If I were you, I would at least bring 200 to 300 fighters to have confidence in winning. Now, it's still uncertain who will emerge victorious in this battle. Seeing Yan Jiobin's inexplicable confidence, Chen Chen couldn't help but speak up. It's still uncertain who will emerge victorious? Yan Jiobin, there's something I want to tell you. It's not about the numbers, but about the quality. Deal with them. Chen Chen couldn't be bothered to waste words with Yin Jiobin. Giving the order, the bodyguards of the Joshio security group rushed forward. Brothers, go for it, teach them a lesson. Yin Jiobin also ordered to attack. This time he wanted to confront Chen Chen head-on. Even though they didn't have the numerical advantage, their skills were formidable. The fighters charged forward, engaging in combat with Chen Chen's Joshio security group bodyguards. However, just as the fight began, Yin Jiobin, who was initially confident, couldn't sit still. How come his carefully selected professional fighters, when they encountered Chen Chen's men, seemed as fragile as paper? Chen Chen's men could easily defeat his professional fighters within a few moves. Especially the 30 or so people at the front, they were like war gods, able to take down one of his fighters with just one move. It was a one-sided crush. While Yin Jiobin was in a daze, a third of his fighters were already lying on the ground, writhing in pain. In no time, all the nearly 100 fighters Yin Jiobin brought had fallen to the ground, losing their combat effectiveness. Watching his men lying on the ground, Yin Jiobin's face turned pale, as if he had just crawled out of a grave. How could this happen? How could this happen? Yin Jiobin was a little stunned. Chen Chen's bodyguards directly subdued Yin Jiobin, then tied him up and brought him before Chen Chen. So, do you still think I had too few people prepared? Chen Chen looked at Yin Jiobin. I lost, but can you at least make me understand why your men are so skilled? Yin Jiobin couldn't help but ask. My men are the bodyguards of the Joshio security group, Chen Chen said slowly. What? They are from the Joshio security group? Yin Jiobin was dumbfounded. The Joshio security group, ranked first in the Shanghai province, was incredibly powerful. Losing to them, he couldn't argue with his defeat. How will you deal with me? Yin Jiobin inquired. Let's not talk about anything else. First roll from the first floor to the entrance of the estate for me, Chen Chen said coldly. Yin Jiobin wanted him to roll, so he would first see how he rolled, what it looked like. Absolutely not. Yin Jiobin remained stubborn. Since you don't like taking the initiative, you must enjoy being passive. Help him out, Chen Chen ordered his thoughtful bodyguard. Yes. Chen Chen's bodyguard escorted Yin Jiobin downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, he immediately punched Yin Jiobin to the ground, then proceeded to roll him around as if he were pushing a tire. After a while, Yin Jiobin, with torn clothes and a swollen face, rolled to the front gate of the estate. Wei, Yin Jiobin is finished. His territory will be yours from now on, Chen Chen said to Wei Jingxiong. Thank you, General Chen. Wei Jingxiong half-knelt, showing loyalty to Chen Chen. General Chen, from now on, I, Wei Jingxiong, will be your subordinate, and I will follow your lead. Wei Jingxiong immediately fulfilled his promise to become Chen Chen's subordinate in exchange for Yin Jiobin's influence. Also, General Chen, from now on, just call me Xiao Wei, please don't call me Wei boss, I can't bear it. Wei Jingxiong added. Xiao Wei? Forget it, I'll call you Lao Wei from now on. It felt awkward to call a middle-aged man in his 40s Xiao Wei. As you wish. Wei Jingxiong nodded. As fellow underground leaders in Jiangzhou, Wei Jingxiong took charge of Yin Jiobin and his henchmen, making things more convenient. After Wei Jingxiong took Yin Jiobin away, Chen Chen's estate finally regained its peace. The next morning, under Kong Baixing's command, Baishang Group suddenly launched an attack on Yongtai Real Estate Group. On Chen Chen's side, the system's voice followed. Ding, 19th day of severed relationship, reward, world-class private yacht, world-class private yacht? Chen Chen was puzzled. He didn't expect the system to reward him with a world-class private yacht today. As a coastal city, private yachts were not uncommon in Jiangzhou. Many prominent families and wealthy individuals in Jiangzhou owned one or even several private yachts, ranging from several million to several tens of millions. The system's reward of a world-class private yacht for himself must be extraordinary. Chen Chen noticed a detailed annotation at the end of the system and opened it. The system rewards the Solange private yacht, ranked among the top 15 private yachts globally. It is produced by the renowned Lursen International Shipyard. The Solange private yacht has a total value of approximately 1.2 billion, making it one of the largest yachts in the world at 85.1 meters long. The interior decoration of the yacht features top-notch materials from around the globe, exuding extreme luxury. Inside the Solange private yacht, there are 8 VIP suites, a swimming pool, a helipad, a diving center, an open-air cinema, a sauna room, and more. Reading the system's introduction to the Solange private yacht, Chen Chen was amazed. Truly deserving of its global top 15 ranking and a value of 12 billion, this yacht could easily outshine Jiangzhou, no, even the entire Zhanghai province, and all private yachts nationwide. Not to mention within Zhanghai province, even if one were to search nationwide, finding a yacht surpassing Chen Chen's in quality would be unlikely. Therefore, Chen Chen should be the first person in the country to own a world-class private yacht. After all, the owners of these globally renowned private yachts were all traceable. Looking at the information, Chen couldn't wait to board his Solange private yacht and explore it. Unfortunately, according to the system's prompt, the yacht would be delivered to Jiangzhou's dock within 12 hours, and only then could Chen see it. Today's system reward is quite interesting. This is Chen's first private yacht, and it's one of the top 15 world-class private yachts globally. The system is really considerate. Chen left the morning classes satisfied. After lunch, he planned to return to his villa at the Imperial Scenery Manor. On the way, Chen received a notification from Yongtai Real Estate Group, saying that Baisheng Group had already made a move against them. Well, just proceed as planned. Chen nodded, as this was within his expectations. Chairman, we have acted in a panic as you instructed. Currently, we have lost 3 to 4 billion. The person from Yongtai Real Estate Group replied, following Chen's orders. Good, the fish is already on the hook. Chen spoke. Using a loss of several billion to entangle Baisheng Group is definitely not a loss. Besides, he hasn't lost anything yet. Previously, he received 5 billion from Baisheng Group. Even if he loses 3 to 4 billion, he still has over a billion left. Chen won't counterattack for now. He needs to entangle with Baisheng Group for a few days, diverting their attention to his side until the Xia Group is fully prepared. Then, they will join forces to deliver a fatal blow to Baisheng Group. Chen estimates that within this week, no, even less than a week, Baisheng Group can be completely dealt with. While Chen was discussing on his side, on Baisheng Group's side, Kong Baisheng was listening to his subordinates' reports. When he learned that Yongtai Real Estate Group had already lost several billion shortly after they took action, he was ecstatic. This little brat Chen, what does he know about business warfare? Kong Baisheng said smugly. Exactly, how can Chen compare to the chairman? The chairman has eaten more salt than Chen has walked roads. The subordinate immediately flattered. Daring to go against our Baisheng Group, taking 5 billion from us, Chen's fate is already sealed. Old Chen didn't discipline this grandson well, let me teach him a lesson. Let that bastard Chen know what it means to respect his elders. In the afternoon, launch a full-scale attack on Yongtai Real Estate Group. I want Yongtai Real Estate Group bankrupt within 3 days. Kong Baisheng ordered resolutely. This time, he would go all out. Yes, Chairman. The subordinates immediately went into action. Chen had just returned to his villa at the Imperial Scenery Manor when he suddenly noticed that besides Xia Mengmeng in the Xia Group's courtyard next door, there was also an elegant middle-aged woman. When Chen noticed her, the middle-aged woman also noticed him. In an instant, the middle-aged woman became alert. She had finally found the man in the photo who had an unusual relationship with Xia Mengmeng. This middle-aged woman was none other than sent by Xia Ruoshui's father to quietly investigate Chen's mother, Xia Menglan, in Jiangzhou. Previously, when she saw her niece Xia Ruoshui, Xia Menglan did not tell the truth to avoid alerting anyone and did not actively inquire about Chen. She thought that since this young man had an unusual relationship with Ruoshui, he would surely reappear. She didn't expect her guess to be correct. This young man had indeed appeared. Very well. Next, she would take the initiative and probe this young man. Xia Menglan was eager to try. Aunt, let me introduce you. This is my senior at Jiangzhou University and also our neighbor, Chen, Senior Chen. Xia Mengmeng introduced Xia Menglan. Hello, Senior Chen. Xia Menglan greeted Chen proactively. Aunt Xia, hello. Chen politely responded. Senior Chen, are you from Jiangzhou? Xia Menglan asked tentatively. Yes. Chen nodded. Turns out he's from Jiangzhou, which is a bit of a downside. After all, Jiangzhou is a small place, and the people there are probably not that influential or wealthy. It's not so simple to become the son-in-law of the prestigious Xia family. Ordinary folks don't have that qualification. And Ruoshui is the apple of the Xia family's eye, so the requirements to marry her would be even stricter. Chen parked the car, and at that moment, Xia Menglan suddenly asked to visit Chen's villa, where a person's lives can sometimes reveal many details, and Xia Menglan wanted to continue getting to know Chen through his home. Of course, she also wanted to find out about Chen's wealth and influence. Being Ruoshui and Xia's younger sister's aunt, Chen agreed and welcomed her and Xia Mengmeng in. Once inside, Xia Menglan behaved quite politely. As she sat down, she curiously looked around. It was just an ordinary villa, nothing special. As a direct descendant of the Xia family, Xia Menglan had seen too many luxury homes. Chen's place could only be considered average, nothing extraordinary. Chen's wealth was just like that. Just when Xia Menglan was feeling bored, suddenly, something in Chen's house caught Xia Menglan's eye instantly. It was none other than the top-grade antique Chen had obtained from the system before a Ru Kiln sky blue glazed sunflower wash basin. Xia Menglan wasn't interested in antiques like this, but her father, the current head of the Xia family, especially liked them, to the point of obsession. To please her father, Xia Menglan forced herself to study various antiques. When she saw the Ru Kiln sky blue glazed sunflower wash basin displayed in Chen Chen's living room, she could hardly believe her eyes. Last year, for her father's birthday banquet, Xia Menglan had tried hard to get a Ru Kiln piece as a birthday gift to make her father happy. Unfortunately, such treasures were hard to come by, and despite spending a lot of money, she had not succeeded in buying one. Yet today, in this small place of Jiangzhou, at the home of this guy with a special relationship with Ruoshui, she saw a piece of Ru Kiln, and it was a fine piece at that. Xia Menglan couldn't control herself and abruptly stood up, walking over to the porcelain piece under the glass cover. Xia Menglan observed carefully and increasingly felt that this Ru Kiln piece seemed authentic. "What's wrong?" Chen Chen curiously asked. "Xiaochen, is this Ru Kiln sky blue glazed sunflower wash basin of yours real?" Xia Menglan couldn't help but ask. Yes, Chen Chen nodded. The system had given him so many precious things, even allowing him to successfully buy shares of the prestigious Patek Philippe company. How could the porcelain piece rewarded by the system be fake? Gulp. Xia Menglan envied a bit and swallowed hard, her opinion of Chen Chen changing slightly. At this moment, Xia Menglan began to pay a bit more attention to Chen Chen. He didn't seem so ordinary after all. If this Ru Kiln piece were with someone else, she might have already spent money to buy it. But now, due to their seniority, Xia Menglan felt awkward to ask. "By the way, Xiaochen, how did you meet Ruoshui?" Sitting back down, Xia Menglan casually asked. "Oh, the financial skyscraper where Ruoshui's company is located is my property," Chen Chen replied. "Ruoshui?" Xia Menglan keenly noticed this crucial detail. The way he addressed her was quite intimate. Usually, only relatives like them called Ruoshui by that name. If it were an outsider, especially a guy, calling Ruoshui like that, she would have been angry. But now, Chen Chen so skillfully called her Ruoshui, clearly not for the first time. Most likely, Ruoshui had approved of this nickname. Something was definitely off. Xia Menglan became more certain that the relationship between Chen Chen and Ruoshui was extraordinary. Suddenly, Chen Chen's phone rang, and he answered it. It turned out that his Solange private yacht had arrived at the dock in Jiangzhou and he needed to go there to sign for it. "Okay, I'll be right there," Chen Chen agreed. "Senior Chen, what's up?" Xia Mengmeng curiously asked. "Oh, I bought a small yacht, and it just arrived. I need to go to the dock to sign for it," Chen Chen explained. "Junior Xia, would you like to go to the dock together?" Chen Chen politely asked, a kind of polite invitation. "Sure." Xia Menglan immediately agreed, as she happened to want to take a look. A yacht could also indirectly verify a person's financial strength. "All right." Chen Chen hesitated for a moment, then nodded. He had just said it out of politeness, as most people would understand they should leave after hearing that. He didn't expect Ruoshui's aunt to agree directly. Anyway, he was going there, so bringing Xia Mengmeng and this Aunt Xia along didn't matter. Later, Chen Chen drove them straight to the dock. In the car, Xia Menglan speculated about what Chen Chen's yacht would look like. Based on that, she could estimate Chen Chen's financial strength and report back to her brother. If it was just an ordinary yacht worth a few million or tens of millions, it would mean Chen Chen's financial strength was average, just an ordinary local wealthy person. That wouldn't qualify him to be the son-in-law of their Xia family. To become the son-in-law of their Xia family, their financial strength couldn't be completely different, it had to be somewhat similar. If Chen Chen's yacht was worth around 40 to 50 million, it would mean his financial strength was quite good, barely qualifying. If Chen Chen's yacht was worth several tens of millions, it would show his financial strength was very strong, making him outstanding and eligible to compete to be the son-in-law of their Xia family. After about half an hour, they arrived at their destination. As soon as they got out of the car, Xia Menglan and Xia Mengmeng saw a huge object parked there. An ordinary yacht was probably just a few meters or 10 to 20 meters long, but among these ordinary private yachts, there was a nearly 100-meter behemoth, naturally standing out. It was hard not to notice. Even their Xia family's private yacht couldn't compare to the size of this private yacht before them. Could it be that in this small place of Jiangzhou, there was such a high-level private yacht? Whose could it be? Suddenly, a bold guess formed in Xia Menglan's mind. Damn, could this huge object be Chen Chen's yacht? No way, no way, no way. Didn't Chen Chen say he bought a small yacht? The huge object in front of them was too small. No, she must have guessed wrong. Xia Menglan shook her head, finding it hard to believe that such a huge object could belong to Chen Chen. Let's go see my small yacht." Chen Chen led the way, with Xia Menglan and Xia Mengmeng curiously following behind. In no time, Chen Chen brought them to the front of that huge object. At this moment, several staff members were waiting in front of the yacht. Are you Chen Chen, Mr. Chen? Seeing Chen Chen stop in front of them, a staff member curiously asked. Yes. Chen Chen nodded. Mr. Chen, this is your Solange private yacht, please sign for it. As the staff member spoke, he handed the documents to Chen Chen. Upon hearing the staff member's words, Xia Menglan was instantly shocked to the core. Damn. Xia Menglan was utterly shocked. Her bold guess just now, it turned out to be true. This huge object was indeed the small yacht that Chen Chen had just bought. Source text, where is it small? And for such a behemoth, how much does it cost? Xia Menglan couldn't calculate for a moment. Chen Chen took the documents, signed his name, and then the staff handed over all the documents of the Solange private yacht to Chen Chen and left. At this moment, only Chen Chen, Xia Menglan, and Xia Mengmeng stood in front of the Solange private yacht. Xiao Chen, is this really your private yacht? Until this moment, Xia Menglan still couldn't believe it. Even their most powerful private yacht in the Xia family paled in comparison to Chen Chen's. Yes. Chen Chen waved the document in his hand and answered affirmatively. So how much did you spend on this small yacht? Xia Menglan asked again. She had planned to estimate Chen Chen's financial strength based on his yacht. She had all sorts of assumptions, but now it seemed that her assumptions were completely useless. Who could have imagined that Chen Chen would have such a behemoth? Should be quite expensive, right? Xia Mengmeng chimed in. Not expensive, just 12 billion. Chen Chen casually replied. Not expensive? Just 12 billion? Xia Mengmeng and Xia Menglan were shocked. 12 billion was indeed nothing to the Xia family, just a small amount of money. But the problem was, even for the wealthiest tycoon, it was unlikely to spend 12 billion to buy a private yacht. A private yacht was almost like a means of transportation. No, it was a tool for enjoyment. To spend 12 billion just for enjoyment, what a lavish gesture. And owning a private yacht of this level meant not only buying it but also the maintenance and other expenses, which were substantial. Just for occasional enjoyment, Chen Chen had directly purchased a 12 billion worth private yacht. How incredibly wealthy he must be. Let's go up and take a look. With that, Chen Chen boarded his private yacht Solange first. The astonished Xia Mengmeng and Xia Menglan followed closely behind. When they boarded the yacht, they were even more amazed by its luxury. At this moment, even Xia Menglan, who had seen various luxurious occasions, was a bit stunned. The life of a top billionaire was truly extravagant and dreamlike. Xia Menglan was like a curious visitor in Chen Chen's Solange private yacht. At this moment, she no longer dared to underestimate Chen Chen. Having such a behemoth was enough to prove the terrifying financial power of Chen Chen. Not to mention her, when she went back and told her brother, Xia Ruoshui's father, her brother would be shocked too. It's so nice. Xia Mengmeng lay on the sofa of the private yacht, feeling particularly comfortable. It's a pity that the weather is average today, otherwise, changing into a swimsuit and sunbathing here would be perfect. Xia Mengmeng lamented. Senior Chen, next time when the weather is good, I'll invite my sister to sunbathe on your private yacht, you won't refuse, right? Xia Mengmeng stared with big eyes at Chen Chen. Seeing Chen Chen not speaking, Xia Mengmeng stood up, came to Chen Chen's side, and whispered, by then, my sister will also come in a swimsuit. Ahem. Am I that kind of person? Chen Chen replied seriously. So, Senior Chen, do you agree or not? Xia Mengmeng asked again. I must agree. He. Xia Mengmeng chuckled mysteriously. After browsing around, Xia Menglan looked very different when she turned her gaze back to Chen Chen. By the way, Auntie, Senior Chen is really good at cooking. Let's go to his place for dinner tonight, Xia Mengmeng suggested. Is Junior Chen really that good at cooking? Xia Menglan's eyes lit up. She had no resistance when it came to good food. Of course, Senior Chen's cooking skills are the best I've ever seen, bar none. Even compared to many top 5-star hotel chefs, they can't match Senior Chen's skills, Xia Mengmeng replied earnestly. Is he really that amazing? Xia Menglan was a bit skeptical. How could Chen Chen, at such a young age, have such incredible cooking skills? Senior Chen, Auntie doesn't believe it. Tonight, let's use your cooking to convince her. Xia Mengmeng looked at Chen Chen. Just then, the system's voice came through. Ding, mission issued, showcase your cooking skills, mission time, 3 hours, mission reward, 35% ownership of the Guanyu Private Detective Agency, completely take over the agency, mission reward, 54 experience points. This mission also rewarded 35% ownership of the Guanyu Private Detective Agency. As long as Chen Chen completed the task, he could gather 100% ownership of the agency and completely own it. Chen Chen nodded. It was perfect timing as the Baisheng group was in action, and tonight he could discuss with Ruoshui how to deal with the Baisheng group together. In the evening, Xiao Ruoshui returned, and Xiao Mangmang, Xiao Manglan, and Chen Chen went to Chen Chen's villa. Chen Chen prepared a table full of delicious food. Xiao Manglan, with some doubt, took a bite. Instantly, Xiao Manglan was stunned. My goodness, was this the kind of food she could taste in this world? Mangmang was right. Xiao Manglan quickly tasted the other dishes Chen Chen had made, equally amazed. No wonder even Ruoshui was impressed. Chen Chen not only had great wealth but also such amazing cooking skills, he was truly outstanding. Xiaofan, I acknowledge you now. Conquered by the food, Xiao Menglan accidentally let slip her admiration. At that moment, her address for Chen Chen became the more affectionate Xiaofan. When she returned, she would definitely praise Chen Chen in front of her brother. Ha, auntie, what do you mean? Xiao Mengmeng was puzzled. It's nothing at all. Xiao Menglan realized she had spoken out of turn and hurriedly tried to explain. Xiao Mengmeng didn't pay much attention, but Ruoshui sensed something. The system's voice came through again. Ding, showcase your cooking skills, mission completed. Congratulations on gaining 35% ownership of the Guanyu Private Detective Agency. Completely take over the agency. Congratulations on gaining 54 experience points, with 35% ownership of the Guanyu Private Detective Agency secured. Chen Chen now completely owned the Guanyu Private Detective Agency. That night, Chen Chen and Xiao Ruoshui discussed how to deal with the Baixing group together. At most 2 days, we can settle things on the Xiao group's side, Xiao Ruoshui assured. 3 days later, we'll take action together and completely resolve this big trouble with the Baixing group. Okay. He had long been displeased with the Baixing group, and this time he could finally deal with them once and for all. Afterwards, Xiao Ruoshui and her group left. Although Xiao Ruoshui had a general idea of her aunt's intentions, she didn't confront her directly. Some things were better left unsaid. The next morning, the system's rewards came through again. Ding, Day 20 of Severing Ties, reward, Top 10 in the South, 5% ownership of the Qiancheng Auction Company, shares in the Qiancheng Auction Company, ranked in the top 10 in the South? Chen Chen felt a bit puzzled by today's system reward. He had never heard of this company, but since the system suddenly rewarded it, this company must be extraordinary. Out of curiosity, Chen Chen went online to investigate the Qiancheng Auction Company's information. Qiancheng Auction Company, one of the top 10 auction companies in the South, has been established for nearly 10 years, mainly engaged in the auction industry of antiques, artworks, and more, with many auction houses nationwide. Apart from auctions, Qiancheng Auction Company is also involved in the collection, buying, and selling of antiques and artworks. The company boasts considerable strength. Chen Chen's eyes lit up as he realized the industry in which Qiancheng Auction Company operated. Suddenly, Chen Chen remembered something crucial. While researching the Chen family's pillar industry, Chen Capital Group, he noticed that in recent months, the group had made 2 significant investments, one of which was related to artworks. Privately, Chen Capital Group colluded with the renowned artist Chao Jinshi from Shanghai and began aggressively promoting Chao Jinshi's paintings. Over these months, the prices of Chao Jinshi's paintings, originally priced at tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, skyrocketed to tens of millions, even reaching a few tens of millions per piece. It was not uncommon to hype up modern artists' works. Some paintings had been hyped to several tens of millions or even billions, surpassing even the most valuable antiques. Chen Capital Group continued to invest heavily, aiming to hype Chao Jinshi's paintings to tens of millions or even hundreds of millions per piece. The group had spent a fortune to completely acquire all of Chao Jinshi's paintings. From now on, Chao Jinshi could only paint for the Chen family. Currently, the Chen family had accumulated over a dozen fine paintings by Chao Jinshi, and Chen Capital Group planned to gradually release these paintings onto the market at the right time to make a huge profit. According to Chen Chen's investigation, Chen Capital Group had already invested around 1 to 2 billion to hype up Chao Jinshi's works and acquire them completely. Now that he had acquired shares in Qiancheng Auction Company and become a shareholder, Chen saw an opportunity in this. It was an unspoken rule for auction companies to hype up or depress the prices of artworks. With this in mind, Chen Chen immediately called the senior management of Qiancheng Auction Company, asking them to help suppress the market prices of Chao Jinshi's paintings. No problem, the senior management promptly agreed. Manipulating the prices of these modern artworks was a piece of cake for them. After settling this matter, Chen Chen fell into contemplation. If they only suppressed the prices, Chen Capital Group would suffer some losses but not a significant blow. He heard rumors about Chao Jinshi's questionable character. If they could find some dirt on him and tarnish his reputation, Chen Capital Group's 1 to 2 billion investment would be a total loss. Suddenly, Chen Chen remembered that he now owned 100% of Guanyu Private Detective Agency, and Chao Jinshi happened to be from Shanghai province. With this in mind, Chen Chen immediately contacted Guanyu Private Detective Agency to investigate Zhao Xinxi. With everything in place, Chen Chen finally put away his phone contentedly. With just 2 phone calls, he was about to make Chen Capital Group's 1 to 2 billion investment go down the drain. It felt great. Chen Chen smiled as he went to have his meal. During dinner, he received an international call. Is this Mr. Chen Chen? I'm Merrick Adelaide, representing Patek Philippe. I will arrive in Jiangzhou City, Zhonghai Province, where you are, this afternoon. The fluent English voice on the other end of the line identified the caller as a representative from Patek Philippe. Knowing the caller's identity, Chen Chen's eyes lit up. After waiting for several days, Patek Philippe's representative had finally arrived. Once the contract was signed, Chen Chen officially owned shares of Patek Philippe Company, becoming a shareholder of Patek Philippe. Could Chen Chen not be excited? After exchanging a few polite words, the representative of Patek Philippe Company inquired about where to meet Chen Chen in Jiangzhou this afternoon. How about meeting at the Listening Rain Pavilion to sign the contract? Chen Chen suggested after some thought. When Mr. Adelaide arrives in Jiangzhou, I will send someone to pick you up. An agreement was reached between the two parties. On the other side, in the Xia family group, Xia Menglan once again found Xia Ruoshui. Ruoshui, you should have guessed the purpose of my sudden visit to Jiangzhou. Xia Menglan spoke up. Last night, she accidentally let slip some information, and with Ruoshui's intelligence, she probably already guessed it. After a whole night of contemplation, Xia Menglan decided to come clean with her niece. After all, their relationship was very good, and Ruoshui was like a daughter to her. Xia Ruoshui nodded slightly. To be frank, after yesterday's interaction, I am very satisfied with Chen Chen. I think he is qualified to become the son-in-law of our Xia family. Xia Menglan stated. You two are quite suitable. Hearing her aunt say this, Xia Ruoshui was pleasantly surprised, thinking her aunt was going to oppose her. But well, I have high hopes for Chen Chen, but if I tell your father about Chen Chen's situation, it might have the opposite effect. Xia Menglan expressed her concern. Yesterday afternoon, I saw Chen Chen's yacht worth billions, which was quite impressive. I really liked it, but if I tell your father about it, he probably won't just dislike it, but will see Chen Chen as a prodigal son. Xia Menglan said helplessly. Spending billions on a luxury private yacht seemed more and more like the behavior of a prodigal son. Especially for those who hadn't met Chen Chen and were unfamiliar with him, they would jump to conclusions, which was not good. So, I want to ask, Ruoshui, do you know of any impressive identity or industry that Chen Chen can boast about, something that would astonish your father? Xia Menglan inquired. Her task was almost complete, and she would probably return in a couple of days. But when she returned, introducing Chen Chen and saying he had a billion-dollar private yacht and excellent culinary skills wouldn't leave a good impression on her brother. Therefore, she wanted to know of an impressive identity of Chen Chen that would at least make her brother take Chen Chen seriously and have a better first impression of him. An impressive identity? Xia Ruoshui couldn't think of one at the moment. If not, it will be a big problem. Xia Menglan said anxiously. How about this, tonight I will visit Chen Chen's house again, see if there's any gain. If there isn't an impressive identity, you might have trouble, Ruoshui. In the afternoon, at the Listening Rain Pavilion, Chen Chen sat on the first floor, sipping tea while waiting for the representative of Patek Philippe Company to arrive. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man entered the pavilion. Ha, Mr. Chen. The middle-aged man obviously recognized Chen Chen and came over to greet him politely. Who are you? Chen Chen didn't recognize the man. Mr. Chen, I am Jiang Maochang, the owner of Ingrong Group. We met before. The middle-aged man replied politely. Oh, Mr. Jiang, hello. Chen Chen recalled a bit, they seemed to have met at a social event. Just then, a few more guests walked into the Listening Rain Pavilion. Among these guests, one person Chen Chen recognized. He was the top figure among the younger generation of the wealthy Qian family in Jiangzhou, and also the future heir of the Qian family, Qian Bowen. Qian Bowen was one of Xia Ruoshui's pursuers. Initially, at a banquet, Qian Bowen took the initiative to be Xia Ruoshui's escort, but he was directly rejected by her. In the end, Xia Ruoshui linked arms with Chen Chen. Apart from Qian Bowen, the others were also wealthy businessmen from Jiangzhou. Is it you? Qian Bowen's expression was not so natural upon seeing Chen Chen. Due to their previous encounter, Qian Bowen still held a grudge against Chen Chen. Qian, who is he? A bold wealthy man who came in with Qian Bowen curiously asked. He's just a gold digger. Qian Bowen replied with a sneer. Well, Mr. Chen is not a gold digger. He is the chairman of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Jiang Maochang couldn't help but interject. This young man is the chairman of Yongtai Real Estate Group? The people present were extremely surprised. Xian Bowen was even more stunned, unable to maintain his composure. He thought this guy was just a gold digger, but he actually had some real power. Even if he's the chairman of Yongtai Real Estate Group, he still can't measure up in my eyes. Xian Bowen retorted stubbornly. I'm going to meet the big entrepreneur of Zhonghai province later, Mr. He Xinghuai. Xian Bowen boasted. Our business with Mr. He is not something that Yongtai Real Estate Group can meddle in. Hearing Xian Bowen's words, his companions quickly praised him. Of course, Xian is the true young hero of Jiangzhou. Xian is already discussing business with Mr. He, who in Jiangzhou can compare. Xian is the top young talent in Jiangzhou. Before they could finish, outside the door, a Rolls-Royce Ghost slowly pulled up, followed by an elegant man striding in. This person was the renowned entrepreneur of Zhonghai province, He Xinghuai. Mr. He, you're here. Hello, Mr. He. Seeing this, Xian Bowen immediately went over, greeting him obsequiously. Hello. He Xinghuai nodded. The others approached and greeted He Xinghuai, getting acquainted. Seizing this opportunity, Xian Bowen glanced smugly at Chen Chen, as if to say, see, we are not on the same level. Even if you are the chairman of Yongtai Real Estate Group, so what? I am already doing business with the big entrepreneur of Zhonghai province. What about you? Do you have that qualification? After hesitating for a moment, Xian Bowen suddenly approached Chen Chen and whispered, if I were you, I would have self-awareness, knowing that I am not worthy of President Xia, and I would actively keep my distance from her. The Chen family in Jiangzhou was very influential, and Xian Bowen had heard a bit about Xia Ruoshui, so he relentlessly pursued her. Faced with Chen Chen as his rival, he naturally had to find ways to drive him away. Only young heroes like me, scions of wealthy families, have the qualifications to pursue President Xia. You are far from it. He. Chen Chen was amused by Xian Bowen's words and retorted without hesitation, if I were you, I would go to the restroom and take a good look in the mirror to understand what it means to be a frog at the bottom of a well. What did you say? Xian Bowen was furious. Just as he was about to retaliate against Chen Chen, the door of Ting Yulu opened again. Several foreigners, escorted by 2 security guards from Jiuxiu Security Group, entered. Boss, Mr. Adelaide, the representative of Patek Philippe, has arrived. Chen Chen's man came in and respectfully informed Chen Chen. Upon hearing this, everyone in the tea house was instantly stunned. Representatives of Patek Philippe? These foreigners were representatives of Patek Philippe? At once, everyone in the room, including He Xinghuai, turned their gaze towards the representatives of Patek Philippe. Why would the esteemed Patek Philippe company come all the way to Jiangzhou? This is our general manager Chen. The security personnel from Jiuxiu Security Group introduced to the Patek Philippe representatives. Hello, Mr. Chen. Adelaide took the initiative to approach, respectfully shaking hands with Chen Chen, his tone carrying a hint of flattery. How could he not flatter the company's shareholders? Seeing this, Xian Bowen, He Xinghuai, and others were completely bewildered. What's going on? How come the dignified representatives of Patek Philippe are flattering Chen Chen? What is happening? Would representatives of Patek Philippe really try to please someone? Following the astonished looks of the crowd, Chen Chen and the Patek Philippe representatives ascended to the second floor to discuss in private. Meanwhile, Xian Bowen, He Xinghuai, and the others stood there, unable to comprehend. Mr. He, let's also go to the private room. Xian Bowen suggested after a moment of confusion. No, let's wait here for a while. Unexpectedly, He Xinghuai flatly refused. At this moment, He Xinghuai was clearly more interested in Chen Chen, more curious. He wanted to know what this young man, Chen Chen, would discuss with the people from Patek Philippe, and why the esteemed representatives of Patek Philippe were so eager to please Chen Chen. On the other side, after chatting for a while, Chen Chen and the Patek Philippe representatives exchanged and signed 2 contracts. With this, Patek Philippe officially acquired 4% of the company's shares. Chen Chen also successfully became a shareholder of Patek Philippe. As Adelaide was in a hurry to leave, they bid farewell after a brief conversation. Chen Chen escorted them downstairs, and the 2 bodyguards from Jiuxiu Security Group saw them off. After the representatives of Patek Philippe left, a move by He Xinghuai left Xian Bowen and the others stunned. In the astonished eyes of Xian Bowen and the others, He Xinghuai walked straight to Chen Chen and, with a similar flattering tone, greeted him. Hello, Mr. Chen, I'm He Xinghuai, pleased to meet you. He Xinghuai felt that if even the representatives of Patek Philippe were treating Chen Chen that way, it was reasonable for him to also show some respect. However, in the eyes of Xian Bowen and the other wealthy individuals in Jiangzhou, this action was nothing short of an earthquake. In their eyes, He Xinghuai was already an untouchable figure. Yet here he was, showing great respect to a young man. Was this reasonable? Oh, hello. He Xinghuai was polite, and Chen Chen courteously responded. Here's my business card. He Xinghuai politely handed his card to Chen Chen. Chen Chen glanced at it, chairman of the Yi family group in Zhonghai province, vice president of Sanfeng Chamber of Commerce. He Xinghuai's card listed a string of titles. I'm sorry, I don't have a business card. Chen Chen took the card, feeling a bit embarrassed. It seemed like it was time for him to get some business cards printed. No problem, could Mr. Chen tell me a contact method? He Xinghuai asked again. Also, does General Manager Chen have a special relationship with Patek Philippe? I'll make a note for General Manager Chen. The last sentence revealed He Xinghuai's true intention. He had laid the groundwork to inquire about the relationship between Chen Chen and the esteemed Patek Philippe company. There's no special relationship, I'm just a shareholder of Patek Philippe. Chen Chen casually replied. A shareholder of Patek Philippe? Holy cow! Upon hearing Chen Chen's words, He Xinghuai was dumbfounded. Not far away, Chen Bowen and others were shocked. Especially Chen Bowen, who was left speechless, his mouth wide open in astonishment. What did Chen Chen say? He is a shareholder of Patek Philippe company. Wow, that's impressive. Thinking back to when he was showing off in front of Chen Chen, trying to keep Chen Chen away from Xiaoruoshui, but Chen Chen retorted, calling him a frog at the bottom of a well. Chen Bowen initially thought Chen Chen was arrogant, but now it seemed that Chen Chen was right. While he had been focusing on Jiangzhou or Zhonghai province, Chen Chen had already become a well-known shareholder of the global Patek Philippe company. They were not on the same level at all. In an instant, Chen Bowen hung his head in extreme shame. Mr. Chen is truly talented and young. He Xinghuai swallowed hard, unable to help but admire. The wealthy businessman from Jiangzhou who had surrounded Chen Bowen just a moment ago now came over, trying to please Chen Chen in various ways. Chen Chen couldn't be bothered with them. Once the deal was settled and he had acquired the shares of Patek Philippe company, he made up an excuse and left. In the afternoon, back at the villa, Chen Chen casually placed the documents on the coffee table, preparing to take a rest. Suddenly, Chen Chen's phone rang. It was a message from the personnel at the Guanyu Private Detective Agency. Boss, we have uncovered some explosive information about the painter Chao Xinxi. Once this information is leaked, Chao Xinxi will definitely be infamous for a long time. The person from the Guanyu Private Detective Agency gossiped eagerly. Oh, what information? Chen Chen asked curiously. Our people have captured photos of the 60-year-old Chao Xinxi meeting a young woman in her 20s at a hotel. The person from the Guanyu Private Detective Agency reported. Meeting a woman in her 20s? Chen Chen was taken aback. At most, this would only prove that Chao Xinxi was not old in heart, just a bit flirtatious. It might cause a bit of scandal, but probably not enough to ruin his reputation completely. Just exposing this wouldn't be damaging enough to the Chen family. Boss, don't worry, we also investigated the identity of the young woman in her 20s, and the results were shocking. Oh, what's her identity? This young woman is the fiancée of Chao Xinxi's grandson. Following this revelation, the Guanyu Private Detective Agency's words left everyone stunned. What? Chen Chen was dumbfounded in an instant. Oh my. At that moment, Chen Chen didn't know how to describe Chao Xinxi. He was truly remarkable. Ruthless. Too ruthless, even going after his grandson's fiancée. Chao Xinxi's idol couldn't be Chao Chao, could it? No, he was even more ruthless than Chao Chao. After a moment of sighing, Chen Chen's eyes lit up. The people from the Guanyu Private Detective Agency were right. Once this secret was exposed, Chao Xinxi's reputation would be ruined, forever infamous. His paintings would be worthless. By then, the tens of billions of investments from the Chen Capital Group would be completely lost, a total loss. This was a good thing for Chen Chen. Immediately expose this information and make all the evidence public, Chen Chen ordered promptly. He did this for the sake of Chao Xinxi's grandson, to save him from a huge disaster. After the disclosure, create a buzz and buy some hot searches, understand? Understood, boss. The personnel from the Guanyu Private Detective Agency immediately went into action. On the other side, in the Chen Capital Group, President Chen Jiankai was listening to the reports from his subordinates. Chen Jiankai, the third son of Old Master Chen, was currently in charge of the Chen Capital Group. Boss, our hype around Chao Xinxi's paintings has been very successful. Currently, a premium piece by Chao Xinxi can sell for 3 to 4 million, and with a bit more effort, even up to 50 million, the staff exclaimed excitedly. He truly admired the CEO for coming up with this idea. Not enough, this is far from enough. My goal is to hype Chao Xinxi's paintings to 70 to 80 million, or even over 100 million per piece, Chen Jiankai corrected confidently. He also admired himself for coming up with such a brilliant idea. We have completely bought out all of Chao Xinxi's remaining paintings. Once we hype Chao Xinxi's paintings to tens of millions per piece, We can sell one every 6 months or so. By then, our profits will double. It's just a matter of time." Chen Jiankai's vision extended further. "Immediately add another 3 billion and continue hyping Chao Xinxi's paintings. You go into action right now, strike while the iron is hot," Chen Jiankai ordered. "Yes, boss." The subordinate immediately went to carry out the task. In the office, Chen Jiankai was fantasizing about effortlessly earning double, or even multiple times the profit once the hype succeeded. The more he thought about it, the more pleased Chen Jiankai became. If his father had entrusted him with the task of dealing with Chen Shen, that little brat, instead of the youngest brother, with his intelligence, he would have long since left Chen Shen penniless and wandering the streets. Maybe by now, Chen Shen would be kneeling before his father, begging for mercy in agony. Unfortunately, his father had never allowed him to take action, which had allowed Chen Shen to continue to be arrogant outside. It was a pity that his abilities could not be showcased. Chen Jiankai was filled with regret. Over an hour later, the door of Chen Jiankai's office was suddenly pushed open forcefully, and a company executive rushed in hurriedly. "Why are you in such a hurry? Have you gone bankrupt?" Chen Jiankai asked impatiently. "No, CEO, it's you who are facing bankruptcy," the company executive replied softly. "No, more accurately, it's you who are losing money." "What the hell are you talking about?" Chen Jiankai angrily questioned, the words losing money being the ones he disliked the most. "CEO, take a look at today's hot search yourself." Saying this, the company executive placed the tablet in his hand on Chen Jiankai's desk. Chen Jiankai glanced at it casually, and in an instant, his expression froze. Shocking, against moral values, renowned domestic artist Chao Xinxi caught cheating with his grandson's fiancée. Looking at the words on the hot search, Chen Jiankai's heart seemed to stop beating at that moment. Chen Jiankai clicked on the hot search, and immediately, a video popped up. The video showed Chao Xinxi in a hotel lobby with his grandson's fiancée, entering a room and kissing, along with intimate photos of Chao Xinxi's grandson and his girlfriend. This was clearly solid evidence. Damn, old Chao is something. A person like this is still considered a renowned domestic artist. Boycott. Such scum must be boycotted. Agreed, a beast who doesn't even spare his grandson's girlfriend. Even if you give me a painting for free, I wouldn't want it, he must be banned. In the comments section of the video, numerous netizens suggested boycotting and banning Chao Xinxi. Chen Jiankai's heart sank, exclaiming, "This is not good. What's going on?" Chen Jiankai hurriedly inquired. "CEO, we also don't know what's happening." An hour ago, this news suddenly appeared on major websites and video platforms, and quickly rose to the top of the hot search. The company executives also helplessly replied. "Luckily, it's just on the hot search now and hasn't reached the top. If this matter escalates, it will be a devastating blow to us," Chen Jiankai said anxiously. He had spent so much money to hype Chao Xinxi, and finally managed to establish a high-end image for Chao Xinxi, only to have such a thing happen now. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and find the PR department to suppress this hot topic. It would be best to remove it altogether. Hurry up! Chen Jian urgently ordered, wanting to suppress the news and salvage the situation. Yes. The company executives immediately sprang into action. Chen Jian also quickly mobilized his own resources and connections to find ways to suppress the hot topic. At the same time, Xin Shen also saw the hot topic. The people at the Lightfeather Private Detective Agency are truly professional. They spread the news on all well-known websites and video platforms in the country. Even if Qin Capital Group and Chao Xinxi managed to suppress the hot topic on one website or video platform, the news will still be out there on other sites and platforms. Since things have escalated to this point, Xin Shen wants to add fuel to the fire. Thinking this, Xin Shen called the senior executives of Qiancheng Auction Company, asking for their help to push this news to the top of the trending list and completely tarnish Chao Xinxi's reputation. Understood, Mr. Chen. The senior executives of Qiancheng Auction Company assured him. It's just another form of hype for them, they are quite familiar with it. Because they often hype up art pieces and such, Qiancheng Auction Company has strong connections in this area. After receiving Chen Shen's orders, the senior executive of Qiancheng Auction Company immediately took action. Now, even if Qin Capital Group tries to remedy the situation, it's futile. In terms of hype and controlling the trending topics, Qiancheng Auction Company can completely outplay Qin Capital Group single-handedly. Indeed, following Chen Shen's arrangements, the ranking of this hot topic quickly soared. In no time, it had climbed to the top spot on all major platforms, becoming the subject of discussion for millions of netizens. The subordinates of Qin Capital Group reported their failure to Chen Jian. Clang! Clang! Damn it! An angry Chen Jian directly pushed things off his desk. Chao Xinxi's reputation was completely ruined, becoming a target of public outcry on the internet. Now, the painting by Chao Xinxi, which was previously hyped to tens of millions, has probably plummeted to its lowest value. It might not even be worth tens of thousands now. Oh, and quickly get manager by over here, quick. Suddenly remembering something, Chen Jian hastily spoke up. A few minutes later, manager by arrived. I asked you 2 hours ago to invest another 3 billion and hype up Chao Xinxi. How is it going? Chen Jian hurriedly asked. Mr. President, rest assured, I have already arranged everything. I have transferred most of the money to those professional hype agencies, so it should take effect soon. Manager Bai was unaware of the hot topic and thought the president was concerned about his work, so he proudly stated, satisfied with the results of his work. What, you transferred most of the money? Damn it! Chen Jian suddenly stood up, exploding in anger. 3 billion, another 3 billion gone. Chen Jian quickly tried to contact Chao Xinxi to hold him accountable. However, Chen Jian's calls couldn't get through. President, we just received news that Chao Xinxi has already boarded a flight abroad with his grandson's girlfriend. Another piece of bad news came. Chao Xinxi had fled. Upon hearing this news, Chen Jian completely collapsed. Thud. Chen Jian slumped in his chair, looking as if he had lost his soul. If Chao Xinxi hadn't fled, there was still a chance to recover the 10 billion for buying him out and make up for some losses. But now, with Chao Xinxi on the run abroad, getting back the buyout fee of 10 billion won't be easy. Over 20 billion in total, all gone. Chen Jian's heart seemed to be bleeding. This investment, Chen Capital Group is left with nothing. Such news could not be hidden from the old man. Chen Jiankai dared not return, so he had to call and report to the old man. What? Lost over 20 billion in one go? Useless, you useless thing, what have you been eating? Upon hearing this news, old Master Chen scolded furiously. Last time, when Chen Chen, that little beast, snatched a project that was supposed to be his, old Master Chen was indeed angry, but that time the Chen family only wasted a bit of energy and time, hardly losing any money. But now, losing over 20 billion in one go was a real blow, and old Master Chen was heartbroken. Immediately investigate and find out who orchestrated this with Chao Xinxi. Find the mastermind behind this, I will not let him go. Old Master Chen roared. Yes, father, I will send someone to investigate right away. Chen Jiankai hurried to take action. In the villa at Yujing Mountain, seeing the hot search and knowing that Chao Xinxi was completely finished, the Chen Capital Group's investment of 1 to 2 billion went down the drain. Chen Shen's mood became very good. In less than a day, the Chen Capital Group lost a large sum of money. He had to capitalize on this and continue to launch the next offensive against the Chen Capital Group. With so many projects in the Chen Capital Group, which one should he target next? Just as Chen Shen was contemplating, the doorbell suddenly rang. Chen Shen opened the door, and standing there were Xia Mengmeng and Xia Menglan. Xia Menglan was about to leave in a few days. She wanted to know about Chen Shen's impressive identity so that she could speak well of him in front of her brother when she returned. This way, she could leave a good first impression of Chen Shen on Father Ruoshui. Although her intentions were good, she couldn't be straightforward about it, so Xia Menglan brought Xia Mengmeng over to chat with Chen Shen. Xia Menglan wanted to see if she could get any useful information from Chen Shen's words. After sitting down, Xia Menglan took the initiative to chat with Chen Shen, but after a long while, she still didn't get the answers she wanted. Could it be that Chen Shen really didn't have any impressive identity? That would be troublesome. Xia Menglan felt anxious. What should she do? She really thought highly of Chen Shen. He and Ruoshui were a good match. Xia Menglan sat up slightly, picked up a glass of water from the coffee table, intending to take a sip as she had become a bit thirsty from talking so much. But as she picked up the glass, her gaze inadvertently swept over the document that Chen Shen had casually placed on the coffee table earlier. In an instant, Xia Menglan's eyes widened in disbelief. What did she see? Xia Menglan stared in astonishment at the Chinese and English names on the document, the agreement for the acquisition of shares of Patek Philippe Company. Xia Menglan was shocked to the core, she could hardly believe her eyes. The acquisition agreement of Patek Philippe, was she mistaken? Xia Menglan quickly put down the glass, then rubbed her eyes vigorously, and looked at the special document in front of Chen Shen again, and what she saw was still the agreement for the acquisition of shares of Patek Philippe Company. Hiss! Xia Menglan gasped, feeling a bit dazed. She just wanted to know a slightly more impressive and important identity or industry of Chen Shen's, so she could speak well of him in front of her brother and leave a good impression. But who could have expected that she would accidentally discover Chen Shen's astonishing move? Acquiring shares of Patek Philippe Company. My goodness, what an astonishing move. That's Xiao Fan. Is this? Xia Menglan curiously asked. Oh, this is a document I just brought back, I just put it on the table. Chen Shen glanced at it and replied. Did you really acquire shares of Patek Philippe Company? Xia Menglan asked in astonishment. Yes, Chen Chen nodded gently. What, Senior Chen acquired shares of Patek Philippe Company? At that moment, even Xia Mengmeng couldn't sit still. She didn't understand much about business or companies, but she knew about luxury goods, especially top-tier watch brands like Patek Philippe. Last time on her father's birthday, she even gave him a Patek Philippe watch. She never expected that Senior Chen had acquired shares of Patek Philippe Company, becoming a shareholder. Senior Chen was so impressive. If Xia Mengmeng was surprised, let alone Xia Menglan. Xia Menglan felt like she was dreaming. What shocked Xia Menglan was not that Chen Chen was already a shareholder of Patek Philippe Company, but that he managed to acquire shares at this time. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Xia Menglan had heard that due to the high price of Patek Philippe watches and the limited audience, the company's market value seemed not very high, just a few billion. But the thing is, you can't just buy shares of Patek Philippe with money. Currently, the shares of Patek Philippe Company are held by those top tycoons, big shots who are not short of money and wouldn't easily sell their shares. Otherwise, numerous tycoons would have made moves long ago. Yet, in this situation, Chen Chen could easily acquire shares of Patek Philippe Company. Chen Chen's connections and financial power were terrifying. Xia Menglan was shaken. If she told her brother that Chen Chen had acquired shares of Patek Philippe Company, he would probably be extremely surprised. By then, Chen Chen would definitely leave a profound first impression on this future father-in-law. Having achieved her goal of knowing Chen Chen's identity, Xia Menglan and Xia Mengmeng left after a short while. On the other side, in the Baishan group, Kong Baishan was at home drinking with his son, celebrating their initial victory. Under their attack, Yongtai Real Estate Group was in jeopardy. Kong Baishan seemed to feel victory beckoning to him. Speed up, strive to bring down Yongtai Real Estate Group in the next few days. Kong Baisheng instructed his son. This time, he intended to use the full force of the company to completely resolve Yongtai Real Estate Group and deal with the trouble caused by Chen Chen. He took 5 billion from us. I will make that kid Chen Chen spit out double. Kong Baishan muttered with a dark expression. Father, rest assured, this time we will go all out. Even if Chen Chen grows wings, he won't escape from your grasp. Kong Baisheng's son was equally delighted, feeling victory was within reach. On a new day, at the Xia Group, Xia Ruoshui was secretly preparing for a sudden attack on the Baisheng Group. Boss, although this approach can solve the trouble caused by Baisheng Group, we might incur significant losses. A vice president of the Xia Group expressed concern. Baisheng Group, as an established company, should not be underestimated. If it really reaches a dangerous level, they might act desperately and attack them fiercely. This last-ditch effort could be very powerful. Losses are inevitable in business. How can you expect to do business without any losses? Xia Ruoshui spoke with great determination. If helping Chen Chen meant losses for the company, she didn't mind. She could work harder later to make up for the losses. Moreover, the downfall of Baisheng Group would be beneficial for their Xia Group. Seeing the boss's determination, the vice president had nothing more to say and could only follow instructions and prepare quickly. At noon, just after Chen Chen finished class, the system's voice suddenly came through. Ding! On the 21st day of cutting off ties, the world's richest man is rewarded with a private jet, a Gulfstream G650ER private jet. All necessary procedures for a private jet such as airworthiness certificate, radio license, and qualifications for applying for routes have been completed. Today's system reward has arrived. Today, a private jet is a reward. Quite interesting, Chen Chen sighed. To be honest, compared to a private yacht, the private jet rewarded by the system today is obviously more practical. In the future, if Chen Chen has to go somewhere else for something, having a private jet will be very convenient. Whereas a private yacht has many limitations and is mostly for pure enjoyment. Driven by curiosity, Chen Chen looked up some information about the Gulfstream G650ER private jet. The Gulfstream G650ER private jet is one of the top private jets, with the longest range in commercial aircraft, capable of flying 13,890 kilometers. The Gulfstream G650ER private jet can accommodate 8 passengers, 4 crew members, and the interior decoration, even the sofa, is custom-made, and for the convenience of passengers to rest, it even has a double bed inside. At the same time, the Gulfstream G650ER private jet also has a perfect safety system and emergency rescue equipment. The former world's richest man, Bill Gates, also owns the same Gulfstream G650ER private jet. Being favored by the former world's richest man shows the excellence of the Gulfstream G650ER private jet. Knowing this information, Chen Chen is even more looking forward to his Gulfstream G650ER private jet. This is Chen Chen's first private jet. While Chen Chen was learning about private jets, in a large villa in Jiangzhou, some basic information about Chun Shen appeared on the desk of a mysterious man. Is this the information of the new and old owner of the Guanshan International Golf Course? Looking at the sparse information on the paper in front of him, the mysterious man asked curiously. The mysterious man is none other than Shin Xingran, the new head of the Shin family in Jiangzhou. Yes. His subordinate nodded. Shin Xingran curiously picked up Chun Shen's information and started reading. This Chen Shen was actually from the Chun family before, but has already cut ties with the Chen family? Shin Xingran was particularly surprised. Shin Xingran continued to look further, but even on this sheet of paper, it was not filled with information. The data only mentioned that Chun Shen is currently the boss of Yongtai Real Estate Group, Wangjiang Pavilion, and the owner of the Guanshan International Golf Course. Everything else is some irrelevant information. Is that all? Shin Xingran asked dissatisfiedly. He had just taken over the Shin family and became the head of the Shin family. Shin Xingran was eager to expand the territory of the Shin family and increase its industries. So, Shin Xingran, who often plays golf, set his sights on the largest golf course in Jiangzhou, the Guanshan International Golf Course. Especially knowing that the Guanshan International Golf Course has a new owner, Shin Xingran felt it was a good opportunity. So he sent someone to investigate the information of the new owner of the Guanshan International Golf Course. The result of the investigation was just a few short sentences. This Chen Shen had a low status in the Chun family before, not much information, and a lot of the information is useless. I have summarized all the intelligence, and these few pieces of information are useful. His subordinate replied helplessly. All right, Shin Xingran said helplessly. This information is enough. Find a way to contact this Chen Shen. I want to meet him and talk to him about buying the Guanshan International Golf Course. Shin Xingran ordered. Yes, head of the family. His subordinate nodded. Master, if you want to purchase the Guanshan International Golf Course, should I go to the finance department to have them prepare the funds in advance? His subordinate asked. Shin Xingran nodded. The Guanshan International Golf Course is worth tens of billions. Should I have finance prepare 15 billion? Is that enough? It's too much, Shin Xingran replied with a laugh. Just prepare half of that. Shin Xingran decided not to acquire the Guanshan International Golf Course through regular means. Why bother going through the trouble of gathering information on Chen Shen if he did? He planned to acquire the golf course from Chun Shen at the lowest price possible, just a few billion. Chen Shen had already severed ties with the Chen family, becoming their enemy. At this point, would Chen Shen dare to offend the Shin family? Offending two powerful families would be a dead end. Shin Xingran believed that once he revealed his intentions and identity, Chen Shen would have no choice but to sell the Guanshan International Golf Course to him at the lowest price and even beg him to accept it. Having offended the Chen family, Chen Shen would surely try to please him in various ways. Understood, master. His subordinate immediately went into action. On the other side, in the Chen family, the plan of Qin Jinping, the fourth son of the Chen family, had failed. The patriarch of the Chen family intended to devise a new plan to deal with Chen Shen. The time given by the Su family of Jinling was running out. Their direct attack on large companies like Yongtai Real Estate Group had failed, forcing the patriarch to acknowledge that Chen Shen had grown stronger. Unable to target the big players, the patriarch planned to start from smaller industries and work his way up. Ultimately, the patriarch set his sights on Chen Shen's property, the Wankai International Hotel. This time, the patriarch aimed to bankrupt the Wankai International Hotel. He refused to believe that if he couldn't bring down the Yongtai Real Estate Group, he couldn't handle a mere hotel. Coincidentally, Chen Yi, the second daughter of the Chen family who had been studying abroad for a few months, returned and upon learning of her father's plan, volunteered to take on the task. Father, trust me, I won't disappoint you, Chen Yi said confidently. Chen Yi already had a rough plan in mind to deal with the Wankai International Hotel. Alright, we must swiftly bring down that little beast Chen Shen's Wankai International Hotel and teach him a lesson. Otherwise, that little beast's tail will truly be up in the air. The patriarch commanded. Father, trust me, the knowledge I gained during my studies in the past few months is substantial. He dares to sever ties with our Chen family. I will make that unfilial brat Chen Shen regret it for life. Chen Yi assured repeatedly before immediately taking action. During the afternoon class introduction, Shin Shen received a call from Chen Wenjing. Be careful, the patriarch has sent Chen Yi. It seems she's targeting your Wankai International Hotel. The call connected, and Chen Wenjing, the mole in the Chen family, quietly warned Chen Shen. Chen Yi is targeting the Wankai International Hotel. Alright, I got it, Chen Shen nodded. After hanging up, Chen Shen called the general manager of the Wankai International Hotel, instructing him to be extra vigilant these days. Water can cover the earth, and soldiers can block the way. Moreover, if the Chen family was targeting his Wankai International Hotel, their attention would surely be diverted from the Chen Capital Group, making it easier for him to act. After all, the Wankai International Hotel was just one of Chen Chen's inconspicuous ordinary industries at the moment. But the Chen Capital Group was one of the pillars of the Chen family's business. The two couldn't be compared. Once everything was arranged, Chen Chen drove straight to Zhengzhou Airport. His private jet Gulfstream G650ER had already arrived at Zhengzhou Airport. Chen Chen couldn't wait to see what his first private jet looked like. Over 40 minutes later, Chen Chen arrived at Zhengzhou Airport. Just as he was about to enter the airport, a voice of doubt suddenly rang out. "Boss." Hearing someone calling his name, Chen Chen looked over to the side. Not far away, a chubby man was waving at Chen Chen. It was none other than Chen Chen's former underling, Zhu Hongyi, from the prominent Zhu family in Jiangzhou. At this moment, Zhu Hongyi was walking alongside a serious middle-aged man, who was Zhu Hongyi's father, Zhu Guangxing, a core member of the Zhu family. The elderly head of the Zhu family was already over 80 years old, so currently, most of the power in the Zhu family was in Zhu Guangxing's hands. Zhu Guangxing was already considered the crown prince of the Zhu family, and once the elderly head of the Zhu family passed away, Zhu Guangxing would immediately ascend to the position of family head. Hearing his son calling the young man in front of him boss, Zhu Guangxing furrowed his brows. How could his son, the future head of the Zhu family, act as an underling to someone else? Zhu Hongyi and his father approached, and Zhu Hongyi took the initiative to introduce the two. "Father, this is my idol, the boss I recognize, Chen Chen. Boss, this is my father." Upon hearing Chen Chen's name, Zhu Guangxing became even more puzzled. "Chen Chen, do you have a connection with the prestigious Chen family?" Zhu Guangxing asked in confusion. "Father, Boss Chen indeed had ties to the Chen family before, but not anymore," Zhu Hongyi quickly explained to his father. After listening, Zhu Guangxing felt even more displeased. Although Chen Chen had severed ties with the Chen family, he was still associated with them in the past. His son belonged to the Zhu family, which was on par with the Chen family in terms of power. Yet, his son had acknowledged a former member of the Chen family as his boss. Wasn't this like admitting that the Chen family was superior to the Zhu family? No, he needed to have a serious talk with his son when they got back. It was fine to be friends with Chen Chen, but being his underling was absolutely unacceptable. Zhu Guangxing thought to himself, "Boss, are you going out of town?" Zhu Hongyi curiously asked. He and his father had just returned from out of town. "Not really, I just bought a private jet parked at Zhengzhou Airport, so I came to take a look," Chen Chen replied casually. Although it was a private jet, it was different from luxury cars and couldn't be started directly. Private jets required a professional airport for takeoff, and even for the wealthiest individuals, building their own airport for a single jet was not feasible. Therefore, many wealthy individuals rented space from various airports to store their private jets, handing them over to the airport for maintenance and inspections, paying a substantial sum annually for the services, making it simple and convenient. Anything that could be solved with money was a trivial matter. Chen Chen's private jet would also be housed at Zhengzhou Airport. "A private jet? Boss, you bought a private jet, that's awesome," Zhu Hongyi exclaimed in admiration. Even among the prominent families in Jiangzhou, most did not own private jets, including the Zhu family. Nearby, Zhu Guangxing, upon hearing Chen Chen's words, was equally astonished. This young man named Chen Chen was quite something, being able to afford a private jet. "Boss, can I go see your private jet and broaden my horizons?" Zhu Hongyi asked eagerly. "Sure." Chen Chen nodded, finding Zhu Hongyi to be quite competent as his underling. "Thank you, boss." Zhu Hongyi was thrilled. He had never flown on a private jet before. Chen Chen walked ahead, with Zhu Hongyi following behind. Zhu Guangxing hesitated for a moment, then followed along. He was curious about the type of private plane that Xiaochen had bought. It probably wasn't anything impressive, just one of those small private planes worth a few million. After all, Xiaochen was too young. Zhu Guangxing speculated inwardly. Seeing his son's excited, inexperienced look, Zhu Guangxing couldn't help but give him a reminder, saying, "Pay attention, it's just a private plane. In a few days, our Zhu family will also buy one." As the future head of the Zhu family, he had to maintain his dignity. "And if we're going to buy one, we'll definitely go for something worth over $1 billion, not some cheap few $1 million thing," Zhu Guangxing deliberately stated, not wanting to lose face in front of Xiaochen, a younger generation. A few minutes later, guided by airport staff, they entered the airport. From a distance, the airport staff pointed to a massive private plane and introduced, "Sir, that's your Gulfstream G650ER private plane." Looking in the direction indicated by the airport staff, Zhu and his son were stunned. Especially Zhu Guangxing, he was dumbfounded. He had thought Xiaochen's private plane might be one that could accommodate 2 or 4 people, worth a few million at most. But looking at it from afar, this private plane was much larger than he had anticipated. Did Xiaochen have such power? What are the features of this private plane? Xu Guangxing asked the airport staff. He still didn't quite believe that Xiaochen's private plane was so impressive. Sir, this private plane is the Gulfstream G650ER, one of the world's top private planes, equipped with two BR725A1-12 turbofan engines. The staff explained with great professionalism. The more Xu Guangxing listened, the more shocked he felt. Many top billionaires and big shots in the world own Gulfstream G650ER as their ride, with the most famous being the former world's richest man, Bill Gates. Finally, the staff added deliberately. What, this Gulfstream G650ER is the same model as the world's richest man's? Xu Guangxing was completely dumbfounded. He had never imagined that Xiaochen's private plane would be so impressive. Being able to afford such a private plane, Xiaochen's financial power was truly terrifying. Mr. Chen is amazing, Xu Guangxing said with emotion, changing his address to Xiaochen from Xiaochen to the more respectful Mr. Chen. After that, Xiaochen boarded his Gulfstream G650ER private plane first, checked it out, and was very satisfied with the interior. It would be much more convenient for long trips in the future. Zhu and his son also boarded the private plane and were extremely impressed. The interior was indeed luxurious. After getting off the private plane, Xu Guangxing took the initiative to exchange contact information with Xiaochen. Whenever you have time, Mr. Chen, you are welcome to visit our Zhu family. Mr. Chen is a distinguished guest of our Zhu family. Xu Guangxing warmly invited, already considering Xiaochen a key distinguished guest of their Zhu family. Xu Guangxing really wanted to befriend this impressive figure, Xiaochen. Sure, Xiaochen politely responded. After that, Xiaochen left. He had other things to attend to. Watching Xiaochen's figure disappear into the distance, Xu Guangxing patted his son's shoulder. Father, how about that? My choice of this boss is not bad, right? Your son's judgment is not bad. Xu Hongyi boasted a bit in front of his father. When he first saw the boss just now, Xu Hongyi noticed his father's displeasure in his eyes. But now, seeing the boss's private plane, it was different. Not bad, my son has good taste. Xu Guangxing's attitude made a complete 180-degree turn, expressing great pride. When you have time, invite Mr. Chen to our home as a guest. It would be best if we, the Xu family, could become good friends with Mr. Chen. Xu Guangxing instructed his son. You should butter up your boss well. He's only around 20 years old and can afford this level of private jet. His future is limitless. In the future, if there's anything our Zhu family can help your boss with, you can tell me, Xu Guangxing emphasized. Chen Chen, a person of unlimited potential, was worth the Zhu family's favor. No problem, father, Xu Hongyi agreed. After leaving the airport, Chen Chen went home. Over an hour later, at home, Chen Chen suddenly received a special invitation. This invitation came from the prestigious Shen family in Jiangzhou, inviting Chen Chen to dinner at Wangjiang Pavilion to discuss some matters. Chen Chen wasn't very interested in this invitation. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded. Ding, mission issued, accept the Shen family's invitation, go to Wangjiang Pavilion for dinner, see what the Shen family is up to, mission reward, 8% ownership of Joshio Security Group, mission reward, 51 experience points, huh? Reward of 8% ownership of Joshio Security Group? Chen Chen's eyes lit up. Currently, although he was the largest shareholder of Joshio Security Group, his position within the group had improved significantly, but this was far from Chen Chen's goal. Chen Chen's goal was to completely control Joshio Security Group. To achieve this, Chen Chen needed to have at least over 50% ownership of Joshio Security Group. Currently, he only held 27% ownership of Joshio Security Group. If he completed this mission, Chen Chen's ownership of Joshio Security Group would increase to 35%. He was getting closer to his goal. Since that's the case, he decided to accept the invitation. After all, it was on his own turf, and he wasn't worried about anything happening. Around 6:30 in the evening, Chen Chen arrived at Wangjiang Pavilion restaurant. A few minutes later, a handsome man accompanied by Shen family subordinates who had gathered information on Chen Chen arrived. The handsome man was Shen Hanhai, the son of Shen Xingran, the head of the Shen family. Young master, why hasn't the old master come? Wasn't he supposed to come in person? The subordinate asked in confusion. The old master had clearly said he would come in person, so why send the young master instead? Does that little kid named Chen Chen seem worthy of my father's presence? Shen Hanhai retorted. In fact, an hour ago, there was a problem with one of the Shen family's industries, so Shen Xingran had to rush over to handle it and didn't have time to come, hence sending his son as a replacement. By the way, where's the money for buying Guanshan International Golf Course? Shen Hanhai inquired. Young master, it's here. There are 7 billion in here. The subordinate respectfully handed a bank card to Shin Hanhai. Well, I'll take out 4 billion later and easily buy Guanshan International Golf Course. After picking up the bank card, Shin Hanhai said with a smile. With 7 billion in acquisition funds, he was only taking 3 billion for himself, which wasn't excessive. Beside him, listening to the young master's words, the subordinate felt some emotions. The young master was even more ruthless than the old master. The Guanshan International Golf Course, worth over 10 billion, the old master intended to buy for less than half the price. But when it came to the young master, the price didn't even reach 1/3. A few minutes later, Shin Hanhai, accompanied by his subordinates, entered the private room and met Chen Chen. "Oh, you're here quite early," Shin Hanhai said condescendingly upon seeing Chen Chen. "Today, it's our treat from the Shin family. Order whatever you like, tonight the Shin family will foot the bill." Shin Hanhai had an air of wealth and power. Chen Chen picked up the menu and said a few words to the waiter next to him. Especially on the page of drinks on the menu, Chen Chen specifically pointed out the last few items. Yes. After listening to Chen Chen's instructions, the waiter went to attend to it. Soon, the dishes and drinks were served. To cut to the chase, our Shin family has set our sights on your Guanshan International Golf Course and we want to buy it from you. Shin Hanhai got straight to the point. Oh? Chen Chen raised an eyebrow, realizing that the Shin family had their eyes on the Guanshan International Golf Course. How much do you want? Name your price. Shin Hanhai asked arrogantly. How much? 30 billion. Chen Chen thought for a moment before replying. His Guanshan International Golf Course was worth 17 billion, and now that the other party was seeking to buy it from him, not that he wanted to sell, he would definitely ask for a premium, adding money. He only doubled the price, which was a normal price. What did you say? 30 billion? Why aren't you fighting for it? Shin Hanhai scoffed. I'll only offer 4 billion to buy the Guanshan International Golf Course. 4 billion? Chen Chen sneered. Not even a third of the actual value of the Guanshan International Golf Course. Who was the one trying to rob here? 4 billion is already a lot. Shin Hanhai said proudly, this is the Shin family buying from you. The Shin family is buying from me, so what? Shin Hanhai boasted, you have already offended the Chun family, and now you want to offend our Shin family? Chen Chen retorted without hesitation, oh, is your Shin family very powerful? He wasn't afraid of even the top-tier Su family in Jinling, so why would he fear the Shin family in Jiangzhou? What did you say? Shin Hanhai was furious to see Chen Chen questioning the strength of their Shin family. He truly didn't expect that even after bringing out his family, he couldn't scare this kid. Kid, you better think it over. You've already offended the Chun family, do you still want to offend our Shin family? Offending the Shin family, so what? Chen Chen responded nonchalantly. Alright, very well, extremely well. Shin Hanhai gritted his teeth as he looked at Chen Chen. Kid, just wait for the retaliation from our Shin family. With that, Shin Hanhai intended to leave. Wait. Chen Chen suddenly called out to him. You can leave if you want, but first pay the bill. Fine, I, from the Shin family, keep my word. What's this little money? Shin Hanhai said arrogantly. Go. Chen Chen gave a look to the waiter. The waiter immediately brought the bill over. Shin Hanhai casually took the bill and glanced at it. The next moment, Shin Hanhai stared in disbelief at the long string of numbers on the bill. What the heck is this amount? 21,979,010. 52 yuan. Thou. Sand. 100. 1,000. Million. Over 20 million. A meal costing over 20 million. Are you trying to scam people? Shin Hanhai shouted. Who could spend over 20 million on a meal? Believe it or not, I'll sue you? Shin Hanhai threatened. If you want to sue, go ahead, we at Wangjiang Pavilion have clear prices. Chen Chen responded calmly. Clear prices? I don't believe it. Wait, what did you say? You guys own Wangjiang Pavilion? Shin Hanhai suddenly realized. Yes, we own Wangjiang Pavilion, I am the boss of Wangjiang Pavilion. Chen Chen nodded. You are the boss of Wangjiang Pavilion, even better. Shin Hanhai smirked darkly. A meal costing over 20 million, let's see how Wangjiang Pavilion scams people. Shin Hanhai prepared to sue Chen Chen with this bill. Shin Hanhai started to look seriously. The dishes at the beginning were quite normal, adding up to just over 100,000, which was a normal price for them wealthy families to pay for a meal. But as he went on, Shin Hanhai's eyes widened. 5 bottles of top-notch Romanée-Conti, 3 bottles of Amarone. Looking at those wines worth 20 million, Shin Hanhai felt his vision darken. These wines were all top-notch and most expensive globally, each bottle worth millions, even tens of millions. Many wine events would showcase 1 or 2 bottles of such top-tier wines as the highlight. But this time, they had opened over a dozen bottles, no wonder it cost over 20 million. This was indeed a clear price tag. Now even if he wanted to sue Wangjiang Pavilion, it would be futile. Pay up, young Master Shin. Aren't you wealthy and generous? How come you can't even come up with this little money? Chen Chen urged. Humph, just over 20 million, pocket change. Shin Hanhai gritted his teeth. He not only failed to achieve his goal this time but also lost over 20 million. Shin Hanhai's heart was bleeding. He could brazenly refuse to pay, but if this matter got out, it would tarnish the reputation of the prestigious Shin family, especially since he had voluntarily offered to foot the bill for tonight's expenses. 20 million was nothing compared to the face of the Shin family. What was even more infuriating was that the boss of Wangjiang Pavilion was Chen Chen, so the over 20 million went straight to him. Despicable. In the end, Shin Hanhai reluctantly handed over the 20 million. Holding the opened bottles of wine, Shin Hanhai glared fiercely at Chen Chen. Just you wait for me. Shin Hanhai left in a huff. Over 20 million, Chen Chen made at least half of it as profit. Treating himself to a meal, he practically gifted himself over 10 million. This Shin Hanhai guy was quite something, Chen Chen mused. Just then, the system's voice chimed in. Ding, agree to the Shin family's invitation, go to Wangjiang Pavilion for a meal, see what the Shin family is up to, mission released, congratulations on obtaining 8% ownership of Joshio Security Group, the stock acquisition contract has been placed in your villa, please check, congratulations on gaining 51 experience points, mission accomplished, 8% ownership of Joshio Security Group secured. In an instant, Chen Chen now held 35% ownership of Joshio Security Group, just the final 1% left, and Chen Chen would have complete control of Joshio Security Group. Hopefully, the system wouldn't disappoint. A new day, in the morning, the system's voice came early. Ding, sever ties on the 22nd day, reward 10% ownership of Joshio Security Group, today's reward arrived, precisely the 10% ownership of Joshio Security Group that Chen Chen had been anticipating. With this addition, Chen Chen's ownership of Joshio Security Group now stood at 45%. Just the final 1% of shares left, just this last step, and Chen Chen could completely take over Joshio Security Group. Chen Chen felt particularly regretful. Just then, the system's voice sounded again. Ding, mission released, resolve the trouble caused by Chen Yi, save Wankai International Hotel, mission reward, 10% ownership of Joshio Security Group, mission reward, 53 experience points, huh? Chen Chen was instantly overjoyed. Yes, he could. Once this task is completed, Chen Chen will be able to own 55% of the shares of Joshio Security Group, a bit higher than his original goal. The system's timing for this task is impeccable. At the same time, in the Chen family, Chen Yi, the second daughter of Old Master Chen, made several phone calls in succession. How is the situation progressing? Chen Yi inquired. For this matter, Chen Yi had utilized her connections from her time studying in the Magic City. It's done. Faking it, we are professionals. You've paid, we will definitely satisfy you. A definite confirmation came from the other end. Alright, act immediately. Tonight, I want to see Wankai International Hotel turn into a trashy hotel that everyone despises, Chen Yi commanded. Don't worry. 2 hours later, online, on various video platforms and websites, several bloggers specialized in hotel reviews simultaneously released new evaluation videos. Shocking, 5-star hotel, Wankai International Hotel is actually this trashy. Wankai International Hotel is dirty, messy, and terrible, truly the most trashy 5-star hotel. With numerous safety and hygiene hazards, why has Wankai International Hotel been able to operate until now? Who is its protector? These several specialized hotel review bloggers had a combined fan base of over 10 million. As soon as these videos were released, they immediately sparked discussions online. In no time, Wankai International Hotel became the target of public criticism, plunging into a crisis. Once again, seeking 5-star ratings and rewards to boost the popularity of the new book. Thank you for your support. Initially, these evaluation videos only had tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of views. However, gradually, due to the large fan base of these review bloggers and the situation orchestrated by Chen Yi's financial operations, the total views of these videos about Wankai International Hotel quickly surpassed 40 to 50 million. Damn, how can it be this dirty? Wankai International Hotel is definitely the worst 5-star hotel I've ever seen, no doubt about it. It disgusts me, what kind of trashy hotel is this? It must be shut down. I'm from Jiangzhou, I've stayed at Wankai International Hotel before and thought it was okay at the time, but with this professional testing, it's so trashy, I'm never going back. I'm not going back either. Watching these incredibly professional review bloggers' videos, countless netizens, especially those from Jiangzhou, began to criticize. In a short time, news about Wankai International Hotel made it to the trending lists of major platforms, albeit ranking lower. However, in Zhangzhou, the negative news about Wankai International Hotel surged to the top of the local trending list. After all, local business matters, and the local trending list in Zhangzhou is even more important than other trending lists. Moreover, it was around 6 or 7 in the evening, when user activity on major platforms was quite high, and the heat of this matter was continuously rising, becoming more significant. Upon receiving the news promptly, Chen immediately suspected it was the work of the Chen family, particularly Chen Yi. Indeed, Chen Yi was smarter and more ruthless than the previous Chen Yuzhen, knowing where to strike. For a hotel, reputation, quality, hygiene, and related issues are crucial. If Wankai International Hotel's reputation is completely tarnished, especially due to quality and hygiene issues, the closure of the hotel would be imminent. Chen checked the IP addresses of these review bloggers and found out they were from the Magic City. Chen Yi had specifically brought them from the Magic City to target Wankai International Hotel. After carefully watching these evaluation videos, Chen immediately confirmed that there was a problem with the videos. Since taking over the management of Wankai International Hotel, he has become even stricter about issues such as hotel hygiene, so such problems should not have occurred. Moreover, didn't Xia Ruoshui book dozens of rooms for the representatives of the Xia group who came to stay before? They had casually discussed this matter before, and Xia Ruoshui mentioned that several of their representatives had expressed to her that they were surprised to find that a 5-star hotel in Zhangzhou, a small town, was better and cleaner than the 5-star hotels they had stayed in big cities. It has only been a few days, so the hygiene quality of Wankai International Hotel could not have suddenly deteriorated so much. Chen called the general manager of Wankai International Hotel. The general manager assured him emphatically that there had been absolutely no issues recently. Just having changed owners, the general manager wanted to perform well, so he was extra vigilant about hotel hygiene and other matters, making sure that the issues shown in the video could not have occurred. Immediately go check the surveillance footage, find the check-in information of these few evaluation bloggers, and gather all the surveillance videos and so on, Chen instructed. Afterwards, Chen mobilized his own private detective agency, Huanyu, and his connections at Xiancheng Auction Company to investigate and control the trending topics. In a luxurious mansion in Zhangzhou, Chen Yi looked at her masterpiece with a brilliant smile on her face. The plan was a great success. Now the reputation of Wankai International Hotel has already been tarnished, and in just a day or two, it will become a pariah that everyone condemns, and the business will plummet. Before long, Wankai International Hotel, with no business, will be unable to cover its expenses and will close down completely. Thinking of this, Chen Yi couldn't wait to call the old man to take credit. Father, the plan was a great success. The news of Wankai International Hotel being dirty and poorly managed has already surged to the top of various trending lists. Wankai International Hotel is on the brink of collapse. Oh, that's great. Chen's father was overjoyed. Their previous attempts against Chen had all failed, but this time, Xiaoyi took the lead and gained the upper hand. The Chen family finally had the upper hand and completely destroyed one of Chen's industries. Would that little beast Chen still dare to be arrogant? Wankai International Hotel was just the beginning. They would bring down all of that little beast's industries, one by one. Finally succeeded, Wankai International Hotel is going to close down. Chen must be in agony. He deserves it. That bastard Chen dared to cut ties with us, so this day was bound to come. I can't wait to see the look of pain on Chen's face after Wankai International Hotel closes down. It's going to be very interesting. When the other members of the Chen family learned about this, they were all extremely pleased. Just as the Chen family was celebrating, Chen discovered a huge loophole in the evaluations of these bloggers. According to these bloggers, they had evaluated the hotel for 2 consecutive days. On the first day of their evaluation, the Wankai International Hotel was very poor. On the second day, they had reserved the same room, evaluated it immediately, and found that the bed sheets, duvet covers, and so on at Wankai International Hotel had not been changed, and the toilet and other areas had only been slightly cleaned. Upon professional inspection, they were extremely dirty and posed serious hygiene risks. However, Chen found through the surveillance footage that most of these evaluation bloggers had checked in yesterday afternoon or evening. The earliest one had checked in around 3 or 4 in the afternoon and checked out around 7 or 8 in the evening, staying in the room for only a few hours, not even a full day. How did they evaluate the next day? They must have deliberately created hygiene issues after entering the room and then falsified the video footage. Among these 4 review bloggers, 3 of them had stayed for less than 4 to 5 hours before conducting the reviews the next day. Upon discovering this loophole, Chen immediately counterattacked, prompting Wankai International Hotel to release a clarification video, along with an anti-counterfeiting video, and presenting the evidence. Chen Chen quickly mobilized his connections. Soon, on the local trending list in Jiangzhou, the situation began to improve. However, the problem was that the impact on platforms like Douyin was not significant. After all, first impressions are crucial, and many netizens online tend to instinctively believe the first video they see. Although the anti-counterfeiting and clarification videos arranged by Chen Chen had some effect, it was still not enough to completely reverse the situation on major platforms like Douyin. Chen Chen lacked connections on platforms like Douyin. Just when Chen Chen was feeling troubled, Xia Ruoshui and her sister came to visit, bringing some delicacies sent by a friend from out of town. Seeing that Chen Chen seemed preoccupied, Xia Ruoshui inquired a few questions. After Chen Chen finished speaking, Xia Ruoshui immediately said empathetically, "I have connections, leave this matter to me." Chen Chen's eyes lit up. Seeing this, Xia Ruoshui smiled slightly and explained, "I have a close friend, whose father is a senior executive at Douyin. Moreover, this matter was originally their fabrication and rumors. We are in the right, so it's only natural for us to do this." Thinking quickly, Xia Ruoshui took out her phone and dialed her friend's number. After the call connected, Xia Ruoshui briefly explained, "No problem, but Xiao Shui, you have to promise me one condition. I want to travel out of town in a few days, and you have to come with me." Her friend added with a smile, "All right." After a moment of thought, Xia Ruoshui agreed directly. Going on a trip would certainly take a few days, and it might slightly delay her work at the company, but without hesitation, Xia Ruoshui agreed to help Chen Chen solve this trouble. "It's a deal, when are we going? I'll contact you then." Seeing Xia Ruoshui's agreement, her friend immediately contacted her father. A few minutes later, Chen Chen's clarification video quickly climbed to the top of Douyin's trending list, overshadowing the hired hotel review bloggers by Chen Yi. Xia Ruoshui's friend's father took action. The heat of Chen Chen's clarification and anti-counterfeiting videos skyrocketed. Later, Chen Chen received a crucial piece of information that turned the tables. The private detective agency, Guanyu, found out that among these review bloggers, the one with the most followers had a photographer from Zhonghai province. Guanyu contacted him and paid him off directly. The photographer confessed to their deception and even recorded a video. The people at Guanyu had already edited it, and now, all Chen Chen had to do was give the order to post it online. A photographer who was also a review blogger personally exposing the truth had an extraordinary effect. "Post it immediately," Chen Chen ordered directly. His own Guanyu private detective agency was indeed reliable. With the release of this video, and with the help of Xia Ruoshui's friend's father, the reputation of Wankai International Hotel was instantly reversed. So that's how it is, we wrongly accused Wankai International Hotel. This review blogger actually fabricated the reviews, it's truly disgusting. I apologize to Wankai International Hotel for my previous comments. Such deceptive bloggers must be banned. In the future, when I go to Jiangzhou, I will only stay at Wankai International Hotel. Online, numerous netizens commented, all calling for the banning of those review bloggers. Half an hour later, all those review bloggers with millions of followers combined were banned. The legal letters from Wankai International Hotel were promptly sent to these individuals. At this moment, looking at the permanently banned account and the lawyer's letter from Wankai International Hotel, those few paid bloggers who helped Chen Yi fabricate reviews were filled with regret. Because of this incident, Wankai International Hotel turned a crisis into an opportunity, its reputation soared, and business greatly improved. With the matter easily resolved, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Trouble caused by Chen Yi resolved, Wankai International Hotel's reputation saved, mission accomplished, congratulations on obtaining 10% ownership of Joshio Security Group, congratulations on obtaining 53 experience points, mission accomplished, another 10% ownership of Joshio Security Group in hand. In an instant, Chen Chen's ownership of Joshio Security Group reached an astonishing 55%, firmly securing control and becoming the true boss. From now on, Chen Chen could mobilize anyone in Joshio Security Group, whether it be the 3 top special teams or ordinary bodyguards, with just a word, no need for anyone else's approval. On the other side, upon seeing the outcome, Chen Yi sat there pale-faced. In just 1 or 2 hours, the situation had undergone a complete reversal, leaving Chen Yi unable to accept this reality for a moment. How could this happen? On the table in front of Chen Yi, there was still an open bottle of champagne, ready for celebration. But before she could pour a drink, Wankai International Hotel had once again become the talk of the town online. The bloggers she knew had even had their accounts permanently banned. Was it all a failure? Chen Yi was truly unwilling to accept it. Why? She had spent a long time preparing to tarnish Wankai International Hotel, spending a lot of money and expending a lot of energy. Yet within 1 or 2 hours, Chen Shen had completely resolved the situation. At this moment, Chen's father's call came in. How did it go, Xiaoyi? Chen's father's excited voice came through. Chen's father was truly eager to see the downfall of Wankai International Hotel. Father, there's been a bit of a problem. Chen Yi helplessly revealed the outcome. What? How could this happen? 2 hours ago, you said things were almost settled. How did it turn out like this now? Chen's father angrily questioned. I don't know. Chen Yi helplessly replied. Bang! Before Chen Yi could finish, Chen's father, in a fit of anger, slammed his phone hard on the ground, trembling with rage. If Chen Yi hadn't told him the good news earlier, his anticipation wouldn't have been so high, and perhaps Chen's father wouldn't have been so angry. But now, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment, and Chen's father was truly furious. In the villa at Yujing Mountain. Thank you, Ruoshui. Chen Chan looked at Xiao Ruoshui. Ruoshui had helped him once again. At this moment, Chen Chan also felt some emotion. Ruoshui turned out to be best friends with the daughter of a Douyin executive, and the Xia family's power was much stronger than he had anticipated, probably even surpassing the Su family in Jinling. It's nothing. Ruoshui responded with a smile to Chen Chen's words. So, Senior Chen, as I said before, my sister is truly a capable assistant, right? Xia Mengmeng couldn't help but say, by the way, Senior Chen, the weather seems nice tomorrow, shall we go play on your private yacht and sunbathe? My sister hasn't seen your private yacht yet. Of course, no problem. Chen Chen readily agreed. Just as Chen Chen agreed, the system's voice suddenly sounded.